Sen was a famous hunter in the region with extensive experience. Sen also had a beautiful wife named Olina, and last year on a quiet night, Sen repeated, but when he carried the child to the place, blonde-haired baby, wrapped in a few years passed, the child grew up with blonde hair, and the boy was named Sen, and Olina always regarded. Every day in the forest, while he chopped wood, Cyrone would sit and read the Masham. Their family was warm like that. But the children in the village, the reason was quite simple. And he was very delicate and effeminate, unlike The village women often whispered among themselves that Cyrone was brought from some other and of course because of that the village children also. But Sen could not accept people talking back. Sen always felt that Cyrone being alien, of course, so to nurture affection in their hearts, he could only frequently take his. The next morning Sen took his son to Chris City. This was Cyrone's first time in the city. Sen still had some business to handle, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit shop owned by an acquaintance named Maun, and although Cyrone was usually quite naughty, therefore Sen kept reminding his son not to enter shady alleys or encounter noble. Cyrone stayed at the fruit stall trying to prove his use. Maun seemed surprised that a rural child like him could read. While Maun was admiring this beautiful child, Cyrone suddenly asked, "What law, no magic?" Cyrone excitedly Maun laughed. "Children are children, all like fancy things like heroes and magic." But seeing the hopeful sparkle in Cyrone's eyes, Maun couldn't bear to disappoint him, so he pointed toward the alley ahead. "What law, no magic?" Cyrone excitedly showed. Maun laughed. "Children are children, all like but seeing the hopeful sparkle in Cyrone's eyes, so he pointed toward the alley ahead. "I don't know much about magic." Cyrone looked in the direction Maun pointed, his eyes immediately lighting up. Behind the alley was a large bookstore, with Maun's. However, after entering the bookstore, she wouldn't let him touch the books on the shelves, claiming those expensive. Just then, a distinguished guest entered the bookstore, whom the owner called the chief steward, though it was unclear. While the owner was busy entertaining him, Cyrone quickly flipped through some books on the shelves. Outside the store, he saw a man. Cyrone loved books, so he chased after him, only to be shocked when the man dumped the box of books. So this was where people got their books. Then he approached the pile. He turned and saw two noble girls. He wondered what was different about him and these people. Why was he told not to enter, and why were they freely reading the books they. Thinking this, Cyrone unconsciously followed the two girls. But before he could catch up, "Hey kid, this isn't a place for kids like you to wander around. This area is reserved for nobles. Hey kid, this isn't a place for kids like you to wander around. My father." As soon as he passed Cyrone, he noticed that they assumed Cyrone was either an orphan or but he quickly. Cyrone hid behind some bushes, his hair messy and clothes dirty. As he was about to pick up his shoes and return to Mr. Mon's place, Cyrone heard voices. So now we will discuss no prince. Some people. Cyrone looked up on the wall, which was 2 or 3 times taller than him. Wait, the adventurous spirit inside him surged strongly. So Cyrone pressed his ear against the wall. Inside, the person called the principal was continuing. He asked what was the most. Some said knowledge, some said diligence, some said money. But no, some said knowledge, some said diligence, some said money. Cyrone listened carefully, and the most important thing, when he mentioned clarity, the principal didn't answer immediately. "Does anyone here not know what? Who doesn't know it's 2, of course?" The students looked at each other. "So can anyone explain why it equals 2? The principal didn't answer immediately, but asked back, "Does anyone here not know what?" The students looked at. "That's strange. They can explain. But even without solid proof, we understand that 1 + 1. That's because it's a rule that all. That's why we don't need to learn it, because we automatically and magic is the same. It has existed. We can feel, and that's why it's more important than." The principal explained in one breath, and the children in the academy still hadn't fully. But Cyrone, who was eavesdropping outside, felt his heart. The most important thing when learning magic is not money or noble status. So a child like him could also. Thinking of this, Cyrone felt, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The child behind that wall. Cyrone was very startled. He didn't think that with such a thick wall. Now should he run away? Seeing that Cyrone had read more than 800 books, Ryan seemed even more shocked, especially since he wasn't such. Cyrone was just afraid that the principal and the children inside were like the bookstore owner or the 2 guards who always looked down on him. But he was also afraid that if he missed this opportunity, and so driven by some great motivation, Cyrone used his small body to climb steps. His appearance was indeed very shabby, but Cyrone saw the Magic Academy principal sitting under it. His demeanor was very kind but cold, unlike the bookstore owner. As soon as he said, "Hello, because that noble principal named Miro Anpheus was a level 4 mage, and also the founder of the Cyrone mustered all his strength to jump down from the wall. The children sitting around Anpheus were all from noble families. their expressions complete. Some of them, upon seeing Siren's shabby appearance, immediately knew he was just a commoner but Principal, it's okay. Come here. What was it that the old man, the kind but cold expression of Principal Anpheus made Siren, though still quite shy. But he dared to, I want to see magic. I've only seen it in books, but never. Before Anpheus could reply, the students they called Siren a liar. How Siren knew he had no voice here, so he bowed his head. Please just perform any magic. I just want to witness Ha ha! It's simple. I'll show you As Anpheus spoke, a strong wind blew not only him, the children around the prince, but each seemed to enjoy it very much. Only Siren was both. After reaching a certain height, he and while they still seemed very excited, Siren's heart this was the first time he had ever fallen freely in his life. And Siren felt like he was about to shatter, so scared that after a long while, Siren no longer heard the whistle. Now he dared to open his eyes and saw himself hovering about. The magic students were teasing, and Principal Anpheus, seeing this, couldn't help but how do you feel? Siren landed safely, but his heart. Magic is really like this. It's so profound, beyond the understanding that Siren still hadn't overcome his psychological shock. Anpheus stroked his long beard, seeming to search for an easy. But Siren, too impatient, urged. His tone was quite loud. Outsiders would think Siren the noblest, because no one had ever dared to speak loudly to Anpheus like that. They were sure Anpheus would get it, but seeing Siren's intelligent face and bright eyes, haha, if you want to know so much, I'll explain, though. He stroked his beard and explained to Siren, it is something beyond the ordinary. In other words, it is an expansion of the mind to explore. It is unrealistic, but perhaps because of that, it is closer to the truth. Anpheus couldn't hide. You can read about this in books later, but you've already seen the similar. Many ideas from great people have been considered, but in the end, they all had to accept that information as so the truth is actually hidden inside those heresies. Anpheus nodded. It seemed he was very pleased with this although the circumstances were difficult. He still tried to absorb and filter the little information he had. The only pity was that he was just a commoner, and ultimately could not be equal to help Siren understand magic better. Anpheus called a pink-haired girl named Simon, and asked her to. Then he took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket, and asked Simon to guess how. Simon almost didn't need to think, and directly answered 6. And surprisingly, the answer. Siren was extremely amazed with hundreds of thousands of questions. Anpheus guessed he would think that way, so when a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to. Even superior mages can count the number of leaves on a tree. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state. While explaining, Anpheus continued to shuffle the coins in his hand. And a mage who can enter the spiritual world perceives the outside world with a supernatural ability and can, ultimately, not only can they do small things like counting coins, but they can also sense the entire situation happening. This is the basic thing Anpheus wanted Siren to achieve because not everyone can enter this. First, you need to feel yourself. Try practice, then break all the confusion. When you can do that, a new world will be enlightened for you to explore. That means if you can't feel yourself, you won't be able to. Anpheus was continually surprised. He asked him to try to feel himself right here, because after all, if Siren couldn't do that, he would be But what exactly is the self Siren was beginning to seek while the senses and reality he perceived could not exceed. Siren didn't need to understand. After quite a long time, in front of him were still Principal, but something seemed different. Anpheus looked at him with hopeful eyes and asked, "For quite a long time?" Siren opened his eyes. In front of him was still Principal Anpheus and the students, but something seemed different. Anpheus looked at him. Seeing that Siren had read more than 800 books, Ryan seemed even more. To commemorate this, Siren wanted to do something truly special, so he suggested that Ryan take him to visit his family's man. Although they lived on the same estate most of the time, they only met in the library. Moreover, it was usually Ryan who took the initiative to come over, because Siren was just a servant. He never had the chance to see the real home of a noble. Fortunately, the entire Ojin family was out today and would return after the afternoon. Therefore, Ryan at the academy agreed to his request. Siren had already seen the grand library, which was very large, but when he stepped inside the mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. Ryan's room here was probably as big as Siren's entire house. Ryan really was the young master of a noble family, yet he was not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat absent-minded. Ryan took Siren to visit his bed. It was the smallest room at the end of the corridor. Siren had prepared himself to be dazzled by luxury upon entering. However, the truth was that Ryan's bedroom was much simpler than the other room. Importantly, it contained equipment for training and sword practice. The adjacent room looked like a resting area after Siren couldn't believe his eyes. Someone like Ryan lived in such a simple place. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After touring one room, Siren and Ryan played poker together, but Ryan kept complaining about loot. "Hey, you're cheating with your secret link, aren't you?" "What? Who do you think I am to play with a broken..." Speaking of decks, Siren revealed to Ryan how he caught the shared cards. That was how he... Knowing to place the ace last and how to tell if you have a pair was quite easy to recognize. Ryan, accused of having a black heart, really just wanted to call out a bluff to win a round. Observation skills are effective immediately when you don't focus on just one point. Therefore, when observing an opponent, you should watch all their actions. Then you can guess what they are thinking. Siren sincerely gave Ryan some advice, hoping he would soon break through his own lip. But unexpectedly, before he finished speaking 2 sentences, Ryan had already dozed off. Siren intended to return to his own room, but then heard a melodious sound of a string instrument. The melody, tone, and warmth were all perfectly controlled by the player. Siren unconsciously followed the music. He knew there was only one person in the world who could play to this level, Ryan's sister, Vina. Oh, how do you like it? My son. After the music stopped, Vina suddenly asked, making Siren, who was behind the long door, startled. Seeing that she had noticed him, he didn't try to run away, but went straight to her. Yes, I think it's wonderful. Siren's mood tensed. Maybe because he was in front of a noble's daughter, or maybe because Gina was so beautiful. Hello, this is the first time I've met you. Are you newly recruited? Vina continued to ask. Yes, miss. I'm in charge of sorting books in the library and have been doing so for a year, Vina exclaimed, because she had heard of Siren before as a smart child who could sort over 10,000 books by himself. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano? Siren really wanted to refuse because besides Ryan, he didn't want to get involved with any other player. Moreover, Vina was an expert in using force during performances, so he wanted to avoid. But Ryan had said she was the most difficult person in the man. So when he answered, Siren seemed very hesitant. Not yet, miss. Then let me teach you. Come. Vina sat down next to him and put one arm on Siren's piano, but he really didn't dare sit there. What's wrong with this Odin family? Siren thought to himself he couldn't refuse. She was an expert in using force during performance. He awkwardly replied, "Is that okay?" He said it was okay, but inside he was nervous. Ryan had also said that the most difficult person in the mansion was her. She looked at him and smiled gently. Then I'll teach you. Sit here, she said, placing one hand on the piano keys and patting the spot next to her with the other. He was calm before her invitation, but sweat started to appear on his forehead. He was tense, his inner self crying out. What? Sit there. Vina noticed his nervous expression and calmly reassured him. It's okay. I've given permission, so no one will bite your head. He bit his lip, hesitated with his legs, his inner struggle continuous. She insisted, and he had no right to refuse. Reluctantly, he sat down, feeling tense and excited at the same time. He told himself, after all, he wouldn't have another chance to sit before a piano. He seriously listened as she taught him basic music theory, patiently guiding him through each note. Now there were notes like do, re, mi, and symbols in the sheet music. She asked him to press 3 keys simultaneously, and he quickly followed, his 3 fingers gently pressed down together. A resonant sound rang out, making him a bit confused. The sound was bright, clear, and moving, touching his heart. He marveled. The resonance is beautiful. She looked at him and said naturally, Good start. His mood was difficult to describe. He was shy and couldn't hide his embarrassment. Sorry if I'm asking too much, but can I try playing? She was very surprised by his request, but agreed immediately without hesitation. Siren bowed his head, feeling his behavior was somewhat rude. His request seemed excessive, and he felt it wasn't good at all. Maybe it wasn't a good idea. He thought. Vina smiled gently and said, That's how everyone starts. However, in her mind, she couldn't help but wonder if he knew more about music theory than what she had just taught. Siren placed both hands on the piano keys, gently touching. He began moving his fingers lightly, smoothly, pressing the black keys. Clear and enchanting sounds from the notes rang out one after another. Vina was so amazed she covered her mouth, staring intently at his hands. She admired him, unable to believe it. He played all the wrong notes, but there was no hesitation when pressing the keys. Should she stop him? Vina sweated as she watched Siren play, a thought crossing her mind. She focused on the music he played. Her face was no longer stiff. Strange. He played completely wrong notes, and although the sound was imperfect and a bit rough, she still enjoyed it. Then suddenly Vina noticed something. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at his hands moving skillfully on the keys. She was stunned to realize it was exactly the same. Siren seemed to be immersed in the music. At that moment she realized that he could perfectly capture the feeling of the music she had just played. The coordination in every note truly amazed and impressed her. His eyes suddenly shone with a jade-green light. Siren seemed to fall into a matrix of notes, with both of them sitting in the center. The light burst forth, creating a magical and captivating space. His skillful hands, the melodies and the sounds followed one another. His hands moved gracefully, lightly, gliding over the keys as the notes danced around to the rhythm. Siron's fingertip pressed down the guitar strings, shimmering their brilliance, highlighting his grace and finesse. At this moment, Vina frowned, her eyes serious, as if he was following the right rhythm. She pondered, beginning to hear it, or more precisely to understand. His hand moved up and down, never stopping, like a true musician. She sat quietly, listening and savoring every melody he created. Vina looked at the man before her with delight. What was happening was hard to believe, an indescribable feeling rising within. So this couldn't be called a performance, but he seemed to perceive and feel the most delicate thing. Vina observed every gesture and action of Siren, and a few questions arose in her mind. How could this boy be a butler, especially one who looked like a noble? Seeing her thoughtful expression, he realized and apologized. I was about to finish my sentence when Ryan's shout interrupted. "Don't be so noisy, you damn Graham!" His shout shattered the gentle atmosphere, making Siren uneasy. Sweat began to form on his forehead. Ryan looked annoyed, his eyes a bit angry, standing at Zena's door, scratching lightly inside his shirt, revealing a lean, muscular body. His mouth kept yelling, "Once home, just rest. Why keep driving yourself crazy like?" Looking inside the room besides her, the person next to her also irritated him. He looked at him with surprise and confusion. "Hey, you're here too." Siren, meeting Ryan in this awkward situation. Siren felt a bit embarrassed and shy, awkwardly replying, Yes, that's right." Vina, sitting beside them, was also puzzled, not quite understanding the situation. She was amazed. "Oh, you two know each other?" While Ryan stood still, Siren kept looking at him, and then back at her, feeling shy and stammering. No, it's just—" He didn't know how to answer the question. Sweat rising, a sense of unease growing inside him. Would his friendship with Ryan be exposed? Why did he feel like he was committing a crime? Why did I feel like I was committing a crime? Suddenly Ryan spoke calmly. "Oh, Siren," now fully awake, his eyes brightened as he introduced Siron to Vina. "He's my friend." Siren, startled, sat down heavily, his eyes horrified as he looked at Ryan, thinking, "What are you saying, Ryan? You know how I feel." Perhaps he feared that revealing their friendship wouldn't be good. Ryan smiled confidently, hands on hips, facing Siren. Ryan reassured him. "Don't worry. The Kremlin witch has a difficult personality, but she doesn't care about those things." Siren blinked, unable to believe what he just heard, feeling relieved inside. What? How could that be? Why wouldn't she care? While he was unsure how to face her, Jenna spoke first. "So your name is Siren?" She sat down beside him, her attitude gentle and kind, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Don't worry. If Ryan says you're friends, then that's good. The boy is a bit annoying." It seemed she took her words seriously, which made him a bit worried. Jenna didn't care whether he and Ryan were really friends, but what intrigued her most was his thoughts. She smiled. She smiled. "So what were you thinking while playing?" "I really want to know." Her question startled him, many question marks appearing in his mind. Unsure what she was thinking, Ryan was also surprised by her question. What Siren hit ha? "I thought you were just messing around." Witnessing this, his 16 years of logic collapsed. The important wall inside him shattered in an instant, wondering why he hadn't cared that his sister was friends with a commoner back. Siron turned to look at him. "Besides, Ryan, why are you lying? Your sister is a beautiful, kind, noble." Hearing these words from him, she couldn't help but be pleased. Contrary to her expression, Ryan's face turned green. He looked serious, eyes filled with fear. "Whatever you do, don't be fooled by her. She's a who knows when she'll follow and trap you." Hearing this, he was also speechless. She leaned close to him, covering her mouth with her hand, then smiled shyly. "Sorry, my brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please take care of—" He looked at Zena's face and smiled, then responded, "It's nothing, really. I'm the one who owes you. Your enthusiasm makes me shy." Vina praised Siren endlessly. "Oh my, you're really in love." Ryan smiled slyly. "So cute. Why don't you keep him and maybe have him join our family?" "You're really in love." Ryan smiled slyly. "So cute. Why don't you keep him and maybe have him join our family?" Vina was surprised by Ryan's suggestion, smiling with interest. "Are you so close that you let him steal your sister?" Ryan laughed loudly. "What are you talking about? I'm not the one worried about Siren." Suddenly, he grabbed the collar of Siren's shirt tight. The two started fighting. She didn't hold back, not caring that he was her brother, hitting hard. "Didn't I tell you? You think you're so They wrestled on the floor. Ryan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Ouch, that hurts!" Siren watched the two siblings fight. The chaotic thoughts in his head made him feel lost. Just when he thought he understood the nobility better, they became even more confused. After being beaten, Ryan shouted defiantly, "Why did you come home? You just took a short—" She casually brushed her hands off. "Don't you know? Dale is preparing for the exam. I came to keep him company. Tomorrow we'll go, and he's visiting another friend. He'll be back later." Ryan's mouth dropped in shock, but he lowered his head, voice softening. "Is it that far?" He looked sad, thinking constantly about what she said. The certificate is a standard and requirement for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not only in the kingdom, but across the continent. Everywhere, over 1,000 people participate each year, but no more than 30 succeed each time. There's also a certification exam. If you graduate from a kingdom-certified academy like the Anfea's Magic Academy, you have a chance to become a certified mage. After passing the organization and guild's evaluation, you can be promoted. Hundreds, thousands of people come here. The line stretches far, no clear end in sight. But where there is wealth and fame, people naturally gather. Even with certification, people still desire higher recognition. That's the legendary exam Dale is preparing for at 18. Vena admired him deeply. Geniuses are truly different, especially with full family support. He sighed deep, his mood sank. Vena approached him gently, stroking his head to comfort him. "It's okay. I'm just going to prepare dinner seafood from the royal palace, so I only have to prepare it myself." She turned to him with a bright smile. "It was nice meeting you, Siron. See you next time." He looked at her blankly. "Yes, have a good day." Oh, him with a bright smile. "It was nice meeting you, Siron. See you next time." He looked at her blankly. "Yes, have a good day." He wondered silently if he would have the chance to see her again, remembering the moment she woke him to play the guitar. It felt wonderful. He didn't know if he would meet her again because tomorrow he would be at the mansion for the exam. Vena went outside, leaving Siren and Ryan behind. He turned to Ryan, hesitating before speaking. "Ryan, does your sister have a boyfriend?" Ryan looked away, eyes determined, and asked, "Does she have a boyfriend?" His question made Ryan freeze, stunned for a moment. Seeing his expression, Siron knew he had blundered, so he quickly stopped and said, "It's nothing." Ryan couldn't help but laugh, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Siren quickly reacted to his attitude. "I was just curious. Forget that question besides." Before he could finish, Ryan dashed out the door loudly, calling for Joyna. "Sis!" Siren knew something was about to happen, so he called after him. "I told you it's nothing." He looked intently, his face earnest, and seeing Ryan almost at the door, he quickly chased after, a burning feeling swelling in his heart. Blaming himself. He had spoken carelessly out of sadness while Ryan used his fastest speed to run outside. Not forgetting his loud mission, Sis Siren asked this. Ryan stood on the upper floor, gripping the railing and leaning down loudly. "If you have a boyfriend..." Reyna was leading the maids to prepare a meal from the royal palace. Ryan's shout echoed throughout the hall. Ryan's voice rang out again. "Only a lover, right?" He said it so everyone was stunned and turned to look at. Siren from behind grabbed Ryan's mouth and pulled him back, causing him to make unclear sounds in surprise. Upstairs he kept holding and covering Ryan's mouth, the strange sounds making everyone below scatter in confusion. "What is this, a lover?" Their hearts raced. Seeing the maids looking over, one could only force a smile, hiding her embarrassment, then laughed aloud and told, "They're just teasing each other, don't mind it." Reyna and the maids continued walking, and as they went, she said, "Now let's finish the poison work, then we have to hurry up." They all answered in unison, "Yes, miss." Behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there for a long time, having witnessed everything. He called someone behind him. "Hey, Hannex, the young master has guests today." "So he bowed no prior schedule, sir," the butler replied. Upstairs, Ryan was about to say more. "Siron, he said he saw you about to cause trouble." But Siren pulled his hand. The head butler coldly said to the other, "I've heard that voice before, now I remember." Hannex turned his eyes sharp as a blade and ordered his subordinates, "Quick." "I've heard that voice before, now I remember." Hannex turned his eyes sharp as a blade and ordered his subordinates, "Quick." The training ground was covered by tall trees. Ryan's breathing and training sounds echoed in the empty space. A shout rang out, "Stop rest for 10 minutes." He was so tired he could barely breathe, holding a training stick in his left hand, wiping sweat with his... Ket looked at him, stroking his beard, thinking about him. He had become more enthusiastic. It's been about a year, right? Watching him train so hard reminded him of last time. He had given up quick. He looked at him and pondered. But surely once he reaches the royal palace, the boy will change. The key is to control the power. Sweat dripped down Ryan's face, and suddenly a sharp call came. "Young master!" Startled, he looked toward the voice. A man wearing a hat, looking hurried and urgent, ran over his voice, carrying from afar, Young Master Kiko Zena requests you return to the mansion immediately. He was about to drink water when the man's words irritated her. If she's a guest praising my brother, I have no interest. Tell her to do whatever she likes. The servant firmly denied. It's not about love. Miss said Siron is in danger. He might die. Hearing this, the water in Ryan's bottle sprayed out. Ryan stood holding the bottle, looking at the servant with a mix of anger and why I thought he was coming home today. The servant was panting from running too fast. The head butler had reported to the family head. I'm not sure, but she said it's related to the Lord. Ryan hurriedly grabbed a jacket and put it on, roughly, his anger turning back as he spoke to Master. I have to go see Father. Seeing his expression, the old man knew something was wrong. He asked, What's the matter? Ryan was a bit agitated. A butler named Siren is your friend, and somehow your father knows about it. There's not much time. He was like sitting on hot coals, telling him, I'm sure Father will forgive Siren if I can persuade him. You will train later. The old man interrupted. You must not go. Ryan stopped, stood straight, and looked at him, not trusting his own hands, asking what. The old man took the sword and stood before Ryan. Ryan exclaimed, Master! The mansion lay before the mountain, vast and grand. In the main hall, Siren was there. Bishop with Miss Zena and young Master Guy on either side, and the head butler behind. In the main hall, Siron was there. Bishop with Miss Zena and young Master Guy on either side, and the head butler behind. Siren was on the floor, his heart burning like ants on hot coals, hearing the authoritative voice of the man Siren Ariane. Bishop showed a noble and dignified air, holding a report, and looking at him angrily. You will be executed. The entire mansion hall was shaken. Everyone whispered anxiously. How could this happen? The maids couldn't help but worry and whisper. One leaned close to another, murmuring, How could a commoner dare do this to a noble? The whispers grew louder. Another said he must not know the rules well, but no matter how ignorant he should understand these noble. Tamura heard all the judgments and whispers, but only looked at the maids silent. 3 people sat on the long bench. Bishop held the documents while Dai sat beside, somewhat unable to hold back. Vina spoke anxiously and urgently. Wait, there's more to say. What indifferent? Unable to hold back. Vina spoke anxiously and urgently. Wait, there's more to say. He flipped through the documents, questioning her. What else is there to say? The documents were neatly arranged, provided by the head butler. Rows of servants stood in line, all nervous. Bishop used the documents to accuse Siren. They were testimonies from many servants affirming that the boy had behaved very rudely before the noble. He turned to Gina, questioning. You've read the contract details, so you have no objections, right? Anything else to say? Siren bowed his head, hesitating, then spoke. I want to ask something. He looked at him steadily, eyes firm. If I and the young master are friends, what will happen to the young master? All the servants were terrified. Everyone thought he was finished this time. Does this guy not understand his situation? He should be begging for his life. The man was furious, scolding him harshly. A commoner so foolish you think messing with a noble will be tolerated? Sighed, then smiled. He raised his head and looked straight at him, boldly admitting, Yes, Ryan and I are friends. In front of everyone, he confessed again. We've been friends for a year, and I declare we will always be friends. The servants were shocked hearing this from his own mouth, scared, whispering, This guy. His eyes flashed with sharpness, and the servants wondered, why isn't he afraid? He warned him with a contemptuous tone. Indeed, it seemed he looked down on the name O.G. Bishop lost his temper and shouted loudly, Head butler, quickly deal with him. Don't let news of this incident leak out. He handed some documents to the head butler, who bowed respectfully and took the documents from his hand. 2 soldiers stepped forward, each taking one arm, and led him outside to face punishment. Vina hurriedly blocked him. Father, wait. Please listen to me. She bowed deeply, her face betraying her worry and fear towards her father, who was losing his temper. As Siren was led away by the 2 men, he looked back and spoke with hidden meaning. You will see now that it is wrong, but later you will be grateful for this choice. Suddenly the door was flung open. A loud voice echoed throughout the mansion. I will not let that happen. Rian appeared looking hurried and urgent, holding his master's sword in his hand. Rian was overjoyed, his face unable to hide his happiness. Finally he had returned, and the heavy heart of the girl was lifted. She called out loudly, Rian, unlike her hopeful expectation. Bishop's face darkened. He crossed his arms sternly, expressionless, without any joy as he looked at his. Siren stopped and looked at him, but in his eyes was not the hope like Rien's, but resignation, submission, waiting for whatever punishment. The servants sat on pins and needles, each worried for their own fragile lives. The blonde one felt it was unfair and turned to the head butler. Head butler, isn't this a bit too much? The woodworker beside him also refused to accept it, and decided to speak up to protect himself. Why should all of us risk our lives for one person? He was already in tears. This family is our life, to protect it. We must eliminate all conflicts no matter how small. Hắn đã đổi lễ gia tộc này là mạng sống của chúng ta để bảo vệ nó. Chúng ta phải loại bỏ mọi xung đột này, xin. Dù cho nó có nhỏ đến. Khi Siron bị hai người kia dẫn đi, hắn ta nhìn theo mà nói ra lời đầy ẩn ý. Giờ các cậu sẽ thấy nó sai, nhưng sau này sẽ biết ơn vì lựa chọn này. Đột ngột cánh cửa được mở ra một tiếng hét làm vang vọng võng khắp đại đình của dinh thự. Ta sẽ không để chuyện đó xảy ra. Riêng xuất hiện với dáng vẻ vội vã và khẩn trương, trên tay cậu còn cầm theo thanh kiếm của sư phụ. Riêng mừng giữa khôn xét trên mặt không giấu được sự vui mừng cuối cùng, thì cậu cũng đã trở về trái tim. Treo lận lượng của cô cũng được hạ xuống. Cô gọi riêng khác với sự mong chờ của cô bị chớp tối sầm mặt. Ông ta khoanh tay nghiêm nghị, biểu cảm không một chút vui vẻ nào mà nhìn người con trai của Siron. Ngẩng đầu nhìn cậu, nhưng trong ánh mắt của anh lại không phải là sự mong chờ, giống như Rihanna, ánh mắt cam tâm khuất phục cho mọi hình phạt đến với mình. Có lẽ anh đang sự làm liên lụy tới, cùng với sự sốt ruột và tức giận. Riêng hét to một cách mất kiểm soát, kẻ nào dám giết bạn ta mà không được ta cho phép. Ông ta lạnh lùng quyết đoán, mà nhìn cậu ông ta bình thản mà nói. Ta chỉ một câu mà ông ta nói ra cũng đủ, thay uy quyền địa vị của ông ta trong gia tộc. Riêng ở bên dưới dùng hết lời lẽ để bảo chủ cho anh cậu không hiểu nổi. Chỉ vì kết bạn với cậu mà anh lại những cái kết. The night his life was exchanged for the friendship of two people, he questioned him. Why did he commit a crime or kill anyone? He just befriended the child. Vina anxiously stood up, also worried about him and her younger brother. He saw his son daring to question him for a comment. He regarded human life as cheap. No need to commit a crime or kill to deserve death. Matters involving family rules are very complicated. You can't even imagine. Rien was dissatisfied and shouted in anger, his words sharp. You're dealing with a complicated situation, and I am enjoying the privileges of being the son of the noble family. If that privilege forces me to kill my friend, then I don't want it. Bishop looked at him with a domineering gaze, imposing his opinion on others, his words full of hierarchical division. You're just a child. You ask why he must die. Befriending a noble doesn't mean the relationship is equal. He was being held down by two soldiers. His indifferent eyes and his earlier rebellious declaration made him even more irritable. Seeing, he thought, do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? On what basis? There are many people in this world who want to exploit nobles. Rien shouted vehemently, opposing his father's arrogant words. Siren would never do that. He looked at him with half an eye, his words growing impatient, and then poked at him. He was staring intently at him, a half-smile on his lips, his eyes full of pride. His thoughts were tangled like a web. If I speak and cannot prove it, then everything ends. This question put pressure on him. After a moment he finally spoke. My feelings. He asked himself, can one prove their feeling? He fell into deep thought, feeling he could not speak carelessly. He tried to put himself in Siron's position. If he were Siron, he could have easily defeated him already. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. If I were Siron. He looked toward, looking at his carefree, relaxed face without a hint of worry or fear. But his eyes were firm and strong. Looking at him, he fell into contemplation again. Those eyes seemed to take in everything, like when he tested. Rien looked straight into those eyes, as if guided by him, recalling every word he had said before. Rien, sometimes not focusing on trivial matters brings better results. He followed the memory back to when he played cards with him. When his cards were not as he wished, he rested his head on his hand, showing frustration and confusion, while Siren held the ace of spades. He guided him. Don't focus on the opponent's small details, but look at the whole picture. He doubted his words. Look at the whole picture. Siren flipped the ace of spades and showed it to him. This way you can see their true intentions. He silently memorized it. Rien felt encouraged. Look at the whole picture. Look at the whole picture. The person standing right in front of him now, his father. He was the second head of the Ogant family and the Black Speed system, a level 4 Grandmaster, a knight. He clenched the sword his master had given him tightly, firmly convinced. Yes, this was not like a quarrel between father and son, but a sword blocking. Going back 30 minutes earlier when he received the news and was about to leave, but his master stopped. Sometimes not focusing on the small issues brings better results. You follow the stream of memories, returning to the time playing cards with. When your cards are not as expected, you rest your hand on your head, showing frustration and confusion while he holds the ace of spades in his hand. He guides you, telling you not to focus on the opponent's small issues, but to look at the whole picture. You doubt his words. How can you look at the whole picture? Siren flipped the ace of spades and showed it to you. This way you can see their true intentions. You silently memorized. Rien felt encouraged. Look at the whole picture. Look at the whole picture. The person standing right in front of him now. His father. He was the second head of the Ogant family and the Black Speed System, a level 4 grandmaster. He clenched the sword his master had given him. Tightly, firmly convinced. Yes, this was not like a quarrel between father and son, but a sword block. Going back 30 minutes earlier when he received the news and was about to leave, but his master stopped. He shouted at the old man, "Master, why don't you let me go? My friend might die." The old man ignored his urgency, remaining calm and composed. "Yes, I'm talking about the kid working in the library, right?" He hesitated, then continued. "But that kid is a commoner." He was stunned and speechless hearing those words. "Master, I didn't know you were like this." Is most important to a noble family. Isn't it natural for a noble to eliminate anything that threatens the family's status? He explained to him the disadvantages for his family. Have you ever thought about the burden your friend carries when his value is only equivalent to a mere tool? After becoming friends with him without thinking it through, when you heard those words from the old man, you clenched your teeth tightly and felt choked up. Your shoulders trembled repeatedly, tears uncontrollably streaming down your cheeks, each drop falling as if proving your helplessness and inner pain. Ket then advised you in a warm but resolute voice not to think about solving this problem through argument. Ryan clenched his fists tightly, his fingers continuously squeezing. You told the old man, your voice full of determination, but also revealing helplessness, that you couldn't just stand there doing nothing. You were the one who suggested becoming friends with him. Ryan raised his hand, his eyes burning with intense determination, and loudly told the old man that he didn't want to become a cowardly fairy. Your words at this moment seemed to challenge adversity, your determination clear in every gesture and glance. Ket looked at you with a different gaze, silently admiring you. Good determination, boy. You're very emotional, honest, and pure, but with that you can't become a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and will support you. Ket extended his sword before you, and handed it to you, saying, "Take it." Fortunately, he was not the kind of person bound by old customs or class prejudices. He also guided and warned you that he would let you go only if you brought this back with you. If you're not even mentally prepared for this, don't even dream of stepping out of here, not even one step. You took the sword from your master. Your eyes stared intently at it, reflecting your firmness and seriousness. Now you had to make a choice true to your own beliefs. Your eyes lit up, carrying confidence and unwavering determination. Master, your words at this moment seemed to challenge adversity, your determination clear in every gesture, every glance. Ket looked at you with a different gaze, silently admiring you. Good determination. The boy was very affectionate, honest, and pure. Like this you cannot become a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and I will cheer for you. Ket extended his sword before you and handed it to you, saying, "Take it." Fortunately, he was not the kind of person bound by old customs or class prejudices. He also guided and warned you that he would let you go only if you brought this back with. If you're not even mentally prepared for this, don't even dream of stepping out of here, not even one step. You took the sword from your master. Your eyes stared intently at it, reflecting your firmness and seriousness. Now you had to make a choice true to your own belief. Your eyes lit up, carrying confidence and unwavering determination. Master, I will never forget this kindness. Every word you spoke was like a vow deeply engraved in your heart and mind, becoming the motivation for you to move forward and face this challenge. The old man looked at you. Remember, abandoning a friend is like abandoning a part of your body. His words, a reminder of your situation. Your inner heart now was like a raging wave. This was a sword fight, a battle risking your own life. Returning to the present before your own mansion, realizing the truth that your master deceitfully taught, you held the sword in your hand and laughed loud. Your laughter echoed throughout the mansion, making others get goosebumps. Truly a father, and you were almost defeated by some. You shouted in excitement, "Are we friends?" "I believe so, because I believe that Siren and I are friends." You also added that your existence as Siren's friend was proof of the friendship between you and Bychov was furious at these rebellious and dark words. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "This is unreasonable. This is not a child's argument." He kept raising his voice. Even now the prestige of countless families was shaking, and his words shocked the servants greatly. He continued to say crazy things. If I could avoid the family's decline, I would even be willing to disown my own son. His words made both you and a group of maids terrified. Vina had to shout, "Father!" Your 2 feet stepped into a serious stance. your voice resolute without hesitation. If I have to do this to save my friend's life, you drew your sword without any hesitation. The sharp sword's sound rang out as if saying your father-son relationship was about to end. Bychov, embarrassed, pointed at you, his voice excitedly questioning, who persuaded you to say that a commoner can be friends with a noble? His words were like a sharp spear piercing Siren's pride. Siren denied. No. Siren also stood firmly in front of you, his voice full of protection and defense. Siren, stay there, I will protect you. You held the sword before you, each blade pointing to the sky, your eyes flashing sharply. I'm not just pointing the sword at my father. I'm just showing my belief. He couldn't believe his eyes. His son was drawing a sword to fight him for a commoner. He looked at you and stammered. You even drew your sword to oppose your own father. You held the sword before you, each blade pointing to the sky, your eyes flashing sharply. I'm not just pointing the sword at my father. I'm just showing my belief. I can't even get along with other noble families, maybe because I can't reach their level. He tried to manipulate Ryan's psychology. Now you're just holding on to a lover inferior to you to punish yourself. But no, you lowered your voice firmly. This time, father, you're wrong. Your eyes were like fire, steady and unshakable, carrying both confidence and belief in yourself. Ryan bowed his head, his eyes moist with tears. His sincere friendship truly did not disappoint you, your voice choked. That's right. Suddenly you raised your face and shouted toward Bychov. That's exactly what I mean. The words echoed like a strong affirmation of your friendship and unwavering determination. Your heart full of faith and will, knowing you had made the right decision. Ryan shouted, reaffirming your friendship with him. Even if I'm isolated, we are still friends. The powerful and resolute words left him speechless, only able to glare at. Vina, standing aside, was also moved to tears by these sincere words, lost in thought. Even if we are immature, we are still humans with feelings. True friends never turn their backs on us. The servants were also moved, everyone shedding tears, wishing they all had such a friend. Emotions forever stripped them of their own equality. The head butler also looked at Ryan and Siron with tears clicking his tongue. Tisk! Suddenly a golden laugh echoed throughout the mansion. How interesting. Everyone below looked up in surprise. Vina joyfully called out. No further translated content provided for this segment. Ryan bowed his head, tears welling in his eyes. His sincere friendship truly did not disappoint him, his voice choked with emotion. That's right. Suddenly he flushed and shouted toward Bychov. That's exactly what I mean. His words echoed loud, like a strong affirmation of friendship and unwavering determination. His heart was filled with faith and will, knowing he had made the right decision. Ryan shouted out, reaffirming once again his friendship with him. Even if we are isolated, we are still friends. His resolute and sharp words left the man speechless, only able to stand there staring at. Vina, standing to one side, was also moved by these sincere words, and shed tears lost in thought. Even if we are immature, we are still humans with feelings. True friends never turn their backs on us. The servants were also moved, everyone shedding tears, wishing they all had such a friend. Those emotions forever stripped them of their own equality. The head butler also looked at Ryan and Siren with tears clicking his tongue. Tisk! While he was chatting and laughing with everyone, the current head of the family, his son, did not seem happy. He looked gloomy and was arguing with, in this situation, it's not very good. The image of our family has been tarnished. He didn't even bother to pay attention to his son's expression. He glanced toward the people downstairs in the main hall. Don't rush to conclusions. I've been standing behind, observing quite a bit. Clearly everyone here has a lot to say, so why don't we first hear each other's opinions to see if we've really lost face? He accepted the opinion of the first witness, the eldest daughter, Vina Ojin. She was visibly happy to express her thoughts about, although yesterday was the first time she met Siron. She could already tell he was a very intelligent and talented young man. She stood and arranged herself like a speaker. Everyone there turned their eyes to. Everyone listened attentively to her evaluation of. He crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, feeling as expected when his granddaughter gave her opinion. Moreover, Siren had Ral. He looked suspiciously at the clump. Already here. Vena told me it would take a few more days. He spoke up. I came early because my friend ran off with a young lady. And then he sat down. Chiron was also very surprised by his appearance. He looked blankly in his direction. Unconsciously, he recognized his identity. That person was the general of Thomia and a third-level swordsman, his grandfather. He sat cross-legged comfortably, his tone relaxed. Anyway, this place is still as lively as ever. Youth is truly wonderful. He was the former head of the Ojin clan. While he was laughing and talking with everyone, the current head of the family, that is his son, did not look happy at all. He wore a sullen expression and kept nagging. In this situation, it's not great either. Our family's image has been tarnished, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to his son's demeanor. How directed his gaze toward the people below the main hall. Don't rush to conclusions. I've been standing behind observing quite a bit, and clearly everyone here has a lot to say. So why don't we first hear each other's opinions to see if we've really lost faith? He accepted the opinion of the first witness, the eldest daughter, Vina Ojin. She was visibly happy to express her thoughts about it. Although yesterday was the first time she met Siren, she could already tell he was a very intelligent and talented young man. She stood and arranged herself like a speaker. Everyone there turned their eyes. Everyone listened attentively to her evaluation of him. He crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, feeling as expected when his granddaughter gave her opinion. Moreover, Siren had fulfilled all the requirements in the contract and was supposed to leave the family to... Given such circumstances, it was hard to say Siren approached with any specific ill intent. Vina was also very surprised by Dai's attitude. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, my little brother's attitude. In his mind, he praised his second son. That's right. I knew I could trust you. He then looked towards Siren. So to conclude, let's hear from the person who has probably observed the child, Siren, the longest. He called the next person, the deputy steward. The next witness was number 3, the deputy steward, Tamura. He cleared his throat, but then his attention fell on the head steward, who was raising his hand near his chest and silently acknowledging. Judging by Beachhawk's attitude, his gaze was also fixed on the deputy steward. His thoughts were clear to the steward. We are not here to express opinions, but to obey the will of the master. The deputy steward finally said the name Siren. He glanced at the head steward, then spoke his honest opinion about him. He has done the tasks I assigned, and he completed them very well. Moreover, he finished the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words struck like thunder before the head steward. He was not polite and added, I just want this matter to end, so we can depart for the royal palace. Vena was also very surprised by Dai's attitude. Her eyes brightened with admiration. Wow, the attitude of my little brother. He laughed at the opinion of the child. This is exactly why there is no place like home. He waved his hand and looked towards the private direction, so to conclude, to hear the opinion of the person who must have observed the child, Siren, for the longest time, he called the next person, the deputy steward. The next person was the third witness, the deputy steward, Tamura, who cleared his throat. But then his attention fell on the head steward, who was raising his hand near his chest and silently acknowledging him. Judging by Beachhawk's attitude, his gaze was also fixed on the deputy steward. His thoughts were clear to the steward. Looking at Beachhawk's attitude, his eyes were also fixed on the deputy steward. His thoughts were clear to the steward. We are not here to express opinions, but to obey the will of the master. The deputy steward finally said the name Siren. He glanced at the head steward, then spoke his honest opinion about him. He has done the tasks I assigned, and he completed them very well. Moreover, he completed the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words struck like lightning to the head steward, who did not expect him to disobey his instructions. He was silent, wondering what the man was thinking. Beachhawk just sat eyed. Jiang's expression gradually lost its previous grandeur. He stared at the deputy steward and asked if he knew that the two were friends. The man raised his hand to his chest and respectfully answered the master's question. I know he tried to sneak out with the young master, but did not know they were friends. But in my opinion, if he were an ill-mannered child, he wouldn't have been able to categorize those 10,000 books. He was speechless, unable to believe his own ears. He didn't expect that besides his friend and Miss Zena, there was someone on his side in the man. Speaking well of him was the deputy steward, who looked at him with a smile. Finally, someone acknowledged his efforts and ability. Vina raised her hand to her chest silently, happy for him. Good. The atmosphere has completely changed, but that joy was extinguished when she looked at her father. His gaze toward him remained unchanged. He was annoyed that time and again someone stood up to speak for him, especially since the clan chief returned. The boy also knew how heavy it was to carry the lives of countless people. Only then did he turn to look at him, wanting to know how he felt at that moment, also wanting to know what Ryan had realized after befriending him. What do you think, Siren? I want to thank you for teaching my grandson the craft of poetry, and what true friendship really means. Ryan, why don't you understand what I'm saying? He was just as troubled inside. He wanted the boy to fully understand the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. Siren, being an intelligent child, I believe he will understand. Vena turned to look at him, wanting to say something, but choked. The female servants stood neatly. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but worry about their fate and their families because they were commoners. Working for the noble family was already an honor. Moreover, what else can I do when so many families depend on me? The female servants stood neatly. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but worry about their fate and their families because they were commoners. He listened to his father speak more attentively. All his worries were clearly stated by the clan chief, Dai, sitting beside. Still paid no attention to any. Oaked at the two, then paused. However, let's stop. If this relationship is exposed, Tyndon will be moved outside, and this could become a weakness for our political rivals to exploit against him. He listened to his father speak more attentively. All his worries were clearly stated by the clan chief, Dai, sitting beside. Still paid no attention to any. His expression hardened as he began to state his viewpoint. Everyone in our family is an outstanding individual of the kingdom. Jay is even preparing for the political exam. He was just as troubled inside. He wanted the boy to fully understand the weight of the responsibility on his shoulder. The boy also knew how heavy it was to carry the lives of countless people. Only then did he turn to look at him, wanting to know how he felt at that moment. Also wanting to know what Ryan had realized after befriending. What do you think, Siron? I want to thank you for teaching my grandson the craft of poetry and what true friendship really means. He didn't want this clan to be condemned because of him, so he asked for his opinion. But could it end here? Siren could only bow his head. He gently closed his eyes and didn't answer him for a long time. Then he finally uttered two words that left both Mr. Clump and Gina speechless. Mr. Bishop couldn't have expected him to be so stubborn and unable to distinguish right from wrong like that. Dale, who usually never cared about anything, now had to look at him with different eyes. Ryan was also very surprised by his answer, thinking the boy would beg for forgiveness and cut off friendship to save his own life. He looked at Siren sincerely and straightforwardly, unable to stop himself from calling his name without hesitation. Siren! He placed his hand on his chest, looked at the old man, and spoke words from the depths of his heart. If I cause trouble for Ryan, I don't mind never seeing that day again. However, he no longer hesitated or worried. He spoke openly about his feelings. That doesn't mean I can't consider him a friend. He affirmed confidently and definitely, Ryan and I are friends. He couldn't let their friendship be bound or corrupted by anyone's words. He said to Mr. Clump, as long as you set those matters aside, I will obey any order you give. Ryan's hand holding the sword kept trembling. He felt deeply ashamed. Tears fell again because of this, and he blamed himself. He even felt a bit relieved that Siren wasn't going to die. Honestly, part of him felt that. But Siren knew that abandoning a friend was like losing a part of oneself. Ryan looked into his eyes. The words his master taught him during training were hard to decide on. But for him, he would risk his life to protect. Dale, who usually never cared about anything, now had to look at him with different eyes. Ryan was also very surprised by his answer, thinking the boy would beg for forgiveness and cut off friendship to save his own life. He couldn't have guessed he would be so brave. Hesitatingly, he wanted to call his name. Ryan looked into his eyes. The words his master taught him during training were hard to decide on. But for him, he would risk his life to protect the word friend. He felt extremely proud and determined. Fine anyway, this matter is not up for negotiation. He raised his sword to the sky, shouting loudly and decisively, his voice like thunder. Here I declare! Mr. Clump and Gina immediately feared what he was about to do next. She screamed, Don't do that! Not knowing what he intended. She reacted like that because she didn't know if her brother was making a wise decision. Even a slight mistake could affect his fate and the clan. She couldn't let him make such a reckless choice. His sword plunged straight into the ground, the sound of the impact ringing sharply in everyone's ear. He knelt down and drove the sword deep into the... Let their friendship be bound or corrupted by anyone's words. He said to Mr. Clump, as long as you set those matters aside, I will obey any order you give. Ryan's hand, holding the sword, kept trembling. He felt deeply ashamed. Tears fell again because of this, and he blamed himself. He even felt a bit relieved that Siren wasn't going to die. Honestly, part of him felt that way. But Siren knew that abandoning a friend was like losing a part of oneself. His hand holding the sword kept trembling uncontrollably. He felt deeply ashamed. Tears fell once again from his eyes, and he was full of self-reproach. I even felt a bit relieved that Siren did not have to die. Honestly, a part of me felt that. But Siren knew that abandoning a friend was like abandoning a part of oneself. Ryan chose to look at him with determination. The words his master taught him during training were difficult for him to decide upon, but for him he was willing to risk his life to protect the bond of friendship. He felt extremely determined and resolved that this matter was not up for negotiation. He raised his sword to the sky, shouting loudly and decisively, his voice like thunder, "Here I declare!" Mr. Clump and Gina immediately feared what he was about to do next. She screamed, "Don't do that," not knowing what he intended. She reacted like that because she didn't know if her brother was making a wise decision. He knelt down and plunged the sword deep into the tiled floor, causing Siren's astonishment. The sword he thrust straight down into the ground, the sound of the clash ringing sharply in everyone's ear. From a stance with 1 foot forward and 1 knee down, he couldn't help but blame himself. "Master it. Seems I've caused a disaster this time," he declared bluntly in front of everyone. "I, Ryan Ojin, third son of the Ojin family, from this moment will become Siron's sword." His declaration thundered through the tense air, making everyone's breath catch and causing a stir among the crowd. Mr. Clump's voice rang out. His face twisted into an ugly scowl. "What are you shouting about? Hey, you damn brat!" He was trembling under the force of his fury, his roar echoing through every corner. "Fool!" The origin of the sword pledge dates back to when the Thomia kingdom was newly established during a chaotic period. All the great and small nations fought over colonies. The strongest among them succeeded in uniting all and declared the establishment of the Thomia kingdom. However, the newly established kingdom had to stand against the powerful neighboring state. Therefore, instead of being purged during the unification of the kingdom, the defeated kings were allowed to directly govern their own territories, and in the process created the knightly oath. The defeated kings had to kneel before the new king, thus becoming swords that only the new master could wield in return, being granted noble status. That is the origin of the knightly oath, and also the foundation of the nobility. So breaking the knightly oath means that person becomes more despicable than a rabid dog. Ryan turned to look at everyone and smiled bitterly. "What do you all think? Now I can't take it back, can I?" Everyone was stunned, mouths agape at his sudden decision. "You are useless yourself." Hearing this, Ryan relaxed a bit and smiled confidently. He placed his hand on his chest and said loudly, "A sword doesn't judge, it only protects." Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing his answer. Even Siren was surprised. A long, deep laugh echoed in the tense space. The old man put his hand over his face and laughed so heartily that his body shook. He had to admit Ryan's words. That's right, immature kids at least have to do this much to reach the peak. While Ryan's father helplessly rubbed his forehead, his grandfather praised, "Not bad at all. But with that mediocre swordsmanship of yours, I pity your friend for having to receive such a sword." Ryan was speechless at those words. The old man placed his hand on Siren's shoulder, smiling warmly and reminding him, "Enough, enough, it's over. Though the boy isn't the sharpest sword yet, Siren will never betray anyone. Take good care of my grandson." He patted Siren's shoulder. Siren closed his eyes to savor the moment. Ryan looked at the old man with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for recognizing me." The old man pointed to the head steward and ordered him, "Those two will be lifelong friends, so I can't let them part like this head steward." Using the horse carriage that Siren was supposed to take, Ryan finally felt at ease. He smiled comfortably, unable to help but sigh. "So much for the sword pledge." You lay sprawled on the bed, arms stretched out, and he sat down beside you. You smiled and asked him, "Did you see the expression of my family?" "That's great." He felt deeply affectionate inside. "Ryan, honestly, knight's oath, on painful days you need to be my guard." You suddenly sat up, startling him. "Siren, I don't guard you because you're my friend. Your eyes pose words." The old man placed his hand on Siren's shoulder, smiling warmly and reminding him, "Enough, enough, it's over. Though the boy isn't the sharpest sword yet, Siren will never betray anyone. Take good care of my grandson." He patted Siren's shoulder. Siren closed his eyes to savor the moment. Ryan looked at the old man with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for recognizing me." The old man pointed to the head steward and ordered him, "Those two will be lifelong friends, so I can't let them part like this, head steward." Using the horse carriage that Siren was supposed to take home and bring his parents here, the steward quickly took the order. Yes, leaving right now." The two servants looked at each other and smiled, both putting on their hats. The head steward was still shocked deep inside, shouting, "Really?" Looking up at the clear blue sky. The drifting clouds floated gently. He was helpless, even in his thoughts, never knowing what the nobility was thinking. Ryan finally felt at ease. He smiled comfortably, unable to help but sigh. "So much for the sword pledge." You lay sprawled on the bed, arms stretched out, and he sat down beside you. You smiled and asked him, Did you see the expression of my family? You lay sprawled on the bed, arms stretched out, and he sat down beside you. You smiled and asked him, "Did you see the expression of my family?" "That's great." He felt deeply affectionate inside. "Ryan, honestly, knight's oath on painful days, you need to be my guard." You suddenly sat up, startling at him a bit. "Siren, I don't guard you because you're my friend." Your eyes looked straight into his, a decisive determination burning in. "I'm different from my brother. You have the power to attract others. I simply chose to bet my life on someone like that." He felt a little shy and blushed. "What now? I'm a bit embarrassed," he thought, silent. Why suddenly shy to say that again? He looked at you and sighed. "I feel pressured." Blushing, he said to you, "But if you're shy and want to protect me, you'll have to train 100 times harder." Your words made him so angry he almost coughed up blood. Seeing this, he worriedly asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" You loved him deeply. "Nothing. It's just that you stabbed a wound in my heart." Vina suddenly opened the door and stepped in, speaking loudly. "Ryan, is it true you made a knight's oath to become Siren's sword?" Entering, she saw you slumped over a pool of blood and asked about Ting. Clouds floated gently. He was helpless, even in his thoughts, never knowing what the nobility was thinking. Ryan finally felt at ease. He smiled comfortably, unable to help but sigh. So much for the sword pledge. No additional translated content provided for this segment. I have no idea what those customs are thinking at all. Ryan finally relaxed his mood, smiling comfortably, his mouth involuntarily exclaiming, feeling too locked. You lay sprawled on the bed, arms stretched out. He also sat down beside you. You smiled and asked him, "Did he see the expression of our family?" "That's great." He felt deeply affectionate inside Ryan. "Honestly, knight, on painful days, you need to be my guard." You suddenly sat up, startling him a bit. "Siren, I won't be your guard just because you're my friend." Your eyes looked straight at him, determination blazing in those eyes. "I am different from my brother. You have the power to attract others. I simply chose to bet my life on someone like." He was a bit shy and blushed. What now?" Feeling a little embarrassed, he thought, silent. Why suddenly shy to say that again? He looked at you and sighed. "I feel pressure." Blushing, he said to you, "But if you're shy and want to protect me, you'll have to train 100 times harder." After hearing this, you became angry with her. "Without my permission, who dares to let me go to the headmaster? It was so hard for me to finally play with Siren, and I like it." She sighed, and then shouted at you without any mercy. "You damn idiot, causing such chaos and still wanting to do what else?" You protested. You turned your head and looked at her with sharp eyes, angry with. "And anyway, Siren isn't going to the Swordsmanship Academy. Siren will be a future mage. He has already opened his spiritual." "Siren, you said your swordsmanship talent is incredible, right?" "Exactly what you said. You were confused." "Is it really that much?" She smiled. "Of course, now you're a member of the family. I've told them all about your talent to see if they might be willing to invest something in you. They want your talent to help Ryan. Surely for Ryan's future, they're trying to help you succeed." Carrying a bit of worry. "What's going on? What are father and grandfather doing?" She gently sat down on the bed and told the two of you, "They're really at odds. But in the end, I also played the Knight's Oath card. They're planning what to do next, so anyway." She told you some very important news. Your father was thinking about registering you and Siren at the Cajun Swordsmanship Academy. "Siren, you said your swordsmanship talent is incredible, right?" "Exactly what you said." You were confused. "Is it really that much?" She smiled. "Of course. Now you're a member of the family. I've told them all about your talent to see if they might be willing to invest something in you. Help you succeed." After hearing this, you became angry with her. "Without my permission, who dares to let me go to the headmaster? It was so hard for me to finally play with Siren, and I like it." Without a word, she kicked you to the ground and stomped on you. She sighed and then shouted at you without any mercy, "You damn idiot, causing such chaos and still wanting to do what else?" You protested. You turned your head and looked at her with sharp eyes, angry with her. "And anyway, Siren isn't going to the Swordsmanship Academy. Siren will be a future mage. He has already opened his spiritual domain." She looked at him in astonishment and suspicion. "What a spiritual domain Siren has already opened." "Wait, does that mean you see the Knight's Oath with a future mage?" She looked at him somewhat disbelieved. You got angry and shouted recklessly, "Uselessness has its limits. Get out of here, old lady." Thinking of Siren and Ryan dueling, Vina spoke up. So you used synesthesia to sense the spiritual world and Ryan's unique movements to win. She held her hands together and sighed. That's clever, because your spiritual worlds and no further translated content provided for this segment. No further translated content provided for this segment. No further translated content provided for this segment. You got angry and shouted recklessly, "Uselessness has its limits. Get out of here, old lady." Thinking of Siren and Ryan dueling, Vina spoke up. So you used synesthesia to sense the spiritual world and Ryan's unique movements to win. She held her hands together and sighed. That's clever, because your spiritual world's energy is quite... This is probably possible. From what I learned at school, the more concentrated the energy, the more stable the spiritual world is, and maintaining that concentration while using a sword is extremely impressive. Hearing this, his cheeks flushed red as he gently rubbed his head. Vina and Ryan shared the same thought. "Isn't that embarrassing?" she said. "I'll tell him about Siren's path. Of course, the condition for you to attend the swordsmanship school will also be included." Ryan, hearing this, was shocked. Then what will happen to my master?" Vina replied. "The master already knows about this, so yesterday he ended the contract. He has already opened his spiritual domain." She looked at him in astonishment and suspicion. "What? A spiritual domain? Siren has already opened it. Wait, does that mean you see the knight's oath with a future mage?" She looked at him, somewhat disbelieved. You were even more astonished. Ryan tightly held his sword. His mind a bit sorrowful, he deeply remembered. "Master, that man is about to leave this land." Vina and Ryan shared the same thought. "Isn't that embarrassing?" She said, "I'll tell him about Siren's path. Of course, the condition for you to attend the swordsmanship school will also be included." Ryan, hearing this, was shocked. What will happen to my master?" The officials opened the door and announced, "Sir Siren, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room." The Lord said, "You can meet them first if you want." Vina gently turned to ask his intention. "What do you think, Siren?" At first he just smiled, but then he couldn't hide his feelings anymore. Extremely happy, he stood up and said, "I will go." Siren ran quickly downstairs, making the two officials worried. "Watch the stairs, be careful on the stairs." Siren spoke a little awkwardly. At school, the more concentrated the energy, the more stable the spiritual world is, and maintaining that concentration while using a sword is extremely impressive. Hearing this, his cheeks flushed red as he gently rubbed his head, a bit sorrowful. He deeply remembered, "Master, that man is about to leave this land." The officials opened the door and announced, "Sir Siren, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The Lord said you can meet them first if you want." Vina gently turned to ask his intention. "What do you think, Siren?" At first he just smiled, but then he couldn't hide his feelings anymore. Extremely happy, he stood up and said, "I will go." Siren ran quickly downstairs, making the two officials worried. "Watch the stairs, be careful on the stairs." Siren spoke a little awkwardly. "Just talk to me as before, it's fine, but suddenly like this is a bit..." They panicked. No, please don't say that, our heads will go off." He suddenly excitedly asked, "Didn't they force you to stay and not let you go?" He explained, "No, it's just that I was given a pretty good opportunity." Vina was curious. "But why did you suddenly call us? If your work is done, you should come home, right?" He didn't understand, and Siren's mother was also hesitant. A good opportunity. Then he told his family the entire content and developments of the matter. After hearing it, they all looked stunned, their faces pale, filled with sincerity. Siren looked at his family, feeling heartache. They had been through a lot, surely struggling day by day, worrying about... Siren's mother was both tearful and reassured. "Don't worry, your parents are fine." He seemed to abandon everything and rushed like a little bird finding its nest. Finally, he immersed himself in the warmth of his parents' arms. All three tightly embraced each other in overwhelming happiness. Seeing the two inside, he immediately cried out, "Mother! Father!" They were also very moved and shouted his name in unison, "Siren!" After a few short minutes, everyone was in front of the guest room door. Siren hurriedly pushed the door open to look inside where his dearest loved ones... People say those who reassured, "Don't worry, your parents are fine." Vina was curious. "But why did you suddenly call us? If your work is done, you should come home, right?" He suddenly excitedly asked. "Didn't they force you to stay and not let you go?" He explained, "No, it's just that I was given a pretty good opportunity." He didn't understand, and Siren's mother was also hesitant. "A good opportunity?" He replied, "Yes." Then he told his family the entire content and developments of the matter. After hearing it, they all looked stunned, their faces pale, filled with sincerity. Vina opened her eyes wide, motionless, staring intently at her son. Then she forced a smile and said, "So you mean you've become friends with a young master from a noble family while working at the library, and that young master made a knight's oath with you, and you're allowed to be friends with him?" Siren calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." She suddenly became serious. Siren, tell the truth, then grabbed his shoulders tightly and shook him repeatedly. Tears streaming, shouting loudly. How could a smart kid like you be so delusional? Is someone treating you unfairly? Right, huh? He was shaken almost to the point of fainting, but still tried to say, no, it's true. She hugged her beloved son tightly, crying bitterly, as if about to say goodbye forever. Oh dear, people say those who come to noble families never return. The same mother tried to pull her husband away. At that moment the door opened again and the official announced, Young master, the head of the family, has arrived. 3 people and Bischoff spoke first. Very pleased to meet you both. I am the head of this family. Bischoff Osh. Ryan slightly bowed and said, Hello, I am Siren's sword. Vina gently introduced. I am the eldest daughter, Vina. I've heard a lot about you two. Witnessing the shocking events that just happened, their faces turned pale. Then both immediately bowed, respectfully. Hello, we are Siren's parents. After a great person like you, she on this side heard that and was a bit puzzled. Oh dear, haven't you two heard from Siren? Vincent believed in the panic spirit, his tone full of doubt. Yes, the letter directly said, and that young master made a knight's oath with you. And you're allowed to be friends with him. Siren calmly replied. Yes, that's right. She suddenly became serious. Siren, tell the truth. Then grabbed his shoulders tightly and shook him repeatedly. Tears streaming, shouting loudly. How could a smart kid like you be so delusional? Is someone treating you unfairly, right, huh? He was shaken almost to the point of fainting, but still tried to say, No, it's true. She hugged her beloved son tightly, crying bitterly, as if about to say goodbye forever. Oh dear. No corresponding translated content found in the provided translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided translation. Very pleased to meet you both. I am the head of this family. Bischoff Osh. Ryan slightly bowed and said, Hello, I am Siren's sword. Vina gently introduced. I am the eldest daughter, Vina. I've heard a lot about you two. Witnessing the shocking events that just happened, their faces turned pale. Then both immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, we are Siren's parents. After a great person like you. She on this side heard that and was a bit puzzled. Oh dear, haven't you two heard from Siren? Vincent believed in the panic spirit, his tone full of doubt. Yes, the letter directly said illusions are. They all when sitting at the luxurious banquet table filled with delicacies, he still didn't believe it impossible. In the end, Vincent seemed to let his soul drift with the clouds, while Siren's mother was flustered. Oh dear, too much. No corresponding translated content found in the provided translation segment. Felt grateful thank. Vincent felt the suffocating atmosphere here. His mind seemed to want to scream what has happened. The Westerner holding the teacup tightly wanted to always hold the cup, even when he didn't know what a knightly title was. There was no way they would treat a minor noble family so well. I need to clarify this matter. Thinking that Vincent spoke up. Sorry, I am very happy that my son is highly regarded, but I am also very worried. A young master from a noble family like Ogent, going to be knighted with Siren, really unbelievable. Bischoff said a few words. Yes, to be honest, I am also a bit uncomfortable. He continued, however, for the militaristic Ogent family like us, knighthood is absolute. If we discriminate just because of status differences, it would destroy our own honor. Fully support your... Gump laughed loudly and said, It's been a long time since I heard you say something right. Bischoff was annoyed very well. Siren thought to himself, as a family, head managing and deciding all major family matters, decisive and proud decisions truly suit. Although he only had a difficulty deciding to place a commoner under his protection, he quietly glanced at Gaina, seeing her winking at. He continued thinking while seeing Ryan's relaxed smile, but he was not afraid of anyone. Bischoff then returned to a serious face and said, to get straight to the point, I have to say, your son is a user of the spiritual world. The spiritual world is not something you get just by working hard. Frankly, it is a talent truly born with. He continued, from what I know, he aims to become a mage. I am thinking of the Orphan Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, which would suit. Bischoff hesitated and said, I'm not saying he must go to that school to become a mage, but if he doesn't, it would be a loss for that talent, and I don't recommend. So he should study at Orphan Academy to fit the Ogin family's standards, Glam reminded. Consider their knowledge of its... He looked at Vincent's stiff face and immediately understood what his father... Then Bischoff went straight to the point. If your son graduates from the magic school, he will become a mage. At this point he understood and stood up. Our son will become a mage. Sen thought silently. The Mage Academy. His voice trembling. Impossible. Is this a dream? Bischoff continued. However, the biggest problem is his identity. Vincent was shocked when he heard. He struggled to explain. The magic school is selective, so they only allow descendants of noble families to study. Glam added, there is only one choice. He heard that. He struggled to explain. The magic school is selective, so they only allow descendants of noble families to study. Glam added, there is only one choice. Then he seriously said, we will adopt Siren as a child of the Ojin family. Sen couldn't believe what he just heard. Only standing there, stunned, his mind in chaos. Glam was shocked, but accepted the plan on his side. This is the only choice after we have agreed with the family. He pushed out a commitment paper. I have a cousin who still has no children. If I add the boy's name to my cousin's family, then all problems will be solved. Of course, we have no intention of taking your child away. It's just on paper. But through this, Siren will become a noble. Vin Sen thought. Silently, Siren will become a noble. How lucky the boy is to have such an opportunity. But if I do this, it feels like this child is being taken away. Wanting to plead silently. Tell me, Siren, what should I do? Looking at his calm face made him even more horrified. Could it be? He has already decided. Now he slowly glanced at his father, his hand gently touching the large hand that had always worked hard under the sun and rain for him. Then he clenched it tightly, making Vincent feel quite pained. Siren, with a determined look, loudly refused. No way. I am your son. I cannot become someone else's adopted child. Hearing his son say that, he was completely terrified. Siren, sitting opposite, explained. Siren, this is only nominal. Of course, we will still treat your parents as your biological parents. You will achieve your dream and nothing will change. Just as she finished speaking, Clam continued, the boy will become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come off. Have to change my father. I'd rather live as a Clam angrily shouted. Commoners can't enter magic school. He quickly responded. Then you won't go to school. He hit the psychology again. Then you won't become a mage, causing shock and surprise. He insisted again. Then you won't be a mage. She said that, making Siren's mother and Ryan free. Clam became more agitated and shouted, Siren, why are you so stubborn? This world is not that easy. There are things you have to give up to succeed. If you can't do that, then your dream is just a child's fantasy. He naturally replied, maybe so, making him feel dizzy. Vincent's eyes welled up with tears on a face that was usually passionate and full of vitality. The difficulty and sadness clearly showed. Siren spoke, no matter how wonderful my dream is. It is something I received from my parents. If parents are the root, then my dream is the fruit nourished by them. To read and getting the opportunity to work at the Ojin house. These are things I achieved because of my parents as the root. This is just one opportunity I got, nothing compared to the countless opportunities given by my mother. Siren smiled decisively and said, now you want me to deny my roots? Isn't that like telling me to die? Thank you very much for your offer, but I only have them as my parents. Everyone in the room was motionless. After he finished speaking, no one said a word. Glam was so shocked he lost his composure, inwardly asking, what is this feeling of guilt? No, what does this child want to say? Suddenly at this moment, the last senior soldier spoke loudly. Please accept Siren as an adopted child. Please, I beg. He was a bit confused. Father Glam from afar said, I understand your meaning, as Siren wants to care about. He ignored what others wanted to say, just bowed his head and said with difficulty, Siren is not my biological child. Siren's mother, after hearing those words, bluntly said, Senior soldier, what do you say? He still bowed his head and said, we cannot have children. He said, we got Siren through an unexpected event. I'm sure you can recognize that he definitely comes from a noble family. He is too Glam and Reina here became more and more anxious. The senior soldier continued to express his thoughts. If he becomes an adopted child of a noble family, he will return to the place he belongs. So this is not about a father abandoning the mother and denying his origins. Bishop thought deeply on this side. Is it really so? He looked at their family and understood on his own. Surely everyone here had guessed it, that Siren was completely different from his parents. Then he gently held Siren. But those words showed that he wanted to give up on his son. Siren couldn't listen any longer. He was extremely agitated, tightly grasping his father's arm and shouting loudly, Father, what are you doing? How can you say that without warning? Now he only knew to avoid his gaze. Father is sorry, but you are grown now, and you have to understand. Suddenly, Siren seriously questioned, do you really think I don't know? His words shocked the elder deep. At this moment his expression darkened heavily, and with difficulty he said, the reason you didn't ask me is because a person only has one father and one mother. You want that? And with difficulty he said, the reason you didn't ask me is because a person only has one father and one mother. You want that too? But now you want me to have 6 parents? He was horrified, fearful and heartbroken to the point that his voice faltered. I just don't want you to give up your dream because of me. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Saran shouted loudly and shook his head. Who's giving up on dreams? As long as I try, the opportunity will come. But, he cried painfully, looking at his biological parents and asking, have you ever thought about how I feel, who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent tightly grasped Siren's hand and trembled. It's just what your father has done. It's my fault, Siren. I will never abandon you immediately. He hugged his little son tightly, as if afraid of losing. The loving tears of a man poured like a stream. Vincent tearfully pleaded, please forgive this foolish father. You are everything to me. Then they held each other tightly, expressing their feelings. Those around them were silent, admiring the sacred and beautiful family effect. Witnessing this scene, Bishop suddenly realized something. What we do for our children can hurt. Glamp replied, being a father and mother is indeed very difficult. He asked, isn't it also very hard for you to raise a child alone? Bishop's tears welled up and he tried to hide them so no one would see him cry. He gently shifted his gaze to his son in front. Ryan was also crying, moved by the heavy affection between Vincent and Siren. Suddenly Bishop said, I heard that at the Orphan Magic Academy there is a special consideration exam. Father can help with that. Glamp wondered. What can an old man like me do? How can I persuade that stubborn Orphan? He said. Is that not true? I also heard he owes you a favor. Hearing that Glamp laughed off, for someone who follows all the rules, isn't stubbornness the best method? Bishop also chuckled. He said father used that method to force me to become the master. I was a bit reluctant to admit it, but it was all for your benefit. 3 days later, after Ryan arrived at the Magic Academy, the family head allowed my family to stay in Ojin. Father still felt guilty toward me. I don't know when he will remember this time. Finally, Ryan and I had some time together. We took advantage of it to sleep side by side. He was very happy, smiling brightly, as he looked at his friend lying beside. He listened to his stories and laughed so hard he made loud noise. Then, 3 days later, both had to leave home to go to the academy, the place where their dreams would come true. Ryan began to look a little more now, hearing someone cry. It turned out Ryan was crying loudly. He spoke. Ryan, don't cry. He painfully said, why shouldn't I cry? Once we get on the carriage, we have to go to the Magic Academy, and we really have to say goodbye. The more he spoke, the louder he cried. Why can't I have the same academic year as Ryan replied. I'm not even sure if I'll be accepted into the special consideration exam. We can still meet during holidays, and remember to write letters every day. Suddenly, Ryan placed his hand on his shoulder and shouted loudly, Siren, you have to become a mage. I will become the strongest knight to protect you, I promise. Suddenly, Ryan placed his hand on his shoulder and shouted loudly, Siren, you have to become a mage. I will become the strongest knight to protect you, I promise. Before he could finish, he was punched hard in the head by Xena. Just focus on graduating first. I'm always worried about. Then she turned to Siren. Siren, don't worry. Just enjoy time with your family first. He will definitely help you enroll. He softly replied, okay, thank you for helping me. He placed his hand on his chest and expressed endless gratitude. Vina smiled and thought silently, he really is a strange child. At first I thought he was just a cute boy, but he's also very considerate and can maintain his faith in such a frightening situation. Suddenly she looked at him and said, Siren might graduate, but after that... She stopped speaking and became silent. She thought, what am I thinking? He's a child about to live in a completely new environment. The Orphan Magic Academy. Then Vina stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder and said, no, just do your best. You will definitely become a mage, he replied. Please take care of Ryan. Then she helped Ryan onto the carriage and waved goodbye to Sai. He got on the carriage where his parents were already seated, extremely excited, as he waited inside. The carriage started moving. 2 carriages ran in opposite directions and gradually moved apart. Sitting inside, he suddenly heard a loud call from outside. He looked out to see who was called. It was Ryan Ojin shouting toward him. When you get to the Magic Academy, remember to surpass. He found that so funny he laughed out loud. Then Siren Ariana also shouted back loudly, and that was the meeting of the 2 hot-blooded boys, remembered as the beginning of the event that would break the balance of the entire continent. Below the road, a nest of baby birds and their mother flew back to perch nearby, then took off into the sky. Flying over the grand and solemn architecture, this was the Orphan Magic Academy. A man was placing a letter on the table. That was Clam. He tiredly forced himself to speak. I've been thinking for 30 minutes already. You'll probably say yes, Orphan replied. Even though we've been good friends for 50 years, I really can't accept your proposal. Clam was full of disappointment. What do you know how reckless I was when I was young because of Anpheus said. It seems quite important for you to say such reckless words, but the special consideration exam isn't an easy door for nobles. Many requests come every year, but this exam has its own standard. The more he listened, the more irritated he became, muttering angrily, "This sly old man made me wait 30 minutes for nothing." Then Clam laughed. This time it's different. He was a bit surprised. It really is important. It's been a long time since I saw that expression. Clam laughed loudly and continued. I didn't tell you to accept a useless kid. It has to be the opposite. The boy is a friend of my youngest grandson. He's very talented. Do you know what I thought when I met? He seriously said I thought I was looking at you when you were young. Anpheus took a sip of tea and questioned. If he's that talented, why not enroll normally? If so, there must be some problem. Clam, still serious, explained. There is a big problem. He's not a noble. Hearing that, Anpheus exclaimed, making Clam jump in surprise. Impossible. Then Anpheus described exactly Siren's appearance, a child with blonde hair and blue eyes. Clam remembered Siren's earlier words. Even if he lost his life, he would not regret being friends with him. That was my first impression of him, truly strong. He continued seriously. I once thought he was a clever child who knew how to manipulate adults. However, after I decided to adopt, he argued like this. If now I were told to deny my origins, it would be like telling me to seek death. Just recalling that made Clam cover his face and laugh loudly. He said, Does that make sense? Who would refuse to become a noble? Mr. Fayas gently stroked his beard. He understood the natural law of cause and effect. Clam replied, That's right, without cause. There is no effect. But not everyone understands this law and easily loses themselves. A new opportunity can come at any time. But the moment a person rejects their roots, they lose everything, and they cannot define what they believe is right. Does that remind you of yourself when you were young? Mr. Fayas was silent for a moment before responding. Then he said their refusal to compromise means others may agree with what they believe is right, but those others can also judge. That's what I find dangerous. Clam, sitting nearby, clicked his tongue. Then he quietly asked, You still can't forgive yourself, can you? You've done everything you could. You've nurtured many talents. Isn't it time to forgive yourself? He laughed, saying I should forgive myself, or else I'd be too arrogant, my friend. Mr. Fayas looked out the window and confided the reason I'm childish is to prevent someone like me from appearing. With a lingering sadness, he continued. If that child, as you say, is like me, uncertain he wouldn't walk the terrible path I once did. If that child, as you say, is like me, uncertain, he wouldn't walk the terrible path I once did. Hearing this, Clam spoke up. You were a genius, Mr. Fayas. A once-in-5 years genius. He continued, You once regarded as the light of the family. Walked the wrong path only once and nearly lost everything. But in the end you returned. Of course, who would have thought you'd become the principal of an academy in such a remote place? Mr. Fayas teased Clam. Well, that must mean heaven help an incompetent kid becoming an official third-class swordsman. I worry about the future of the Thomia king. Then they both laughed hard. Suddenly I stood up and went to the window to look at my Without cause there is no effect. While pouring tea I said, Is this Who would think you knew that kid? The child who disappeared 4 years ago has returned. He laughed. I don't believe in fate. Then he thought silent. Look. Mr. Fayas thought of Siren, a talent buried by harsh obstacles, wandering for 4 years and now standing before him. Is this really fate? Finally, he resolutely announced, I will accept Spring. 3 years later, a carriage was running toward a small house deep in the forest. Siren had finished preparing his clothes and called out loudly, Mother, Father! Siren Ariana was 17 years old this year. He smiled excitedly. I will come home soon. Siren's mother embraced him warmly. My dear child, I will miss you so much. Siren had finished preparing his clothes and called out loudly, Mother, Father, Siren. Ariana was 17 years old this year. He smiled excitedly. I will come home soon. Siren's mother embraced him warmly. My dear child, I will miss you so much. He promised. I will write often, but is my hair nice? I've never worn it like this before, so it feels strange. She replied. Miss Zena said short hair is popular among the nobles now. Just be yourself. Vincent coughed a few times, a bit shy, and asked, Did you forget anything? Siren waved his hand. Father, I'm 17 now. He helped him respond. Hey, if you don't do it, let me do it. Then he gently placed a loving kiss on his young son's forehead. Afterwards, he hugged him and expressed a father's feelings. Siren, I'm proud of you. He also enjoyed this warm feeling. Siren then said, But is it really okay? The head of the clan said he would give me a house later. Vincent replied seriously. Oh, you really are your father's son, aren't you? A hunter's home is the forest and the fields. He was startled and thought, is that really true? As he led him to the carriage, he said, even though I refused some subsidies from the clan, the Ogin clan insisted on giving you a sincere gift. Saren thought to himself, this is a joyful day because I'm about to join the Magic Academy, but my father still hasn't told anyone. I'm sure the reason he refused to live in the city is so he won't be a reason to oppress. Tamaran was waiting outside respectfully and said, please get on the carriage. We will escort you to the academy. Siron got on the carriage, then stuck his head out the window and shouted happily, I will come home soon. And that's how my first day at the academy began. The carriage drove away. Behind it, a couple was seeing off their child who was learning to grow up and pursue his dream. Inside the carriage were only Siren and Tamaran, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Upon arrival, he opened the door and called him, young master, we have arrived, Tamaran said as Siren stepped down his face, showing surprise and admiration. He continued, at the Anfiast Magic School, it's very crowded now, bustling all around. The school gates are tall and grand, very noble. Tamaran said, the tuition fees will be paid by me, young master. You just need to study well. Siron was deeply grateful. Thank you, sir, for escorting me. He seriously said, I'm just doing my job. Siren bowed his head and sincerely expressed his feeling. Now I finally have the chance to thank you. I could come here because you took care of me. I will never forget your kindness. He smiled as he spoke words he had long cherished. Suddenly a statement startled Siren. A commoner can only be a commoner no matter how capable, and can never be better than a no. Facing him now was Tamaran's serious and darkened face. But then he finished his thought. However, not everyone is given this chance. After you join the school, many nobles won't like you. After you join the school, many nobles won't like you. He smiled and encouraged. But you must persevere. If you can endure to the end, everything will pass. Siren was moved and replied, thank you, sir. I will definitely become a Tamura Dab mate. Now, if you're ready, follow me. We need to register you for enrollment. So the two of them went deep into the academy. He thought to himself, the Anfiast Magic School is considered a cradle of geniuses. What will I learn here, and who will I meet? Inside, the guards said in unison, we will serve wholeheartedly. Bowing on the school grounds were people coming to fulfill their dreams like After completing the procedures, Tamaran said boldly, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, please contact me. Siron replied, yes, thank you very much. But then he looked around and thought, who will be my roommate? Should I visit a room while I'm here? Of course, he discovered many long boards posted on the wall. The Anfiast Magic School still operates on a 10-tier system with a total of 420 students, 30 of whom are in the graduating class. Each year the number of graduates is... Siren was shocked. Eyes wide open, only 10. Then someone nearby spoke up. So this is Siron. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head back, bowed respectfully, and greeted the principal. Anfiast laughed and said, we've met before. Do you remember me? He replied, thank you very much for that time. Anfiast patted his back and said, it's all good, we can talk slowly while we walk. Anfiast announced, you will need to take an entrance exam. Siren was dizzy because he had never studied for it at all. How can I know anything? He said. Anfiast reassured him. Don't worry, it's just a few simple tests to place you in the right class. Tamua asked, can you enter the spirit realm? He answered, yes, sir. Anfiast was very impressed, thinking who knows if he can open the spirit realm on his own. If I had started to nurture the boy when he was young, it would have been great. I failed to discover a talent right before my eyes. Although it's late, I need to teach him the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-old children, so if the test is too early, the boy will lose faith. Therefore, Anfiast made a suggestion. Do you want to take a walk around the campus? The two of them entered another area where a young boy was reading 3 floating books above the common hall. As the boy passed by, Siren noticed something strange had just passed him. He stammered, I saw the principal. Anfiast introduced him to the classroom where students study. He looked up and saw it was the freshman class, from class 18. This is the introductory class, class 18. Many children were flying above and using magic. He was still standing, bewildered below, watching the children happily exchanging books and playing together. Some kids gathered to play and snap. Siren looked around with interest and said, everyone is using magic. Anfiast said, that's right, but the place we need to go to is a bit different. They continued to the advanced class, class 74, which was very quiet. Everyone was seriously studying, not playing around. Siren silently observed the different atmosphere because everyone around him was the same age, and they were having a lively discussion. A black-haired young man spoke. A large amount of magical power can lower the temperature below freezing. Wouldn't using a cooling agent be more effective? Anyway, he continued, remember, the point is, the reaction will happen faster. What if we adjust the timing instead of the magical power? Siren was startled, as if wanting to scream, "What?" He suddenly realized a painful truth. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying, even though they were speaking the same language? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind. A girl emerged from the cold smoke coughing and saw Anpheus quickly bow and greet. "Ah, hello, Principal." Anpheus smiled and said, "All right, it seems there are some issues with the exam." The red-haired girl, with glasses, replied, "Yes, sir. I was experimenting with some things to amplify sound, but the results had thick errors." Siren wondered silently. "Don't they care at all?" Anpheus commented. "It seems there is some imbalance in the input and output. Check if the flow is balanced." She nodded her thumb. "Thank you, Principal. I will redo it." He was very surprised that the principal did not stop her, and moreover she intended to try. Siren looked on with a familiar expression of bewilderment and amazement, as if he were in another world. As they continued their tour, a tall girl with long red hair passed. That was Amy, a beautiful young woman who made the boys nearby swoon and gaze after. As they continued their tour, a tall girl with long red hair passed by. That was Amy, a beautiful young woman who made the boys nearby swoon and gaze after her. They continued to another room where something caught Siren's attention. A bulletin board. On the wall was a golden plaque with letters on. He looked at it and thought, "This lists the weekly rankings of the intermediate class, topped by Camis. Isn't that the top noble, more specifically Amy Camis?" He stood there dumbfounded, his expression showing disbelief. "All the people listed here have talents like him. But she is the Another feeling arose and grew in his heart. "I want to be like that too. I will start learning again, right?" Siren's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope for the future. Something urged him. "I must change my..." Suddenly a voice called from behind. "Hey, Amy, wait for me!" The voice was Siren's. He turned his head back, wondering, is this Amy the same Amy Camis? An intermediate class. Suddenly something made him freeze when he saw the red-haired girl. Her face reminded him of a terrifying and dark past. It was when he was attacked by some South Asian thugs, and the leader was Amy. She was like a little black demon, pointing her finger at his face and questioning, "Where did this magic learner come from? Why is a commoner like you here?" Back to reality, Amy just brushed past. She was like a little black demon, pointing her finger at his face and questioning, "Where did this magic learner come from? Why is a commoner like you here?" Back to reality. Amy just brushed past him without a word, but she suddenly glanced at Siren. He immediately turned his face away. An orange-haired girl ran up from behind and shouted, "Amy said we should wait and go together, you dummy." Siren stood there looking down, silently praying, "Please don't see me, please." Then the two girls passed. Siren looked back excitedly and said, "Did you see that? The guy we just passed, he's really handsome. Is he a new student? But he doesn't seem like it." She wondered, "Or is he a transfer student?" Amy replied, "Quite interesting. I think I've met him before." Siren suddenly exclaimed loudly, "What you care about him too? You're not interested in boys?" "No," she retorted. "I didn't mean that. I just feel like I know him." She chewed on that answer, not convinced, and raised her voice. "Don't lie. You've fallen for him, haven't you?" Amy firmly denied. "No, I didn't say that." She was Amy Camis, intermediate class, rank. She had rejected many confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates, and was a model student among all model students. But the only one who knew her dark past was trying to get admitted. Anpheus asked, "Are you cold?" Siren replied firmly, "No, sir." The third exam location of the Magic Academy was a building with ancient and solemn architecture. The two entered inside. Anpheus said, "Oh dear, it seems it's not over yet." He leaned toward Siren and said, "It's good. Look at what that child is doing." Standing in the center of 3 circles full of magical symbols was a child with brown hair, above whom were the judges. Anpheus explained to Siren that when entering the spirit realm, the letters on the wall will differ, and how he perceives them will help them understand the size, strength, flexibility, and orientation of the spirit realm He continued. "So you just need to honestly answer the professor's questions." He replied, "Yes, sir," feeling excited and intrigued. The judge above called out, "So, Cammy, can you use magic?" The child answered, "Yes, sir." The boy adjusted his abilities. "I can levitate objects," the man praised. "How cute. Very good. Try entering the spirit realm." Cammy replied, "Yes, sir." The boy closed his eyes and announced, "I'm in." The judge quietly asked, "Is there a farthest number?" The boy answered, "Yes, sir." A professor smiled and asked again, "Far?" Anpheus explained, "The number after means the diameter of the area is 6 meters. Siren absorbed the knowledge. "Got it." A brown-haired man asked next, "Which color do you see as the strongest?" Cammy answered, Red, sir. I think I'm entering a red world. The man recorded a divergent type like light and fire, indicating this person has a lot of activity orientation. Then in unison, Phaeus explained again the divergent type, meaning his spiritual domain was much stronger compared to his actual age. A female professor asked, "Do you see the giant tower?" Amy replied, "It's on my left." Sienna asked, "How do you feel the temperature?" The boy answered, "It's a bit hot. I'm already sweating." After everything, she said, "Well done." Amy helped the child up and he happily ran back. Sienna exclaimed, "This year's freshmen are really impressive." That smiled and said, "That's right. The size of that student's spiritual domain is 12 meters. It seems the quality of students has improved year by year." Finally, they wrote a note as follows: "Overall evaluation. Good use of spiritual domain, but endurance is a bit..." Then they called his name, followed by Siren Aria. Phaeus patted his shoulder, smiling, and said, "Show them your skills." He smiled back and replied, "Yes, I will do my best." That here thought to himself, so that child is the one who went through the special test that the principal mentioned. Sienna was also thinking to herself, quite a special choice. But he's also rather old. Borrowing a noble's house name isn't his family very famous. The paperwork stated Siron Ariane, age 17, guest status of the nobility. He thought it seemed like his talent was discovered a bit late. Sienna saw him and thought inwardly, his appearance is quite special. But in this school, he will soon be buried. That asked Siron Ariane, "Can you use magic?" He answered, "No, I have never learned before." The man replied, "Oh, but even if you haven't learned, you should still be able to do a few things." Phaeus raised his eyebrows. "That's what they would think magic is. An action that brings knowledge into one's mind. Noble children are taught many things, and so they can naturally use magic. But that child has no knowledge at all." That said, "All right then. Now step into the circle and proceed to your spiritual domain." The man asked, "Can you enter the spiritual force?" Siren hesitated and answered, "I will try." That breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be a severe case of domestic abuse. He gradually entered his own spiritual domain. Around him appeared a bluish light. A beam of light flew down from above his head. The surrounding energies began to move and he opened his eyes to feel it. The scene amazed him. "So that's how it is." That asked the usual questions. "Now, Siron, tell us the farthest number." He still didn't answer, so the man called again. The brown-haired woman smiled and said, "It seems he's shot." Anfia, standing outside, said, "Siron, please answer quickly. We won't classify. We're just trying to find the best way to nurture you." He was still hesitant, so he reported his current situation. "I see enough. It's so long I can't read it." That was puzzled. "You can't. It's not based on sight, but on your feet." Siren explained further. "No, I mean I can feel, but it's too long. It's still getting longer." That understood, really. Then he start with the first numbers you can. Siren focused and slowly looked at the result. In his domain, it was extremely long. Looking at the numbers, 314 and another string of digits behind. He summarized it into one number and answered 314. That was startled. What? Sienna was very shocked. "Siron, we don't accept the number 314 here. Are you mistaken?" He frowned and replied, "Is that so? But that's what I..." She thought to herself, really? Of course there will be cases where the pi ratio appears, meaning the size of the domain has exceeded the range we see. "He can really see up to 30 meters ahead," the brown-haired woman asked. "So what color do you see strong?" Siren looked around and answered, "Blue, completely blue." Once again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. If it really is blue, isn't that the convergent type? But his domain is still that large. The convergent type has better durability than the domain size opposite to divergent. Anfea's here was also now we understand why he is so determined about But this is not just a good talent. He opened his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his forehead. They wrote the word convergent on his phone. Then they recorded both hemispheres. The professor asked how many floating numbers were around. Siren looked up into his domain and thought, "Is he asking about this? No need to count each. When I can feel it inside here, there are many glowing dots." He roughly answered 857 numbers. He heard, and his face twitched, mouth stammering, 86. Then he quickly wrote on the paper, "Density, 86, 7%. Anfea's outside was silent, his face suddenly showing serious. "This is dangerous." Sienna lightly pushed up her glasses with cautious eye. She regained composure and continued the test. "Siren, how cold are you?" He heard the question and answered, "Quite cold to the point of numbness." She was not surprised and noted it down just as expected. Sienna wrote in the overall evaluation, "Convergent and defensive with superior durability. His spiritual domain size is abnormally large." Sienna wrote in the overall evaluation, "Convergent and defensive with superior durability. His spiritual domain size is abnormally large." The brown-haired woman smiled and praised very good. "Now we need to decide which class you will enter. So all new students please go outside." Siren immediately obeyed, turning around with the other children and went outside to get. He led the way slowly, stepping out the door, waiting for all the children to leave. Then he closed the door. shortly after the door closed. The room was buzzing with discussion. An interesting student. Exactly, how can a 17-year-old student have a domain with a diameter over 300? The domain's density increases with its size, but that student's domain density is 86.7%. The professor said above all that is pure concentration without using any enhancement skill. Could he be a monk training endlessly on Mount High? Suddenly a comment from that made everyone stop discussing. Could it be? She said, can a student be so secretive when coming to school? Above all, it seems some teachers here forgot that pi is displayed as an error code. Siren is now sitting awkwardly among the children. She continued, this is not a movie, but a movie for everyone. If there is a movie for everyone, then there can be a movie for everyone. But there is no movie for everyone. If there is a movie for everyone. Siren is now sitting awkwardly among the children. She continued, that's not something a simple student would say just to attract attention. That here clicked his tongue in frustration. Suddenly Anphias came to ask, so where should we place? I mean, Siren, she stood up. Prince Sienna Olifo, a level 6 mage, said the next class studies the development of spiritual domains and theories about. The 5th class starts learning real magic. I think this student's spiritual domain is almost perfect. Therefore, I suggest placing him in the 5th class. The man behind objected, making her very upset inside. That a level 6 mage voiced his opinion. He is a 17-year-old teenager who knows nothing about magic. This could mislead him and make him arrogant after being placed in an advanced class. Now I think we should teach him from the base. Siron straightforwardly replied, that might be true. But not every student is like you, Mr. Ryan, he said angrily. So the two of them started fighting fiercely. Ryan shouted loudly, really? I just want to put him in the 5th grade because that class is under my management. And I want that student there. Siren responded, what's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor said Mr. Ryan is right, even with great talent. He is still just a young student, so why don't we teach him step by step, starting from grade? The professor next to him sighed. Finally, those two. The brown-haired woman gently said he might lose motivation if we send him to a basic class because of the age mismatch. What if we just swap the class assignments and keep an eye on? The professor spoke up. I think grade 7 would be suitable. Grade 7 is an advanced class that also includes basic lessons in the field. If the child is that talented, skipping grades is also an option. The man nodded approvingly, just as expected. What he said is right. They didn't hesitate anymore and decided Siron will be assigned to grade 7. The Magic Academy has a system with 10 grades based on evaluation. Students will be placed into classes across 10 different levels, but those classes can also be divided into 3 groups. Levels 10 to 8 are elementary, where students are educated with a focus on developing their spirit field. Levels 7 to 4 are advanced classes, where students learn how to use magic and their spirit field. Finally, the graduation class consists of levels 3 to with strict training to produce professional mages. The next morning at the grand and elegant school named Enfi, a level 7 badge was pinned on the chest of a newly arrived young man. He attracted the attention of female eyes who always hesitated when they saw. Siren carried a school bag in his hand, then slowly walked into the classroom under the gaze of many people. The teacher announced, today we have a new student in our class, causing the girls below to whisper continuously. He was assigned to the intermediate class right when he started. He seems quite a bit older, but he's very handsome. He stood on the step, gave a slight sunny smile, and introduced himself. I am Ariana Siron, pleased to meet you. The whole class immediately became lively like during Tet, with applause and cheerful chatter, mostly from the girls who admired him greatly. The teacher had to ask for silence. Siren was very excited because his wish had a chance to come true. Finally, he had arrived at the Magic Academy. Anphias Magic Academy. Anphias Academy covers a total of 425 kilometers of mountainous terrain, including dormitory. It has 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside is prohibited on non-weekend days, this is not inconvenient because most facilities are within the school. Classes end at 5 p.m., and any time after that is free time. But students often go to the library, which is open 24 hours. With a system that connects students with similar interests and satisfies their desire to learn, all of these factors motivate the creation of a prestigious environment. All these factors motivate the creation of a prestigious environment. Siren thought silently, but predicted the classes would be difficult with many subjects and all advanced knowledge. This place was for nobles, those who had studied from a young age and had endured a long, hard time. Therefore, he had encountered many obstacles, but by using every possible method, he could keep knowledge according to the historical timeline engraved inside. All the world's knowledge gradually accumulated within. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, now the class will end here. Well done, everyone. Siron closed his book and pondered that the Spirit Field Combat class was not listed on the timetable with an address. Looking around the class, he felt a bit awkward, wondering who to ask. Luckily, there were a few people around his age. Siron quietly approached and asked, hello, do you know which training center we need to go to? Maria was startled by the question. You're asking me, he thought to himself. She seems shy. No wonder I feel so comfortable. She replied, You probably don't know yet today's practical class is at the second comprehensive training center, Siren asked. Comprehensive what? Maria explained. All intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks, and today is the orientation. Hearing that he hesitated, comprehensive intermediate classes, could it be? Scene shifts to the second comprehensive training center area. Now many students are entering inside. The place is lively with laughter and chatter everywhere. Hello, Senior, thank you for last time. Hello, please come sit here, Senior, they said in unison. Hello, Senior Amy. So it's because of her that it's so noisy. Serial next to her also smiled a bit and waved. Hello, everyone. Siren sat above, feeling a bit overwhelmed, thinking, famous indeed, she's someone I'd rather not interact with if I could. But there are even 2 comprehensive training sessions each week. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she'll soon move to the graduation class. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she'll soon move to the graduation class. Seniors and juniors are actively chatting, but there are still many rules. Siren worriedly wondered if he could remain invisible. At that moment, the special teacher of the intermediate spirit field class, Ethela Romitz Fapsu 6, appeared and said, Hello everyone in the intermediate class. I am Ethela, and I will be responsible for your spirit field class this year. She looked around once, then continued. Surely there are students transferring classes from the start of this new year. Although our class is full of famous faces, we have a new face joining the intermediate class today. Because of that statement, everyone looked toward him. Is the rumor true? Who is it? He only knew to smile awkwardly. Wait, this is dangerous. Ethela added fuel to the fire. Siren, will you stand up and greet everyone? He stiffened, but still had to comply, swallowing nervously to gather courage. Over here, Amy and Serial were also drawn to look at Siren. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Ariana Siren, and I just started studying in level 7. Before he could finish, the whole room applauded warmly to welcome. Siren stood there feeling like he might faint, thinking, I don't know anything anymore. Serial excitedly asked, Amy, is that the guy you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Siren. Amy appeared indifferent and thought silently, This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I'm sure I should know people like that. Suddenly a brown-haired girl spoke up. Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers are very focused on him. Serial nodded slowly. Really? The girl recounted. They said all his stats were excellent when they tested him during enrollment. Serial replied, oh my, I like him even more now. I wonder which family he's from, she joked, making Amy almost choke. Her eyes blazed red, her hair flying wildly as if she remembered something shocking. It was about a past memory when she and a few others were caught in something like a vortex. At that time, she looked straight at a boy outside and questioned, Where did you learn magic? How could a commoner? And the boy crying outside was none other than young Siren. Back in the present, she was trembling, cold sweat pouring down, forcing a bitter smile. Damn it! The Kami's family is famous for their genius bloodline. Their red eyes are unique and passed down to every descendant. It allows the bearer to precisely remember every moment they see. Each arrow shot hits the bullseye. Another arrow flew piercing the bullseye, and that made all studying meaningless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Although she hit the bullseye many times, she was not happy. On the contrary, the steward standing beside her kept clapping and praising, Wonderful young lady. The steward standing beside her kept clapping and praising, Wonderful young lady. The red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the family. Amy also the most talented among the siblings. Amy's grandfather laughed loudly. My daughter. He placed a chess piece down, truly the heir of the Kami's family. Amy silently looked at the chessboard in front of her. The steward called, Young lady. Amy's grandfather asked, What is it? Amy's face turned cold as she stood up. She angrily turned and left, followed by a group of thugs. Amy thought bitterly, hating everything about the family. The family. What does my ability have to do with this family? I can do it without using this family's name. She followed the thugs to fight everywhere, thinking she could do whatever she wanted. Watching the thugs fight, Amy sat with her legs crossed, bored out of her mind. However, someone made Amy feel surprised and reconsider. Amy admired the thugs lying around her, and a boy standing opposite. That boy was crying with tears all over his face. The one who changed Amy's mind was a damn low-class boy. In the lecture hall, Siren was bowing to greet everyone. Amy looked at the situation in front of her, her mouth twitching as she muttered, Damn. Suddenly there was a voice calling, Amy, Amy. The brown-haired girl beside her also stammered, Senior. Both of them were confused. Amy was startled and explained, I meant thick. My thickness is a bit uncomfortable. Amy thought to herself, I knew it. Memories seen through red eyes can't be wrong. The person beside her spoke. What were we talking about again? But Amy kept focusing on her own thoughts. She thought he was a noble. Amy looked at Siren. But who would have thought he was actually a commoner? How did he get into this apprenticeship? Amy's body felt thick. And for Amy, that was extremely, extremely embarrassing. Amy slapped her forehead. She wanted to die. His eyes were smooth. I had already cleared all the memories about that childhood phase. There's no way he would remember those days, right? Amy recalled memories from 5 years ago when he sat in front of a blonde boy. That boy's face was still wet with tears. Amy covered her mouth to sneer. Wanting to be a slave, but no claws, right? Why don't I just get rid of it? Later, he stood behind, blushing and covering his mouth, watching the soldiers laugh at that boy's clothes, laughing at his clothes. What were they doing? Amy imagined Siron reminding others about her senior. Amy, she's not the person everyone thinks she is. Siron, in the imagination, waved his hand. 5 years ago, she was already hanging out with those soldiers in those small alleys. Why would someone trusted by the windmasters like me lie? That's all, no. There's more. Siren also whispered to everyone. Siron also whispered to everyone. She's actually very attracted to men. Listen, she even tried to strip all my clothes off. Amy was so angry she almost tore the page in front of her. She clenched her fists tightly. No, never, absolutely must not let that happen. Must kill the rumor from the root. On this side, Siren kept using himself. Someone was looking at him. Oh my God. The professor specialized in intermediate spirit field. With a level 6 mage program, Romy Ithella stood on the podium and now everyone exactly what is a spirit field? Someone answered. It's the mental state of a mage, ma'am. She nodded. Right, it's the awareness of a mage's mental state initially forming as a sphere, because that's the easiest shape to concentrate on. The green color of the spirit field reflected in Ithella's eyes. Then through practical training we can perceive and transform it as we will. Ithella opened her spirit field. She said, I will show you the spirit field. Siren's mouth dropped open. I can see it now. Siron focused on the green spirit field before him. I can see the professor's spirit field with my own eyes. The range is 10 meters. Ithella introduced. This is the basic shape of the spirit field. A sphere, as I said, in reality, the spherical shape is rarely used. Ithella snapped her fingers to give an example. A sphere appeared floating in the air. Ithella said, I will use magic to target. Ithella stood in the middle of her spirit field. Her spirit field had a range of 10 meters, but the target was 20 meters away. She would use a fireball, a fire-type magic. Siren excitedly whispered, Finally, I can see someone using magic. A small fireball appeared on Ithella's fingertip. She said, First, I will create a small flame. Ithella controlled her small fireball, then tried to shoot it accurately. The small fireball flew straight toward the target, but when it reached the spirit field boundary, the flame immediately extinguished. Below, all the students sitting there had their mouths wide open. The flame was gone. Ithella explained, As you've seen, most magic cannot go beyond the spirit field, so magic can only maintain its form within the spirit field. Ithella leaned forward, extending her hand to continue. However, if we expand the spirit field, Ithella's spherical spirit field immediately transformed into a straight line. She continued, straight to the target like this. Ithella's small flame instantly destroyed the target. She told the students below. Then we can touch it. The amazed cheers spread throughout the hall. The older students whispered among themselves. Look at the surprised faces of the younger kids, so cute. Siren and his friends applauded Ithella's impressive demonstration. He thought I didn't know it could be done like you can really change the shape of the spirit field. Then Ithella continued. But this method has a weakness. The students' faces showed slight disappointment. A male student asked, Isn't that the right way? Ithella opened the next projection screen and pointed to it. Changing the shape of the spirit field requires a lot of concentration. In real combat, when your opponent can attack you in all sorts of ways, constantly changing shapes is not the right choice. Ithella pointed to the blue screen showing information about the spirit field she introduced. So people have divided the spirit field into 4 main types: defensive, offensive, targeting, and redirection. These are the 4 main types. Ithella continued, starting with the defensive type. It's a polygonal shape that allows the spirit field to block most attack. Ithella's spirit field immediately changed into a polygon with her inside. The more faces in contact, the higher the defensive effectiveness. Ithella waved her hand again to change the spirit field shape. Next was the star shape, also called the offensive type based on the shape. It helps the user easily locate targets. The brightest point is the part facing the most target. Ithella's spirit field changed again. She continued her lesson. Next was the targeting type. Extremely effective in long-range combat, but not effective against fast targets. Theoretically, yes. Extremely effective in long-range combat, but not effective against fast targets. Theoretically, yes. But in reality, the distance between the tips and the center is quite far, so it's hard to rotate. Ithella spoke evenly. The important thing when using this type is how fast you can rotate it. The students whispered among themselves. She can even use that technique without blinking. Do you think we can do that, Professor? Do you think we can do that, Professor? Unlike the others, Siren was deep in thought with that method. You can use the spirit field within a 10-meter range in real combat. Ethela continued. And finally, the redirection type. It's not very popular because even fifth-year students struggle to master it, Ethela said. But I'll give you an example. Just then, a student behind Siren spoke. If we can do it, does that mean we can advance to higher classes? In 8th grade, I got a perfect score on this spirit field. It's easy as pie. Before she finished, the transformation below startled everyone. The students gaped in amazement. Even Siren was shocked. Student's spirit field below the blue sphere was gradually separating from Ethela. All the students in the hall stared, separating from the professor's body. Siron was so excited he wanted to stand up. I don't understand. The spirit field is the mental state of a mage. How can it separate from the body? Ethela's spirit field gradually transformed into a dragon. Siren wondered. I wonder what's inside it, the center of that spirit field. Ethela stood below, surrounded by spirit field lines forming fins. She said, the redirection type is extremely difficult to use, so difficult that even real mages struggle. Its strength lies in the fact that the mage is not the center of the spirit field, so there's no movement limitation, and so targeting with an instant spell would no longer be theoretical because its range is unlimited. An instant spell means the mage places the spell inside a redirection form, and it will activate automatically upon reaching the target. Ethela said, and the students were surprised. Ho-Lin. Ethela stood below, surrounded by spirit field lines forming fins, she said. The redirection type is extremely difficult to use, so difficult that even real mages struggle. And the students were surprised. They whispered among themselves, how could the master do that? She acted as naturally as if she were just breathing. Just stepping into the spirit realm was already difficult enough. The girl next to Siren replied, she's on a completely different level. A level 6 mage. Siren was stunned, feeling that she was hiding an extraordinary talent. Ethela adjusted her glasses. You would be disappointed if I skipped the practical part in the first lesson. The top scorer in this quick magic test for target. Before Ethela finished speaking, the students below were already excited and noisy because they were about to practice. Ethela called out, Amy, class 4, where are you? We will start with a student representative. Okay. The girl sitting next to Serial said she's amazing. Serial turned to smile at Amy. The number 1 of the class always. Again, Amy really is a star. The male students fall for her at first sight. Then Serial turned to her and saw Amy's bewildered face, stammering to finish her sentence. Ah, yes. Amy was sweating all over her face now. She didn't want to be the center of attention. The first form among the 4 spirit realm types. The target form has the advantage of unlimited attack range. However, it is disadvantageous against fast-moving and multiple targets if used by someone with excellent concentration and control over the spirit realm at high speed. Bung bung liên tiếp xảy ra hai tiếng nổ ami cho tay. No corresponding translated content found in the provided text. Then that weakness would completely disappear, turning it into an impenetrable cannon against enemies from afar. The students in their seats admired. No wonder Senior Amy is amazing. Usually those who participate in rapid-fire magic switch between the 4 forms, but Senior Amy always comes first, even though she only uses the target form. A classmate sitting next to Siren muttered, I wonder if I could become a mage like that. Siren gazed blankly. Even an amateur like himself had to admit she was incredible. Siren couldn't take his eyes off Amy's performance. The fireballs continuously breaking the target. Not only did she constantly shift the spirit realm while standing still, but she could also attack all the targets the spirit realm swept. Amy was like a ruler of the arena, even within a single move. Siren admired her, her face expressionless, every gesture enhancing her noble elegance. Applause erupted. Wonderful. The student behind Siren. If I could be mentored by a senior like her, my school life would be completely different. The girl next to him mocked. Shut up. She doesn't care about you. Don't forget to practice your lessons. Siren listened to their conversation and thought, now I understand why the boys are crazy about her. Not only is she noble, but she also has everything. Siren listened to their conversation and thought, now I understand why the boys are crazy about her. Not only is she noble, but she also has everything. Siren looked down at Amy below, a perfect person. So why does she act so cold even with those guys? Below. Amy finished her demonstration, bowed, ended quickly with magic achieved. Level 9 time. 200 seconds, surrounded by applause. Amy froze, then looked up, staring intently in one direction with her blue eyes. Siren sensed that gaze and was startled. The students around whispered, What's that, Senior Amy? No way. Someone loudly said she just looked at that new student. Amy was snapped out of her daze by the noise, immediately turned back to her seat. Damn it. Why was I looking at that kid for no reason? Amy walked away, but she couldn't help feeling annoyed. But at least she confirmed one thing. Everyone around whispered, "Do they know each other?" "No way. He just enrolled today." Siren turned pale, thinking, I get it now. Not only Siren. Amy also shared the same thought. Amy thought he remembers me, and Siren realized she remembers me. Siren turned pale, thinking, I get it now. Not only Siren. Amy also shared the same thought. Amy thought he remembers me, and Siren realized she remembers. Amy frowned. If he digs into my past, it would be troublesome. I really have to silence. After thinking, she shook her head. No. Calm down. I'm the top student in the school. Just a few words from someone like that can't be trusted easily. If I'm careless, it will only make things worse. Serial ran over to ask Amy. Amy, did something happen in the spirit realm? Your face is all red. Amy hurriedly shook her head. No, not. Then the practice was divided by class, and the students moved. Ethan said, Class 7, we will start with defense form. You must master defense form first. She walked around the classroom for the students, because mages need to maintain concentration to survive on the battlefield. Serial stood alone, closed his eyes, concentrating, thinking the trick is to imagine shrinking and condensing consciousness. In his mind, Serial was drawing a spirit realm of his own, first condensing the spirit realm into a block, then building a frame and blocking the ability to be disrupted. When Serial thought success, he was startled. Serial looked at the spirit realm in front of him. No, it's not real yet. Can't be sure. It would be easier if I could see the spirit realm inside the spirit realm. Serial went to Ethan and asked, Ma'am, can I use the spirit realm? She was surprised. The spirit realm. Ethan looked around and said, Actually, only upperclassmen have used it before. Serial also looked where she was looking, thinking silently. No need to pay attention to others when learning magic. Serial thought because the chance for someone to truly improve isn't always there. Then Ethan turned back and smiled. Looks like no one is using it now. Okay, you go ahead, she thought. Is it a bit much to have a student representative demonstrate? Everyone around was noisy. New student, nice, so cute. Serial waved at Amy. Amy looked. The next to Serial made Amy frown. That student just entered the spirit room. Amy turned and loudly asked, making Serial jump, What is he doing? What can a Class 7? Serial, whispered Amy. You're acting weird today. What's wrong? Starting to scare me. Everyone focused on the spirit realm. Siren stood alone in the middle. On the board appeared the words, Spirit realm, range, no measure. Siren stared ahead. Finally met. A blue sphere enveloped Siren. He saw it with his own eyes. My spirit realm. The students around were startled. What size is the spirit realm? Range on the board kept changing. Siren hesitated, thinking back. Didn't they tell me about my spirit realm size during the entrance test? If the teacher heard, he would definitely say no, we couldn't even measure. Siren raised both hands, so how much bigger can it? Watching the spirit realm grow larger. Siren panicked inside, screaming, Stop. The board displayed the words, Spirit realm, range 20 m. The students in Class 5 from Beijing were amazed. Is he really Class? Isn't the average Class 7 only 13 men? The noisy chatter didn't stop. Are you sure he's not exaggerating? If so, the density would drop to the level of a balloon. Siren was sweating. Stop it, too much attention already now. Switch to defense form. Just as he was about to change spirit realm form, Siren was startled. What's... Siren looked at the spirit realm in front of him. No, it's not rising. It's collapsed. But everything was fine during practice. Amy stood in the area of the 4th grade class, staring intently. There was no way she would succeed right on the first practical session. Siren was wondering where exactly he had gone wrong. Was he scared because he saw it with his own eye? No, his ability to concentrate couldn't be affected by something like... Siren focused on CZ, determined to find the reason. So what was the difference between outside and inside the spirit domain? There had to be something must have happened, like a drop of water disturbing the calm surface of a lake in Siren's mind. He understood now. Siren recalled that earlier, when Athela was standing inside the spirit domain, he had mistaken it because Professor Athela was too relaxed as a monk. If he changed his spirit domain, it would require concentration. So the intention to shrink his spirit domain also used concentration. Siren took a deep breath to regain his spirit. If the idea of shrinking his spirit domain affected this man, Siren opened his eyes wide, focused his thoughts, and said, Then just keep it at a normal size. Siren kept his word, and the range of his spirit domain kept expanding. The surrounding students gaped in amazement. What? It was even big. Siren's spirit domain grew larger and larger, his eyes full of determination. The number on the board showed the spirit domain's range continuously increased. Amy looked at this scene with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Damn! The entire hall was almost covered in green. All the students around had to stop and gape. The number on the spirit domain board was already 41 meters. The whole hall was stunned. It was too big. Looking at the spirit domain in front of them, some people gasped. What the hell was this? What kind of spirit domain was this huge? Siren raised both hands, focused his thoughts, and said, "Now, there's no need to give any commands to one side." He looked at his hands and said he would shrink everything back to one rule. Siren's spirit domain immediately shrank, forming solid plane. The older students exclaimed. That new student was really something. They looked at Siren standing inside his spirit domain, and the group immediately became excited. He had succeeded, and it was only the first. Even Siren was surprised by his spirit domain. He reached out and touched the spirit domain. It was as clear as if he were inside a gemstone. Athela, standing nearby, was also surprised and adjusted her glasses. She thought silently, although the superior convergence nature of this defensive form helped succeeding on the very first day, said he even surprised the teachers at the entrance exam. Serial turned to Amy and said it seems like he really has caught the attention of all the teachers. What do you think? Amy was extremely intimidating at the moment. Serial was also startled. Amy thought, how could I forget? Thoughts about past matters related to Siren kept swirling in Amy's mind. That kid was the root of her humiliation. He could have come all this way, so it seemed someone was supporting him behind the scenes. She stared intently at Siren inside the spirit domain, thinking that sooner or later he would narrow the gap between class and his fame would only grow. Amy made up her mind to change her plan. She had to. Athela, standing nearby, was also surprised and adjusted her glass. He was especially outstanding in all-around abilities, as if he had spent his whole life training on a mountain. Siren said, "Professor, the size has shrunk quite a bit." Athela nodded. Yes, the size is smaller, but the hardness of the spirit domain increased. And with this hardness, most physical impacts cannot break your spirit domain. Moreover, the hardness gives you some ability to resist mental attack magic. After explaining, Athela continued, "Very good. You can now dissolve the spirit domain." The spirit domain around Siren gradually disappeared. He said, "Thank you, Professor." At this moment, the voices in the hall erupted. Students from various classes continuously praised Siren. "Well done. New student, congratulations." Only now did Siren startle. "Why is everyone looking at me like?" He shyly said a quick thank you, and hurriedly left the central "Thank you, everyone." Athela smiled at Siren, thinking she understood his brilliance in perfecting the defensive form. He was the type with strong convergence ability, and an unusually large spirit domain, so succeeding in this form was understandable. Athela noticed Siren's embarrassment at receiving so much attention, and thought she needed to observe him more. At this moment, countless eyes looked at Siren. But not all eyes were the same. A group of people were discussing Siren, thinking he would soon join their class. His talent was truly remarkable, and their eyes showed competition. Some girls were sighing in amazement, impressed that it was only the first day, and their eyes clearly showed admiration and affection. There was also jealousy and finally a person stood in the last room. Amy was looking at Siren with a terrifying gaze. The next day at the academy, now, another pair of eyes appeared. A woman with purple hair tied up was about to enter, her curious gaze directed at Siren as the door opened. In the classroom, the students were stunned when they saw the newcomer was Professor Sienna. "Professor, please tell us about Miss Dia's first love." Siren also saw the person who had just entered. The sharp, serious gaze of the person standing on the podium looked down at the class. The group of students from Son Sao Siron recognized her, the professor who was nervous during the entrance exam presentation. Sienna Olif. Siren didn't know, but she was the professor in charge of the 5th grade. The other students showed obvious excitement, saying, "Who would have thought that our 7th grade class would get to attend her lecture?" But the reason why someone like her would bother to teach a 7th grade class, Sienna became increasingly annoyed. The professor was very upset, thinking if he placed a talent like her in the 5th grade, if she put a talent like him in 5th grade, he would surely find a way to catch up with the others. Sienna pushed up her glasses. She came to this class so she could easily coax Siren herself. Sienna thought, "I will help him advance as quickly as possible, and he must be a student in my class." Siren was startled and looked ahead. He thought to himself, it seemed like she just looked at me. Maybe I'm overthinking. A classmate sitting in front of Siren loudly asked, "Since this is the first session, could you tell us a story?" Another student joked. The glasses next to Siren fogged up due to the cold. Sienna continued evenly, "What is cold?" The classroom ceiling had also crystallized with ice due to the low temperature. Sienna continued, "And what is freeze?" The students hugged themselves, stammering, "Professor, it's so cold." Sienna calmly explained that the reason they felt cold was that they lacked energy. She manipulated the small ice block in her hand and moved toward the front of the class. But the concept of thermal energy did not exist in this world. Therefore, temperature could only increase infinitely, not decrease infinitely. The ice block in Sienna's hand suddenly shattered. She explained that the state when energy reaches 0 degrees is called absolute zero. Sienna smiled. If we mix a little energy from this, we can easily create things like this ice sample. But if we break it into tiny pieces and create a convection current, what will happen? The ice fragments fell to the ground. Sienna answered this question herself, saying, "We can create temperatures cold enough to kill a person." As you have experienced, the students, both scared and hesitant, said so. "We are about to die." Sienna turned her back to the class and said, "Then the question here is how a mage can absorb that energy." She held the chalk and wrote on the board, then looked down at the class and continued without any tools or devices. How could they possibly activate magic like that? Siren focused on Sienna, who drew a circle representing the spiritual domain and the mage on the board. Then a mage controls the world within the range of their spiritual domain. And of course, it is only within a certain range. But once inside it, that mage is essentially a god. Sienna's voice was steady. And if you want to affect the senses, it can create light sense, or even physical sensation. That is the special sense of a mage, giving them the unique ability to dominate reality. But such divine power. Sienna paused for a moment, tapping the board with the chalk, then said, "No corresponding translated content provided in the excerpt. No corresponding translated content provided in the excerpt. No matter how omnipotent you are without knowledge, you cannot activate magic." Sienna's words awakened Siren. That is why mages, besides having special senses, still study the world like scholars. Siren also realized something, why he couldn't use magic. Siren remembered how he used to protect himself before. He thought he had no concept of omniscience, so he only trained omnipotence. Sienna continued, "You will learn countless subjects at this school. The spiritual domain is only half of what makes up magic." Sienna smiled without omniscience. "You cannot become a true mage." After the introduction, Sienna began today's lesson, then said, "We will start basic chemistry now." "Yes, Professor." Siren made up his mind. "I can do this." His eyes seemed to say, "I can become a mage." In the afternoon, outside the academy grounds, some girls chatted with each other. "Did you go to Even they discussed studying at the dining table. "What is the topic of his research?" Another classmate answered, "There are some things I need to create for." Students walked back and forth across the schoolyard. After classes ended, students usually went to the library or joined research groups. Siren hugged his school bag and walked forward. Every day he went to the library, and because of that, he was just able to keep up with the other top students. He looked up at the sky. Sleep time was also reduced so tight, but Siren lifted his spirits. Learning magic made him feel lighter, because his dream was gradually coming true. Siren quickened his pace, wondering if anyone had created magic that made people not need to sleep. Suddenly his feet left the ground and his body felt lighter and lighter. Siren suddenly realized he was flying in the sky. What the hell is this? I'm flying. Siren glanced behind him and saw someone. The translation cuts off here and does not provide the full content for this file. No translated content provided for this file in the given text. The pain made Siren tear up. He sat on the ground and looked at the person in front. Siren panicked. A red-haired girl it was, Amy Cap. Siren broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I had thought about facing, but who knew she would appear so suddenly like... Siren's legs trembled. She really was the same child from 5 years ago. At this moment, Amy spoke that she said so. You still remember who I am? Siren asked. A small flame appeared on Amy's fingertip, flaring up and illuminating Siren's face. Amy smiled fearfully. That's right. Like an old movie replaying, Siren braced himself against the relentless attack. Someone spoke. Hey, stop it. A guy with a bad attitude looking at Amy sat on Siren's face. A punk looked at Amy sitting on Siren's chest and said, You'll kill the kid. Amy recalled that day. At first she thought she would take the kid home, but the expression when he cried, she thought for a moment. I want to look a little long. The flame was controlled by Amy, she thought, but Amy narrowed her eyes. You bastard. Siren sat up straight and looked at Amy. That look made her doubt. Is he really the kid from 5 years ago? Siren sighed and replied, Of course I remember. Siren continued, back then you content missing in this provided translation, but logically continuing the criminals to forcibly strip. At that moment she smiled and said, So why don't we confirm? Amy loudly interrupted Siren. Stop, you definitely remember very clearly. She began to explain loudly. It's not like that. Actually, it's a misunderstanding. Your memory. Not a serious misunderstanding. Siren wanted to speak, but Amy interrupted again. Amy blushed and hesitated. I'm not a promiscuous woman. Siren couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Amy said loudly. It was those thugs who wanted to strip you. I never gave such an order. Then she hurriedly added, No. Wait. I think I heard you say you want no clear corresponding segment in provided translation. Amy loudly interrupted Siren. Stop. You definitely remember very clear. Siren sighed and replied, of course I remember. Amy also froze. Her inner self screamed, of course not. But why am I standing here defending myself like that? Siren also realized something. Maybe she was worried that he would spread rumors about her bad deeds around the school. Things were already difficult between them. Really troubled. Siren stood up. She just needs to say sorry. Isn't that enough? Amy stepped back. Siren said tiredly, I understand that is a memory you want to forget anyway. Your grades are among the highest in the intermediate class, and you're very famous. But what happened can— Siron from Ton said so. Instead of the thing, wouldn't it be better to apologize and end everything? I think that is the right thing to do, Amy said. What apologize? First, think of Amy as having a warning hold on sober. Amy's eyes showed panic. This guy is too— In front of Amy, a chessboard seemed to appear. She spoke the right things about herself to embarrass the opponent. Then Amy took the upper hand for herself. How dare she play mind games with— Surely she thinks I'm easy and— Amy thought silently. In moments like this, she opened her mouth. Apologize. Listen. Siron stood up. She just needs to say sorry. Isn't that enough? Siron also realized something. Maybe she was worried that he would spread rumors about her bad deeds around the school. Amy stepped back. What? Siren said tiredly. I understand. That is a memory you want to forget anyway. Your grades are among the highest in the intermediate class, and you're very famous too. But what happened cannot be changed. Siren spoke calmly. So instead of this, wouldn't it be better to apologize and end everything? I think that's the right thing to do, Amy sneered. Apologize. At first, Amy seemed to have a warning hold on calm down. Then you'd still stab me in the back. There's no trust between us. She nodded. If I just apologize, it means I admit I was wrong in the past. Wouldn't I be the one suffering in the end? Siren asked her. Do you have to get something out of an apology? An apology is the minimum courtesy to someone you've hurt, not something you do to gain benefit. Amy's loud laughter cut off Siren's words. It seemed you don't understand how this world works, she thought silently. Another attack using moral arguments. I guess. Siren spoke calmly. So instead of this, wouldn't it be better to apologize and end everything? I think that's the right thing to— Amy assessed the situation and thought, I will turn the tables right here and— She continued, if I don't get some benefit, I have no reason to waste effort. I didn't expect you to babble about such things to look good in front of me. Her words stunned Siren. It seemed that even if I apologized to him, I still wouldn't have peace at the Magic Academy. Siren was forced by Amy to broaden his horizons. He thought to himself, what the heck is this? It seemed the model student image was just an act. Her true nasty nature was still there. Amy pursed her lips and let out a breath, secretly pleased. I'm about to win. Should I say one more thing? She asked Siren. You know what the most important thing at the Magic Academy is, right? Siren looked blank. Not understand, she said slyly. It's the upperclassmen. Amy's next words felt like a heavy— If you are targeted by an upperclassman, not only do all the upper-class students become your enemies, but your classmates as well. And of course, if they find out you're a commoner, you're done. With Amy's sharp gaze, the likelihood of you being expelled from the academy is high. Siren shouted. Are you worried I'll spread rumors to get myself expelled? She smirked. Of course not. Not immediately. I'm just saying I'll wait and see how you behave first. I'll test how well you can keep your mouth shut. Siren asked. What do you mean? She ordered. From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll test your reliability through these little tasks. Siren shouted, why should I do that? Amy stepped closer to Siren. I heard you were specially admitted. For a commoner to get this far, it must have been tough. Wouldn't it be? It would be very sad if you were expelled, right? Siren agreed. All right, if I can prove my reliability through these little tasks, I'll do it. Amy put on her hat and coat, choosing to play it cool and just do it well. After all, his future depended on. Then she immediately showed a scary look and threatened Siren. If you dare tell the teachers, I will make sure you die with me. Saying that, she jumped 2 or 3 times and disappeared like a whirlwind passing through sight. After Amy left, Siren sat down quickly and opened his notebook. Well, he thought this is better than getting expelled. It seemed her ability to manipulate things was still excellent, though he felt it was unfair to have to do everything she wanted. Siren held his face, thinking it's only the beginning, and already this hard. The next day, everyone bustled toward the library. Some students were suddenly attracted by something. Someone called their friend. Hey, look over there. Siren held a cup of coffee as he walked, and those around him were surprised and whispered, What? He's a new student. Oh my, oh my. Siren stood in front of everyone, holding out the cup of coffee with both hands to Amy. Senior. Amy. Siren's voice was not too loud, but enough for everyone to hear, and all eyes turned toward Amy, her coffee. Everyone said, No way, Amy, how could you? Amy tucked her hair back, her red eyes appearing. She reached out and grabbed the coffee cup from Siren's hands. "Oh my, you must have done a lot of work." Then she turned and walked away. Serial said, "You're just walking away like that." Amy calmly replied, "We have to hurry to class. There's no more time to waste." Siren's face flushed red as he watched Amy's back, thinking, what the heck is this? The students gathered around began to gawp. Oh my, he just confessed to Amy, but Amy just walked away without saying anything so sad. Serial chased after Amy and asked, "Do you think the new student likes you?" She shook her head. "No, I'm just teaching a junior a little lesson." Outwardly calm, but inside Amy was jumping with joy, so happy. The humiliation on her face, oh, this great Amy is for. In Amy's mind, a vision was forming. She thought with this, he will be put on the list of juniors who secretly liked. She thought even if Siren stood in the middle of the school shouting Amy as the head of the academy, everyone would just sigh. Oh my. Because he was rejected, he wants revenge. Amy was sure from now on. No matter what he said, no one would believe. She hummed as she walked. What could be sweeter than female revenge? Serial went to patrol. But how would revenge work? It seemed he was very happy, Amy thought lightly. As if all her worries from the past 5 years had vanished. Her thoughts were like a big explosion. Awesome. Meanwhile, Siren felt drained standing in the crowd. Sure, this was bullying. When did I offend? Siren thought deeply. If I get stuck in negative thoughts, I'll be the only loser. No trust, no more messing around. The emotion in Siren's eyes was carved deep. If I have to do it anyway, I'll do it perfectly. Experience and feelings depend on my thought. And from then on, for the next 10 days, the academy was noisy again. He's back today. He's back, someone shouted loudly. The innocent romantic story at the mat. The cheers and noisy gossip. Amy and Serial, standing in front of the library door, were also looking this way. Amy laughed. It seemed the number of onlookers had increased. Behind Siren were many people staring. Amy smiled softly. If this many people know, maybe I should slowly end this. Serial, standing next to her, spoke up. Amy, when are you going to accept Siren's feeling? The question surprised Amy. Huh? What did you say, Serial? Amy shouted. Why should I accept that guy? Have you forgotten who he is? Serial thought for a moment and said, but there are many rooms. Serial is always the one who receives coffee from Siren. Serial's words were like good news for Amy. Everyone was no clear corresponding translated content found in the provided text. Another cup of coffee was brought before Amy. Siren said, Senior, I smile and say your coffee. Siren kept his promise, and the students below immediately cheered. Yes, yes. Siren looked at Amy confidently and said, this time I didn't even mess up the coffee right. But inside he urged Amy to quickly accept it. He had to get to the library. Amy clenched her teeth. Now not only were her eyes red, but her cheeks flushed. What was going on? Were they joking? Amy was tense. Her cheeks red as she looked at Siren. She raised her hand and knocked the coffee cup from Siren's hand, saying, too complicated. Serial and some other students were stunned. Serial whispered, Amy, the coffee cup fell on the ground. Amy said, who thinks I'll fall for someone just because? The translation for this file is incomplete in the provided text and cannot be matched exact. She turned and walked away. Don't ever give me these things again, Siren hurriedly said to Siren. Sorry. Hey, Amy. The people around were noisy. Rejected, how funny. Serial asked, what will you do if the rumors spread outside? Amy snapped, who cares? Those guys are probably all full and lazy. When I graduate, it will all end. Outside on the steps, Siren was bending down to pick up the coffee cup. The chatter didn't stop. People thought she was an ice princess acting like that. They wanted to accuse her of wasting coffee. Poor Siren was still stunned, really. I don't have to do this anymore. He hugged his bag and stood up. Some girls sighed. Oh no, she looked so miserable, really heartbreaking. But contrary to what everyone said, Siren showed a bright face. I'm done. But contrary to what everyone said, Siren showed a bright face. I'm done. Crazy at the library. Amy was resting her head on the book in front of her. Damn it. She slowly lifted her head, squeezed her pen tightly, thinking, I need to stop the freshmen from spreading rumors outside. But I'm the one who sparked it. It would be fine if I ended it before the rumor spread too far. But that's not the most important. Amy's eyes glowed red. The Crimson Eye Cammy's a forest name meaning reflective memory. The scene around Amy didn't change. She seemed to be sitting in the academy courtyard. This is a skill that allows the user to record what they have experienced. Amy recalled the moment Siren handed her coffee. He shyly called out, Senior, here's your coffee. For 10 consecutive days, every time she met Siren, she used the Crimson Eye Cam. Amy had remembered how Siren looked when doing those things. She studied it carefully. Han seemed very interested on the first day. But what Amy saw didn't change. All during the remaining 9 days, Amy approached to contemplate the image in her memory. What did it mean? She seriously asked herself, no matter how much someone tries to hide their emotion, they cannot conceal their true feelings in their eyes, because the autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled. If Han could control his gaze, Amy's eyes flashed. Han could control his emotions like a robot. She closed her eyes, or Amy closed the book, drawing the conclusion that Han had been extremely honest. Sirius paid close attention to her movements and softly asked, "Oh, Amy, are you done?" Amy stood up and packed her books. "I'm feeling a bit tired today." Sirius also intended to stand. "If so, let's go home together." Amy refused. "No, you don't have to do that for me. I will go alone." Amy was speechless. "I already said, that's not it," Sirius urged. "If you want to confess something, tell me, okay?" Sirius urged. "If you want to confess something, tell me, okay?" Amy nodded. "Yeah, thanks." Amy went outside feeling drained of energy. She sighed. "Oh, I'm so tired. Nothing is going according to plan. My mind is in chaos." Amy went outside feeling drained of energy. She sighed. "Oh, I'm so tired. Nothing is going according to plan. My mind is in chaos." Amy pushed the door open. "I need to rest for a while." Someone greeted her. "You're early today, Amy." She thought, "It's Jack Adrian." Jack smiled at Amy. "I thought I'd have to wait for you until midnight." Amy asked him, "Why would you wait for me? Are you that boring?" Jack stepped closer and said, "Don't be so rude. I heard the rumor. I heard there's an EO guy named Siren chasing." Amy was annoyed. "No way you came here to laugh at me." "Oh, my head, of course not here. Take the—" Jack handed Amy coffee. "This is premium Western coffee. You won't find it at school." Amy felt she had to respond promptly. She asked him coldly, "What the hell are you doing?" Jack replied, "As you see, I want to win your heart." Jack said, "Unlike that EO guy, I'm the one who will inherit the position of Minister of the Royal Western Ministry. I'm much more suitable for you." Amy openly disliked. She said coldly, "I have no intention of acting creepy." Jack froze and repeated, "Creepy," Amy continued. "And I don't think we're close enough to have that kind of relationship." She stared at him directly. "Do you think I don't know? Your group is trying to undermine me whenever they get the chance." Jack hurriedly raised his voice to explain. "Wait, I think it's just a misunderstanding, aren't your words?" Jack took the steaming coffee and stepped closer to Amy. "Insulting me is like insulting my family. Insulting me is like insulting my family. I won't forgive anyone who damages my family's honor." Jack narrowed his eyes. "I'm a member of the famous Camus family. You know that, right?" Amy said flatly. Pathetic. Jack was stunned. What Amy didn't hold back and faced him directly. "Just because you have some reputation at school, you think you can act like that towards people who don't support your family?" She smiled. "Someone who founded that weird group and secretly insults others. Do you even know what honor means?" Jack showed a sneering smile. He scolded Amy, "Bitch. It seems like you're arrogant just because you're famous." Jack shouted angrily. "Do you think no one can stand up to the Camus family? Your family may be top in some field, but not in power." He stepped closer, forcing Amy to step back. "With my family's power, I can bankrupt the Camus family." Jack's eyes looked down from above, loudly asking Amy, "Do you understand now?" Amy laughed. "I understand," she continued calmly. "Yes, that look really belongs to a pathetic guy." Amy looked straight at Jack's deep face and commented, "Unlike Siren, your eyes are as—" This made him unable to believe his ears. "What are you saying? I'm not as suitable as that clumsy guy?" Jack went mad. "Ah, right. I've messed everything up before I absolutely defeat you. I shouldn't interfere anymore." Jack's next words made Amy furious. "I can guarantee that within a day, that guy will never be able to use magic again." Jack continued, "I'll prove how great I am." But he was stopped by Amy's coffee being thrown at. The coffee spilled on the ground, shattering down. Jack gritted his teeth and looked at Amy. "You brat. My patience has limits no matter how beautiful you are." Before his pupils could adjust, Amy had already opened her domain. She calmly asked Jack. Amy's red eyes glistened in the dark. "Who do you think you're dealing with?" No direct matching sentence found in the provided translation segment for this exact line. Jack hesitated. "Are you crazy? Don't you know this breaks the magic use rules?" Amy laughed loudly, the wind blowing fiercely down the corridor. She mocked Jack. "You're just a pretty face. At least Siron doesn't rely on his family background." She said he's a responsible person who owns up to his actions. I bet no one can catch up to him in half a year. Jack wanted to curse Amy. This girl is really, he thought silently. She's full of tricks everywhere. He calculated if he made any move, would she retaliate? He couldn't fight the head of the Magic Academy. He looked at Amy once more, then grabbed the hand of the duck beside him, preparing his stance. A gentleman's revenge is 10 years in the make. Jack ran down the stairs. "Don't think this is over." Amy leaned against the wall, muttering, "It's been a long time since I've been this agitated." she asked herself. Why did I have to do that? Because he threatened me, or because he knows my secret? Amy leaned against the wall, muttering. It's been a long time since I've been this agitated, she asked herself. Why did I have to do that? Because he threatened me, or because he knows my secret? Amy remembered what Siren once told her in the dorm. If doing these things can make you trust me, I will. Amy turned away, looking at the coffee puddle on the floor, muttering, Damn, I guess he won't come tomorrow. The outside sky had darkened, she muttered. Like many others, my mind is no longer burdened by any. The next day at the academy, Sirius stood there with tears the waves Amy had called. On a written note, I caught Siron at the 14th Training Center at 6 p.m. before I castrated. If you dare tell the teachers, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Siron read the note and turned to ask Sirius, standing beside. So Senior Amy came there to save me. At the bottom corner of the note was signed, Dark Mage. These events had become the talk of the town. The bell rang from the tall golden tower. Students trickled in, preparing for class. Siren walked while reading a book. Everyone around recognized him and whispered secret, Look, that's the guy who's courting Senior Amy. It's fun, but kind of weird. Siren sighed helplessly. Oh, the story is that 4 days ago, Amy accidentally knocked over Siren's iced coffee. Cold. Siron thought to himself, No, my inner self is crying. How dare I show my face here? He grabbed a book to wedge between his legs and let out a sigh in situations like this, just needing a confident smile. They didn't tease him for long. It seemed they no longer suspected. Turning his face, he noticed a figure attracting Siren's attention. Yes, it was Senior Sirius. Seeing Serial standing alone there, Siron wondered. She always goes with Senior Amy. What's going on? Siren stepped forward to greet her. Senior Serial, usually so composed, suddenly lost her composure, which startled him. Serial lunged forward, grabbing Siren by the collar. Why are you here? Where's Amy? Siren was shaken and asked, Why are you suddenly asking like that? Serial lunged forward, grabbing Siren by the collar. Why are you here? Where's Amy? Siren was shaken and asked, Why are you suddenly asking like that? Serial shoved a piece of paper into Siren's face. Look at this. You should be in trouble, right? Siren narrowed his eyes. What? On the paper was written, Siren is in my hands. If you want to rescue him, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you dare inform the teachers, you will regret it for life. Signed, Black Magician. Siren stared at the paper, confused. I've been kidnapped. Moreover, Siren turned to ask Serial, Who is this person? Magic attack. 30 minutes earlier, Amy and Serial were walking on campus when someone blocked their way and greeted them. Senior, are you well? Serial frowned. Him again, Amy said. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still talking to me? The blonde guy smiled evenly. You'd better calm down. It's better for you. He has a paper in his hand. Zep wants to see you. Serial pulled Amy away. Ignore him, Amy said. That's why he's stuck at level 5 forever. The blonde guy continued. Zep said if I send this to you, you'll listen right away. He said, if you don't want anything to happen to your boyfriend, you better accept. Serial frowned as if looking at a fool. What did you just say? Disgusting. Then she told Amy, let's go to the library quickly. But Amy suddenly turned back and snatched the paper from the guy's hand. Amy looked at the paper in her hand. Siron was kidnapped. She thought of Jack. Was it him? Jack had said, I will make sure he can never use magic again. Amy was silently furious. Jack, you bastard! Amy clenched the paper tightly and shouted, So what? Amy crumpled the paper and dropped it to the ground. His business has nothing to do with me. Serial asked, What is that? The blonde guy raised his hand in greeting. Whatever, I'm just delivering a letter. Serial opened the paper and read, Are the magicians the bad guys who bully outstanding students? She muttered. Why kidnap Siren? What does it have to do with you? Amy worried. That day I really couldn't hold back, so I retaliated against him. Serial said, Go tell the professor. She continued, Not only Siren, but even you will be in danger. Amy muttered, Professor, yes, that's what should be done. But it won't be that easy. Amy imagined being taken to the meeting room. If the faculty council got involved in the investigation, she would have to reveal her relationship with Siren, and her past would be exposed. Amy thought of Siren's pitiful expression. If that happened, they would find out. The image of Siren's humble background flashed in Amy's mind. She recalled what she once said. A commoner like you making it here must be rare, right? And Siren's words, if doing that earns your trust, then I agree. Amy's thoughts drifted back 5 years. Someone on the ground said, "Not me." She felt happy seeing Siren lying on the ground, miserable and begging for life. Amy clenched her fists tight. She called Cereal. Amy handed Cereal a book. "If you don't see me come back, go report it. Okay." Cereal was startled. "What? Why would you?" She watched Amy's figure walk away. "What can you do alone? Do you know how many people they have?" Amy turned back and said, "Sorry, but I have my reasons. Don't worry about me," she said confidently. "Even if there are 10 bastards like Jack, they can't do anything to me." Back to the present. Siren looked at the paper in his hand and said, "So?" He didn't dare to believe it and asked, "Cereal, Senior, Amy went to rescue me." In Siren's heart he thought, no way, someone. Siren hurriedly asked, "Did she go alone? What should we do?" Cereal was startled. "What? Why would you?" She watched Amy's figure walk away. "What can you do alone? Do you know how many people they have?" Amy turned back and said, "Sorry, but I have my reasons." "Don't worry about me," she said confidently. "Even if there are 10 bastards like Jack, they can't do anything to me," she continued. "She told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siren nodded. "There's no other way." He thought about why she didn't want to tell the professor. Siren looked at his watch decisively. It was to keep the secret between him and her. They were in the same boats. Siren thought for a moment she had to accept going alone to keep her secret safe. Then he told Cereal, "I have to go too." Siren slapped the table. "Senior, wait until that time, okay?" Cereal called out, "Wait a moment." Siren turned and ran off, thinking as he ran, "Training Hall 14 is towards the mountain. Will I make it in time?" Suddenly Siren lifted. It was Cereal who was holding him and flying away. She said, "Which market do we have to run to get there? It's still better if I go with you." She loudly led Siren. "I'm about to teleport. Hold on tight," Siren asked nervously. A yellow light flashed beside Siren. He saw his hands covered with a pale yellow glow. He blinked and immediately vanished from the sky. Siren panicked. "Is it over?" Some students walking inside the building saw something flash in the sky. Who just used magic? Siren's eyes widened. The destination was the rest area. Cereal hugged Siren and stopped. "We hit a tree. Teleporting is dangerous. We should fly from here." Without hesitation, she immediately hugged Siren and flew off. Moments later, Cereal landed. Siren held onto a tree trunk to steady himself, not yet prepared. "Don't hug the young tree, it's sticky with green and yellow sap." Cereal, having just landed at Hall 14, ran off quickly, calling out, "Where are you, Ami? It's strange no one is here yet, and it's 10 minutes earlier than the appointment time." Siron wiped his mouth. Maybe they changed the location because the address in the letter was leaked. They're avoiding the teacher's eyes. Cereal loudly asked, "What about Amy?" Siron thought, "Such a complicated plan. Secrets, pasts, intertwined. Now's not the time to worry about my secrets. Whether it's about the commoners or whatever, she and I could be suspended. We're in a much tougher situation than imagined." Siron said, "Senior, go back and report this to the professor." He looked ahead. "If you go back alone, it will be much faster." Cereal replied, "But Amy told me to wait until 7. Siren shook his head. "It's okay. It's because of me that it's like this." He told Cereal, "I will help her. So it's okay, Senior, go quickly." Cereal stopped singing. "What?" After hearing this, she suddenly shouted loudly, "Is the important reason you? What is the relationship between you two?" After hearing that, she shouted, "Is your important reason really you? What's your relationship? Are you secretly dating? Is there something I don't know?" Siren shouted urgently, "We don't have time. The more we argue, the more dangerous it gets." Cereal calmed down. "All right, you stay here and wait." After Cereal ran off, Siren breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain and familiar terrain were his. Siren stood in the mountain rest area and activated his spirit domain. He closed his eyes and focused, sure he would find a trace. The spirit domain expanded throughout the forest. Siren seemed to catch something. "Here it is, footprints." He followed the footprints. They were recent, but they stopped halfway. Had they flown? Suddenly, a sound startled Siren in the rest area. He stood up and looked toward the smoke rising in the rest area. "Don't tell me something happened." Inside the rest area, someone was using magic to speak loudly. "My hands are full." The blonde-haired messenger handed the letter to Amy with a steady smile. "Oh my God, I almost hit you girls just now." Using the silver cannon meant to pick you up. Amy glanced at the red fire pit beside her. A few new people had appeared above. They landed on the ground surrounding Amy. "Just like Amy said, catching such a big fish, our ranks are different," one of the newcomers. "No way." The lead of the group said, "Amy here is our honored guest. Don't mess with her." Amy stood in the middle of the circle, arms crossed, looking at them. She thought it would be something serious, but it turned out to be just a bunch of freeloaders with nothing better to do. One asked, "Did you really come alone?" Is that kid so important to you that you'd risk coming here? Amy coldly said, just catching mice, no need to burn down the whole house. The questioner laughed angrily. Still so arrogant with these many eyes and hands you won't get your wish. He gave Amy a mean look. This time I've planned everything carefully. Amy ignored him, replying, how you plan is your business, I don't care, sire. Hearing Amy's words, the killers laughed loudly. Where else would she be? Probably still licking books somewhere in the library, not even knowing what trouble she's about to face. Probably still licking books somewhere in the library, not even knowing what trouble she's about to face. The blonde messenger shouted loudly, books, I love you. Where that guy is, let him be. They stared intently at Amy, only caring about the girl. That guy here is already crazy for revenge. The killer looked at Amy and said reluctantly, that guy was still bitter about last night. Payback is a must. Just wait. Amy exhaled. If Siren isn't here, it's easy. She smiled. Just like Amy's family said, with this many eyes watching, it's really trouble. Amy's body was immediately surrounded by a radiant light. She said, because I have to clean up all these eyes. It's a bit tiring. The killer said, what, he's sweating with worry? No way. Before they could realize what was happening, Amy launched an attack at the blonde behind. Flames burned his arm, and the blonde screamed, too hot. The others immediately panicked. That girl, she's really shooting fire, the killer said while running. Calm down and dodge, he shouted. Area attacks are ineffective against large numbers of targets. The cowardly black-eyed ones quickly flew high with a few others to avoid the attack, and immediately returned to their original position. However, Amy's spiritual domain swept over. The black-eyed ones hesitated. No exact continuation found in the provided translation segment. No exact continuation found in the provided translation segment. No exact continuation found in the provided translation segment. With a bang, Amy simultaneously launched countless fireballs in many directions, shooting wild. The others dodged frantically. Hey, didn't you say she only just reached the area attack level? Why is her speed so fast? Why is the speed of the eel version so fast like this? One got hit and was knocked away, cursing silently. Damn, what the hell is this? This level was completely different from the training ground. Could she have real combat experience? Too hot. He flew straight up calmly. No matter how skilled he was, there had to be a weakness. The Han hovered in the air, looking down to resist area attacks that come in rows. The wind gathered into a moment in his palm, so he had to attack along the vertical axis. He used all his strength to launch an attack towards Amy, a wind blade. The wind blade approached Amy from above, gradually pressing closer to her position. Seeing Amy unable to dodge, the killer grinned, it's over. But suddenly, just as the wind blade struck down, Amy quickly leaned back to avoid it. The killer shouted, how? Amy laughed at him. That's called momentum, darling. Amy raised her hand, fire it. Her spiritual domain aimed straight at the target. He cursed loudly. Damn! The killer took a fireball from Amy and was blasted back several meters. He went crazy. Damn demon! Amy moved forward. She smiled fiercely. Because you all keep worrying about these useless things, your performance remains terrible. He gritted his teeth in hatred, raised his hand to counterattack. You don't underestimate me. Amy laughed. Don't resist in vain this time, I won't let you off easily. Suddenly something hit Amy's eye. A purple power surged, freezing her body. She panicked. What the hell is this? Amy clutched her face in pain. The black-eyed ones appeared around Amy and attacked simultaneously. The killer laughed. Surprised, huh, lion cub? Amy's spiritual domain was freezing. The killer said, if you don't destroy the spiritual domain, you might go crazy. This circle could be called a resistance. Amy's eyes showed a bright red color. Someone dares to use forbidden magic. Amy cursed silently. Damn it! Red eyes won't help me recover. Suddenly a wind blew and grabbed Amy's hand. Her hands and feet were immediately tied. Stronger finally caught her. The killer laughed. Surprised, huh, lion cub? He stroked the blade near Amy. How about it? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday? Out of nowhere, the killer pulled out a threatening red blade. You better think carefully. See, I don't commit first crimes. Amy frowned. I warned you, if you dare play tricks, I'll take your life. She thought to herself, I can't break free. She couldn't fight back. After 12 years old, she couldn't train anymore. Damn! Amy hovered in the air. I have to find a way. The big killer said, looks like you know your situation, huh? He stroked the blade in his hand. Your head is so dull it can't even straighten your neck. Let me help you. The killer grinned shamelessly at Amy. Just one swipe and they'll automatically avoid you. The red blade glowed near Amy's face. He was extremely pleased. I wanted to do this from the start. You should have been in trouble. Each red blade hovered before Amy. She heard the killer's boastful voice. You should have been in trouble from the start. He ordered, speak. Amy closed her eyes tightly. Damn, I have no strength left. She recalled memories from 5 years ago in a small alley. The image of Siren lying on the ground. This must be how he felt. Suddenly someone shouted, stop! Amy opened her eyes and looked toward the voice. It was Siren holding a wooden stick, angrily scolding. You cowards! The killers were surprised. The one named Amy was even more surprised than the killers. Saran panted, gripping the stick, staring at them. The killer sneered. What's wrong? You came alone. He held the red blade in his hand. The prince is here. His comrades immediately chimed in. Prince, what are you going to do? Amy shouted. Screw you, why did you come alone? Siren silently calculated. Even if they outnumbered him, thinking they could control the leader among the common students. Anyway, Senior Serial Zuhun had called the teachers. He just needed to hold out a bit long. Siren activated his spiritual domain, boosting his con. Seeing Siren running toward her, the killer sneered. Are you crazy? Release her so both of you can attack us. Siren still held the stick, running forward. The blonde asked, Is that idiot just running toward us? The killer laughed. You guys open up. They stared at Siren silently. At this moment, Siren also sensed something was off. Something was wrong. Siren's spiritual domain was also shattered like Amy's earlier, his eyes filled with agony. The staff in his hand slipped down and Siren screamed in pain. He collapsed to the ground amid the mocking laughter of the Jack group. They laughed loudly, just as expected from the prince, not disappointed in him at all. What could he possibly do to a mage with? Amy shouted to Siren. Removing your spiritual domain immediately is anti-magic. Siren knelt on the ground, holding his head, anti-magic. Amy kept shouting. You might not be able to use magic for the... Siren's mind was hazy. His senses seemed to be drifting away. His consciousness felt like it was shattered. He recalled what Professor E. Tella once said. Mages need to maintain focus to survive on the chaotic battlefield. Siren thought a defensive form is used to prevent the spiritual domain from collapsing due to most disruptive factors. Even under physical shocks it won't collapse, and it also works against psychological attack. E. Tella's voice echoed in Siren's ears. After all, anti-magic and spiritual power are just waves. He still painfully endured the mental torture as his spiritual domain was attacked. Siren thought if he increased the density of his spiritual domain to a level it couldn't be penetrated. Siren looked at his hand, focused his consciousness, and rebuilt the spiritual domain once again. The golden thug was surprised. What was he trying to endure? Laughing mockingly, he wanted to show off as a top tier. A student. But he was just a new. Translation content for file 759 is incomplete in the provided text, but the matching part is, Siren increased boosting efficiency. Amy panicked, gave up. The crowd was too dense. Endurance has limit. Translation content for file 760 is incomplete in the provided text, but the matching part is, but the killers, what they saw, Siren's spiritual domain being rebuilt once again. What the planes of the spiritual domain grew stronger, and Siren slowly stood. He tried to focus more. He needed more strength. The killers were hit back by magic, they screamed. What is he doing? They were reflecting it back at him. The killers kept their attacking stance. Don't be afraid, your emotions are disrupting the way. The killer yelled, Do you want to be attacked by anti-magic? On this side, Siren gradually straightened up, taking steps forward. With each step, the spiritual domain was reinforced. Siren's spiritual domain orb grew larger and harder. The killers shouted, Don't come close. Anti-magic was striking back at them. No. The killer's comrades were all hit by anti-magic. Amy panicked. Give up, the crowd is too big. Endurance has its limit. But the killers stopped what they saw. Siren's spiritual domain being rebuilt again. What the heck? The tight grip on Amy loosened, she kept thinking. Because she couldn't use the spiritual domain, she didn't know what was going on. Both her hands were released. Spiritual domain. Now I can use it. Anti-magic has disappeared. She landed on the ground. Amy stopped and glared at Siren's spiritual domain in front of her. Impossible such a cold and rigid spiritual domain could exist. Siren was even bleeding from his nose. He looked down at the ground. He could feel something glowing beneath his feet. Siren's spiritual domain was placed over the anti-magic. He silently sensed it, as if standing on a tiny shield. The killer's forbidden magic was shattered. It made no sense. Was someone joking with him? He looked at his comrades, who were all lying down, and yelled, We have 6 people. How could we lose to a bastard like... The killer went mad from being defeated. He started slandering Siren. He was definitely a practitioner specializing in anti-magic. That must be why he could enter the academy with a special recommendation. The killer stood up and opened his spiritual domain, thinking someone could beat me with magic over. Siren stood waiting. This was a big man. The killer on the opposite side was preparing to launch 2 painful blows. Siren was confused. He didn't know what magic to use. The killer shouted. I should cut before he finished. He took a punch from Amy and was thrown to the ground, even bouncing several meters away. The killer hadn't stabilized his mind before taking another blow to the face. Amy shouted, "Damn him, it's over, this bastard." Siren hurriedly blocked Amy, who was going crazy, beating the living daylights out of him. "Senior, calm down," Amy asked while hitting. "What do you intend to do to me? Say it again." Amy beat him like she had never been beaten, continuously, pressing. "If you keep using moves like that, he will really die." He used all his strength to pull her back, please. After a struggle, the quiet space signaled the stop of the area. Siren asked Amy, "Are you okay?" But Amy just held still on him without responding. Siren tried calling again. Finally, Siren realized Amy had fainted. He said, "Wake up, senior." Inside the silence, both Siren and the killers lay scattered. Siren looked at Amy, lying unconscious on him. He didn't expect her to faint like that. Had she collapsed from exhaustion? He was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Thank you, Siren whispered. "I heard you came here to save me right then." Amy, lying on him, suddenly jerked free. She sprang up like a spring. "Now I see that spirit is too..." Amy turned to look at Siren. "Right, how did you have the guts to come here and fight them when you're so..." Siren was hit by Amy clutching his stomach on the ground. Just as expected, she had no good points to be praised. Amy spread her legs. "All right, let's quickly get out of here." She reached out her hand. "If we get caught by the teachers now, we'll be in big trouble." Siren grabbed Amy's hand to stand up. "Senior, Serial must have reported this to the teachers already. I told her to do so." Amy was startled. Siren grabbed Amy's hand and stood up. "Senior, Serial must have reported this to the teachers already. I told her to do that." Amy was shocked. "What I told Serial not to do, that was..." Siren replied loudly. "What else could we do? It was an emergency." Amy held her head. "That's because you don't understand how things work here. It gets much more complicated if the school has to intervene in things like mages only overlook something after thoroughly examining and understanding it. In other words, they won't ignore..." Amy shouted. "Do you want our secret to be exposed?" Siren said. "Do you think that's the issue here? We only survived by a narrow margin." The killer lay dead on one side, listening to their arguments. Amy said, "Damn it, can we think about the consequences later? Let's..." No corresponding translated content found in the provided translation segment. No corresponding translated content found in the provided translation segment. An older teacher might say, "Surely something like this could happen." But the ones who arrived were two terrifying people. One was the Fire Flame, 7 rank 6 certificate. The other was the Ice Gang, Sienna rank 6 certificate. Seeing the two, Amy immediately panicked. "I'm surely dead. The two hottest-tempered girls in school. Am I going to die?" Serial appeared. "Amy, are you okay?" Serial shook Amy's head. "Are you hurt anywhere? What happened to you?" Amy was dizzy. "It's nothing. How did you get here so fast?" On this side, the flame was preparing to use magic. A sphere shot straight up. Siren stared in awe. "I heard that is a very difficult spell to use." Thanks to the light of the magic shining down the flame, saw 6 killers lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened? He frowned and turned to look at Amy and Siren, making the two of them. The flame approached and shook Amy. "Amy, how did an outstanding student like you get involved in such a mess?" he asked Amy. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sienna frowned upon hearing. She said to Siren, "Siren, I heard you came here because you two were in danger. Can you explain this whole mess to us?" Siren nodded. "That's because..." But before he could finish, the centipede interrupted. "Let me explain everything to her." With a bruised face, he said honestly, "Because of personal grudges, I requested a duel. This is quite common at our reckless age." Sienna's expression was cold. "A duel? I heard she received a threatening letter, and on top of that..." She glanced at Geet's comrades lying on the ground. "I saw you use anti-magic. You're not going to say you don't know the Academy's rules, are you?" The centipede defensively replied, "That's because Amy is too strong. I just used it a measure to cope." Geet confidently patted his chest. "Not to mention Ami broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I proposed the duel. Don't you find it strange that Ami didn't immediately report this to the teachers?" Ami heard him twisting the facts and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who threatened me first in the library, and this time you wrote that you kidnapped Siren." Geet cut her off. "But did we really kidnap him? Even today, he was the one who attacked us first." Geet pointed at Siren. "Moreover, seeing that Siren didn't report the issue to the teachers but immediately came here means you two are hiding something," he shouted. "Have the teachers understood yet?" "I accuse these two of being guilty." He looked at Siren while Ami clenched her teeth. "You bastard," Geet laughed lightly. "Come on, why don't you two reveal those secrets right here after that?" He sneered silently. "Now do you understand the power of a mage?" He silently calculated. "I have a plan to turn a small matter into a big one, I don't care how much money this will cost after I uncover your family's precious secret. The local police national agencies, after I uncover your family's precious secret, the local police national agencies, even the church will know about it. I will spread the news everywhere. But Professor Sienna cut off his madness. The atmosphere quickly cooled down. She said, "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Yet cold winds blew strongly. Sienna said, "You and your friends used anti-magic even beyond the limits of its use. You used it to attack others." She looked at Siron and said, "You know that the minds of Siron or Ami could have been destroyed, even lost their sanity." Siron bit his lip. "My life." Professor Sienna turned icy blue. "I think just these actions are enough to expel you from this academy." Geet laughed loudly. "A counselor dares to expel me." He stepped forward and whispered to Sienna, "She, the Adios family, is almost the savior of this academy. Without their support, we would all be doomed." Sienna replied, "Isn't the role of counselors like us to guide students onto the right path?" Her tone was cold. "If you can't do that, you'd better pack up and leave this academy." Geet laughed loudly. "Fine, let's see if I get expelled or if you get fired." He tried to open his sharp eyes wide and looked at Sienna. "This world is run by money. Money controls everything. Everyone will have to bow down." Sienna's face darkened. Geet kept talking. "You should take this chance to understand this world better," Sienna said calmly. "Before that," she raised her hand, "it seems I still have to teach you a lesson." A wall of ice was gradually forming, the wind blowing so hard it was impossible to open eyes. Siren exclaimed, "So cool." Amy squinted. "After all this, it comes to this. Stop, teacher. Please stop her. You can't just use magic on a student like that." Suddenly, Giet was surrounded by a mountain of ice like a pine tree. Countless sharp ice needles pierced his face. Siren watched this performance with his mouth agape. Truly impressive. She didn't even touch a single thread on his clothes. This meant she could control magic down to the smallest detail. Siron was amazed. "So that's why she's called a genius mage," Sienna said. "Giet, do you really think everything can be solved with money?" He still shouted desperately, "Stop talking nonsense and dispel this freezing magic for me!" Sienna snapped her fingers, and the ice instantly shattered. She said calmly, "We know you have harmed many other students, but the Academy hesitated to punish you for your misconduct." Geet fell to the ground. "That's because of my family's sponsorship," Sienna shouted. "Don't get it wrong," she continued. "This school is not a place where teachers teach you for money. More than that, we teach you lessons that even money can't buy." Geet hesitated. "What the hell is that?" Sienna said. "That is what you dream to become?" She seriously asked, "Don't you want to become a mage?" These words awakened Jack. He remembered his past. "Miss Sienna, if you promote me to level 5, I will become a great mage and repay you," Sienna continued. "The dream you share with your friends, you studied together to become mages. Isn't that why you decided to come this far to this school?" Jack was stunned. He recalled his childhood and friends growing up. Sienna asked, "Do you really want to achieve everything you've built so far with your own hands?" Jack was stunned. He recalled his childhood and friends growing. Sienna asked, "Do you really want to achieve everything you've built so far with your own hands?" She looked at Jack firmly. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Miss..." Jack hung his head. After a while, he said, "I'm sorry." Siren looked up at the sky, thinking about what was most important to him. Inside the punishment room, there were sounds of pain. "Ouch, that hurts. Go easy on me. Don't be so troublesome. It's just a magic spell. In the end, what must happen will happen." Siron and Ami were sitting in the meeting room. "Siron, why didn't you report to the teachers immediately? When something like this happens, the first thing you should do is report to the teachers," the man said evenly. "But instead you came to rescue an upperclassman, someone far above. That can't be considered an explanation." Ami and Siren looked at each other and remained silent. After a while, Ami spoke. "I understand. I will answer honestly." Siren looked at her. "Right, it's not like we could hide this forever, although I don't know who told the principal." Ami was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, Siren is..." Siron thought about his identity. Ami winked. "Her boyfriend." Emi kept her composure, and both Sienna and Sorel were stunned. The sound echoed throughout the academy. "What?" The noise rose. "Help me. Is anyone there?" In imagination, Ami was like a princess trapped by thorns, crying for help. "Please save me." The killers looked like cruel black wolves. Who would bother to come to this desolate mountain to save her? She should have accepted our feelings, and this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly the sound of a horse neighing rang out. The black wolves were startled. "Who?" They turned around and saw a white horse galloping. Someone said, "Who else is coming here?" Siren appeared like a prince of stone, driving away the bad guys. They were coming from behind. "Aid." Who else is coming here? Siren appeared like a prince of stone, driving away the bad guys. They were coming from behind. Amy was hanging on a tree, asking, "Are you Siren?" He cut through the dazzling scene, shining on Amy, replying affectionately, "I'm here, Amy." Siren carried Amy sideways like a princess. Amy called out, "Siren," and he looked at her sweetly. "Amy." The two called each other's names desperately. The students were excited, unable to believe it was true. The girls stared intently at Siren, standing in front of them, saying, "So romantic." Siren nodded. "Of course, it's all real." She affirmed, "I've seen it with my own eyes." Suddenly, Amy appeared behind her, calling Siren. Amy's voice echoed throughout the academy. "What kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been caught up in some sappy romance stories lately, but this is really unacceptable. On the academy's bulletin board, an official announcement was posted stating the punishment related to the misconduct of the head of the research department, specifically the violent behavior of the head of research and countless other images. The goddess of Anfer, Amy Karras, admitted to dating the new student. Siren Ariana Sr., Amy said she was dating the new student to save the person he loved from the vicious circle of wrongful violence. Young love blossomed at the moment they connected. The dark magic was defeated too easily. So what is the true identity of the new student? Amy Siren, a passionate kiss under the moonlight at Hellhut Mountain Pass. The goddess of Anfer, Amy Karras, admitted to dating the new student, Siren Ariana. Senior Amy said she was dating the new student to save the person he loved from the vicious circle of wrongful violence. Young love blossomed at the moment they connected. The dark magic was defeated too easily. So what is the true identity of the new student? Amy Siren, a passionate kiss under the moonlight at Hellhut Mountain Pass. On the schoolyard, the girls kept exclaiming, "Oh my God, so jealous." Amy's voice rang out. "Siren, are you bored of living?" She teased. "Have you never seen that happen with your own eyes?" Siren laughed mockingly. "Why would I need to see to know what happened? You said you two are dating, so how come you're already engaged, right?" She smiled and said, "I've thought it all through. With this, no noisy male student will dare come near you again." "Right?" She smiled and said, "I've thought it all through. With this, no noisy male student will dare come near you again." Amy clicked her tongue. "True, that part makes sense." Before the incident happened, banging the table once, he asked Amy, "Are you lying?" He questioned loudly, "The Amy I know wouldn't date anyone. This is ridiculous. Besides, Siren is a new transfer student." Amy calmly explained, "Actually, I met Siren when we were kids. But to meet again at the Magic Academy like this, you could say it's fate." She turned to tuck her hair and smiled at Siren. "Right." She turned to tuck her hair and smiled at Siren. "Right." Siren softly asked, "Then how will you take responsibility?" But before he could finish, he got a painful kick from it. Siren hurriedly nodded. "That's right." The tension eased. "Is that why you insisted on dating Amy like that?" Amy thought pretending to be lovers is better than letting our past be exposed. Siren was still excited. "I knew it from the start." "What is this, Amy? You're really so silly." Amy silently drank water. Siren said, "There's a joint class today, right? You can meet Siren then." Siren forgot to eat, focusing on questioning Amy. "Will you meet him after class? Maybe have dinner together? Or do you prefer secret dates in the library?" Eat, focusing on questioning Amy. "Will you meet him after class? Maybe have dinner together? Or do you prefer secret dates in the library?" Amy replied indifferently, "We just focus on studying as usual." Siren frowned. "So boring." Amy smiled, thinking, "I have so much to do, why waste time on fake love stories?" She clenched her fist. "And Siren, too. That useless guy is just enjoying a normal school life. He's still carefree." Suddenly, Amy felt something strange. "Wait, why do I feel uncomfortable about that?" At the joint middle school class meeting, someone called Siren. Siren happily called out, "Here I am." Siren waved. "Hello, Senior." Siren ran over excitedly. "Hello, how are you today? Do you miss Amy a lot?" Siren scratched his head and laughed. "Senior, you're funny." Amy covered her mouth, realizing, so that's it, it's him. He should be grateful to pretend to be my boyfriend, but look at him. Amy was annoyed, thinking, he should feel pressured standing near me, but he dares to treat me like this. She cleared her throat to catch Siren's attention. Amy patted her chest. "When it's just us, talk to me freely. No need to be formal about senior and junior. We know each other too well." Siren was stunned. Wow, first time hearing Amy say something like that. Could this be the power of love? Amy patted her chest. "When it's just us, talk to me freely. No need to be formal about senior and junior. We know each other too well." Siren was stunned. Wow, first time hearing Amy say something like that. Could this be the power of love? Amy said. "Considering our relationship," Siren quickly laughed, No, I'm fine. Besides, you're still a senior student, he added. Class is starting now. I'll go first. Saying that, Siren left, leaving Amy standing there. Siren stopped and replied, Okay, bye. Amy also turned away. Siren quickly called, Amy. She looked back at Siren. What's wrong? Siren pulled out a chair and sat down. Siren silently listened to the malicious words aimed at him. Congratulations, you must be proud. You only come to class to act out love scenes, right? You don't even have any skills. How did you get into the academy with your fate? Many eyes looked at Siren with disdain, because he only dated and didn't care about study. Siren silently listened to them talk. He barely knew anything about spell. His hands clenched tightly on his lap. Starting 2 days ago, rumors spread more loudly. 2 days ago on the bulletin board grade, someone ran in saying, Hey everyone, have you heard Senior Amy and the new student are dating? Of course, they said they even admitted it in front of the teachers. 5 students cried and fought. No way Senior should be mine. You don't stand a chance, lean on my shoulder and cry. Another said, So annoying just thinking about 2 students who are the center of attention becoming a couple. I was going to beat that new student up. Maria sat listening to everyone laugh and gossip. It was understandable. Every cloud has a silver lining. We should congratulate him. Suddenly someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, startling her. Isn't it a bit strange? Everyone in the class turned to look at the person who spoke. The short-haired girl asked, What do you mean? The guy said, I'm talking about the new student. Look at this. The newcomer slammed the paper on the table. What is this midterm scores? Everyone gathered to look at the paper. What's going on? What is this? It is this. On the paper, with everyone's scores, Siren was at the bottom of the class, scoring 30 in every subject. Isn't he supposed to be top? People started to change their opinion about Siren. Looks like he doesn't know anything about spells. One student didn't believe it and asked, How is that possible? The big guy said, Yet he still got a special admission. Something smells fishy here. The guy kept saying malicious things about Siren. He relies on his family connections, thinks he's a genius, and then dates a noble lady from a prestigious clan. He sighed. The world is so unfair. A rich kid who only parties and causes trouble and goes to the academy just to find a girlfriend. These words successfully stirred everyone's anger. You mean he got in because of connections? Now I notice, isn't that too much? People started to act righteously, wanting to expel Siren for the future of all of us. We will never forgive him. Maria silently sat aside, listening. The classroom door was pushed open, and inside someone was angrily shouting, How can the academy do such an unfair thing? It was true clear. The unusual silence in the class confused Siren. It had been so noisy just a moment ago as he entered the class. Siren spoke up to ask his classmates what a deep link realm was, but then he just walked away without answer. Siren remained silent. Perhaps there was no need to ask why they behaved that way. The students whispered among themselves, but deliberately loud enough for him to hear, blaming him. And even Amy could be affected. Currently in the practice room during the class Link Realm practice session, Siren stood there alone. Siren tried to focus on his Link Realm, but he still heard their mocking words questioning why he was practicing here. Siren silently listened to them talk. His Link Realm had touched him, which made him feel uneasy. They continuously displayed excessive malice towards Siren, saying his Link Realm was too large for what was necessary. At that moment, Athela came over and called him, Siren, how are things going? Siren quickly greeted her. Professor Athela. He asked her, The directional transmission type is quite difficult. When I try to move the Link Realm out of my body, it feels like my consciousness follows along. Athela smiled. That feeling is normal, Siren. Your convergent Link Realm belongs to the natural type, so it will pull your consciousness along, Athela continued. The directional transmission type is an artificial Link Realm outside the body, so it doesn't really suit you. Siren nodded vigorously. I think so too, Athela asked. What about your other 4 formation methods? Siren thought for a moment. The other types, I don't have any problems with them, I guess. Athela smiled and asked, Good, would you like to try practicing in the Shadow Realm? Siren hesitated. What now? Siren was confused. Right now, Athela said, If you feel uncomfortable, you can wait until next time. Siren remained silent without response. She continued, Siren is the only student in Class 7 who can switch between all 4 methods, so I just want to see it once. Athela looked at Siren worriedly. This kid had wanted to use the Shadow Realm since day 1. Could he be worried about the opinions of the other students? Siren thought now is not the time to be sensitive emotionally, but those who believe in their own value won't be so easily swayed. After a moment, he raised his head and said, I'll try. Please give me the sets. The Class 7 students sneered at Siren with invisible eyes. He still plans to do it, one of them replied. He just wants to show off in front of his lover. They looked at Siron standing in the shadow realm and spoke without hesitation. Anyway, what else is he good at besides that? Athela said. Try each type one by one, switching through all 4 forms. Siren nodded. Yes, ma'am. One of the criteria for being promoted to the next class is proficiency in switching link realms. If he succeeds now, he will get closer to moving up. The Class 4 students also waited to mock Siren, except for Amy and Serial. How much better could he be? Siron only thought that maybe he wouldn't have to clash with Class 7 anymore, and could escape the situation. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Siren's link realm immediately appeared in the shadow realm, starting with the defensive form. Amy was surprised. Even stronger than at the beginning with HAMSAO the mage. A male student said, 144 faces. This is an advanced defensive form, isn't it? The 7th grade students silently listened to others' comments about Siren. At that level, how was it any different from a mere protective barrier? Siren's spiritual domain transformed into a star-shaped pattern, then rotated and changed into a cross shape. Ethel smiled. Indeed, this student had a very good switching speed, seemingly far superior to that of 7th grade. At this level, moving up to 4th grade was completely effortless. Siren stood within the spiritual domain, exhaling deeply, although he really wanted to prove his success. If he wanted to receive advice from the professor, he had to show them failure. Siron's spiritual domain fluctuated. The 5th grade students looked on in surprise as he switched to a directional change form, a form only 5th graders were allowed to try. The 7th graders frowned. The directional change form, could it be that the key was? Siren concentrated, shifting the center of his spiritual domain before it fully contracted and disappeared. He panted heavily from the energy consumption, just like during his training. Siron concentrated, shifting the center of his spiritual domain before it fully contracted and disappeared. He panted heavily from the energy consumption, just like during his training. He could move the center of the spiritual domain, but it felt as though the domain, the farther it was from his body, was pulling his consciousness along. Siron encouraged himself. Try again. The other students began to cover their mouths and laugh. Malicious whispers continuously echoed, seizing the opportunity to bring Siren down. What is he doing? Does he think he's a genius? So arrogant serves him right. Doesn't he know shame? Still dares to stand. Siron stood silently while the others mocked him, saying that was still just the 4 basic forms. Amy also spoke up. Hey, he's doing very well. Why suddenly like... Say, Roriel said. Look at Siren's spiritual domain. Why is he suddenly so intense? Is he embarrassed to be noted? Amy shook her head. No way, he's not the type of weak boy like that. She muttered. Has something happened recently? Siren stood there, his face downcast. Why did people enjoy others' failures? Why did people enjoy others' failures? No, it was just that everyone wanted to see his fail. Everyone isolated him. Siren began to doubt himself. Indeed, memories from childhood to now continuously replayed in Siren's mind. Was he not suited for this place? Suddenly a voice startled him. You're thinking too much. The person said, Don't hesitate. Do whatever you want. Siron listened silently. Didn't he want to become a mage? He was confused by the voice. Who what? But Siren snapped back to reality. No, wait. What was he thinking? He closed his eyes tight. Siron's spiritual domain rose strongly once more. He came here to become a mage after all. The 4th grade students gaped at Siron's spiritual domain. The 7th graders looked annoyed. Siren stood within his spiritual domain, clenching his fists tightly, trying to focus before it shifted direction, before it disappeared. Siren shouted loud. Siron stood within his spiritual domain, clenching his fists tightly, trying to focus before it shifted direction, before it disappeared. Siren shouted loud. Someone flipped through the incident report, the student's status report. Date by lightning. The circumstances were that 6 students had tried to harm the victim's mind by overusing anti-magic. Anti-magic was a forbidden spell at school, but 7th grader Siren had subdued the anti-magic with a defensive form. The person flipping through the report thought he countered anti-magic with just a defensive form, one of the 4 basic forms. Sienna had some knowledge. Anti-magic was a dangerous type of magic that even experts had to use artifacts for. It was difficult and dangerous. Artifacts were objects granted magical power so that even non-mages could wield similar magical strength. She was sure that kid wouldn't know how to use anti-magic properly. But to be able to resist 6 at once, Sienna slowly concluded that Siren's spiritual energy must be greater than the combined. She exclaimed, Truly, a genius. Suddenly someone called from inside. Miss Sienna, Siren is here. Sienna asked Ethel. Has he successfully switched to the directional change form? Ethel nodded. Yes, just yesterday. That boy started learning to switch among the 4 methods only a month ago. Ethel said I confirmed the domain separated and disappeared for about 4 seconds. Sienna happily said, "Wonderful." She raised her cup for a sip, thinking to herself, her judgment of people was indeed accurate. Ethel continued, "Therefore, to stimulate the students' motivation, I want to suggest something to the teacher." Sienna adjusted her glasses. "I think we share the same thoughts, and the next day is the 7th grade chemistry class." Sienna wrote on a board full of chemistry notes. "Today's class will end." The students sighed. "Thank God," Sienna continued. "The reason for ending early is that I have a special announcement." She called Siren, the new student. 10 students stood up, and he quickly stood. "Yes, ma'am," Sienna said. Sienna said, "Student Siren will be specially promoted to 5th grade starting tomorrow. Your schedule will follow the 5th grade. Try to adapt to." The 7th graders were furious and noisy. "Did you hear that? He got promoted 2 grades at once. Impossible. Normally it takes 2 years to move up 1 grade." Their only thought was which family backed him to get promoted 2 grades like. Sienna picked up her book, preparing to leave. "I hope you all will also strive to achieve that. However, before she could leave, a short-haired female student who always opposed Siren spoke up. "Wait a moment. I object. There's never been a precedent for promoting 2 grades at once. There must be something shady here." She loudly accused Mora. "Why would a student who can't use any magic be promoted?" Sienna pondered. "Can't use any magic?" She looked up at Siren. "Ethel never mentioned." Sienna asked, "Is that true?" Siren remained silent. Countless eyes in the class turned to Siren, all clearly implying you can't have any. Saying you can't go, saying you can't hope. Siren calmly replied, "Yes, I haven't used any magic yet." Sienna was a bit surprised. Unbelievable. Even a simple, ordinary spell can be learned by curiosity. But she said, "Of course no spiritual energy is required to be promoted, so there's no problem." Sienna was about to continue when someone slammed the table loud. The person standing was a tall, burly guy who deliberately provoked others to oppose Siren, completely unacceptable. He shouted, "It's clearly favoritism. Didn't the teachers say that the spiritual domain isn't everything in magic?" Siren, don't just stand there listening to Han's accusations. What else is he good at besides the spiritual domain? If he knew even one spell, I'd accept. The 7th graders, finding a rallying point, shouted in unison. "Exactly. If it's about casting spells, we're confident we're better than him. Siren can't even keep up with theoretical class." They looked at Sienna. "If you still insist on promoting him early, we'll propose to the student council and organize a protest." Sienna remained silent. "I don't know anything about." She said, "I understand your thoughts. It seems I was a bit hasty with this announcement." She said, "We will officially announce again after the teachers meet." The tall guy smiled triumphantly, having achieved his goal. Sienna sat inside, looking out at the sky. After that, the students became agitated. She thought slowly. It seemed it wasn't just no further translated content provided beyond. It seemed it wasn't just She thought slowly. It seemed it wasn't just opposition to injustice. Those voices also contained emotional issues. At that moment, someone came in to find Sienna. "Miss Sienna," she asked. "What is it?" Maria hesitated. "That thing about earlier, I have something to say." Maria slowly recounted. "Everything started a week ago. At first, we completely ignored She recalled Siren's lonely expression, but a few days everyone began openly badmouthing and even recklessly throwing things onto Siren's desk. Maria sat across from Sienna and spoke, even delaying his study. She cried, I witnessed everything. I saw him endure false rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they bullied him was really unfair." Maria cried until she was trembling, and Sienna understood well that was how it was. She was told. Later, Sienna said, "Thank you. Maria, you have tried. Now let me handle." In the book titled Outstanding Students, the physiologist Tokolin said something very profound. Tokolin said that humans should sleep at least 6 hours a day for the best health. He tried it, although I only slept 4 hours a day during my student year. The interviewer asked, "Doesn't that contradict the needs of the next day? Yet you still became an outstanding student." Tokolin pointed and said, "Listen, humans, they are superheroes, whether they sleep or not. No matter what they do, nothing affects the clock, just past 12 o'clock. Siren leaned back and stretched. He looked around at the empty surroundings, wanting it that way. Passing by a junior student near the library, Siren took the initiative to nod in greeting. Fortunately, the girl also politely nodded back. Siren walked alone outside the school grounds, the scythe hanging high above. Siren recalled Tamuranoi's word, "Master, once you enroll in the Magic Academy, many clans will not respect, but no matter what you must endure. If you can endure until the very end, you will reap the sweet." Siren raised his head to the sky. He was sure he could do. He thought of those who cared about him. Siren made up his mind, having placed their trust in him, the advanced class professor, the subject teacher. Siren looked up at the page above. No matter who tries to stop him, he will still become a magic master. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Siren had just finished showering. Someone knocked on the door. He hesitated and looked over. Borrowing this chance, Siren checked the clock. It was past 1 in the morning. Who could it? Siren suspected it was the 7th grade students. Could it be? The person outside spoke. Siren, are you awake? Siren opened the door. Miss Sienna, she asked, may I come in? Siren quickly nodded. Of course. He awkwardly replied to Sienna, please have a drink. Sienna declined. No need, she intended to meet him earlier, but he wasn't in the room. She apologized for disturbing him like. Sienna looked at Siren's desk. That was how it was. Sienna realized when she first saw Siren's grades. She felt something strange. Although his grades were low, all subjects had equal scores. He understood it seemed he was trying to improve his knowledge in all fields at once. Instead of achieving quick results, he was studying for content not fully available in the provided translation. Content not fully available in the provided translation. Siren sat upright while Sienna, feeling shy, thought, I feel so embarrassed. The two sat facing each other. Siren thought maybe, because it wasn't class time. Sienna focused on observing Siren. Although in class he always looked straight ahead. It seemed he was the shy type. She asked, school life is tough as Siren nodded, yes, but fun and studying is interesting. Sienna said, I heard classmates. Siren bowed his head. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about. Sienna seriously said, please be honest with me. Don't be shy about any. Siren bowed his head. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about. Though a bit sad because I can't make friends. Later he raised his head and said, but I don't know how to make them stop hating. Sienna asked, don't you feel any anger towards? Siren nodded. Of course I do. After all, I'm here. Though I want good relationships with, he calmly said. But I don't want to be obsessed with relationships to the point of losing myself. Even if all 7th graders say I'm wrong. After all, it's just 40 people. Siren calmly told Sienna. I believe that somewhere in this world. Siren clearly told Sienna. I believe somewhere in this world there is someone who can understand me. Sienna realized I understand. She smiled and nodded at Siren. She understood what he was saying. Siren. I will keep that in mind in the teacher's meeting. Sienna concluded one thing, Siren wants to be promoted. Sienna's serious voice echoed in the teacher's meeting, so I propose to end the announcement with the opinion that student Siren should be promoted. Some senior teachers said, isn't this a bit sensitive? In the Anpheus Magic Academy council room, the professors were also noisy. A whole group bullying a student just because he can't use magic. The teachers of the general classes said this often happens in lower classes, which usually have many children and older but less talented students. Also, the skill gap among students at that level is usually very large. One teacher said that means Siren should be promoted as soon as possible. For the student's benefit, he should graduate in 4 years. Sienna sat down. He continued from the school's perspective. The sooner he graduates, the better. But that spoke up, I object. He asked, you object? He looked serious. What's the He replied, I know Siren is a genius, but he can't use magic, and I know Siren is a genius, but he can't use magic, and I think his weak theoretical scores can't be overlooked. Sienna said angrily, as I mentioned earlier. Siren's scores are because he studies all fields at once. He's just postponing learning magic. As teachers, we shouldn't interfere with students' personal learning method. Then it might show excessive concern for Siren. Miss Sienna. Sienna's eyes twitched. What did you just? That was sad. Although other students might be weaker than Siren in overall ability, they are better in willpower. This attitude might make students feel defeated and lose their motivation to study. He said a teacher shouldn't only focus on geniuses and forget other students. Sienna loudly said, you not only intend to ruin a talented student's future, but also fail to recognize the wrong jealousy of the kid. That and Sienna banged the table fierce. Other teachers sighed. Here they go. Again, their personalities are like two opposite extremes. Other teachers looked at Sienna. The senior teacher differed from that. Like water and fire, amazed they could become magic masters. Anpheus waved his hand. Enough. Both of you return to your seat. He said both have their own views and reasons. Miss Sienna's point is meaningful. But that's opinion is not without reason. He cares about the overall balance of the school, and I think it comes from his love for the student. Anpheus said he means well. I understand that we need to consider the common feelings among students. That nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Principal. Anpheus said he means well. I understand that we need to consider the common feelings among students. That nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Prince. Sienna heard Anpheus say instead. He smiled. Why don't we do? The next morning, students came and went busily. Everyone quickly ran to the front. They noisily gathered in front of the intermediate class notice board. What's going on? On it was written announcement about the promotion exam due to many complaints regarding early promotion decisions. The school has decided to give all 7th graders the opportunity to be promoted. Those promoted will be decided according to the criteria below. A reminder to all students involved, note that early promotion will be decided through an exam. There will only be one person promoted early, and that person will be promoted directly to grade 5. The subjects tested are magic and incantations with teleportation chosen for evaluation. The issue of using only the battlefield as the evaluation subject has been resolved. Thus, the school has decided to change the evaluation criteria to use the teleportation incantation taught in grade 5. Someone loudly said all grade 7 students can participate in the promotion exam. They were noisy, saying if they pass the test, they will be promoted 2 grades directly to grade 5 teleportation. Hey, do you know how to use teleportation? Someone said, of course not. That's an incantation taught in grade 5. Grade 7 students are constantly confused. The theory seems simple. Practicing it probably isn't difficult either, just a simple math. But an upperclassman I know had to be hospitalized for a traffic violation while practicing. A male student shouted, what then? How can we do it? Do they have no intention of letting anyone in our class get promoted? Suddenly someone stepped forward, and the grade 7 students instinctively moved aside. Everyone stared at the newcomer Siren, who stopped and looked at the notice board teleportation. After class, the advanced class notice board caused a stir. Did that really happen? Bullying. That's usually expected. Just grade 7, and just because they don't know how to use magic. Grade 7 hasn't even learned magic yet, so what does that have to do with? Someone clearly said it was jealousy because he's dating Amy. Amy hesitated in front of the notice board, so he was She realized that's why he avoided the spotlight, not wanting to get her involved. Serial, standing next to Amy, analyzed. It turns out the spiritual power of grade 7 is still quite weak, so such things happening are normal. I've encountered similar situations before, but early promotion isn't anything special. Amy turned and left. Serial called after her. Where are you going? Amy replied, to meet Serial. What? Wait, what do you plan? Amy blushed and said to teach him a lesson. How dare he hide it from me? I'll gather the grade 7 bastards, Serial hurriedly said. Are you crazy? No way. Amy angrily moved forward. Why not? I'm involved in this too. Serial was dragged along but still said, were you? Would you want the person you like to get involved in bull? Serial shouted, if you go there, things will get worse. Amy silently cursed, so stupid. She thought so. That's why nonsense. I'm not the one he likes. Then why did he hide this from me? Serial said anyway. Teleportation is too difficult for grade 7. Amy agreed. If it's that hard, that's good. For someone who's never learned magic, learning teleportation is too dangerous. Serial suggested Amy. Why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that make more sense? Amy snapped. Why should I help that brat? Besides, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. No time to care about that. Serial nodded. Right. I forgot. Sorry, Amy said loudly. If you can't even handle that, don't expect to be my boyfriend. At night in the academy, something appeared on the trees. Someone moving at an extremely fast speed. A figure landed, someone muttered this. Absolutely doesn't mean anything. Amy sat on a tree from her perspective. She helped him out of responsibility. Closing her eyes, she disappeared again. Amy jumped on some flying devices and headed to Siren's room. First, she had to make him beg for her. Amy landed on Siren's window, startling him. Siren shouted someone, but before he finished, he was silenced. Amy said, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Amy smiled brightly. How dare you do this to— Siren's face froze. Sienna was also in the— Sienna pushed up her glasses. Are you Amy? She asked seriously. You still meet like— And entering the boys' dorm at night, Amy hurriedly waved her hand. It's a misunderstanding. Actually, it's a huge misunderstanding, Sienna quickly said, quiet. The next room is all coming here now. First, get inside. Sienna covered her mouth. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've become so bold. Amy was speechless. First time I've been here. Siren thought he might get into trouble if he met her, so she came secret. After speaking, Amy suddenly remembered to ask Sienna. But according to what you said, why are you still here at this hour? Sienna replied, I came to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The classroom atmosphere is very chaotic. Amy nodded. Siren handed Amy a drink. Senior, drink this. Thanks, it smells really good. Where did you learn to make— Mid-sentence. Amy suddenly wanted to hit Siren. Not like this, that bastard. Why do I have to suffer humiliation for someone else? Siren quickly apologized. Amy's voice echoed throughout the dorm. And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna quietly called. Hey, you two first. Sit down. Let me finish talking about the promotion exam. Siren took a sip. What's going on? He looked helplessly at Amy and Sienna sitting opposite him. Sighing, it's like this. Amy said, isn't the teleportation test a bit dangerous? Siren hasn't learned magic yet. Sienna said the principal gave direct order. She's worried too, but obviously the principal must have had a reason to do so. Amy thought. No wonder it's one of the principal's strict policies. Siren asked. Amy, is it really that dangerous? Amy nodded. Of course, you know, teleportation is magic that uses the property of light, Siren replied. Yes, I've heard of photochemistry, Amy explained to him. Light has an absolute speed. They say no material in this world can exceed the speed of light. She talked about how the magic works. Teleportation is magic that uses that speed to transcend time and space, Siren said, by transforming the body into light. Sitting next to him, Siren also said, well, it's complicated, but actually teleportation isn't that hard. Even beginners can succeed easily, so just do it. The required level for teleportation is near light speed because it's magic that can be used even if you only understand 1,000th of the speed of light. Siren's voice was steady, but because of that, the photochemical effect decreases and the remaining body mass is very small. Siren thought so. Learning it is easy, but very dangerous if something goes wrong at the speed of sound. He turned to Siona and said, now you understand why teleportation is forbidden at the academy. Siona smiled. You really learn fast. Amy sat nearby. She thought these two, when did they become so close? Even I'm not that close to Siona. Siren asked further, so how do we pass this dangerous magic test? Siona said about that. Amy cleared her throat and said, you should practice it somewhere without obstacles. Siren dreamed. Is there such a place? Amy raised a finger. There. Siren looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly he realized. Could it be up there? The common area. The boundary horizon. The teleportation training ground. 1,000 meters high. 700 meters long. Siona said it's not certified yet, but in fact there's nowhere else. Speaking of that mountain peak, she said the test rule is to race from this peak to the other. There are no obstacles there at all. He smiled. If you fall, you'll die. Amy asked Siona. But this was a test where whoever reached the finish line first would win. So she didn't think it was too difficult for the class level. He saw Siona calm down. If no one reached the finish line, then the student who moved the farthest would win. Of course, the difficulty of the test would be set at level with safety equipment to minimize danger. But she was silent for a moment, then continued. What she worried about was that if the students competed too fiercely, there would be collisions and clash. Amy glanced at Siren. If that was the case, then naturally it would be Siona continued Amy's words, saying he would become the target of the kids' competition. Siren silently thought, could he do it? If it was just a difficult test, it wouldn't be a problem. Siren remembered the hostile looks from everyone towards him. He didn't like the scene of having to fight the whole class alone. He hated being hurt by the harshness of competition. Siren asked himself if he should take this test. At that moment, Siona spoke again, apologizing to Siren. She looked at him and said she had tried to get him into Class 5 from the entrance test when he enrolled, but it seemed her concern had caused him trouble. Siren quickly said, no, please don't say that. Siona bowed her head. So from today she would take responsibility for teaching. Amy sat beside silently. After a while, Amy looked up gloomily at Siona and asked, do you really have to go this far? Siona looked at Amy. She just felt responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of the promotion exam and would try her best. Amy patted her chest, saying no, that might make things worse. There would be rumors spreading that the teacher acting as judge in the promotion exam was biased towards Siren. There would be rumors spreading that the teacher acting as judge in the promotion exam was biased towards Siren, and even if he passed the exam, the results would be cancelled. She confidently looked straight at Siona and said, leave Siren to— if it's only level 1 difficulty, there's no problem, right? You can teach. Siren looked at Amy in surprise. Senior Amy, isn't she leading me? Siona adjusted her glasses and said, that's true, but Amy— Siona asked Amy if she knew that Amy had applied for graduation promotion and whether she was capable of taking care of Siren. Siren was startled and looked at Amy sitting beside him, unable to believe it, a graduation promotion. He widened his eyes and thought, wow. Graduation promotion is the exam all students in the magic school take to become professional magicians. There, the graduation promotion ability is recognized at the near professional level if you become a graduating student at a prestigious school. It even gets written up in a rising article in the kingdom's magic school magazine. However, once you step onto that path, the good school life ends. Ahead lies a hellish, mixed battlefield, and fear awaits. The promotion application form and the first test for Amy Camus were sent off. Amy would be the first to set foot in such a place. Siren moved closer and asked, how can that be? Isn't that too fast for someone at our level? Amy looked away and said, Amy shed a small tear. It's all because of you, damn kid. She thought about Siren skipping 2 classes at once, the brat advancing too fast. The only place to run to was the graduation class. Amy quickly ran off to the hellish graduation class, shouting, don't come. Siren gave Amy a sharp look. So cool. He didn't even dare to aim for first place in the advanced class. Yet she was confident to be the first to apply for a place so far out of reach. Saran silently watched Amy and Sienna talk. He thought even in such an important situation, they were here to help. On the other side, Amy was laughing and talking with Sienna, saying no matter how busy she was, there was nothing she couldn't do. Give up, Sienna smiled back, understanding Amy's feelings for her boyfriend. But at such an important time, it was better to leave it to the teacher, Sienna said, since it was Siron's first time learning magic. Having a teacher would be more effective. This successfully increased Amy's competitive spirit. She turned to look at Siron and said, "So, Siron, you choose me or Miss C?" Siron was nervous. Amy asked, "Wouldn't you prefer your girlfriend to teach?" Siron smiled and said, "I'll do it myself." This time both Sienna and Amy were speechless. What? The shout echoed throughout the dormitory. What? Amy yelled at Siron's face. "You idiot, do you know how rare this opportunity is?" Siron rubbed his hands together. "I don't want to bother the teachers on the judging panel, and besides, I still have an important exam," Amy said loud. Others were even willing to spend a lot of money to hire a teacher. "And weren't you the target of the whole class's competition?" Amy said. "That's not something you can do alone." Siron bowed his head. "Isn't that why I'm pushing to graduate? If I hesitate here, I can't move to a higher position." This time, Siron made Amy speech. Siron continued. "To me, the boys' class is just a step in becoming a magician like you." Amy pursed her lips. Siron said to Amy, "Trust me, I can't say I'm sure." Siron said to Amy, "Trust me, money is Dad's idea. Although I can't say I'm sure I'll pass the test. I'll try my best and won't regret." Sienna silently listened to their conversation. After Siron finished speaking, she stood up. "I understand. If that's the student's wish, the teacher must accept." Sienna said, "Goodbye, I won't stay any longer. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Same for the other students." Siron stood up and bowed, thanking her. "Thank you very much for caring about Miss Sienna." Sienna continued, "You all stay and discuss more, Amy." Sienna went to the door, then turned back to Amy and said, Forget about today. If you dare to greet the boys' classroom window one more time, you know what will happen." Amy bowed. "Yes, ma'am." Her soul screamed aloud. After Sienna left, Amy sat down and exhaled, relieved. Suddenly, Amy was startled. She quickly stood up and said, "I'm going too." Siron bowed to Amy. "Yes, sorry to trouble." Siron sincerely said, "Thank you very much, Senior." Amy suddenly asked, "Hey, tell me the truth. Why do you avoid?" Siron froze. Amy continued, "From the beginning, you could have told me you were being bullied. That's not your responsibility alone." Amy turned around. Could it be? She remembered what Serial said. If the person you like sees that scene, their self-esteem would be deeply hurt. Amy stammered. "Self-esteem hurt," Siron replied. "It's not that I want to avoid you, Senior." Amy covered her mouth in panic. "So it's true," Siron continued. "If you wonder why, it's because you're my target." Amy silently felt less bored. "So that's it, I knew." Siron scratched his face. "Actually, from the first time I came to school, I saw your name at the top." Siron remembered when he first arrived at school and saw Amy's name on the honor roll. Siron said, "At that moment, I thought I wanted to study hard just to be like." On the Class 4 honor roll, 42 people were listed first place. Amy calmed. Siron smiled and said, "But I didn't expect things to turn out like this, really awkward. If I told you I was being bullied, maybe things would be even more awkward." Amy scoffed. "Target, huh?" she muttered, "Stupid, beaten by a Amy remembered before if her father knew anyone at the magic school he'd introduce them to. She looked at Siron coldly. "What a funny relation." Amy softly asked, "Are you joking?" Siron was confused. "No," Amy shouted. "Target my ass. Really fun." She lunged at Siron's face, her expression smiling as she called him Senior. This Senior that, then secretly tried to catch up with me from behind. Siron was confused, crossing his arms over his chest. Why did it turn into that meaning? "Oh heavens," he sighed. "How did it come to this?" Amy stood by the window. "If you intend to surpass me." Amy, wearing a sleeveless shirt, turned around and said, "Then from now on, don't call me Senior anymore." Siron stood there. Amy loudly said, "Don't try to compete with me head on." She climbed onto the window. "Try to catch up with me soon. Otherwise, I'll make you call me Senior for life." Suddenly, Siron spoke. "Amy." Amy was surprised and panicked, calling her directly by name. Siron said, "Wait a moment." He stood seriously in the room looking at Amy. "Surely I will catch up with." Amy laughed, her face sinking into shadow, radiating. She turned back to face Siron and flew out, hoping that by then I still haven't graduated. Siron clung to the window, watching her leave, then disappear. He exhaled deeply. He had refused help, But surely those attacking him were watching his every move. Siren's eyes showed determination. He had no choice but to rely on his own. The remaining time until the early promotion exam was 1 month. Time was running back. The next day after class, everyone was noisily chatting. Are you preparing for the promotion exam? Students discussed today. I just hired a tutor. I have to learn teleportation for It's dangerous. Yet there are still 20 people signed up for the exam. Theoretically, it's easy if you apply the formula. It's not too hard. 7th grade boys talked among themselves. The problem is the ability to apply it. Namtosen pointed at Siren carrying a pile of books on the road. One of the books was very worn. The cover said, Theory of Photochemistry. Siren thought, I said I would rely on myself. Looking at the pile of theoretical books in front of him, Siren sighed. The problem is application. In reality, the environment a mage faces is always changing, especially with teleportation. Information about terrain is very important. Depending on the situation, we need to adjust the degree of omnipotence and Siron sat taking notes. Just the unit of measurement reached 10 to the power of 20. How can a human calculate? He patted his head. No, don't give up. There's no reason for them to set an impossible test. He pondered. Sienna also said learning teleportation isn't complicated. But what if that doesn't apply to someone who's never studied magic like Siren thought of Sienna's words. The 7th graders will definitely succeed because they have been nurtured since childhood, because they can easily hire expensive tutors. Siren naturally looked at them from the outside. Sienna asked him, Can you close that gap? Siren was startled. Amphius was smiling at. Nearby someone clapped and praised. Excellent. That person looked at the tall figure's back and said, You performed teleportation perfect. Truly the son of Sridhar, the technical advisor of the Mage Association. He called young master Max Sridhar. Mac 15 years old. 7th grade, standing straight. It's not because I'm taught by a certified teacher. The other handed him a towel. Max said I was a bit worried, but it's quite easy. The man explained, because the test is simple. You can focus and choose. He continued evenly, although learning perfect teleportation application in one try is impossible. Mac was smug. Maybe I should thank that bastard for the special opportunity. He wiped sweat thanks to him. I advanced 2 grades in a short time. Mac drank water, then asked the man, What is that bastard doing? The man replied, According to the young master's instruction. I'm watching him, but it seems he's just self-studying and reading books. Mac was puzzled. Self-study with books? He doubted. I thought he must have hired a powerful tutor with that kind of money. Is there something Mac ordered to keep an eye on him. He's not a reckless guy. He continued evenly, just reading a book. How can he use math? Meanwhile, Siron was diligently studying many books. He put down his pen to rest. I've done all I can. First, I spent a lot of time deeply understanding. I memorized the theory without a single mistake. I'm not sure, but there isn't much time left. 7th grade special training room number 41. Since it's night, only 1 or 2 flickering lights. Siren stood below and started. Now I have to cast magic. Nothing is impossible. I just have to hope it works as I expect. Siren's eyes glowed emerald green. First open the spiritual dome. In the middle, Siren's eyes lit up as he said, Apply photochemical theory. Siron tried to maintain his concentration. I'm on the border between omnipotence and omniscience. His glow gradually faded. Siren was almost enveloped in emerald light. The word I in the center disappeared. Siren's body suddenly turned golden. He happily looked at himself. All right. It's work, Siren shouted now. Teleport. His eyes wide open. Humans cannot calculate the amount of light. Siren recalled the teachings that when a mage concentrates their mind, becomes sharp enough to sense everything around. It is said that excellent mages can even count the number of leaves from a distance. Someone placed small coins in their hand and explained, This is called an extremely sensitive mental state, also known as the spiritual domain. Amphius explained at that time mages perceive the outside world supernaturally. As a result, they can manipulate phenomena. Before Siren's eyes opened a new land, not calculating quantity, but sensing every day. 1 countdown. The remaining time until the teleportation exam was 13 days. Countdown. 9 days inside the academy. Someone asked, What the hell is that? Everyone turned their gaze to the back of the classroom. His face. A short-haired, pink-haired female student always showed annoyance and tried to divert attention to the back of the class. A voice rang out. He's taking the exam without protection. Impossible. Everyone was looking at Siron, his face wrapped in bandages. Siron focused on writing and thinking. His first teleportation attempt failed. Siron was a bit helpless to correct mistakes. I have no choice but to keep practicing. Siron repeatedly fell to the ground. He lay holding his knees. This time it was his knees that made the mistake. Countdown. 8 days. Siren's handwriting was messy. He still focused on calculating the error, not 0.2 microsecond. Countdown. 7 days. It was a foolish method, but the remaining time was 6 days at night. The training ground echoed with continuous sounds and impact. 5 days left. Siron was still falling. 4 days left. He was determined once again. Maybe I will remember it as instinct. Countdown, 3 days, 2 days, and the remaining time was one day. Siron stood under the light, panting heavily. One sweat dropped on the ground. What should I do? The test is tomorrow, but every time I fix one mistake, another appears. Siron wiped his face. Now there's nothing left to fix. Siron wiped his face now. There's nothing left to fix. I have to do it. I must. Siron silently breathed. The space before him became blurred. He slapped his face to wake up. Connect them. I can do it. I must do it. Siron tried once more, his foot pressed down on the ground. Siron concentrated move. A bunch of lights flashed and flew away. Opening his eyes again, Siron saw himself hovering very close to the ground. After holding his breath for a moment, Siron gently collapsed to the ground, sighing with relief. This time he wasn't hurt. Siron lay flat on the ground, feeling satisfied. He had done it. He could go as far as he wanted. He kept thinking, and eventually dozed off without realizing it. There was no time to lie here. He needed to practice linking. He needed to... The next morning, standing high up and looking out over the courtyard, the man called to him, The next morning, standing high up and looking out over the courtyard, the man called to him. Young master, the man asked. How do you feel? Siron turned confidently and replied, Very good. Today will be a historic day because I will be promoted to level 5. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters is nothing. I will do it easy. Inside the academy, the 7th grade classroom was still quite empty. Maria approached the classroom. Suddenly someone called out, Hey Maria, have you given up on the exam? Maria was startled. Siron thought silently. It must be. Maria asked, Aren't you at the training ground? Are you studying? Siron laughed loudly. I don't look like a fool who failed at studying. He arrogantly asked Maria, What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so bad? Siron mocked Maria. You should learn from the training grounds. The best way to study is to watch and learn from those better than you. Maria turned to leave, hesitating. That's true. Good luck. I hope you pass. Siron laughed and asked, Really, you hope I pass? The translation cuts off at, Maria clenched her fists. Siron got close to Maria and said, You're really amazing, you know that. Like secretly with a teacher or something. Maria retorted. How do you know that? She replied, Your answer is funny. He's an adult. A fool. I was just trying to see if it was. Maria's bag dropped to the ground. I have many ways to get information. A timid person like you going to the teacher's office is a bit strange. Siron and Maria pressed against the wall. Because we're classmates. I'm nice to you, but once I'm your senior, he threatened Maria. Do you think about what will happen next? Looking gloomy and trembling like a scared child, Max stood up with disdain. She really was a cow. Why did she want to become a mage? So even though she was 4 years old, she was still in the same class as him. Mac left with a pee. Behind Maria sat down fearfully on the ground. Maria covered her mouth with her thick hands, tears streaming down her face. Max stormed into the room loudly asking, Is the plan all set? 4 other classmates turned to look. One replied, 2 of us will stick to Siren as soon as it stops. The other 2 will protect you. Mac. So there will be 2 chances to make him Mac said. The first rule's distance is 10 meters, so make sure to push him out at least 10 meters. The gray-haired boy nodded and asked, You really will do as you promised if we complete this? Mac's eyes flashed. Of course. Once I get promoted, I'll definitely find a job for you. You won't have to worry about finding work even if you don't graduate, Mac assured them. My father is the technical advisor of the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget it. If I can help you, I definitely will. He thought proudly. No corresponding translated content provided in the excerpt. Inside the foggy mountain rest area. Is this the bridge that can't be crossed? The 7th grade students, who didn't register for the exam, gathered in one place. The short-haired girl who had opposed the exam asked, Is this the final round? I'm so tired, the pink-haired girl added. There are more people than I thought, especially. They're all crowding around the scary-looking 5th grade students standing in front, she continued. Seniors of the 5th grade over there by the 5th grade student. They all looked tense, thinking, If a kid can get into our class, I hope it's a super cute one. Everyone laughed and chatted. It would be fun. The 4th and 6th grades also came to watch. The supervisors arrived on time, including the principal. A spell shot into the sky. Ethel looked at the principal and then said, It's time. She looked at the students standing at the starting line. The exam would begin in 10 minutes. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English text for this segment. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English text for this segment. On this side, someone was using a telescope to observe the group of examinees. Here it is. This is the best spot. Serial held the telescope excitedly. Standing here, you can see super clearly. Amy crossed her arms behind him and said, "Hey, we don't have time. Why are you watching those dumb 7th graders? Serials. What are you talking about? I have to cheer for your boyfriend. Give him some luck." Amy sighed. Whoever passes, passes. Whoever fails, fails. What's the point of cheering? She bit her finger thoughtfully. Anyway, can you teleport instant? The black-haired boy came over and asked Mac. I just started and wanted to ask, have you found Serial? The black-haired boy replied, No, the thing is, the male student said. He's not here. Serial panicked. I don't know. I looked everywhere but didn't see him. Amy hesitated, worried. Could it be? He failed to use magic. See, I told you learning to teleport on your own is really hard. Over here, the examinees stood before a sheer cliff. Someone muttered, This is a cliff, not a bridge. You're really something, the teacher said. The rule is simple. When the teacher signals, move to the other side of the cliff. Whoever teleports the farthest passes the test. The 7th graders looked at each other. Really? Someone stepped forward to try. You mean we have to get over there? If we don't finish the test, we'll fall down there. The 7th graders doubted. Is there really safety equipment down there? The teacher stood in front of them talking. If you skip the test, the 7th grade examinees turned to look at him. The teacher said, As you all, death is a completely possible outcome in every program taught at the Magic School. Seriously, this is an early promotion exam, a selection for suitable students to enter level 5. So if you can guarantee your own safety, you can participate, but with such weak determination. He warned the students to leave now while they still outwardly serious. Inwardly, he chuckled. They're trembling already. Putting a little pressure to prevent safety incidents is necessary. He glanced to one side. This is really dangerous. He looked at the group standing with crossed arms, those participating for competition. He sneered. Why would mediocre kids take this test? The result is just to pave the way for me in society. He was proud. And that umbrella kid, I heard he. Mắt nhìn về phía trước, thậm chí mình còn phải chuẩn bị kỹ lưỡng đến vậy. Mà đúng lúc này, Ethela rơ tay. Just then, Ethel raised her hand. Everyone line up. Examinees, you may begin. Suddenly she saw something and fell silent. Someone was running from afar. Siren looking very disheveled. Everyone was stunned to see him arrive. Siren leaned on his knee, panting. I'm sorry. He looked up at Ethel and asked, Am I still allowed to participate in the exam? Ethel hurried over to Siren, over here through the telescope. Serial also saw him. Amy. There he. Amy chased after the small tube in Serial's hand, scolding, What the hell took you so long to get here? That it, Amy observed while pursing her lips. That kid, why does his face have so many scratches? Which ceremony did he get bumped into during practice? Over by the judges. Sienna turned to ask Anphaeus, the principal, and Miss Ethel. She wanted to ask if they should take care of the student who came to Anphaeus nodded. Managing the situation is also a skill of the students. Just start the test as scheduled. Sienna was silent for a moment, then replied, I understand. Then an aura. Aethela said to Siren, who was standing unsteadily. Siren, if you want to give up the exam, tell me. Okay. Siren took slow steps forward. Siren, if you want to give up the test, tell me. Okay. Siren took slow steps forward. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Someone reached out to Siren standing nearby. He stopped and said thank. The one who spoke squinted at the person standing a Siren's distance away, took a successful step, eliminating that kid in the scent of the law. Siren bowed his head, panting, his breath heavy. He looked ahead with tears, focusing, putting all he had into. Miss Ethel raised her hand and said the early promotion exam for Class 7 officially begins. Now everyone get ready. Ethel looked at the watch in her hand. Everyone lined up in position, all finally settled into a ready stand. Mark looked at the person next to him and said, Just follow my idea, okay? The person next to him nodded. Siren also focused his spirit. Ethel fired a flare into the sky as a signal. All the students participating in the exam died. Siren also ran like everyone else. The two others ran behind Siren. They looked at each other and nodded. The clock ticked away little by little. The exam time passed like a thread. The kids had advanced this far through many thorough rehearsals. However, this was the first time they saw the kids had come this far through many careful rehearsals. But this was the first time they saw the cliff, the feeling of the sky flowing beneath their feet, the heat spreading through their toes, excitement or fear. It was a world they had never known. There was only one strategy the kids could think of. The classmates ran headlong ahead, with the hope, definitely, to secure first place. Every student held the thought that the chance to be first was entirely possible. As the exam time passed, 2 strings. The distance to the cliff was still 20 meters. Mark was also running at full speed, thinking running fast won't guarantee first place. The important thing is to use teleportation at the right moment. According to theory and practice, the decisive condition to win is to determine the timing to depending on the jump position will decide the result. Whether earlier or later makes no difference, of course, if you have the courage to do so. The red speed classmate accidentally stepped on something. The distance to the cliff was still quite far. He took a risk. The red speed classmate went. After that, he immediately disappeared in the golden light. The nearby classmates also hurried. Oh, me too. Everyone started using teleportation. As the exam time passed, 3 strings, with 5 meters left to the cliff, the leading group set up. Someone went all out, damn it. I will definitely make it with 3 meters left. Another classmate also rushed forward. One of Mark's comrades, running from behind, shouted, "Sorry, Mark, I'm going first," he yelled. "If the escort team leaves first, what am I supposed to do?" Mark gritted his teeth angrily. These cowardly clowns. Mark still ran headlong forward. He worried, what if I fall? Mark, the leader, jumped when 2 meters remained. The exam time passed. 3, 5 strings. Siren was still running headlong. One of Mark's comrades responsible for pulling Siren was the same. This crazy guy always following me. Another classmate hesitated. Who else is there but us? Well then, someone went all out. I'm going first, then immediately disappeared. The 2 responsible for holding Siren's legs also began using magic. Siren kept running forward when only 1 meter remained. The exam time passed. 3, 7 strings. Siren still felt it was not the time. He stomped his foot right on the rock map. Siren was determined he had to catch up with. The students watching from Ami's side were all stunned. Even the judging panel from Cochiena did not expect. Ethela anxiously stood watching. The whispering gradually faded. He body. Not jump down or not. Siren. Ariane exceeded 2 meters. The exam time passed. 4 strings. At the Ojin family mansion, just like the previous swordsmanship competition, this was the first time I saw someone not nervous standing in front of. You're not scared at all. Those were Ariana's amazed words to him, because she herself didn't dare to look straight at her father a year ago. Ojin Mansion, Ariana's. He heard Ariana's praise and felt a bit embarrassed that matter. It's nothing special. I once read in a book that the nature of fear comes from imagination. What surprised Siren even more was Ariana's knightly oath compared to his own knightly oath. Even he didn't expect Ariana to initiate a knightly oath with recalling the book that only humans have swords. Siren calmly explained, imagining that you will die right after. For example, even when jumping off the cliff, we only truly die upon land. No clear corresponding translated content in the provided text. No clear corresponding translated content in the provided text. No clear corresponding translated content in the provided text. Siren, are you stupid? Being called stupid. Siren was startled and a bit surprised, seeing him calmly talk about dangerous things, as if they were nothing. She painfully gripped his shoulder and shouted, "If you fall from the cliff, you will die definitely. Definitely die." What are you talking about? Seeing that I misunderstood what I said and worried like that, he hurriedly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Think clearly. I don't die right at the moment I jumped down." Returning to reality, all the students watching, along with all the teachers, were extremely worried and anxious. The crystal ball in Miss Athela's hand shifted every minute. At the cliff, all students participating in the exam had turned into flying light streaks, except Siren. Just as he began to jump down, his whole body emitted a bit of golden light and began to open his spiritual domain. The wind force was too strong when using teleportation, creating pressure on his body. I must not lose focus. If the spiritual domain breaks, everything will. At that moment, Siren fell. His whole body was enveloped by a layer of light. The space around Siren began to change. His body flew forward and gradually caught up with the students ahead. Siren surpassed the group of students ahead. Now one student noticed that and stopped. Everyone began to be amazed at the speed. They did not expect him to catch up and even surpass them. How much did he jump to be able to surpass like that, looking at Siren passing by like that? That guy was unbelievable. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students watching cheered joyfully as they saw him start to enter the race. All cheering for Siren. It's starting. Keep going. Though only a fleeting moment to the naked eye. Did you see that? Yeah, the new student just jumped down. The fifth graders were very impressed witnessing Siren's outstanding performance. They couldn't believe a new student could do that. Amy, that content not fully provided in the translation snip. 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 Returning to the race, the one leading knew it wouldn't be long before Siren caught up with. Damn it. What on earth is the combat team doing? Now the distance ahead was no longer the issue, he thought to himself, glancing back while trying to accelerate, but it was too late. In a flash, Siren had overtaken him and become. No corresponding translated content provided for this segment in the given text. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students watching cheered joyfully as they saw him start to enter the race. All cheering for Siren. It's starting. Keep going. Amy, that guy, first time learning magic. Serial was stunned and somewhat hesitant to ask. Even Amy didn't know how to answer. She herself was amazed and speechless. Calming down, she also understood why he started later than everyone else, so she no longer felt as surprised as before. Indeed, although he started late, he tried to make up for it. As long as he maintained that good pace, Siren would always be the lead. Moreover, before she could finish, the teacher sharply cut her off. It's obvious those kids are too disruptive. All the other students passed and were promoted to the next class. At the end of Rule 3, the students taking the exam were divided into 3 groups. The leading group was the one with Siren and the combat team of Manga. The group in the middle trailing by about 3 meters, and at the back was the last. Those who used magic first were scared, separated, and I couldn't even use flying magic. According to what the senior said, even with a rope, it should still be safe. After flying for a while, a student suddenly lost control and fell. Everyone was terrified, shouting for help. "Miss, I give up!" Watching the students descend on ropes, other students and teachers laughed and watched the As predicted, the students who couldn't overcome their fear were the first to descend on the rope. Then the teacher immediately recorded the names of those who were eliminated and went down the rope. The eliminated students continued to descend on the ropes, shouting non-stop, "Where is the safety equipment? How much longer do we have to descend on the ropes?" When everyone had descended to a certain height, a large fan at the bottom of the cliff started operating. The fan created wind currents that supported the students descending on the ropes, allowing them to land safe. The sober ones lay flat on the ground, lamenting, "Girls, this is really too much. You should have told us about this beforehand," said the group of eliminated students after experiencing such a shock. After experiencing the shock, the eliminated group all lamented that the seniors hadn't warned. They didn't know this was just a small gift from the seniors to the juniors. In the end, all students in the last group were eliminated. A 200-meter group of students who reached here all showed signs of extreme exhaustion, gasping for breath. "Miss, help me!" The familiar cries rang out again. Many in the middle group had already given. Returning to the leading group, Mac was still trying to speed. His magical talent was average, and so far he showed no signs of fatigue. The fool. If you have no ability, don't dream of climbing high. The middle group would all give up anyway, hearing the cries of surrender behind them. Mac secretly despised. Although Mac tried to speed up to keep close to Siren, the distance between them was still quite far. The problem was, "No way, maybe it's my mood, but I feel like the gap with that kid is getting bigger." Mac grumbled, irritated. Mac continued to increase his speed, trying to catch up, feeling annoyed when thinking about it. He showed no signs of fatigue at all. How could that be? He should have died before the start. Suddenly ahead, Zeron underwent a change. A surge of energy flowed into his body. Mac, witnessing everything from behind, thought to himself, "Damn it, what on earth is that?" Zeron suddenly accelerated. Miss Ethel used her magical eyes to observe all the students' tests and had to praise his talent. Zeron's talent was truly amazing. Even I had to use shadow magic multiple times yet. Zeron maintained his pace like a machine. The shadow magic Miss Ethel used was to objectify herself to stabilize her mind, simultaneously creating a unique inner. Not only Miss Ethel, all the grading teachers nodded in agreement with her comments. Some teachers even gave remarks to Mac upon seeing his decent magical level. On the other hand, there was a clear change in the pace of that student's eyes. Compared to classmates, he was quite good, but still showed impatience due to you. Moreover, some even praised Miss Ethel's talent. Indeed, she was remarkable. Such a distance, and she could still accurately detect it through empathy. Wonderful. Standing nearby, Mac's face was sullen and silent. The principal, watching, was also very pleased with Zeron's talent. Serial, holding a small tube, looked at the competition in amazement and asked Amy beside him, "He can use mental focus by himself, really? Where did Zeron learn those advanced skills?" Amy, standing on the other side, answered Serial's question, attentively observing the competition, though she already knew. but would not say it aloud. Ordinary mages are taught to use the unconscious world consciously, but this kid is different. He is almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something you can learn, he said, watching him gradually pull a... Mac knows he can't win fairly. He has to continue with the plan, thinking and acting. Mac suddenly surprised everyone. Let's go. Receiving Mac's signal, the two underlings immediately began executing the prearranged plan, though both had reached their limits. Damn it, he's accelerating now, but why now? They had to gather all their remaining mental energy in one. To complete the assigned plan, the underling decided to risk everything, using all his remaining mental energy to accelerate to his... Zeron sensed the movement. A double strike. Someone must have changed the pace. Suddenly a shadow appeared before Zeron, surprising him. A student surged ahead, made Zeron startled and couldn't react in time, only able to reduce his speed to avoid the strike. What? What is happening? Another student also rushed. Zeron opened his eyes wide, looking at the student rushing toward. The underling, though knowing his action was wrong, could not disobey orders, thinking silently, "Sorry, but you have to stop playing here. Let's go." The underling shut his eyes tightly and rushed full speed toward him, intending to bring him down. Zeron's eyes widened in astonishment at the student wanting to charge at him. Did he really intend to attack? The student's eyes, shut tight, teeth clenched anxiously, floated in mid-air. In a moment, the student opened his eyes with a suspicious... The student was falling, only able to look at Zeron playing in mid-air, thinking, if possible, if possible. In the dangerous mid-air, a few students were playing with falling. It was over. At that moment, Zeron was struggling to stay conscious. His hand played in mid-air. The sky above was vast and blue, right before... With the last determination, Zeron's jade-green eyes suddenly shone once more. I must not faint. Focus. A bright light like the sun shot up into the blue sky. The falling student saw that. Below, the group of male students were noisily discussing. Just now, he moved strangely right. Could it be he lost direction? One student said, "They want to charge straight at the kid in front. That's their real goal." The two students immediately turned back to look at him with utmost surprise. How did he know that? Who would deliberately cause an accident? When Iruki's name was mentioned, he calmly sat cross-legged, arms folded in front of the other student. Iruki then gestured with his hands, one hand clenched into a fist, the other extended straight up, bringing them close together as he explained. One person blocks the racetrack ahead, the other attacks from the side. With that, Iruki analyzed with a straight face that it was a brilliant strategy to block both things. The advantage of instantaneous teleportation and spatial jumps. If the new student didn't take the racetrack, something terrible would surely happen. After finishing his analysis, Iruki waved his hand calmly and smiled slightly. If it were me, I would have easily escaped using the motion equation. Hearing that the two students could only glare angrily and look away their feigned innocence was truly deceptive. The two glanced at each other, but according to Iruki, it was impossible that the teachers hadn't noticed anything unknown. What they were planning. Meanwhile, the principal and Kosiena were still observing the exam. Mark, with his abilities, was speeding forward confidently, laughing loudly with bright joy. First place is mine. Mark smiled triumphantly, sure to make everyone jealous. The foolish classmates and even the 6th grade would become my juniors. Just what? Mark's confident blue eyes shone brightly. My talent. Siren was still trying to catch up to Mark's dazzling magic, thinking that Mark was in great form and would definitely finish the exam. To win, he had to be faster. If he hurried to increase the teleportation gap, the rhythm might be broken. Siren's eyes were full of determination. I will go at a different pace. Then Siren's magic glow accelerated. The crowd's rhythm noticeably increased, cheering loudly. Siren caught up. Who else? But those two faster. Ami held a small tube with both hands, looking astonished. His body was not in good condition, but he could still use magic so powerful. Meanwhile, Serial grabbed Ami's arm with both hands, his face showing a fierce expression. Tell me more. Suddenly, Amy's astonished eyes left the tube that Mark was still rushing forward rapidly. What was that? A stream of magic like a coil was rushing toward. Mark panicked and dodged to the side as the magic stream flew past. What the hell was that? Mark was flustered, about to die, and Siren was right behind him. A warning appeared. Activation of the impassable bridge's difficult function. Everyone was suddenly shocked by the warning. Level 10. Siren immediately showed astonishment. Amy and Siren both looked at the magical barrier blocking the dangerous path ahead. It continued to shoot out long strands. What the hell does that mean? What is level 10? In front of everyone, Miss Sienna called out, "Teacher, I will go to the equipment room to check," and immediately ran off. Without hesitation, Teacher Zet flew up using magic. A bright magic beam shot up into the sky. Miss Sienna hurriedly said, "Principal, we should stop the exam." Another teacher said, But this is the exam for advancing 2 grade level. If it's cancelled, the families will strongly complain. What? Principal Anpheus was still watching the ongoing exam. Hearing the other teacher, Principal Anpheus angrily shouted, "Is this the time to worry about that signal to stop?" A magic beam flew up into the sky, appearing before Siren, and making both surprised. Siren hesitated in the air, looking at the signal ahead. It was stopped already. Meanwhile, Teacher Zet's magic beam had arrived. Stepping out of the magic beam, Teacher Zet hurriedly said, "I just saw a yellow signal. Could the exam be cancelled?" Damn, another pile of complaints on my desk. Teacher Zet rushed to the equipment room, loudly saying, "Bread, you drank again yesterday. You know how important today's test." "This time I'm serious." Teacher Zet grabbed the door handle but couldn't open. He stopped locked. Seems not a mistake. Teacher Zet gathered magic. A bright, fiery magic beam appeared in a moment. He paused. Huh? Someone's in front of the door. A blue light appeared, revealing the inside. Behind the door were 2 shadows. One slumped over the table, the other sitting on the floor in front of the system control. Teacher Zet raised his hand, directing magic toward the door. "Someone open the door now, or I'll blow it." A loud voice immediately rang out. "Just do it, then see for yourself. Anyway, even if you disappear, no one will know." Teacher Zet recoiled. The loud voice said, a small contract fragment appeared. Teacher Zet held his bag behind him. A small student. "You are." "Teacher." Zet was surprised to recognize Maria. Maria sat by the door, clutching her legs in fear, trembling. Teacher Zet urged, banging on the door repeatedly. "Do you know what trouble you're causing? Open the door." "I'll treat this as an accident and only give a light punish," Maria shouted back. "No, it's all over anyway. If I get promoted, I'll have to live a hellish life. Dying here is no different." What? Teacher Zet froze, hearing Maria. Better, Maria shouted, trembling and clutching. He closed his eyes and sighed. Teacher Zet understood. "Do whatever you want." Maria, with tears streaming down her face, suddenly said, "If you don't want to open it, then don't. Actually, there's nothing urgent." Just as she wished, the exam was cancelled. The yellow signal emitted a bright light before Siren and Mark could only glare at the tree. "Stop the exam." "Don't joke, the promotion chance is right in front." Mark glanced at Siren behind. "Reconsider this no matter what. We can't leave now. The chance to defeat him might never come again." Siren was panting from exhaustion, his sharp gaze still intent. Mark frowned at Siren. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. 2 beams of light rushed forward. The magic cloud fired dangerous magic bolts. Principal Siren and Mark went straight into the magic cloud. The bright bullets kept flying. Miss Sienna covered her mouth in surprise. "No." The principal clenched his fist. The principal, angry, clenched his fists. "This idiot." Sienna. Teacher Zet appeared. "What are you doing, Principal?" Then all the teachers ran to the principal for his opinion. The principal was truly furious. His hands clenched into fists, his face no longer gentle. His eyes shone with a golden light as he watched the 2 enter the magic cloud. Disappointment rising in his heart. "I thought if it were you, it would be a bit different. If you were blinded by momentary greed and made hasty judgments, you'd never find a way out of the magic cloud." Inside the magic cloud, Siren maintained his dodging speed, searching for an exit. The watching students were now panicked and restless. "Oh God, what should we do?" "Amy Seriam. Hai tay che miệng không biết nói gì. Gọi tên của bản thân đứng bên." Amy was also frustrated and helpless, watching the competition continue without being able to do anything. Those Aussies level 10 is the professional level. From the cliff, dense black cords shot up. Those cords formed various shapes. Mangan rushed strongly toward Ryan, making him struggle to dodge. The speed of the trap was too fast. Dodging one meant the next would appear immediately, leaving almost no time to calculate. If this continued, his mental and physical strength would be exhausted, else both would be eliminated anyway. Whoever went the farthest would be the winner. If I perform well here, maybe I will be recognized. With those thoughts in his head, Mac rushed on without hesitation. He silently passed through the maze's gaps at an extremely fast speed. While moving, he smugly looked at Siren, still struggling to dodge, thinking, "How about that? See my technique, you'll be stuck there forever." The dense pitch-black maze blocks still surrounded Siren. He tried to dodge the blocks rushing toward him while searching for an exit. But when he saw Mac, the control room at this moment on the control screen, appeared a red light and an alarm sound, along with Maria's voice. "Teacher, what exactly is competition?" Maria sat leaning against the door, hugging her knees tightly, her voice trembling as she asked. She was troubled by the chaotic words that pushed others into the abyss above all else. "Is this the kind of competition the Academy wants?" That also sat leaning against the back of the door, trying to comfort Maria. "You misunderstand." Maria interrupted loud. "Don't lump me together with a teacher who has always been considered a genius like him." "What?" Her voice broke as tears of pain streamed down her face. "I followed the teachings, persevered, and endured. But at this school, who would care about a student without talent? Just an ordinary student like..." Noticing Maria's unstable emotions, that still gently talked to her, not knowing if she understood or not. "I don't know if you know, but I also graduated from this school. When I saw the graduating class, I was just a new student." Hearing that's words, Maria stopped crying. She didn't expect he still remembered that even after many years. "Teacher, You still remember that? After all, I once heard rumors about a genius named Zet attending this school. That said with a hint of nostalgia. Her voice was a bit choked as she replied, No, I never heard about that. I was always at the bottom, repeating grade 5 for 5 years. As a result, I became more and more discouraged while my friends around me advanced easily. That continued telling Maria about his time at the academy, his story filled with nostalgia and loss. No direct sentence matching. Không thể nào thấy của bây giờ. Maria có chút không tin, liền tiếng thật gửi lớn các ngang lời của Maria, rồi lại tiếp tục kể. In the provided translation section, no direct sentence matching. Một ngày nọ, tôi bị thầy hiệu trưởng bắt gặp và mang. In the provided translation section, no direct sentence matching. Này gia tên nhóc đó đã đánh em trước một buổi tối ở một góc khuất của học. Tiếng vang liên tiếng của thất. In the provided translation section, it was just a scuffle. Why does the teacher have to intervene? That with a bruised face like he had just fought said stubbornly, Usually I don't care about things like this. Do you know what a mage must never do? The principal spoke, interrupting. That's comparing yourself to others, being called black-hearted, that refused to look straight and spoke firmly. What is the teacher saying? Is he lecturing again? Ignoring, that's attitude. The principal gently continued, Mages call that self-erasure. Just look at yourself. If you can do that, then that is truly self-erasure. If you keep comparing yourself to 100,000 others on your own journey, one day you will lose your way. In the maze, Mac confidently rushed forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the net in front and behind, Mac realized it was locked, cornered with no escape. Mac panicked, fear rising within him, causing him to lose the ability to think. Now, all that remained in Mac's heart was regret. He shouldn't have taken this path. In the maze, Mac confidently rushed forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the net in front and behind, Mac realized it was locked. Cornered, unable to escape. Mac panicked. Fear rose, making him lose the ability to think. Now all that remained in Mac's heart was regret. He shouldn't have taken this path. Seeing himself trapped and the maze blocks advancing to attack, only one thought crossed Mac's mind. Am I going to die like this? He felt immense regret and fear, crying out for help. Help me. Outside, seeing Mac in danger, everyone was worried and scared. Mac was not. At the moment when it seemed Mac would die, a hand reached up. The hand grabbed Mac's collar and pulled him, saving him from death by a hair's breadth. Grabbing Mac's collar, Siren bit his teeth and sped up to escape the maze's attack. Seeing Siren successfully save Mac, everyone in Class 7 cheered. Mac is saved. Siren saved him. Suddenly, a student realized both were still in the competition and questioned, But this is a test. Why did he save his opponent? At the female student's question, another student loudly scolded her. You idiot! Does winning still matter when someone dies right before your eyes? Then that matter is no longer important. Another student noticed Siren's rescue was somewhat special. How could he perform such teleportation? How could he perform such teleportation? In the air, Mac continued struggling, shouting for help. Save me, save me. Feeling Mac was too noisy, Siren said, Shut up. I'm thinking. These traps are a kind of illusion. I have to see through them to find a way out. Let's move forward first. While thinking of a way to escape the maze and carrying Mac, Siren felt a bit tired. Siren used lightspeed to fly upward with Mac. The traps chased them. As Siren moved, the traps in the maze seemed alive, chasing after them. Running upward was useless. Dodge. Students below, seeing them fly up, shouted loud. Seeing the maze closely chasing Siren, knew pulling away was useless. But he couldn't think of a better way. Increasing distance meant nothing. What should I do? An idea flashed. Siren knew what should I do? An idea flashed. Siren knew what to do now. Right? I have a way. I need to turn back. Without hesitation, Siren sped up, pulling Mac. Seeing the protagonist turn around, Eric clenched his fists excitedly. Moving forward isn't always right. Sometimes turning back is the right answer. Elsewhere, seeing Siren's current state, his classmates were confused. Only a month has passed. But did he really train by himself? I thought he got in here because of connections, and he didn't even know how to use magic. Maybe we misunderstood. You can do it no matter the misunderstanding. All the students shouted for Siren. Danger avoided immediately. Perhaps Siren Serial was amazed to realize his efforts were not just for the test, but for something else. Tommy firmly said yes, he trains hard not just to pass this test. After all, the promotion test is only a small part of the journey to becoming one. He simply wants to become a talented mage. Serials in the control room that continued comforting Maria. Competition is just a tool to reach the finish line faster. Going slow is okay. When we cross the finish line, we all become mages. That's words echo. At another place, all teachers and students, including the principal, were speechless and amazed, watching Chiron successfully escape the maze. Behind the door, Maria weakly expressed regret. Now it's not too late. She knew she had successfully persuaded Maria's teacher. That smiled gently and said he would help her. So why not be a little brave? Every word from teacher. That encouraged her, and Maria burst into tears. Tears of regret, but perhaps also tears of relief. Returning to the competition unexpectedly, the principal spoke up to continue the exam, causing Sienna and the other teachers to turn around in astonishment. The principal showed no hesitation and firmly stated that he would take responsibility for everything. The scene ahead was full of danger. The crowd's voices still echoed. "Keep going, danger, avoid." Chiron, with a focused gaze, kept moving forward. He pulled his eyes along with his hand toward the dangerous ghost barrier. This trap seemed alive. It was unpredictable, without rules, wanting to save his eyes but unable to locate the position. His eyes rolled in fear. He didn't want to die. Chiron, on the other hand, calmly thought first, focusing on sensing the entire structure, concentrated at one point. Chiron used his eyes to find a safe way out, seeing the entire maze structure glow. He had experienced this before. It felt like running away. At that moment, Chiron saw the path to take. Chiron gathered all his strength and accelerated to the limit, rushing toward the maze along the path set in his mind. His speed was so fast that only a yellow afterimage could be. Chiron always passed through the maze's openings very quickly before they disappeared. Inside the maze, he was like a fish in water, passing through ease. The students watching were amazed, mouths agape at Chiron's power. The one he pulled along had fainted, frothing at the mouth without realizing. Amy and Cyril were also quite surprised by his action. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Chiron's performance. The danger seemed to amplify his latent power. A limit formed at a satisfying point. Orphan seemed to recognize the source of Chiron's latent power. It was something even he did not expect, that he himself could not know Chiron's. But he did not sense any satisfaction or disappointment from the child. Could it be that the child had no limit? The maze kept transforming endlessly as Chiron rushed forward. No matter what form it took, Chiron could still overcome it. Orphan, witnessing everything, was endlessly amazed, because now he could feel that Chiron's heart had no distraction. Truly astonishing. No attachments, no distraction. Ethel still carefully observed every moment. Although she appeared calm on the outside, inside, she was not as peaceful. The spiritual field density was nearly 99.9%, calculated perfectly in a state of talent was very important, but this challenge was truly dangerous. Chiron passed from one maze to another, and each time the challenge became hard. When he passed one challenge in the maze, he realized the obstacle gap had narrowed to about 1 meter. He kept thinking about a solution. Teleporting 10 meters was impossible to surpass. If so, then divide the teleport into 1/10, alternating left and right in order. Challenge was truly dangerous. Chiron passed from one maze to another, and each time the challenge became harder. When he passed one challenge in the maze, he realized the obstacle gap had narrowed to about 1 meter. He kept thinking about a solution. Teleporting 10 meters was impossible to surpass. If so, then divide the teleport into 1/10, alternating left and right in order. While thinking, his body followed and passed through openings less than 1 meter wide at the speed of light. Chiron moved to the next level, which included traps. At this level, the maze formed hexagonal shapes tightly packed like a beehive, causing him some difficulty. Chiron realized the problem. It prevented him from moving straight. The gap was extremely narrow. Without hesitation, Chiron immediately found a solution: divide as much as possible. Rainbow drop. Finally, you made it this far. Haruki excitedly clenched his fists, startling those around. What is that bending? Someone couldn't help but ask when seeing how Chiron passed the maze. Haruki, why is the light bent? Light only travels straight, they asked. Hearing the classmates' questions, Haruki explained enthusiastically. It's a simple principle. How can you ask that? If you differentiate the shape, you get an infinite straight line. The teleport distance is divided into 1/1000. 1/1000. Everyone gasped in amazement. How did you calculate that? They asked. Calculate what? It's a feeling intelligent. Isn't he smart? Haruki replied, helpless. In short, he's a complete genius. Haruki proudly continued boasting, but no classmates paid attention. All were quietly amazed by Chiron's talent. A genius. Truly terrifying. At this moment, the maze began to transform again. The black threads, seemingly alive, starting to merge into one entity. The threads thickened, forming an enormous shape which made things difficult for Chiron. Too much. Chiron looked at what the maze created and shuddered in amazement. Realizing what it was, all the teachers stood up in horror, shouting, "No, that's the line maze." A huge black line head formed from the maze appeared before Chiron, watching the maze continue to operate while seeing. that had been gone so long without stopping made Sienna very anxious. What is he doing? Unable to wait any longer, Sienna teleported, becoming a streak of light flying away. Mac had just regained consciousness. Where am I? As he regained his senses, he looked up and was shocked to see a huge lion mouth opening wide, causing him to panic and scream. Monster! Mac struggled in fear while Siren calmly faced it, thinking of a way to break. I must remember everything. The order I saw first, the left. While Siron was looking for a way out, Mac was not so calm. He panicked, begging Sienna to save. I will live honestly, please save. Elsewhere, Sienna teleported to that location. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Lien hurried toward the control room, shouting, Teacher, what's going on? Sienna rushed over anxiously. That spoke. Sienna, what's happening? Sienna hurriedly said loudly. There's no time, stop the device. Has the exam been cancelled? That still didn't understand, thinking the exam had long been cancelled. It hasn't been cancelled. I heard Siren and Mac are still in the exam. Sienna said loudly, shocking. That what? Terrible. It hasn't been cancelled. I heard Siren and Mac are still in the exam, Sienna said loudly, shocking. That what? Terrible. Without hesitation, that turned and ran toward the control panel. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out their name. Ethel ran to them, panicked, wanting to say something. At the moment the lion rushed in, it trapped the two inside. All the students watching were terrified, unable to. Both teachers and students panicked, watching everything unfold before their eyes. Time seemed to stop as the clock's second hand moved past 1. The clock hand was running and stopped exactly at 12. The clock hand rewound about a minute before Ethel arrived, standing before the giant jaws, ready to snap at Siron lying next to Mac. Mac was quite frightened. Everyone around was extremely alarmed. Amy and Serial screamed at each other, unable to watch what was about to happen. Standing before the monster, Siren used his power. His eyes shone bright. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and everything around seemed to freeze. 1 minute before the conflict calmed, he seemed to retreat into another corner. He was still alive. Think all the places on the body working at full capacity. 1/10 of a second. A light breaking through all barriers. 1/100th of a second. The light source was flickering through the cube-shaped blocks, 6 intersections, a total of 9 including the exit path. Part of the day passed. He worried that he was mistaken. The light had been stepped on repeatedly. Siren thought he and Mac could not escape this path and had to find another way. Returning to the present moment, the Kim clock just struck 12 and the fierce monster charged forward. Everyone around was extremely frightened. Amy panicked and shouted at Siren. Orphan was about to use his power to save. Suddenly he realized something and stopped. The light source clung to the darkness, flying as if trying to escape the abyss of the universe. Loud explosions came from the light source, clinging to the blue sky. Everyone below rushed toward the direction of the light, shouting loudly, "No, it can't be!" From that light, Siren dashed straight to the ground, pulling Mac along to everyone's astonishment. Someone whispered below, "He really escaped. They are not ghosts returning, right?" Ethel was stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Then she ran away some. Siren breathed heavily, unable to believe he had narrowly escaped death. What happened? Did I really get out? I can't remember anything. The engine system of the impassable bridge had been disabled. To what extent? Based on everything just witnessed, the boy with spiky hair exclaimed in surprise. That was a human-level difficulty. He had surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Siren was exhausted, breathing heavily after the recent challenge. He shouted, "I thought I was definitely dead," surprising everyone with his words. Serial burst into tears of joy. "He did it! He really did!" Amy smiled gently and thought, "So cool, those who overcome with all their strength will never be arrogant or boastful." Everyone crowded around Siron, excitedly congratulating him on overcoming the arduous challenge. "Congratulations. You're really amazing. You've been directly admitted to the 5th class. The juniors will be jealous." The professors teleported over, surprised, asking, "Did Siren really pass?" Sienna lamented regretfully, "I missed this important moment because of Professor that." "I'll explain to you later." "But I did my best," Sienna scolded him. "You didn't help at all," deeply hurt inside. Sienna spoke up. "Anyway, since both of you finished at the same time, we need to reconsider. Principal, please announce who—" She hesitated. Orphan looked stunned. Sienna continued, "Principal." Orphan pondered. "Am I really worried for nothing?" Looking toward Siren, he thought to himself, "I am very happy, because you have shown everyone the light. The light. Anyway, since both of you finished at the same time, we need to reconsider. Principal, please announce who—" She hesitated. Orphan looked stunned. Sienna continued, "Principal." Orphan pondered, "Am I really worried for nothing?" Looking towards Siron, he thought to himself, "I am very happy, because you have shown everyone the light of the Wilose clan." That looked toward Orphan. He thought the title given to the one who laid the foundation for the definition with Fulton, also the one awarded the Golden Circle Prize by the king. Sienna, with a worried expression, asked, "How is—" A signal of greed suddenly flared up inside him, because of Siren's outstanding talent. He stepped forward, placing his right hand over his left, bowed respectfully, Principal, please announce your decision. Believe the person who can shape the future of the academy has appeared. Principal, please announce your decision. I believe the person who can shape the future of the academy has appeared. Orpheus laughed. Yes, I am a bit emotional. He is recalling the past after witnessing the talented student. He thought, I feel jealous of his innocent love for magic. Recalling that scene, he did not believe in fate. Orpheus raised his face, continuing to think. It's been a long time since my heart raced like this. Standing before all the students and professors of the academy, Orpheus declared, even if only one person is accepted, I still want to commend all the students who participate. The courage you showed today will be the motivation to bring the world closer to a bright future. The one who passed today's test is Ariana Saron. Everyone around surrounded him, looking back at him with tired faces, fever, a vacant gaze. From within the crowd, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was eyes slowly moving with difficulty, bearing the wounds from the recent trial. People around spoke, speculating about the eye. Don't say he intended to stand up in opposition just because he went with Cyrus. But the new trainee was the one who called him. And the conflict event was also very suspicious. The eyes gradually became uneasy. How could it? I saw it with my own eyes. He is truly a genius. Siren looked toward the eye. The eyes bowed down in admission because all along I was mistaken. With sincerity, the eyes continued, no. I apologize. As a mage, I accept all responsibility. All the upperclassmen feared, simultaneously bowing their heads. In unison, loudly, I was wrong, senior. We accept the punishment. Siren, still tired, smiled and said, all right, I hope everyone is sincere. They all stood up. Yes, yes, senior, everyone. He's really scary. Lucky we apologized. Meanwhile, Siren thought, I want to sleep. I'm too tired to be clear. Really, Chase? Amy urged. Let's go, Cereal. Cereal puzzledly asked. I thought we should stay with Siren on an occasion like Amy replied. No time, she thought silently. He has proven himself. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Siren looked at Amy. He shouted, Amy. Amy began to feel uneasy. Both stopped. He raised his hand, pointing at Amy. Siron said I kept my promise, right? Currently, Siron was not clear. I will catch up to you. Amy froze. People around whispered, calling a girl like that, is it? Jealousy of his girlfriend. Siron is really cool. Amy cried tears at what he just said. Siron would not remember this when he woke. Siron was promoted to 5th grade. Somewhere Ethel was searching for something, her heart full of questions. Is it true? I'm sure Synestheria changed to follow Siron. She worried I lost him at the Dragon May. In a luxurious school in a room named Webtoon Disciplinary. A meeting at Webtoon Disciplinary took place that held a violation report in hand. Behind was Maria, bowing her head, confessed. Maria honestly admitted her mistakes and hoped to be disciplined. However, Siren Mac and even the gatekeeper those affected by sleep magic spoke out that they did not want Maria to be disciplined. Other students also sympathized with her, began admitting their own mistakes, even mentioning matters related to Siren's test. From behind the eyes, other students also stood up, admitting faults, and the atmosphere heated. Siren looked at the eyes, thinking, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Orpheus spoke. I think Maria's situation is unfortunate. She did not use that function to harm others. With a solemn face, he continued, and according to regulations, disciplinary measures will be enforced. Siron put his hand forward, saying, but I also ask for discipline. I accidentally triggered the test delay signal and entered the maze. Moreover, I brought Mac into such a dangerous place. Orpheus rolled his eye. But I think I have seen such a scene in this school before, that everything is beyond what the principal wants now. The students all bowed their heads to the discipline, unable to see the truth, because they were blinded by the dispute. Pride and jealousy now to become mages with titles. They also admit their mistake. That sighed deeply, recalling the first time meeting the principal. Who would think of teaching this way? The teacher has always taught me many things. Sir Orpheus struck the gavel to pass judgment. A loud bang echoed. All the students cried. Mac went to Maria's place, bowed his head, apologizing to Sienna was writing violation records for each student. This was an unprecedented precedent since the school was established that everyone here was punished. One of mine, 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 one of mine. One of mine, 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 one of mine. On the representative paper of Siron, he had been promoted to 5th grade, Because the boy was a son. Returning to Siren's place, he was dozing from exhaustion. In the dream, it seemed someone was calling his name. Siren. Siren. Suddenly, a shout. The dragon maze. A ray of light flashed by. He was flying like a beam of light, moreover more focused. His eyes opened wide, recalling the scrutinizing gaze. I will erase myself. Erase myself. The soul into small pieces, as if dissipating throughout the world. As if that was the world itself. Siren continued rushing forward. I become the space around him began to shatter. Siren kept rushing. The space around shattered faster, infinite. He suddenly fell into the shattered place, rushing at unstoppable speed. Siren panicked. On the other side of the fracture was a black anti-space patch. A golden piano sound suddenly woke Siren from that terrifying dream. He wondered, piano sound, is it already more? He put on his uniform, adjusted the collar. He thought, I can't remember anything, but why does it feel so hard? He picked up a notebook, the notebook Amy gave me. It helped me remember the rules of magic. He flipped through each page. Today I have to answer in the combined class. I want to thank her because she helped me to the... Seeing something, he was full of question marks. Hall number 2. Siren called. Amy turned around with a worried face while Serial greeted Siren. Siren, how are you? Still okay? Siren held out a bunch of apples, giving them to the two. Thanks to you guys. I want to express my gratitude. Amy wondered, what is it? Siren handed the notebook back to Amy. I don't mean to pry, but it seems you like apples. She thought silently. But I like cherries. I like apples. She immediately flipped through the notebook page. On the notebook was written, what do you think? The issue is time. Sorry is enough, right? Sorry. Apple, apple in Korean apple. And sorry are homophone. She blushed and immediately ran off shouting, anything is fine. Serial called Amy. Where are you going? Class is about to start. Leaving the two not knowing what happened. Why is she like... Serial looked at Amy. Then Amy easily passed the advanced test and entered the graduation class. But it seemed there were still problems that her genius team couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after a month of suspension. In unison, senior, we saved a seat for... Siren was surprised by that. He worriedly said, you don't have to do that. Strange that every time I attend combined class, the 7th graders start saving seats for... Everyone recalled the scary face he made. They left and quickly returned to their seat, feeling like they had become a scary seat. Suddenly, a voice asked him, is there a seat for me? Back bun. As if recognizing the voice. He turned around. Of course, Sister Serial, 10 people. Serial continued. The adorable girlfriend not being here means you're not very energetic, huh? He smiled anxiously. You're the one who feels lonely, though. You two are always together. Serial replied. Right. That's why I'm preparing to graduate. Siren was startled. Really? Serial answered. I had planned to graduate and live a normal life, but after seeing you with Amy, it really inspired. I feel like my youth was a bit wasted. Besides, it seems Amy wants to become a soldier. My youth was a bit wasted. Besides, it seems Amy wants to become a soldier. Siren was surprised. A soldier. She said she intends to join the war. She said with certainty, are you two really dating? Siren worried. Isn't that dangerous? Although things are quite peaceful now, like the war in Neil. Serial replied. The war in Neil really broke out, and all mages have the duty to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits and support. Like also, Amy's specialty is money-shooting magic, so she'll only participate covertly. Doesn't that sound cool? Agent Amy, beautiful and charming? Siren said, imagining that image. Exactly. Why worry about a top student like her specialty, huh? He waved goodbye to Sir. Starting from 5th grade, students begin thinking about their future careers as mage. If you're good at a certain skill, it's a big advantage, but that's why people usually don't talk about that with students who have low grades. Suddenly, Siren was called. Hey, Siren, are you planning to practice by yourself? If you have any difficulties, just ask me. A very active boy. So he's a friend I really appreciate for talking to me. Even though I'm not very good at speaking. Although his grades are average, he's so versatile that he can control early discipline. And his versatility isn't exactly friendly either. Seeing Siren sigh, he said, you're sighing like that again. Siren thought everyone has their own traits. 5th grade is very different from 7th grade. Even though they're the same age, they're so much more mature. Suddenly, 2 voices came from behind. Hey, listen to us. What do you think? Siren was surprised by the name and should have been forced to respond. What? The slim-haired boy spoke up. I said I can't agree. Siren wondered if they wanted to argue about something. Would they avoid me because I don't understand what they're saying? What is this, chemistry, biology, or literature? Professor Ethel, or SEA? Who do you like? Siren was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. He found it very hard to think. What? He sighed deeply and said in a low voice, what do you mean by that? Siren nervously shifted his gaze to him and thought silently, right, hey. Then the boy, a bit taller and more imposing, said loudly, I'm on Professor Siena's team. Hearing that, Siren screamed silently inside and grabbed his head like he'd been hit across the arm. Then he stood with crossed arms and loudly said to the other two, "Don't you know Professor Siena is really the type of wise and elegant person?" Seeing himself being spoken to, the other person retorted, "No, Professor Ethel is the one who makes us feel protected." Siren stood nearby, feeling very awkward, watching the three argue, thinking silently, they're all young and immature. Of course, a voice directed at him rang, "Siren, what do you think?" He was startled, standing with his mouth agape, thinking, "What do I think?" asked so suddenly. Siren hesitated, thinking hard. Right, to have a beautiful school life, I need to learn how to blend in with everyone." Standing before three sharp eyes full of killing intent staring at him, Siren felt awkward facing the choice of picking one of the two, thinking silently, "But both of them are professors. I respect choosing." He was startled, standing with his mouth agape, thinking, "What do I think?" asked so suddenly. Siren hesitated, thinking hard. Right, to have a beautiful school life, I need to learn how to blend in with everyone. Standing before three sharp eyes full of killing intent staring at, Siren felt awkward facing the choice of picking one of the two, thinking silent. "But both of them are professors. I respect choosing one as a..." Thinking that, he clenched his fists and said firm, "For me." Before he could finish, he was strangely stunned when he saw the two before him, their killing intent, which had been interrogating him, suddenly faded, and they awkwardly bowed and said, Sorry, we'll come back later," and said firmly, "For me." Before he could finish, he was strangely stunned when he saw the two before him. Their killing intent, which had been interrogating him, suddenly faded, and they awkwardly bowed and said, Sorry, we'll come back later." He froze like a statue and silently lamented, wondering if it was because he couldn't answer. Then behind Siren, as if seeing someone, they looked away and raised a hand loudly. "No, it's because of him." Then loudly called out, "Hey, Eric!" His eyes coldly watched. Eric stepped forward, his right hand stroking his chin, the other hand in his pocket, walking slowly, as if unaware, and asked, "What are you guys talking about so excitedly?" Siren sighed softly and smiled wryly, replying, "Just asking which professor is better or something like that. They're no longer kids, so to avoid revealing too much." Eric then raised his hand to introduce, "Siren, this is Eric." Hearing his name, Siren stood behind, thinking silently, "What a quick change of attitude," then awkwardly said, "Hello," he continued. "This is the first time you two meet, right? Eric is the eccentric guy from 5th grade. Hearing his name, Siren stood behind, thinking silently, "What a quick change of attitude," then awkwardly said, "Hello," he continued. "This is the first time you two meet, right? Eric is the eccentric guy from 5th grade. Seeing the introduction, Eric immediately extended his hand to Siren with a sharp, cold look and said, "Nice to meet you, Ariana Siren. I've heard a lot about you. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Siren stopped abruptly, shaking Eric's hand while looking at it, and silently wondering about that voice. Suddenly he recalled a voice and a blurry face of someone telling him, "Don't hesitate if you want to do something, just do it." That voice continued beside his hand, "You came here to become a mage, didn't you?" At that moment he just stood there, dumbfounded, silently asking, "Who is it?" Then he excitedly grabbed Eric's hand tightly and said loudly, "It's you. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to successfully use the redirection form." Eric was a bit surprised, looking at his hand being tightly held, but didn't reply. Siren continued, "Thanks a lot for last time." After a moment of silence, Eric looked up at him and smiled teasingly. "You're the type who's easily bored, right?" Siren was stunned by his words and blurted out, "Yeah," seeing that he immediately pulled both of them away. He looked at Siren and smiled without explanation. "Don't mind him, he always talks like that." Then he turned to Eric, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and said, "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" Eric scratched his head, pretending not to know, and calmly said, "What? That's a compliment." Then he stepped forward, turned around, looked at the two, raised his hand at eye level, and suddenly said, "Anyway, good luck. 5th grade is full of weirdos, so be careful." Seeing that, he then asked Eric, "Where are you going? What about class?" Eric turned and walked away without looking back, leaving only 3 words, "Don't care." Siren was amazed by Eric's words, silently marveled. "You don't care about attending magic class?" Seeing Eric leave, he scratched his head and sighed sadly, explaining, "Sorry, he's always like that, but if you get used to it, you'll see he's a good guy." He replied with a puzzled tone, "He's a bit strange, huh?" He continued, "Yeah, if you want to understand him better, it's going to be tiring. Honestly, he's a genius." After saying a lot, he hesitated, "But the problem is he's a genius in a strange field." Siren looked surprised at Neymalin's words and asked, "Eric is a genius?" Suddenly, many loud voices discussing came from somewhere. "Hey, look, it's Why is he going into the danger zone again?" Ahead. Eric was on the platform heading somewhere. The people below looked at him with a teasing tone and said, "Come on, he won't just lie down and give up, right?" Siron was stunned and wondered silently. Giving up. He should stand beside him and pat his shoulder once, and suddenly shouted in panic, "Oh my God, what is he planning to do now? Let's watch." To just lie down and give up, right? Siren was stunned and wondered silently. Giving up. He should stand beside him and pat his shoulder once, then suddenly shouted in panic, "Oh my God, what is he planning to do now? Let's watch." At this moment, on the high platform at Iruki's feet, swirling winds began to circle around his leg, and a ring of some kind of charm formed around the outside. Then from where he stood, energy sources started to rapidly radiate out. Around Iruki's feet the charm ring spun. He stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, eyes fixed on a blue energy stream rising from the ground into the sky. Siren and the others stood with their mouths agape, watching the blue energy. He wondered, what is that? Then he continued thinking, shifting spiritual energy. The speed is really fast. The blue energy now formed a large circular spinning ring above the heads of the other students. Some people showed fearful expressions, but there was another voice that rang out, "Every time I witness this, I find it so captivating." Another voice added, "Surely no one else in this kingdom can do that." Iruki smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, 8 medium-sized blue circles appeared on his legs. Everyone else looked up. Murmurs arose. What is that? Some kind of target. The teacher holding the class in room 4 heard the noise, turned her head and looked. She was startled and exclaimed. Then she shouted, "Iruki, stop immediately!" On Iruki's legs, the blue circles began to sprout 2 small wings and move, and inside each ring looked like an eye. Iruki pressed his thumb and index finger together and said with cold blue eyes, "Focus point." A voice rang out as a warning, "Everyone go." Everyone panicked and tried to flee, shouting, "Hey, this crazy guy." At this moment everyone was terrified and ran without noticing that the blue eye was pierced by a sword. Then it shone brightly on Iruki's legs, making everyone even more frightened. Suddenly it exploded. A loud blast echoed above everyone, who was in utter panic with a purple light. Everyone screamed, wanting to strain their necks to see. Siron did not run, but stood firm, letting the purple smoke blow past. Then Iruki's laughter rang out. He spoke while waving his hand at eye level. "See you later, Siren." He disappeared into the purple and white smoke. The teacher suddenly grabbed his ear, scolding loudly while pulling Iruki away. "You lucky kid, your suspension just ended recently, and now you're causing trouble again." He was in pain, but followed the teacher's hand and replied, "I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't." The teacher, hearing this, shouted, "Hush! You're suspended for 3 days, remember." Iruki showed no surprise, as if he had been through this many times and said that long. Then only someone's voice talking about Iruki was heard. "Iruki is the most eccentric kid in 5th grade. His current image is very noble and unapproachable." He sat cross-legged on the desk, hands behind his head, looking forward. The voice continued. "His skills are extremely low in social subjects, and his methods are probably average. But the reason Iruki is called a genius is that he specializes in only one area. His midterm grades in all social subjects are 0, but in natural sciences, he scores a perfect 100. There is a condition called savant syndrome. Savant syndrome sometimes occurs after recovering from damage in the brain, where patients gradually possess abilities far beyond normal people. There is a condition called savant syndrome. Savant syndrome sometimes occurs after recovering from damage in the brain, where patients gradually possess abilities far beyond normal people. The voice continued. Specifically, Iruki is the king of the science. His nervous system lights up neurons. For example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments, with temperatures below 0 or above 100 degrees. He can even calculate dates 40,000 years in the future. If he really wanted, I bet he could calculate the value of pi to the end of his life. However, in other fields, he stopped speaking here. Then Professor Van Hawk's face turned red with veins bulging as he held the Van Geerlinkwad test paper. "Iruki, are you belittling the professor's authority? It's ridiculous that you turned the Van test into a math problem. Specifically, question 2 asks for the meaning of the poem by poet Ginbo. 2 about the flow, the falling leaves, and you answered, the velocity on the surface of the leaves is influenced by aerodynamic forces, so they move strongly, according to the resultant vector force." The literature professor angrily slammed the desk and shouted, "This is a Van test, not math, and you're sitting there staring at your test while I project it on the big screen." The professor was very angry and shouted, "It seems you want to prove you're a genius, but there are many things you can't explain with math, like deep imagery or emotion. This is a Van test, not math. And you're sitting there staring at your test while I project it on the big screen. The professor was very angry and shouted, "It seems you want to prove you're a genius. But there are many things you can't explain with math, like deep imagery or emotion." Haruki showed no concern, and with a bored expression used his pinky to scratch his ear and said, "But professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers." He looked at the professor and continued, "If we can't explain the world with logical reasoning, how can we live in such a scary world?" Then he pointed his index finger to the side of his nose, teasing the professor, whose face looked ready to explode at any moment. Then he crossed his arms, looked away, and said, "For example, a flushed face is a manifestation of chemical reactions inside your body. The professor silently looked at him, furious. Haruki continued, "Loss of emotion, nerve fibers tense due to stress, blood pressure fluctuate. Iron nerve fibers tense due to stress, blood pressure fluctuate. Then your blood vessels dilate, making your face red, or constrict, making them stand out and turn blue." Hearing this, the professor's face turned so red it looked like he was about to explode, and he almost growled, "Get lost." Then the professor's voice echoed throughout the faculty building, "Get lost. You have no points. No points. No points. Understand?" Siren heard this and was stunned, saying, "Amazing, truly amazing. He can talk about what he believes in so confidently." He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. There really are all kinds of people." Sitting opposite him, he propped his chin on his hand with a troubled look. Before, the professors always encouraged Haruki, but then everyone gave up. He sat cross-legged, propping his chin with his hand, then cheerfully said, "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you unexpected? I was very happy when he started talking to me." Siren laughed. "I understand." Then he thought silently, but he still felt a bit worried. Then he raised his hand to his mouth, seriously thinking. Meanwhile, a girl standing nearby softly spoke. "Huh, a mistake." Both turned their heads in surprise to see what was happening. Nearby softly spoke. "Huh, a mistake." Both turned their heads in surprise to see what was happening. It turned out to be a long-haired girl with a shy expression, looking at Siren and asking, "Siren, do you want to join our research group?" Siren was surprised and called out, "Siren." The girl continued to invite, "We are researching teleportation magic. If someone with high achievements in magic like you joins, the research will be completed very quickly." Then she added, "If you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste time during the holidays on performance evaluations, and the remaining time we can study together." Siren heard this and found it hard to open his mouth. "Sorry, my current academic results aren't very good, so I think I need to focus on that first." Then he continued, "Sorry for declining." Seeing this, the girl softly said, "We can't do anything else. Anyway, if you change your mind, just let me." After saying that, the girl turned and walked back to her group of friends, looking at him to leave a final message. "If you change your mind, you can join any time." Siren, sitting at the table over there, turned around and smiled slyly. Siren heard that and replied, "All right, thanks," then smiled slyly toward. After a while they went elsewhere, so he looked back at them, chuckled, and spoke up. "It's embarrassing. That research group is quite prominent." "Yeah, well, you already have Senior Amy, so that group isn't that outstanding." Siren was silent, puzzled. What do the two things have to do with each other? Then he thought about something else. Unfortunately, his knowledge was still lacking. He felt awkward, remembering his low midterm exam scores. Even improving the grades was hard enough. He couldn't dream about joining a research. Amy teased him. "You're so annoying, Agent." Siren tried to change the subject and asked, "So you don't have a research group? If it were you, I think you could join a good group." Amy cheerfully replied, "Me. I do have a research group." Siren let out a surprised sound, then she continued, "And I'm the group leader." Hearing that, he looked pitiful and sighed in disappointment, then lowered his head and sat silently. That Amy awkwardly reached out and teased, "No, it's not a big group. You're making me embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so the group's funding got cut." Amy explained to Siren, "The seniors have all graduated, so I was given the position." He nodded in admiration. Graduated, the graduates were also part of that group. Then he brightened up, thinking, if it's a research group that had graduates, then it must be a highly potential research group. After thinking, Siren asked her, "If you don't mind, can I visit your research room?" Outside the strange stop area, Amy called out, "Siren, I thought you weren't interested in research." Siren replied, "No, I am interested, but I thought I'd bother others if I joined." Amy exclaimed in surprise, "What research groups aren't that rigid? We study and have fun. This is our research room." Amy was leading Siren to her research room, a place as black as ink with strange shapes. Siren asked, curiously, "What is this?" Amy introduced it. It's called the Matok Istus Room, a storage room for all the students' mass facilities. The two suddenly felt tiny like ants, standing before a black cubic research room with a large hollow in the middle, located in a stop area. A reception place. This is an extremely advanced storage room. You can put study materials into a block and it will automatically deliver them to the room you need. Siren looked despairingly at himself and said, "Ah, so this is a storage room." Seeing Siren's expression, Amy hurried to explain. Wait. Even though it looks like that inside, it's definitely amazing. You'll be surprised." The two stepped into the lab. Amy went ahead and introduced, "This is a precious place that my seniors have worked hard to protect." Siren asked, "Really?" Siren continued, "So I can stay here, right?" Amy shook her head. "Don't look." Then she added, "You'll be surprised by what's inside." Suddenly an image appeared of someone's hand quickly writing chalk on a blackboard, where the sounds came from. The two walked and talked. After a few glances, Siren smiled and said, "Other groups often mistakenly look at this place. My seniors had to fight hard to keep its ownership," Amy said. Siren passed another corridor, stopped, and asked her, "This is—" She looked back, grinning, and said, "Honestly, we can use everything inside here if we want." Siren asked, "Isn't that illegal?" She looked at him and replied, "Every time you find an item, you want the place's inventory changes." In other words, Amy stopped there, having stepped deep inside, while Siren had just stepped in following the extended yellow line with a displayed symbol. As they walked, one hand carrying a bag on the shoulder and the other in his pocket, Amy confidently said, "No one can find us here." Siren was surprised, following behind and looking at. Siren was stunned, thinking, "A hidden place where no one can find you." Amy cheerfully said goodbye. "Ta-da! This is our research room." He was speechless, only able to gape in amazement. He made a suspicious sound. The two stood before a sign that seemed old and hung on the door with an additional line written, "Scientific Research Room on Supernatural Phenomena." Written, "Scientific Research Room on Supernatural Phenomena." Siren suddenly jumped in surprise. Science on supernatural phenomena. Then he dumbly thought, supernatural phenomena in a magic academy. Still excited as at first, she asked him, "What do you think, cool, right?" Then she continued excitedly, "Ghosts, spirits, vampires, aliens, hell gods, and so we research everything related to such things." He stood behind, pale-faced and constantly tense. Siren doubted himself, thinking, "I think I joined the wrong group. I'm not exactly uninterested, but this is a bit much." Then a door opened loudly in the silent space, followed by a big explosion, but no damage. The blast blew his hair and clothes. Siren startled and exclaimed, "What is this?" Amy laughed with squinted eyes and said, "It's just a bit of dust. You'll get used to it soon." He coughed harshly, covering his mouth with his hand, glaring at her, thinking, "Why do I have to get used to it instead of cleaning it up?" He stood still again when he saw something ahead. Siren called out, "Eruki." She looked at him calmly and said, "Our research group is quite secretive, so we can't reveal all the members yet. That's why I didn't tell you earlier." Siren was confused. "Eruki is interested in supernatural phenomena." Eruki seemed to have noticed their presence and explained his curiosity. Actually, it's the opposite. He joined to prove the opposite. It's also a good bait to lure people who think everything in this world is rational. Eruki's eyes lit up excitedly. "Ah, Sir!" You ran over and grabbed Siren's hands excitedly, saying, "What wind brought a genius like you to this lowly place? It's good you're here. Listen to what I found." Siren was shocked and replied awkwardly. Then Eruki continued, "When matter decomposes, what's left are atoms, right?" "Got it." Eruki still had that serious face and said, "But I think atoms can also be broken down into smaller particles. What do you think those atomic particles are made of?" "Down into smaller particles." "What do you think those atomic particles are made of?" He was embarrassed by Eruki's question, hesitated, and said, Yeah, right. I'm not sure, but I think there's some hidden potential energy." Eruki, hearing that, kept shaking Siren's hand up and down, saying, "Exactly. I knew you were amazing. I can't believe you think that far." Siren was really sweating with Eruki. He thought to himself, "Did I say that right?" Eruki looked at Siren happily and continued, "Yes, there's a lot of latent energy, so much that it could destroy a whole What do you think would happen then?" Siren was confused by Eruki's question and answered in surprise, "What then?" Then on his face appeared a serious hesitation as he spoke. "Everyone will get hurt." Eric heard that and raised his pinky, curling his nose coldly. "What are you talking about?" Then he stretched his pinky out straight, and Eric's face now looked like a madman, saying there was a lot of latent energy inside. "Do you think I need to worry about that?" Siren raised his eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, What do you even understand what you're saying? Then he shouted. The principal told us that if we become mages, we must consider the consequences that magic can cause on this earth. Then he shouted. The principal told us that if we become mages, we must consider the consequences that magic can cause on this earth. Seeing the two of them so tense, he didn't know how to respond. Siron's voice grew louder. So you think sacrificing the majority is acceptable to satisfy your own desires? Eric casually picked up a cherry from the cup and coldly remarked, You're really boring, Siren. Then he held the cherry up to eye level, smirked and continued. You think other mages know about this, but don't do it. That's because they don't have the ability to do so. That's why they don't. Then he popped the cherry into his mouth and said, Your so-called great intelligence is just a tool to accomplish something. Siron, dissatisfied, shouted at him. Even if we are geniuses, that doesn't matter. Rather than being a genius who harms others, I'd rather be a harmless fool. Eric was tilting his head back, chewing the cherry. And when he heard that, he looked down and said with a wide grin, A minority of geniuses lead a majority of fools. History has proven that, and that's the world we live in. I have to use idealism to deal with it. Siren frowned and looked closely at him. No, your logical reasoning smells like defeat. You can easily satisfy that ideal, so stop sweating over it. Then both raised their hands to the sky, waving and speaking to break the heavy atmosphere. Wow, that debate was great. Very interesting, Siren said, staring at Eric, who stood with arms crossed, looking away, then rubbed the tip of his nose. Then he gently advised, But you know fighting emotionally like this isn't good, right? Okay, sit down, eat some cake, drink some water. That's the world we live in. I have to use idealism to deal with it. Siron frowned and looked closely at him. No, your logical reasoning smells like defeat. You can easily satisfy that ideal, so stop sweating over it. Then both raised their hands to the sky, waving and speaking to break the heavy atmosphere. Wow, that debate was great. Very interesting, Siren said, staring at Eric, who stood with arms crossed, looking away, then rubbed the tip of his nose. Then he gently advised, But you know fighting emotionally like this isn't good, right? Okay, sit down, eat some cake, drink some water first. Siren felt he couldn't stay any longer, so he grabbed his bag, turned, and walked straight to the door, saying, I have nothing more to say here, goodbye. Then he called out as he left, So long. But Eric coldly replied, Wait a minute. Siren, do you know the way out? Eric shrugged and said indifferently, Just follow the path you came in. If you can't do that, you really are the school's fool. Siron turned around angrily. Hey, why did you say that? If it were you, you could have explained it in a way he could understand, right? Eric plopped down on the couch and replied, Well, I admit I went a bit too far. Then he crossed his arms, placed his right leg over his left knee and laughed. Because he's my rival. I'm looking at you with a strange tone. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Besides, who would have thought you'd say that to your rival, when all you care about in this world are numbers? Eric brushed his hair back, tilted his head, and said arrogantly, It's precisely because all I care about are numbers. You saw Siren in the rank-up test, right? Surprised, he replied, The teleportation test. Of course, I have nothing more to say here. Goodbye, I'm leaving now, so cry steal and call Siren, who is walking away. Wait, Siren, do you know the way out? Haruki said, absent-mindedly. Just follow the path you went. If you can't do that, then you really are the fool from that very place. So I angrily turned my head around. Hey, why did you do that? If it were you, you could have explained it in a way he could understand. Eric plopped down on the couch and replied, Well, I admit I went a bit too far. Then he crossed his arms, placed his right leg over his left knee, and laughed. Because he's my rival, I'm looking at you with a strange tone. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Besides, who would have thought you'd say that to your rival, when all you care about in this world are numbers? Eric brushed his hair back, tilted his head, and said arrogantly, It's precisely because all I care about are numbers. You saw Siren in the rank-up test, right? Surprised, he replied, The teleportation test. Of course I remember. That's how he was rated at the same level as us. The upcoming speed test, he said, while thinking of Siren's determined look as he left her. The next day, many voices echoed from the spacious building of the students. The speed test will take place in 2 weeks, right? If I fail again, I won't be able to level up. Inside the classroom where the chatter came from, it seemed school was over and Siren was standing, tidying up his bag on the table and hearing the chat. But you're not looking forward to it, are you? What? They're talking about you, Siren. He stopped, packing, and listened. The voice said, He's very good at practical skills, right? I wonder how high he'll score. Siren listened to their chatter with some worry, thinking about the speed test. In the speed test, you use active magic, aiming at targets and getting corresponding points. Active magic is the common name for magic that affects targets other than the caster. Those not in attack, healing, or support classes can also participate. You need to eliminate all targets in each stage to proceed to the next. There are 3 stages in order: 1, 2, 3, with targets numbering 1, 0, 1, 1, 2, respectively, and fast aiming and precision are very important. Links appeared in Eric's mind. Then he was surprised and exclaimed, 10,000 calculations on one string. Eric suddenly collapsed, laughing like a madman, and said loudly, "That's the hidden brilliance. Faster than effort and more precise than knowledge. No calculation method can beat the speed of unconscious calculation." Then he suddenly stopped calculating and looked at the place with cold eyes. "What about you?" he heard Eric ask, waved his hand, then grinned. "I get it, a battle between calculation and brilliance, and you want to confirm it with a test, right?" The upcoming speed test should be taken while thinking about Siren's resolute expression when he left earlier. The next day, many murmurs echoed throughout the spacious building of the student. "The speed test will take place in 2 weeks, right? If I fail again, I won't be able to get promoted." Inside the classroom where the murmurs came from, it seemed class had ended. So Siren was standing tidying up his bag on the table and hearing those murmurs. But he wasn't expecting much from them. "When they mentioned you, Siren, you immediately stopped packing your bag." The voice echoed again. "He's very good at practical skills, right? I wonder how high he'll score." Siren listened to their chatter with some worry, thinking about the speed test. In the speed test, you use active magic, aiming at targets and getting corresponding points. Active magic is the common name for magic that affects targets other than the caster. Those not in attack, healing, or support classes can also participate. You need to eliminate all targets in each stage to proceed to the next. There are 3 stages in order: 1, 2, 3, with targets numbering 1, 0, 1, 1, 2, respectively, and fast aiming and precision are very important. However, Siren sat upright in his chair, holding a cup of tea with both hands, and said in surprise and worry, "Professor," a scoreboard displayed 4 numbers, 4140414. Orphan is the homeroom teacher of Class 5 and Siren's professor. She sat on the chair, holding a cup of tea, smiling with narrowed eyes, and spoke to him. "But it seemed like your chemistry score." The class she was teaching was increasing rapidly. "Quite impressive, right?" He called her in a gentle tone. "Professor." From outside the window you could see her off. They could at most use all their knowledge. Siren sat slightly confused, listening to her continue. "And there's one more thing. Right. A part of the knowledge that only an expert could fully understand." He was surprised when he heard her say. Then he was amazed and speculated, "Wait, is this the photon decomposition theory?" After that, he thought silently to himself. Teleportation magic is a variant of photon decomposition theory, a type of passive magic that composes the user's body into photon particles. He asked in a low voice. Professor Siren picked up the volume and squinted. "Are you sure you introduced me to the right magic? I can participate in the exam, but I'm not sure I can use this magic." She lifted her teacup, closed her eyes kindly, and said, "If you only look at the surface, it's quite useless, but the idea of using the photon head is extremely brilliant." She sipped her tea and continued, "Light is the fastest thing in this world." A golden light in the shape of a Z flashed across her mind. And linear paths have the advantage of being very easy to control. In the Tower of Fall, the leading place in the field of dark magic efficiency, people have guessed that the photon head will be a major step forward for information transmission and communication magic in the future. And a towering skyscraper appeared faintly behind the white cloud. Sienna said it has been studied in many magical techniques unknown to us. If they research it thoroughly and regularly, it will develop into a magnificent magic field with great potential when you graduate. After she finished speaking, Siren looked at the book, resting his magic leading to a new field, he thought. Maybe it will become something quite interesting to learn. Now, Siren was in another space at the training area. He stretched out one hand as if nothing was there and exclaimed in surprise. Then he muttered while raising both hands in front of him, moving them up and down. "Why isn't it working?" He held the volume in one hand. Sienna raised her other hand, palm up, and looked at. He exclaimed in surprise, "No way. I can't control it at the current level." So it turned out he was in a corner practicing with other students. At practice area number 32, a large open field at the foot of the mountain surrounded by trees and hills. Near the edge was a large grandstand with students gathered around. They were 5th grade practical class students. Someone stretched out a hand and silently said, "Activate magic." A gesture to perform magic. Then he thought, of course, magic doesn't come from the hand, but from the spirit realm. But imagining the energy emitted from the hand, Makes performing magic easy. Advantage of being very easy to control. In the Tower of Fall. The leading place in the field of dark magic, efficiency. People have guessed that the photon head will be a major step forward for information transmission and communication magic in the future. A towering skyscraper appeared faintly behind the white clouds. Sienna said it has been studied in many magical techniques unknown to us. If they research it thoroughly and regularly, it will develop into a magnificent magic field with great potential when you graduate. After she finished speaking, Saroni looked at the book, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully, then replied to Sienna, "I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I could master this skill before that happens. I will do as you say, Professor. No additional translated content provided beyond this point in the given text. It would not be bad if you could master this skill before that happens. I will do as you say, Professor. Is magic leading to a new field?" He thought silently. Maybe it will become something quite interesting to learn. Now Siron was in another space at the rest area. He stretched out one hand as if there was nothing, and he exclaimed in surprise. Then he muttered while raising both hands forward, up and down. "Why is it not working?" He held the Western magic power with one hand. Sienna raised the other hand, palm up, and looked at it, exclaimed in surprise, joking, "I can't control it at the current level." So it turned out he was in a corner practicing with other students. At practice area number 32, a large open field at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by trees and hills. Near the edge was a large grandstand with students gathered around. They were fifth-grade practical class students. Someone stretched out a hand and silently said, "Activate magic," a gesture to perform magic. Then he thought, of course, magic doesn't come from the hand, but from the spirit realm. But imagining the energy emitted from the hand makes performing magic easy. Then he worriedly raised both hands to look. He continued to think. Creating a soul core is not a simple task. Could it be because his spiritual domain is of the converging type? Also difficult to use the magic method. Suddenly a female professor's voice rang out. "Very pleased to meet you all." It was Ethenla. She just stepped onto the grandstand, smiling with eyes narrowed. "Let's start learning right away." The students standing below the arena all gasped loudly in unison. Who are you?" "The attire of Professor Ethan." She had taken off her glasses on the left side. Indeed, she had removed her glasses and was gently clapping her hands, smiling kindly and coldly at Sarone exclaimed, full of admiration, "Oh my, her outfit is so beautiful." A male student behind touched his chin. Eyes closed. Speculate. She must have just come back from training. He turned his face to look at that person in puzzlement. Training when where? That male student continued to answer him. "Yes, Professor Ethenla is the bishop of the clergy." Saroni looked at him skeptic. "Bishop? You mean Ethenla is a pastor?" Another male student behind him asked. "He said that there are 12 bishops across the entire continent. Ethenla, shining in bishop's attire and surrounded by a halo. Not everyone can have—" "Yes, the bishop is the high-ranking protector of the 12 electric bars." The voice of that male student continued to ring loud. "And Ethenla is one of them. With resilient mental strength, she was awarded the title Jonas by the king." Jonas is the title given to the mage with the strongest psychic power. That male student finished speaking, then turned his face to the arena and said, "Understand yet outside like that, but Professor Ethenla is—" Immediately, the two words Melian appeared above Nen's head. He looked at Ethenla with Melian eyes, then clasped his hands together and exclaimed, full of admiration, "From today I will join Professor Ethenla's." Then he covered his face, bent his body as he spoke with pink eyes. "I will study hard, study for 5 years, and take the 5-year exam." The two male students saw Nen like that, and were speechless, while Saroni silently looked away thoughtful. "Amazing. I think I never expected to learn magic from such a talented professor." Ethenla happily stood on the arena, clapped her hands loudly, and asked, "Have you all prepared for the speed test?" The crowd in front immediately responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." She told them that before that test, each class will have a practical lesson like today. They also answered enthusiastically in unison. Standing solemnly, Ethenla smiled while reporting the content of today's lesson. "We will learn an advanced technique to enhance your versatility. I have invited a senior from the graduate class to assist us." They started chatting among themselves. "Graduate class, really? Where?" Ethenla's warm voice echoed. "Welcome Mage Ko to Damasaneun." A note. Ko-tu means source. Dama means soul or spirit. Sanyun relaxed his shoulders, stepped forward, and said, "Hello, 5th grade class." He placed his hand on his right shoulder, bowed to everyone, and said, At the invitation of our respected Professor Ethel, I have come here. Although this place is not for me, I hope I can help you all. I am very willing." The female students excitedly kept shouting, while San Yun stood beside them bowing his head, and Ethenla clasped his hands in front, instructing them seriously. San Yun's characteristic magic is Matuatko Todama, which is closely related to today's lesson, so please pay attention and focus everyone. The two students who had just stood before Siren looked extremely jealous. The one on the left exclaimed, snatching the graduation class, while the one on the right clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "He isn't even on the same level as us." So Siren stood behind with a face that seemed to hide something, then spoke. "Since when did he become on the same level as you guys?" San-eun stood on the podium looking down at the focused crowd below, then spoke loud. "Matuatko Todama uses the power of words to increase magic power. You will see it with your own eyes, which is easier to understand than the previous explanation." He stretched both hands forward, his blue eyes looking upward, then said, "First I will show you the common dragon fist wind magic." He used his spirit realm to create from his palm a stream of blue energy spinning like a ball. Siren was surprised, thinking, "Wow, that magic was something the master showed me when I was..." Then Sanyun shouted, "Dragon fist wind." Immediately a tall, swirling tornado appeared from nowhere, blowing everyone's hair with the center of the tornado right where he stood. Others panicked and shouted, "Help me!" Everyone was knocked back and forth by the whirlwind's pull now, like hairs hanging in the wind, they exclaimed. "Thought we were done for." Sanyun's voice rang out. "Of course I don't just recite. I put my will into every word and cherish them. In that small book were many different spells," he continued. "That is what increased the magical power. This is the basic principle of Todama magic." Then he opened his mouth and read a spell, "Electric Mother of the Sacred Price." Sanyun held the small book, closed his eyes, and said, "However, endless ages appease the sacred debt. My heart keeps the soul of the mage, soaking into earth and sky, singing the golden anthem, honoring and praising. Let the embers blaze, gathering wind into retribution." When he reached this part, everyone was surprised by his voice. If that student looked at him with a face full of admiration and muttered, "It sounds like a spell, his voice is so good." 3 minutes later, he was still reciting his spell, his soul united with his body and voice. "We call upon the name. The mage fears not the wild power of the mighty lion. Together with the ocean carrying the passionate sunlight, together with the earth containing winds blowing for 100 million years, I will be infinitely devoted, aiming for utmost reverence." Everyone was knocked back and forth by the whirlwind's pull now, like hairs hanging in the wind, they exclaimed. "Thought we were done for." He said again, "Dragon fist wind." After those 3 words, the wind blew from the ground straight up to the sky. Everyone was terrified as the wind grew stronger and stronger, their hair almost flying off their head. "Help me!" Everyone was knocked back and forth by the whirlwind's pull now, like hairs hanging in the wind, they exclaimed. "Thought we were done for." Ethenla smiled with narrowed eyes and said, she didn't recite the spell aloud, but she still channeled it in her mind. San Eun's voice rang out. "Of course I don't just recite. I put my will into every word and cherish them. In that small book were many different spells," he continued. "That is what increased the magical power. This is the basic principle of Todama magic." Sun Yun held the small book, closed his eyes, and said, "However, the spell is too long to use in combat, so now I will show you what is called magical rapid recitation." Others heard this and panicked. More. Sun Yun kept rapidly reciting spells. His aura fluctuated continuously, making it hard to hear what he was saying. One hand held the book, the other raised to the sky, shouting a spell, his speed flying with the strong wind. His life force seemed about to burst from his eyes. "Blood vessels visible," he said again. "Dragon fist wind." After those 3 words, the wind blew from the ground straight up to the sky. Even from afar, tens of thousands could see it. It formed a huge wind pillar. Around that pillar was a strong wind, swirling and blowing away the dense tree canopy of the entire training area. Ethenla's voice suddenly rang out. "All right. You've all seen the seniors' demonstration, right?" No one responded, because they had all been knocked down by the dragon fist wind technique, lying flat on the ground. Siren propped himself up with one hand and brushed his hair with the other, eyes half closed, thinking, "That power is unbelievable. This is the level of the graduating class," he continued thinking. "A mage who graduates from high school is called a level 10 official mage." Siron looked at them thoughtfully. "I can't imagine how powerful an official level 6 mage like Ethenla must be. So that's how this world is." Some students had sat up dazed, others still lying on the ground. One student over there kept trying to raise his hand to ask, "Professor, do we have to practice Todama magic?" She stood on the podium and looked down, answering, "Todama magic is an advanced subject, so you won't have to practice it." They all sighed in relief. Then she said seriously, "Instead, the technique you will train is called Sure Self. Sure Self is a technique that helps improve your versatility by focusing your power when counting numbers. Siren seriously asked her. So the more you count, the stronger you get. The other students gaped. The male student asked, "Why numbers, Professor?" Ethanla explained, "Numbers are symbols with discipline, so they correspond to our link domain." The students below dispersed. "Professor, you just reached 100. Did you count from 1 to 100 just now?" Another voice exclaimed in surprise. "The professor's link domain has expanded. The 10M radius has really grown to 12. Then Ethanla kept counting 400, 100, and the radius kept expanding with her count. She counted to 1,700, then 2,400. Siron was amazed and quickly covered his mouth, thinking, "No way, how can ordinary people count so fast?" The radius kept expanding. He kept thinking, and it's so easy. Hesitate. Discipline is the most basic system of propositions used in logic and mathematics. At this moment, the space around Ethanla was surrounded by the 10 mem radius link domain. She stood inside, smiling with narrowed eyes. "I will open the link domain using the Sure Self technique. I will count easily by tens." Then she closed her eyes and counted to 100. The 10 mem radius link domain suddenly expanded beyond before. Ethanla stood on the podium looking down at the students with mouths agape in astonishment. "Are you all paying attention? If Todama magic reflects and creates scenes, Sure Self uses thought and reflection," she added. "The faster you count, the stronger the link domain becomes, not only expanding in size but also increasing in accuracy and precision rates. The spiral numbers from top to bottom," she continued, "and all your skills will be enhanced." He was stunned, thinking, "Great, if I learn this technique I can create particles." Ethanla's voice rang continuously. "Of course, Sure Self is not omnipotent because its effect decreases if your mental strength is not steady enough," she cheerfully said. "So don't forget that strict discipline and empathetic will are the basic principles when opening the link domain. Understand?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yeah." After a while, everyone split up to practice. Siron stood silent, covered his mouth, thinking, "No way, how can ordinary people count so fast?" The radius kept expanding. He kept thinking, "And it's so easy." Hesitating after she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and exhaled. The radius now covered nearly half of their training ground. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed, "Just using the Sure Self technique, the link domain has increased fourfold." No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. No corresponding translated content found in the provided English translation. Precision rates the spiral numbers from top to bottom, she continued, "and all your skills will be enhanced." He was stunned, thinking, "Great, if I learn this technique I can create particles." Ethanla's voice rang continuously. "Of course, Sure Self is not omnipotent because its effect decreases if your mental strength is not steady enough. But counting numbers is harder than I thought. Indeed, everyone around can't concentrate when counting for too long." Seeing this, he pondered, "If I hadn't been continuously training my mental strength in class, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it." Suddenly he remembered something. Wait. When he teleported, he used a technique that involved complex calculations throughout his body. He guessed that it was probably the quantum certainty, a series of numbers large and small appearing in his mind. He continued thinking, categorizing the numbers by hundreds and combining them all at once. A beam of light touched the surface and shone dazzlingly. Siren estimated it lasted about 10 seconds. Then he looked at the palm of his hand stretched out silently, wondering if he should aim at the tree. As he thought about the quantum certainty, his palm suddenly glowed. Then the golden light spun into rings and flew straight toward the distant tree, surprising everyone. The quantum certainty flew straight to the far tree, and everyone gasped in astonishment. "Huh! What is that? What is that light?" The classmates behind him all widened their eyes and gaped. Siren was startled but kept his posture. He silently exclaimed and then thought, "So dazzling." After releasing that technique, Siren stood still thinking. It was too brilliant. After releasing that technique, Siren stood still thinking. It was too brilliant. From above, looking down at the vast training ground, he was still standing, as if rooted to the spot, while some people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, turning their heads to look at. Their murmurs echoed, "Isn't that quantum certainty?" "Huh. Did he learn that for the teleportation test? Because it's light, the speed is really fast," another student whispered. "But learning that just for a test seems a bit..." Then another responded, "Yeah, it doesn't cause damage anyway." Ethanla, standing outside, happened to turn and saw him release the quantum certainty. Her face blank as she pondered. Siron was startled but kept his posture. He silently exclaimed and then thought, So dazzling. Shed out silently, wondering if he should aim at the tree. As he thought about the quantum certainty, his palm suddenly glowed. Then the golden light spun into rings and flew straight toward the distant tree, surprising everyone. The quantum certainty flew straight to the far tree, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Huh? What is that? What is that light? The classmates behind him all widened their eyes and gaped. Because it's light, the speed is really fast. Another student whispered, but learning that just for a test seems a bit. Then another responded, yeah, it doesn't cause damage anyway. Athela, standing outside, happened to turn and saw him release the quantum certainty, her face blank as she pondered. Huh, Siren, the defense specialist has now learned active magic. Then she approached and loudly called out to him, Siron, it seems you've succeeded with quantum certainty, haven't you? He turned his head in surprise and looked at her. Professor. Then he turned away, speaking with an embarrassed tone. Yes, maybe so, Athela cheerfully suggested. So do you want to try practicing in the Shadow Realm? Everyone then focused on the Shadow Realm, where a figure stood in the middle and people were chatting. Oh, immediately practicing teleportation, huh? That's bold. Oh, immediately practicing teleportation, huh? That's bold. Everyone then focused on the Shadow Realm, where a figure stood in the middle and people were chatting. After you finish quantum certainty, be prepared to recall the target. Athela stood behind the table, looking at him confident. Siren, it seems you've succeeded with quantum certainty, haven't you? Then she approached and loudly called out to him. Siron, it seems you've succeeded with quantum certainty, haven't you? He turned his head in surprise and looked at her. Professor. Then he turned away, speaking with an embarrassed tone. Yes, maybe so, Athela cheerfully suggested. So do you want to try practicing in the Shadow Realm? Siron stood upright, then snapped his fingers, and the Shadow Realm began to move, enveloping. Then he thought inwardly and recalled the target. Be prepared to recall the target. Siron turned his head back and replied. After answering, he closed his eyes and concentrated. First, he used quantum certainty to enhance his spiritual domain. The numbers large and small gathered into a big bright spot. Then they split into many smaller bright spots that clustered around. Siron stood upright, then snapped his fingers, and the Shadow Realm began to move, enveloping. Then he thought inwardly and recalled the target. Seeing this, Siren was both stunned and thought inwardly, so this is how it is. He thought like the bullet speed approaching the speed of light. Quantum certainty only needs to release one move to automatically seek and attack the target. It shattered the targets into pieces. Blue board appeared. Information teleportation level 01, score 00, time limit 1 minute. Siron's figure appeared with a series of targets, then reflected a dazzling blue light back at him. He widened his eyes, looking at the targets before. Then he raised his hand, concentrating his spiritual domain into one spot. He raised his palm toward the target floating in the common air. Then he focused inwardly, releasing quantum certainty. Immediately, the quantum certainty glowed and flew straight to the target. Siren saw that, and was both stunned and thought to himself, this is exactly. He thought silently, like when the bullet speed approaches the speed of light. Quantum certainty only needs to release one move to automatically seek and attack the target. It shattered the targets into pieces. Siren continued thinking, feeling as if he was aiming and shooting simultaneously. Currently, his teleportation was at level 02, score 11, with a time limit of 0.55 seconds. Other students gasped in surprise. So fast. Everyone was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, voices continuously echoing. Right after aiming, he already hit the targets like an instant magic activation. Then he hit all those targets immediately like an instant magic activation. Athela stood silently watching him, then thought, I see Siren's quantum certainty is grouping numbers into a large combination and then deploying them. Then she concluded silently, this is a modular technique previously used in advanced magic. Now above Siren's head, his consciousness attacked the targets like fireworks exploding in the sky, while at his feet was a large protective circle covering the entire field. Athela silently marveled. What a terrifying growth rate. Meanwhile, Siren was focusing on releasing attack moves toward the target. He released several direct attacks. All the targets were shot. After a while, the training with the Shadow Realm finally ended. Siren stood wiping sweat from his forehead with the sleeve, not paying attention to the information on the wall. Time expired, level 19, score 340. The time limit was 0 minutes. Everyone below shouted nonstop, isn't that a perfect score? 342, targets down in 1 minute. Someone's voice rang out. Should I teach him to use quantum certainty too? Better not, that's only feasible, if you understand it like Siren. He stood wiping sweat, breathing a sigh of relief, then thought, with this move I don't need to worry about the teleportation test anymore. Standing outside, someone saw everything and said, he's crossed his arms and said he still hasn't succeeded with magic. But just as he understood it, he scored 342 points. Impressive. Eric, sitting nearby, spoke up. That's quite a score, and said, his score is quite impressive, but also interesting. Then Eric raised his hand to call Athela, Professor, I want to try too. Both he and Nay were startled. When they heard, Nay worriedly spoke up. Eric, are you sure? She furrowed her brows, worried, reminding him, But don't cause any trouble, okay? Siren, standing and wiping his face, suddenly heard someone's voice loudly. Huh, it's Eric. He wants to practice too. Hearing that, he was so annoyed that he turned his face away, thinking, Eric, I don't like his attitude, but he hesitated, then continued thinking, I'm still curious. Eric stepped out into the grandstand, looking bold and confident. Everyone gathered to watch. He took his hands out of his pockets, stood straight, and smiled confidently. The shadow realm began to envelop. His spiritual domain rose from his feet to the sky. His face was very proud. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and disgusted. Teleportation with directional transmission, impossible teleportation, is completely different. Siren was equally surprised. Someone's voice rang out. So he intends to defeat the targets by looking at them, not using magic Esther, right? The targets floated around Eric. A large protective circle was at his feet. He bowed his head and snapped his fingers. His spiritual domain flew straight to the targets. Siren was surprised, thinking deeply, the size of the targets is even reduced. How does he plan to do that? Then he widened his eyes and gasped softly. Eric's spiritual domain twisted in a Z shape, piercing through the centers of the targets in the sky to the amazement of everyone below. Then the targets suddenly exploded simultaneously like fireworks. Everyone opened it by looking at them, not using magic Esther, right? The targets floated around Eric. A large protective circle was at his feet. He bowed his head and snapped his finger. His spiritual domain flew straight to the targets. Siren was surprised, thinking deeply. The size of the targets is even reduced. How does he plan to do that? Then he widened his eyes and gasped softly. Eric's spiritual domain twisted in a Z shape, piercing through the centers of the targets in the sky, to the amazement of everyone below. Then the targets suddenly exploded simultaneously like fireworks. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise and gasped. On the board appeared information: speedrun level 02, score 13, time limit 0:57 seconds. Then he pointed his hand forward, adjusting his spiritual domain to pass through the targets faster, and it moved into many different shapes, causing the targets to explode. Everyone marveled and exclaimed, Awesome, the speed has increased. Is Eric always this strong? A classmate asked in surprise. Siron stood behind, eyes raised, hand raised toward the sky. Can't run to the target. Can't run to the target. A person aiming at the target, unable to run to the target, unable to run to the target. Is Eruki always this strong? The fellow trainee said in surprise. Siren stood behind, eyes looking up, raising his hand on the surface. He was shocked and then reasoned. I understand now. If you observe carefully, you will see that he is not chasing the target with his eyes. He predicts the target's movement using motion equations. He looked up at how Eruki controlled the spirit realm, and thought so. The targets were divided by Eruki into different equations. He continued to think, but unexpectedly, after predicting their movements, he could still catch up with all the targets, using directional changes. Siron strong, the fellow trainee said in surprise. Siron stood behind, eyes looking up, raising his hand. On the surface, he was shocked, and then reasoned. I understand now. If you observe carefully, you will see that he is not chasing the target with his eye. He predicts the target's movement using motion equations. He looked up at how Eruki controlled the spirit realm, and thought so. The targets were divided by Eruki into different equations. He continued to think, but unexpectedly, after predicting their movements, he could still catch up with all of the targets using directional change. Siren thought and raised his hand to speak. How can his spirit realm be so fast? That must be self-enhancement. He approached with a smirk and said yes. But Eruki didn't just calculate the first 102,000 numbers. Siren asked with curiosity, so he calculated numbers thousands beyond that. He looked at him and smiled slightly, saying, only a whirlwind. Millions. Hearing that, he showed a face of disbelief. The board on the wall lit up again. Time's up level 24 with a score of 548 in remaining time, 0 minutes. Everyone cheered for Eruki's result. What Eruki? That's really amazing. And he smiled smugly, standing with hands on hips, his hands oddly rubbing his head. Everyone kept asking, how do you hide your skills? Attacking targets with directional changes is really hard. Is he even human? Awed neatly to the side, watching him walk by, then frowned thoughtfully. Very skilled. He stepped to the edge of the stage and stood before Siron, who was glaring at him. Eruki spoke. How do you see? Then he continued. Is it worth watching? Siren looked up and replied, That's amazing. I didn't know you could use directional changes like Eruki, hands in pockets, laughed arrogantly, looking at him seriously. Is that all? I'm a bit disappointed. He asked. Eruki said, I'm really impressed you thought of modularization. Siren's face darkened, hearing that. Then he looked seriously at him and asked, do you realize how I calculated millions of numbers? Siren tensely looked up at Eruki and glared. I do, but tell me, is it okay? It seems you consider me a rival. Everyone watched to see what they were saying. Eruki stood on the podium arrogantly and said, it doesn't matter, even if you know you probably can't do it. Siren remained silent. Everyone wondered what's going on. Eruki's voice rang out. It's nothing. Then he scratched his hair, eyes flickering, and looked away, continuing, I used grouping and skipped some units. Siren was extremely surprised by the hat. He was stunned and wanted to ask, no way. How can you consider that a method everyone around heard and got? What isn't that too crazy? Siren, tall and slender, thought. If you calculate by grouping, obviously the numbers would feel much larger. Even if you used self-enhancement, a simple calculation method, the computations would still become complicated. Then he firmly said, this is the genius syndrome. Eruki raised his index finger to his nose, frowned, and said, what do you think? Can you beat? Siren loudly said, I have no intention of beating anyone. This is just a test. He stood looking away and replied a trivial statement from weaklings. Remember. Then Eruki looked serious. If you don't have the skills, give up your ideals and continue pretending you're the best. Then he said in a disdainful tone that makes no sense at all. Siren angrily raised his voice. If I beat you, it will prove I was right, won't? No matter how high your knowledge. Compared to me, you're just like a bug. Siren was very angry and exclaimed, a bug, a bug. Everyone was surprised, including Neil, thinking about. Then he eagerly searched for something in his paper bag. Very interesting indeed. The rules of the quick test. Your score is based on the number of targets hit within the time limit. Level 0, score 00, time limit, 1 minute, time 1 minute. Corresponding to each level, the number of targets increases. First stage targets 10, second stage 11, third stage 12, fourth stage 13, fifth stage 14. If you miss even one target, you cannot advance to the next level. Also, the higher the level, the faster the targets respawn. If you can't control the spirit realm to keep up with the targets, the trainee will fail. If you cannot quickly handle them, you cannot sustain more targets, and your score will be seriously affected. Siren was also watching as everyone gathered to see the results of the quick shooting test. The core of the 5th grade class is 400. No one has scored above 700. Then he rested his chin on his hand, reasoning that to reach 700 points, he must not miss any targets in 1 minute and reach level 30. To do that in 5 seconds, he must pass 1 level. At this moment, Siren was standing in the middle of the stage, observed by everyone. Then he frowned, looked up, and raised his right hand to the sky. Immediately, targets were consecutively destroyed by him. Other trainees were surprised, looking up to watch. That fellow shouted in admiration, awesome, so awesome. Then he turned and attacked his eyes, showing determination and sharpness. He swung his arm, directing the spirit realm toward the targets in front, and they continued to explode loudly against the ceiling, surprised watching him. The person in front spoke serious. Siren can't catch up even without moving his head. He can shoot the targets. The person behind doubted, how is that possible? The blackboard on the wall lit up with the announcement, time's up, level 25, score 567, time limit 0 minutes. Someone's voice echoed, in just 1 week. His score has increased by 200 points. Now time was up. The spirit realm disappeared. He massaged his left wrist and sighed in relief, as if all fatigue had vanished amid the cheers of everyone. Then Siren turned and walked away. Far off, 2 people were whispering. His bullet speed is really fast. Once he aims, he never misses. The guy next to him softly replied, his continuous shots have improved a lot. In 1 second, I think he fired 4 bullets. He wiped sweat with a towel, looked back and sighed. He thought to himself, how about that I have caught up with his score? It turned out he was secretly watching Eruki behind. Eruki was smirking and leisurely sitting up. Then he stepped across in front of him toward the belly. Eruki's hands comfortably in his pockets, speaking up. Is it my turn? Siren looked at him, worried. Everyone looked up at the stage, and he did too, nervous, and the result was the same. Eruki still controlled the spirit realm very skillfully, and broke the targets apart, making them explode simultaneously. Someone's voice suddenly echoed. His spirit realm is even smaller than before. Eruki's spirit realm flashed past their head. Everyone was amazed and focused on watching. That person continued even faster. Eruki's spirit realm continued bending through the targets, causing them to explode. After a while, Eruki finally finished. He raised his hand, making a gun sign to the sky, looking cool, and said, The board on the wall lit up. Times up, level 25, score 568, time limit 0. Then Iruki paid no attention and left at once. Everyone was discussing excitedly again. Iruki's score had also increased, but it was only 1 point behind Siron's new score. Then the chatter gradually quieted down. Siron almost made it 2, but he lost, though. Siron's score was increasing exponentially. He would catch up soon enough, while he himself was very confused. Siron nhìn theo bóng lưng của Iruki, nghĩ rằng một điểm cách biệt đó không phải là tình. Today their scores were still only 1 point apart. Of course, Siron's score was 571, and Iruki's was 570. The following day, the two numbers 585 and 586 were also separated by 1 point. The next day again, 593 and 594 were also 1 point apart. Iruki stood with his back to everyone. Now he had to look back with a slight smile. Other students were all shouting his name. Iruki, Iruki. Only Siron knew that the 1 point difference was obvious. He stayed silent among the crowd, looking up at the podium, thought, To be just 1 point ahead of me, you must have been calculating since level 1. Then Siron raised his eyebrows, staring ahead thoughtfully. That was the idea. Although he didn't say it himself, that was his message. He imagined Iruki standing on a high wall, looking down arrogantly at. He could easily defeat someone like him. He shouldn't be silently thinking like he would probably win. The group of 3 was sitting and talking. The friend, sitting cross-legged on the table, tilted his head and continued speaking, scoring over 600 points. Siron is really good, said the person sitting to the left, resting his hand just that Iruki is too strong. Another voice chimed in. I think Siron doesn't know his own limit. As for Iruki, he was sitting with his hand on his cheek, arrogantly looking away, not caring about the words of the 2 people standing in front of him who spoke Iruki. Do you want to join our research group? Teach us how you do. What's the maximum score you can achieve, Iruki? Siron sat on this side, resting his hand, looking at Iruki irritably. That's exactly. Unlike someone who uses all their strength like me, Iruki hasn't used all his skills. Then he sighed, thinking that if he didn't realize it soon, those forces would be wasted. Us, a hand on his shoulder, smiling with eyes narrowed. It's okay, we're cheering for. Then he continued. Actually, both of them are my friends, so it doesn't matter who wins. Siron turned his head irritably to answer him. But still, when eating, I didn't even know if I was chewing food or number. So he rested both elbows on the table, slightly confused, and said, I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator, this is really interesting. We are all very excited to see which of you 2 can break the score record. Siron wondered, score record, is there such a thing? Then he asked him how many points is it the record of some senior who graduates. So he smiled and answered him, Hey, don't tell me you don't know your girlfriend's score. Naturally, he asked. He turned his head. Then he said loudly, It's senior, Amy. 987 points. At the same time elsewhere, maybe in front of a 2-story building, many people were passing. With reddish-pink hair was sitting leaning back on a chair when she heard someone call her Amy. It turned out to be Serial. Running up, calling her Serial, worriedly stood in front of her and spoke, long time. No, see, you caused a lot of trouble. It seems the graduating class is really tough. She handed over some documents to her and smiled, revealing her sharp eyes, saying, No matter how late you live, you're just like me here. These are the documents you asked. Then the 2 sat down to drink water and chat. Serial looked at her and asked, Was the promotion test very difficult? Amy held her glass, drinking while answering, Not too difficult, but the standards are high. Even if you get a high score, you might not pass. Then Amy made a cold face to scare her, like they would study everything she had ever done before. Serial was shocked. Oh my God, that's scary. But then she bowed her head and smiled, reassuring her, Don't worry. Even though it's called the graduating class, it's just like an advanced 4th grade class with your skills. You'll be fine. She raised her glass with both hands and looked at Amy admiringly. Oh, I think she has changed. Her mindset is much stronger now. While she was thinking, Amy spoke how Serial lay. Serial heard that like a slap in the ear. Suddenly she was terrified. That's terrible. You 2 have never met. Are you really dead? Then she continued. Lately there have been some interesting things. Her voice echoed beside the working artificial waterfall. Amy looked indifferent, but wondered. So Iruki is competing with Siron. She looked at Serial, who was worried, and told her when I was in 5th grade she also competed with me. Quite strange. She pretended not to care about others, but when she defeated me, she used that feeling to provoke. Hearing that, Serial was confused. So is she a genius player or something like? What about our Siron? Isn't he supposed to help her? Amy, Serial asked, anxious. She just leaned her head on the armrest, drinking water calmly, and replied, No need for that. She doesn't need your help. And what about our son? She suddenly shouted, "You're so heartless. Why are you so harsh to your boyfriend?" Amy frowned slightly, biting the straw, and whispered, "No, that's not what I meant." Then she probably wanted to say Siron knows what he needs to do. Meanwhile, he was continuously panting and his face drenched in sweat. It turned out he had completed the speed test. Everyone was stunned when they saw the board on the wall appear. Tharm out level 30, score 700 and time limit 0 minutes. Siron now was out of breath, standing with his hands on his knees and loosening his tie. It seemed he had tried his best. The two people from before were amazed, taking turns exclaiming, "I didn't expect to see someone score 700 in 5th grade. That damn bastard, a terrifying monster." Everyone was chatting excitedly now to get that score. You have to level up 10 times in 10 days. Unbelievable that he managed it. Siron was walking awkwardly, almost exhausted. Haruki, hands in his pockets, arrogantly stepped up to him and said, "Congratulations. 700 is a high score. Not bad." Siron breathed heavily, turning to answer him. "Because I want to prove something to you." Haruki closed his eyes, glanced at him, and smiled with his mouth full. The voice of CRL rang out. So did Siron win. Amy drank water, looked up at the sky, and said with a bored tone, "What's so important about It's just a test." She heard that and looked at Amy in surprise. "What are you flexing your undefeated Amy reputation?" Then she continued, "I know you beat Haruki, who holds the speed test record with 987 points. Amy frowned and argued, "No, I never competed with him. I just ignored his provocation." Then she looked away, as if you two really competed, you'd probably lose. She said seriously. Serial was stunned. Ice echoed, "What? Back to the abyss." The blackboard only showed the letters A. 700, 1 points in 0 minutes. Everyone in the audience shouted, "Amazing." That was Haruki's result. He was standing looking at his score. Someone shouted loudly again, "A 1-point difference. Can't believe he scored 700 and still stayed so calm. What's Haruki's limit?" Everyone wondered about that. Siron stood confused in the crowd, thinking, "I'm sure." Then he looked up at Eric with a reluctant expression, silently concluding in his heart that he couldn't beat. Siron's briefcase was casually placed on his lap. He was sitting quietly on the simple bed inside the spacious room, sunlight streaming through the window, casting sharp rays onto his face. He gazed out the window thoughtfully. After the holiday ended, the exam would come, and he only had 3 days. Then he closed his eyes and rested his head for a long time, thinking he couldn't find another way to defeat Eric in such a short time. Should he give up? It was just a test after. Suddenly he remembered the saying, "Only the weak say." Then he silently furrowed his brows and thought deeply. He recalled Eric's cold demeanor when he said, "Don't have skill, just idealize life and pretend you're the best." His face suddenly changed, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared. Then he remembered a series of painful and unfair experiences he had recently gone through, and thought no one would believe his word. The last image he recalled was from childhood, witnessing several bodies scattered on the street in the Then he lit a candle and set it on fire. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he stared at the candle burning on the table, pondering if he had lost things because he had studied at a noble school for too long. Actually, what Eric said wasn't wrong. Then he thought the world doesn't listen to those without power. Siren's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he silently vowed to himself that he would not give. Then he sat upright, closed his eyes, and concentrated on surpassing Eric. There was no other way but to overcome the number. Drops of water slowly fell and formed numbers greater than 1. A question arose in his heart. What is a number? In Siren's subconscious, he was surrounded by numbers, and he silently asked, "What is a number?" He gathered the numbers into a circular field glowing brightly in his pocket, raised it to eye level, and looked at it. What was its core? Then he told himself not to think about those things. He raised his hand straight up and released, continuing to think that if he got lost in those thoughts, he wouldn't be able to observe the whole picture. He would only, he thought, as he lowered his hand, and small blue lights slowly. As he thought and felt it, those lights formed many smaller lights that fell one after another. More and more scattered lights fell and enveloped Siren's body, which was lying in the void, transparent and glowing. His eyes opened wide as he watched them, then wondered if he could reach the end. Siren was flying up to the sky, chasing the source of the light. Then he pondered going far to the end. He flew to a barrier like a water surface, meeting a shore with a hole in the middle like a whirlpool. He flew into it while thinking, what is this? The end of numbers. Impossible numbers are infinite. Siren touched the edge of the surface with both hands, confused and thinking. Then, what is this? Suddenly the space around was flooded with water. He was extremely shocked. Mouth wide open, water began to rise under his feet. Looking down, he could only exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" Then the water beneath his feet expanded and formed a large hole. He stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. Back in reality, he panicked, opened his eyes, sat up, breathing heavily, and thought, I must have reached it. What was that? An illusion afterward. The candle on the table had burned out, leaving only wax. He pondered. Was it death? Truly an illusion afterward. The candle on the table had burned out, leaving only wax. He pondered. Was it death? Truly an illusion afterward. He felt a strong pulling force. Siron sat cross-legged on the bed, now raising both hands, then looked out the window and It was hard to explain, but the numbers, perhaps they didn't just exist for count. He looked up at the bright frame above the castle and thought. Siren recounted that he realized 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes the previous. At the building, the speed test was about to take place on the #1 composite training ground. For the speed shooting test of Class 5 on the arena, 2 people stood in the midst, surrounded by a packed audience. The scoreboard hanging on the wall was act. Someone sighed and said, I'm so worried, so worried. It was those 2 male students again. The one on the left spoke confusedly. Why did the lower classes come? The one on the right answered, probably to watch. I used to do that. Suddenly everyone looked toward the door. On the other side, then someone exclaimed in surprise, why did the 4th-year seniors come too? There was cereal in that. The male student wiped his head, crying too much pressure. The one on the right awkwardly reassured, don't be like that. They all came to watch the match between Siren and Eric. Those sitting behind dared not say a word when Cereal and her friends took someone's. She smiled, squinting her eyes, raised her hand, and said to the friend who lost his seat. The male student who cried earlier replied, oh, of course. He looked up at the schedule for today. Many events. A voice rang out, the main event today. The blackboard showed Eric and Siren would fight in Group 12. The pink-haired boy wondered who would win. The one in the middle answered. Eric is currently leading. Cereal raised her index finger confidently and said it's still too early to. So she looked at them, smiling confidently, and continued. Because the test is done in groups, the scores might change. If this were a real background school, Siron would win, she said confidently. At this time, 1 minute had passed, and the test ended. The first round was won by the person on the left with a score of 427. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, 1. The other side was dissatisfied. Passed the test. But why am I so angry? Cereal sat in the high stands, furrowing her brows in thought, saying, even so, what should I do? I'm too worried. 1 minute passed. The test ended. It was their group's turn. He stood wiping sweat quietly, happy. I did what Ethel behind him said, well done, Group 9. Then she flipped a paper and smiled, squinting her eyes, saying, now the last group, Group 12. After she finished speaking, cheers echoed throughout the hall. Eric and Siron stepped into position simultaneously. Everyone shouted their names. Siron, The cheers still echoed Eric. Ethel felt worried inside. He stood silently amid the cheers. Siron. Then someone whispered. Siron seemed too focused. The 2 friends raised their index fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. The cheers stopped completely. The 2 stood in the center of the arena. Ethel's voice rang out. 1 minute. She stood behind them and said, many students are watching, so she hoped they would try their best. Siron focused and nodded slightly. Eric showed no interest. Then Ethel said, let's begin. The scoreboard on the wall had 2 buttons, yellow for Eric and red for Siren. The yellow button beeped. Everyone fell silent watching the arena. Siren began counting numbers in his head. His eyes shone with lights just like in the dream. Then his red button beeped. Both had begun activating their fields for the battle. They used distinct techniques. Eric's was powerful and flexible. Siren's was sharp and precise. The audience below witnessed the thrilling match, exclaiming in amazement, so good. Now both were at the same level, level 12, within the first 58 seconds. Someone exclaimed right from the start. All targets exploded. Siron's eyes emitted blue light. He focused all his field into his palm. Everyone admired them. Both were too skilled. Eric was just launching a move while glancing at Siren. Someone remarked that Eric's domain had also become small. Indeed, Eric's summoned spirits were increasingly sharp and agile, shattering targets swift. People beside Cereal crossed their arms and commented, so that's the power behind the rumors about Eric. Really strong, she said. Then looked at the scoreboard and added, so that's why Amy called him a strong opponent. Then she blinked in surprise. Siren's score is higher. She looked up at the information board and exclaimed, Siren's current score is 121, while Eric's is 109. Then she loudly scolded him. That bastard Eric is joking around, thinking he can turn the situation around, so he dares to joke, admitting it honestly. Eric was still able to laugh inside at this moment. Everyone had misunderstood. He raised his hand, smiling and chewing, thinking to himself that he had given his best from the start. He glanced at Siren and thought, What has this guy done in just 3 days? Eric looked at Siron, who was concentrating on launching moves, and scolded himself with that. On the stage, Ethel watched their faces intently without blinking. She silently said to herself, I understand. If you walk a path for the first time, it seems long, but if you walk it again, you can get there fast. She silently watched Siron and continued to ponder. Counting is the same. But you have already come very far. Eric looked at him with a smile that was not quite normal and spoke. This guy is really crazy. Siron quickly thrust his hand forward. He focused his domain into his palm. Shot, and the targets exploded one after another. Then Siron stared intently at his palm, thinking to himself, releasing the module. Ethel, standing outside, was extremely surprised. She began to think he is gathering numbers while simultaneously performing calculation. This technique can only be used by someone who has reached the limit of conscious calculation. She recalled when Siron entered the arena. To do that, he must have already entered a state of super concentration before stepping in. However, if he did that now, he must be extremely focused to attack as quickly and accurately as possible, she reminded us. Just a slight slip, and all the continuous efforts to maintain focus so far would be in vain. Must stay focused at all costs, she thought. Must stay focused at all costs, she thought. In his mind, a yellow target was flying straight toward the source of the light over them. On the information board on the wall, their scores were increasing one after another. Siron leading with 469 points, while Eric had 430. The gray-haired person sitting with cereal suddenly exclaimed that the score gap was wide. She and the girl beside her leaned on the table and stood up, shouting, Siron, go crazy! Everyone in the audience stood up and cheered. The blonde girl from Group 2 turned toward the arena, urging fast. The arena was intense now. Both their summoned spirits were powerful and swift, and everyone was excitedly cheering. Eric launched a move to blow up a target, thinking this was also a kind of morale boost. The other guy was breaking his usual calculation style, which meant he was putting everything into this dimension. He glanced at Siron and smirked. All right, I won't underestimate you, Siron. Your spirit is as strong as mine. Then he immediately clenched his fist, thinking silently, but my gamble will always be on a completely different level. Eric emphasized that thought, clenched his fist with cold, focused eyes, and a green aura appeared around. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Some stood up. Others rubbed their eyes to see clearly what was happening. Something strange was going on with Eric's score. Someone gasped. His score suddenly skyrocketed. Eric's scoreboard surged uncontrollably, and his level was now 1 rank higher than Siron. The two standing with Nen earlier were also wide-eyed. The person on the left said, but I don't see Siron, lagging behind. The person on the right added. Eric's explosion rhythm suddenly changed strangely. So surprised, no way. Cereal's group of 3 had all stood up. The pink-haired one asked, did anyone notice something odd about Eric's domain projection? She raised her eyebrows and answered, yes, that's not a project. Cereal panicked, pointing forward and shouting that he actually had 2 domains at once. Around Eric appeared 2 streams of domains enveloping. Cereal panicked, pointing forward and shouting that he actually had 2 domains at once. Around Eric appeared 2 streams of domains enveloping. Now everyone was very surprised. Someone shouted, is that even possible? Ethel was amazed and began to think about the domain. It was a characteristic sign of the tech's mind transmission type. She never expected to witness a student using it before. Moreover, he was simultaneously performing 2 consecutive chains and recording the process. She thought even if he has the back learning syndrome, that ability is extremely rare. Unexpectedly, a child could hide such a powerful talent. Then Ethel silently said, another unforeseen variable has appeared at Mattock Academy. Cereal and her friend were intently watching the arena. She muttered, Amy was right. Eric's domain pierced through targets and flew all over the ceiling space. Cereal's voice rose. Eric really is a monster. Eric thrust his hand straight toward the control function. Then his domain attacked the target. Their scores suddenly stopped increasing. Eric had 845 and Siron 690. Someone exclaimed it so. The group of 3 standing there watched carefully. The one on the left said so. Everyone has guessed the result. Then he continued. Siron really was unlucky this time. He stood silently, struggling to breathe. He helplessly thought, even with all my bets, I still can't. Siron was hesitating in front of the dummy in his dream. It was clear he had tried his best, but now felt exhausted. He thought to himself, but still can't match half of it. He sadly thought inside, even though I gave my all. His hand relaxed, then clenched. Siron thought, all out, huh? Sweating a lot as he bowed his head. He closed his eyes and told himself, not yet. I'm still scared. Siron feared whether he was allowed to follow that path. Then he raised his fist and punched the dummy's face hard. But now it was no longer a problem, Siron thought. A hole appeared on the dummy's face as he pulled back his fist. Next, Siron swung his fist high to gain momentum. He clenched his teeth, stared determinedly at the hole, and vowed to overcome it himself. A strong force hit the dummy's face, breaking a large hole, which suddenly lit. Siron was startled to see that. The light reflected on his face. The light filled the space in his subconscious, like the past 3 days. Back in the arena, Ethel shivered and turned her head toward. She glanced and wondered. She couldn't believe that all the targets were being pierced by Siren's yellow light beam, which were quickly shooting straight through with millimeter diameters. The light was really tiny. Everyone in the audience was once again shocked, their mouths agape. Someone shouted, "Look at Siren, the light is getting brighter and brighter." Someone shouted, "Look at Siren, the light is getting brighter and brighter." Serial's group also wanted to rush down to the arena. Siren didn't make any sound, just stood still. The light from him was so intense that the green targets turned blue. Then they were shattered completely by the light from Siren, without him needing to make a Zika move. Their scores were rapidly increasing, but Siren's seemed to be rising faster than Eric. He turned his head to look at Siren and smirked, thinking silently, "No matter how fast you are, I will definitely calculate faster than." Only 5 seconds remained. Eric was still very confident. "I will calculate all the numbers in this world. But your Abyss Link is still accelerating non-stop, and the remaining time is 4 seconds. Eric's Abyss Link just hit the target, and there were only 3 seconds left. "You think you're on top, that you can win, and the time is down to 2 seconds, just 1 more second, and finally only 1 second remained." Eric's face quickly changed, and he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, why is time passing so slowly?" Everyone stood up at once. Eric's Abyss Link just hit the target, and there were only 3 seconds left. "You think you're on top, that you can win, and the time is down to 2 seconds, just 1 more second, and finally only 1 second remained." Eric's face quickly changed, and he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, why is time passing so slow?" Everyone stood up at once and shouted loudly as the match ended. Eric suddenly sat down heavily, gun on the floor, thinking it was over. He looked up at his scoreboard and thought to himself, "No way, the score can't be that, so I..." His score was 1247. Then he turned to Siren and wondered, "Siren, how did you..." Eric silently questioned. Then his expression turned puzzled as he looked at Siren, who still showed no sign of movement. Suddenly, someone ran over, shook his shoulder, and called out loudly, "Siren!" At that moment, Siren snapped awake and took a breath. It was Seriale, slowly releasing his shoulder, worriedly asking Siren, "Are you okay?" Everyone around gathered around the two. Then he spoke. "Sister Seriale, the test is over." Then she turned her head to look at the board on the wall and happily said, "The victory belongs to you." He was very surprised as he looked up at the scoreboard. Then she continued, "You even set a new record. The score you achieved is 1270. The students happily cheered in unison. "Congratulations, Siren." He was stunned, thinking, "Did I really win?" Suddenly, Eric came closer to Siren and called him, "Hey, you there!" Siren looked at Eric with eyes full of astonishment. Everyone around was the same. Then Eric continued, "Magic display is forbidden in speed tests. You know." Siren heard that, and immediately clammed up, thinking that's right. The entire arena was covered by light at that time. Eric's voice rang out again, "How you really are naive." Eric put one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand extended to shake Siren's hand, smiling and saying, "Just because you have a display doesn't mean you're using magic display. I only used a little congratulations on your victory." "Just because you have a display doesn't mean you're using magic display. I only used a little congratulations on your victory." The male students heard that and all exclaimed in shock, "Wow!" Eric actually admitted defeat. "The sun rises in the west today." Siren reached out and grabbed Eric's hand as he stood up and said, "So now you admit what I said, that life is more important than research." Eric frowned and replied, "Yes, you're right." He didn't believe his own hands and asked again, "Ha, are you serious?" Then Eric calmly responded, "But it seems you misunderstood something. A breakthrough doesn't mean violence." Everyone didn't understand what they were talking about. Eric continued, "A breakthrough is just a large accumulated energy block to be considered violent. The user's purpose must be to harm others." So Seriale and Siren stood side by side with wide, confused eyes. He quietly said, "That's..." But Siren didn't care. He raised his eyebrows to argue. "Many types of energy are controlled by humans, so it's still dangerous, isn't it?" Eric said that the person must be responsible for controlling that huge energy source. "And by the way, speaking of, I have something to ask you." He looked at Siren with confusion. With a serious tone, he said, "From now on, you have to be responsible for..." Eric's voice rang out, "An explosion is just a large energy, uncontrolled energy. But if we can control it, it will be energy that can save 100,000 lives." He said seriously. A strange light shone down from the pitch-black sky onto Eric stood facing Siren and said that a new era has begun. "We are not just fighting nature. Of course, don't have such noble faith." Siren stood silently for a moment, then spoke. "Why didn't you say that from the start? If so, I wouldn't have misunderstood." Everyone around was looking at them, whispering. Eric replied, I want you to know where you belong. The person who understands power. Hearing that, Siren looked surprised at his answer. Then he stood solemnly and continued, Or are you just someone who only knows fear? Siren looked ahead thoughtfully. I understand now. Eric is afraid his power will get out of control. He looked at Eric and thought. Eric said with eyes full of anguish, If you defeat me, you will prove your will. So the only person who can stop me is you. Eric looked at Siren, who was stunned and honestly spoke. Then he was about to say that if you can't handle me, I won't take another step. Those behind him heard that and whispered in confusion. Damn, he said, he doesn't intend to move because of his power. Siren was still unsure what to do. Suddenly he said that, and it made no sense. He looked at Eric, worried, not knowing if he was delusional or realistic. But there was something he clearly knew. He looked into Eric's eyes and thought the pain in his eyes is real. Then he stepped forward, took Eric's hand, and said, I promise. He looked at him with determined eyes. When the time comes, I will stop. Everyone in the arena now didn't know what was happening, and all exclaimed, Huh? Then 2 streams of tears rushed to the two and called out, You guys. Then he wrapped his arms around their necks, pulling them close and smiling, saying, So cool, I'm proud to have you as friend. Ethel stood behind the crowd and said, Siren, come here for a moment. He turned his head and replied, Yes, ma'am. Eric was being squeezed too tightly around the neck and couldn't breathe. Then he followed Ethel outside. Then she suddenly grabbed his shoulder near his voice, making him startle. She looked at him worried and said, Do you know what you just— Do you really want to leave here? He was very shocked to hear her say that. Siren stammered, Because Sister Ethel told me the place I'm going to, if I go there, I won't be myself anymore. Siren quietly looked down, depressed, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was so dangerous. Ethel softly said so. Then she bowed her head thoughtfully and warned, The place you step into surpasses even numbers and is called the Infinite Realm. Mages call it the Immortal Abyss. She looked into his eyes and continued, And our monks named it Nirvana. Siren was shocked to hear that word. Humans can reach infinity, but those who reach that point will be nothing at all. He thought silently, beyond numbers. What I saw there, the face I punched and broke a vast space. Siren felt as if some force was pulling him forward. He kept thinking, and it kept drawing him. While Siren was sleeping, he suddenly woke up, fully breathing heavily and holding his chest with his hand. Then he stepped down from the bed, propped his hands on the desk, and pondered the nightmare again. Entering that place, he had dreamed of this nightmare every day. He recounted that strange feeling inside him. He picked up a glass of water, but his hand was unsteady, so the glass tipped over. Suddenly his whole body felt heavy. He braced himself on the desk to stay upright while grabbing the front of his shirt near his chest. With the other hand, worried and occasionally sensing a fearful thought. He had asked Professor Ethel, but neither of them could find anything wrong with his body. He looked anxiously at the puddle of water spilled on the desk. What the hell was happening to him? One late afternoon, as birds were flying back to their nests, Siren's voice echoed at the foot of the I think I'm possessed. He sat on a chair, his face clearly showing exhaustion from not being able to sleep. Eric and Ned, sitting nearby, heard him and turned to look at him curiously. The 3 of them were in some room. Ned sat on the left chair, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Then, I was really worried because you seemed serious. Siren sat in the middle chair. Hey. Hi, answered. I'm serious. This is a research group on spiritual sciences. Eric crossed his arms and laughed. Indeed, the level of worry from someone who once defeated me is on a whole different level. Ned was surprised. But why did you think he was serious? Siren smiled wryly, then pointed his index finger at Eric and asked, Am I being dumb? Well, not really. Eric propped his hand on his chin, looked at him and said, Help me understand what you said. You told me you saw yourself in a dark, hollow space. Then you continued saying the stars were being pulled back somewhere. Siren nodded. Yeah, one of Eric's voice echoed. And finally, that partition broke into pieces. A beam of light was emitted, right? Eric asked. Siren's eyes widened. Ah, yes, that's right. Like a heartbeat transmission. Eric sat with his arms crossed in the middle chair and said, Considering the size and speed of the space you mentioned, that must be a number no one on this continent can get. That must be a number no one on this continent can get. Now Eric had a new nickname, the Spiritual Council's critic jokingly saying, If we consider that place real. Then he seriously added, It must be outside the universe. Siren was startled, stood up, looked at Eric and exclaimed in unison, Outside the universe. He looked at Eric with a suspicious face. Are you talking about the universe mentioned in that text? But how could I dream about it when I've never even seen it? Eric looked at him sharply. He raised his hand and said seriously, I've heard about it. Siren awkwardly exclaimed, So you have a new nickname, too. Western Aid, the spiritual council's question. Westonade the spiritual council's question. He seriously recounted that 200 years ago, a death row inmate underwent a soul transfer experiment. If a person's soul could be materialized theoretically, it could be separated. A closed conductor, in other words, they put a person inside an iron coffin and ran electricity through. However, due to the inhumane nature of the experiment, it was stopped long ago. The death row inmate survived. Consciousness returned after a moment. But let's pause here for a moment. Then he continued. The inmate knew the situation of countries outside the continent, places he had never been to or heard. Siren asked anxiously. Is that true? Eric shrugged and replied. The information the inmate revealed has been verified and all confirmed. He glanced at Siren. Because his soul was affected by electricity, it caused ionization and produced electrons. Could that power have attracted information about the world to the inmate? That's a hypothesis. The strange itching sensation the inmate experienced is called a spiritual feeling. Siren shuddered and tightly hugged his arms, fearfully exclaiming, God, that itching sensation. It's like my symptoms. God, that itching sensation. It's like my symptoms. Eric suddenly stood up, startling Siren, and said loud, That's why Siren saw the universe out there. If your soul was ionized by electricity causing quantum phenomena, then the possibility of you transcending space and time could happen. Siren was puzzled. Transcending space and time. Eric raised his index finger and thumb, creating a small gap like a quantum particle, and said, In a microscopic world even smaller than an event beyond human comprehension can occur, a world defined by probability, a place you cannot observe and measure simultaneously. If you consider the weight of the soul lighter than an electron orbit appeared in Eric's imagination. Then every connection between space and time would be meaningless. Then Eric pointed his index finger to the floor and concluded, And the ability to sense the outside space is possible. He also pointed at Siren playfully. What do you think? I think that's your case. Siren let out a shout of admiration and said loudly, You figured it out. Amazing. Among the two of you, you really are a genuine research group. Siren praised. Eric smiled and replied, It's nothing, seems like it, huh? Eric also smiled proudly, crossed his arms and said, It's just solving the problem. If we want to research, we need more information. Then he asked, Why haven't you told the truth yet? Siren looked confused, not understanding Eric's meaning. Eric's face turned cold. During the speed test, your soul experienced problems. You also said that since that day you started having nightmares every night. Tell us what's going on. Eric earnestly wanted to know. Siren looked down at the desk with difficulty. Then he told them. Actually, Professor Ethel told me a few things. After they heard it, they were all amazed. The immortal jaw. What is that? Eric asked. Do you know what it is? Eric didn't answer, but chuckled softly. Siren looked at him nervous. Then he held his forehead and laughed loudly. I know now. That's the immortal jaw. Eric continued. I heard my father talk about it. It's the dreamland of mathematicians, where a function becomes the key to everything in this world. Both Eric and Siren were a bit worried hearing that. Siren awkwardly said, But it's said to be very dangerous. Eric spread his arms wide. Of course, because having everything means having nothing. Then Eric covered his mouth, giggling. I know to defeat me. You need the immortal jaw. Siren looked surprised and happy at it. He thought to himself he didn't know why, but when he saw them joking, he felt relieved. Siren said seriously, I've decided I will join the spiritual science research. Eric and Ned both cheered and stood up when they heard his decision. Ned said, Really? Siren replied, Yes, I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to research and fight it directly myself. Ned was so happy he almost cried. So you got accepted? Eric also said, But will the professor let Siren join? Our reputation isn't that good. Ned mischievously raised some paper and said, Trust me, I'll handle it so the professor won't. Siren and Eric were stunned and said in unison, Is that really okay? Then Ned rushed over, grabbed their collars, laughed with squinted eyes, and said loud, Don't say anything so the professor can't say anything. Eric was stunned and said in unison, Is that really okay? Then Ned rushed over, grabbed their collars, laughed with squinted eyes, and said loudly, Don't worry, all right. Let's go for coffee and throw a party to welcome the new member. Nate continued speaking. Today it's on me, Haruki coldly reminded him, but he was aware. As for Siren, he said nothing, only thoughtfully looking back. Now, this is my research group. He looked around the entire research room and thought, and he told himself, let's start with cleaning up on some afternoon. Contrary to Nate's expectations, the group formation application form was taken by someone who seemed very angry. The most respectable professor who discovered it was Sienna. He looked seriously at the form, almost frowned. A voice rang out. The professor tightened up at Gata, who was holding a stack of papers up to his nose, glanced back and replied, Ah, The application to join the research group. It's always like this during the holiday. Gata spoke while walking, not noticing a form that had fallen to the ground and gathered for some time until there was a break. Then the group would fall. Let's just get it done quickly. Sienna, having seen the form, immediately spoke, asking Gata Professor. He picked up the form to look at it. That also peeked in to look. Then Gata raised his eyebrows and said, "Ah, Professor, this research group is that hesitated. They looked at the application to join the research group, a scientific research group with supernatural soul soldiers." His tone was surprised. A scientific research group with supernatural soul soldiers. Then that added, and Gata's gaze fell on the name Ariana Siren. Gata glanced at the form and asked him, "Isn't that Siren's younger sibling?" Sienna's face darkened and said nothing. Then he tightly clenched the form, making it crumple quickly, then smiled fearfully. Inside the relatively low Twin Mountains, there was a house inside. A voice echoed outside. "I'm sorry, Professor Ethel, you're practicing your teeth clean." She sat cross-legged by the tea table, then raised her teacup and smiled, squinting her eyes. "Since you've come all the way here, it must not be a simple matter." No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. Sienna put down the teacup and said, "Actually, Siran has joined a research group." Ethel cheerfully inquired. "He finally joined some group. Which one?" Sienna leaned forward with a serious expression. "A scientific research group with supernatural soul soldiers." Ethel took a sip of tea and froze the tea, almost spilling from the cup. Then Sienna, both scared and uneasy, continued. "As you know, even before we became professors, this group had a history of causing trouble. Every day I received many complaint letters from parents and students." She became more and more scared. "Why is it that Group Siron is the future of our school? He should be studying hard now." Ethel raised her teacup, looked at her and smiled foolishly, then said, "But hasn't the group changed?" She raised her index finger and tried to defend Ned's group. "The current president is Ned, a very good and friendly student, so there shouldn't be any problem. The troublemakers have all graduated, and the current president of the Mia Magic Association is the former president of that group." She happily continued, "I'm sure they will share good things in their studies too." At the same time, with Ned's group, he was lying with incomplete improvised translation. Dust was rising all over the room from the ceiling. Siren stood up as the dust flew elsewhere, continued, "Not going to class. I don't feel well today." Lying with his head on his hand and crossing his legs on the chair, he replied, "I'm not feeling well today." Haruki was sitting on the chair, focused on a chess game on the table, saying, "I'm always here." Then he concentrated on his chess game. "All right, general's move, one more round." His hands quickly and skillfully controlled two pieces at once. Siren stood behind him, just watching, silent. Then he turned to the pile of stuff on the right and thought to himself, "I cleaned up already," but it fell again. Then he spoke. "You guys don't not researching and still skipping class," so he frowned and said, "Ah, if you regret it, then don't leave." Siron turned away, laughing, pulling his uniform jacket outside, then said, "I'm studying," saying that he went to the round table next to the long table, took out materials, and student. Of course. Haruki propped his elbow on the table, leaned down, then smiled and looked at him, saying, "Have you finished the invention yet?" Then he turned around and looked at him with a silly expression. "All right, of course I." Haruki's voice rang out and slipped into Siron's ears. "So this is the invisibility cloak, huh?" He was taking notes when he heard Haruki's voice. The two chatted excitedly. "Wow, so cool, really." Siron couldn't concentrate on studying, so he secretly raised his hand to eavesdrop on what they were saying. "It can last for an hour. And if you put energy like this, wow, amazing." Siren heard this and couldn't keep silent anymore, so he stood up, looking at the two with a curious face, and exclaimed, "I want to see." Back to the meeting between Sienna and Ethel at Ethel's home. Sienna calmly sipped tea and spoke. "We're talking about them, so let's talk about the others too. That kid Haruki, he's in 5th grade but pretends to be slow." Two typical faces appeared in Sienna's mind, Haruki and Siron. Then she quietly continued, "Have you seen his ability?" And Siron defeated that monster Haruki. When the graduating students graduate, these kids might become the shining stars of our school. Then she suddenly grabbed the teacup, slammed it down on her lap. "But if Siren plays with kids like Haruki and becomes as rebellious as him, what then? He will become the biggest failure of the Magic Academy," Ethel said, both stunned and worried. "Fail? Oh, you're worrying too much." Meanwhile, in the research room of the three, Siren's voice slowly echoed, as he saw a pile of strange tools that looked like grenades inside a wooden box. "Wow, you made all these. So these are magic grenades." The three sat around the wooden box, propping their hands on it, giggling. "I saved them to make a really big explosion someday." Siren sat next to him, tugging on the invisibility cloak on his body, lifting a round pink grenade, and said suspiciously, "But isn't this a bit dangerous?" Haruki sighed, picked up a black book, and laughed. "Come on, the dream is to become a magic engineer." That's why he's studying. Siron wore the invisibility cloak, so now only his head collar and two hands, tugging the cloak, were visible. The rest was invisible. Hearing Haruki say this, he said admiringly, "Magic engineer, so cool. Did you use electronics to make the..." Then he wondered, "But what is..." Before he could say more, Haruki quickly said, "Huh, it's from the Human Body Research Group. Why is it here?" He flipped the book but looked at Haruki and said, "The Human Body Research..." Then he looked at the page he had just opened and was horrified. The page Siren flipped to had pictures of two beautiful female students. What is..." He shyly dropped the book and covered his face with both hands, peeking with only his left eye. "Aren't those students from our school?" Eric looked at that page in the book and quietly raised his voice. "It turned out to be here." Then Ryan suddenly spoke up to explain. This was like an information booklet of some secret research group. The drawings were a bit rough, but full of internal news. Eric said in a bored tone that this was just entertainment for the kids, but he felt something was off, and then he raised his voice in discomfort. Maybe it wasn't necessary. Suddenly his eyes widened and his cheek flushed. It turned out he reacted like that because he saw a drawing of Amy in the... Guys, you're not allowed to see this stuff. What the heck? Seeing Ryan like that. He raised his hand as if to say something, but only let out a sound. Then Ryan withdrew his hand, looked at Eric worriedly, and tried to change the subject. Who would run a group like this anyway? Eric calmly replied that it was a secret group, but since most of the writing was about the graduating class, they were probably members of the graduating class. He muttered worriedly, "The graduating class has a group like..." At Ethel's house, he lightly reflected on her computer. Sienna's voice rang out. "That's right. The scientific research group with the supernatural soul was also a secret group." Then she coldly said that the magic singer group was just child's play. The point was that it was a joke created by the smartest and most talented students in the school, each with different talents, like in art or eyes with superpower. Sienna continued, then paused. Very advanced. They had talents in communication or research. Then she said they completely avoided the school's investigations. No further translated content provided beyond the cutoff. No further translated content provided beyond the cutoff. The bright students want to revive the scientific research group with the supernatural soul. Then she said with a cold face and sharp eyes, "Given many opportunities, I will disband this." Ethel was silent for a moment. Then she closed her eyes, poured tea into a cup, and spoke. "I understand your concern for the students." She lifted the teapot to the cup as she spoke. But there was a reason the school didn't interfere with those groups. To help students develop independence, research groups were considered independent groups responsible for their own choice. On a tall tree branch, there was a nest of young birds with different colors, not like the pink of the mother bird who perched beside them in their schoolyard. Ethel continued, "If we adults take away that right from the students, they will fear making choices." She glanced at Sienna and asked quietly, "Why?" Sienna was silent, closed her eyes, thought for a moment, then raised her eyebrows and spoke. "Of course what she said was right." Sienna opened her eyes, worriedly, looked at Ethel and countered, "I think developing students' talents and preventing them from going down the wrong path is also the responsibility of adults." You could see Professor Sienna's affection for Ryan. She wanted to give Ryan enough time to decide for himself, but she couldn't ignore the professor's opinion, and after thinking, she spoke. "I apologize for not telling you this earlier, but this matter is related to Ryan's recent speed gun test. Ryan has reached nirvana." Sienna heard this, and her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe it was true. Then she shouted loudly, and Sienna's scream echoed through the mountain, startling the birds perched on the tall trees who flew up in panic. In the three-person research room, the ceiling light suddenly shook violently, and the ground trembled. Ryan knelt down in fear, gasping, "Earthquake." He grabbed his shirt and stuffed it into the wooden box, hastily speaking up, "Hurry and pack quickly." Haruki also helped gather papers into the wooden box. Only Ryan was puzzled. What's going on? Eric pushed a long chair aside and answered him. "There's a professor controlling the inspection." So they hurriedly adjusted the table, and Ryan just stood watching them, worriedly asking, "So what do we do now?" Eric hurriedly said, "Sit back down." A hand pressed on the receiver near the door, and a voice rang out. This is an emergency investigation. Sienna was standing waiting for the door to open. She had a serious face, thinking it would take 3 minutes to respond, enough time to hide the evidence. In the research room at this moment, Ryan was forced by Eric and another to sit down. He shouted, "The professor is here and we're not going to greet." Eric held his arm and calmly replied, "It's okay. Act like nothing's wrong," Eric warned anxiously. After Ryan listened to the two of them, he sat cross-legged in the middle chair, folding his hands and looking at the lead. "The research room is our territory. If you're scared, it's over," he said suspiciously. All right. Sienna exuded a cold and strong beauty as she pressed through the crowd and entered the room. Before her were 3 people sitting in different postures. The room looked completely innocent. Eric sat with arms crossed, looking up arrogantly at her. Ryan sat properly, hands on the table, slightly bowing his head but looking up at Ryan showed a serious expression, looking straight ahead. Sienna raised her eyebrows, staring at the 3 of them, and thought to herself, "Before it's too late, I must disband this group." Sienna's thoughts hesitated. That was why she had anticipated this reaction. But Ryan crossed his legs and suddenly spoke. "We apologize. We were in the middle of a debate." Sienna was displeased with his attitude. It was a bit annoying. She sat with her legs crossed, elbow on the armrest, hands clasped, smiling with narrowed eyes, and said, "If you had sent an official document before coming here, we would have welcomed you warm." Sienna didn't look at them anymore, but looked away silently, thinking. The thing that made her most angry was that Ryan was also dragged into the outside. Ryan smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, "Oh, you really trust us to drink tea made by us?" Sitting between the 2 of them, Ryan was stunned, as if wanting to escape. She raised her index and middle fingers respectfully, and closed her eyes lightly, then said, "Well, I will quickly get to the point before leaving." She sat on the chair seriously and said directly, "I hope you will return the research." After she finished speaking, Eric just looked at her seriously, smiled with narrowed eyes, and Ryan looked at her slightly confused. Then all 3 of them looked at her wide-eyed and said in unison, "Damn." Ryan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, stood up painfully, and shouted, "Return the room." Why, all of a sudden? Sienna took out a file, flipped through it, and said, "I looked through the documents and found it hard to no corresponding translated content provided in the given text. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text." Sienna took out a file, flipped through it, and said, "I looked through the documents and found it hard to find a reason not to close this research group. According to the policies, if you guys can create some value within a month, you can continue the research. If not, you should suddenly fall to your knees, clasp your hands on the table, and beg her, much to Siren's embarrassment. I beg you anything but the research results." He knelt, sincerely pleading. The supernatural research topic, to be honest, is something that can't be proven. Does she really want to shut down the only research group that could shatter the magical society, which relies too much on science and logic? "We will do everything except the research results, please." It seemed that holding the document against her face, looking down, she said, "If you want that, I have another proposal." Then seriously spoke. She looked sternly and said, "Kick Siren out." She finished speaking. Then the place immediately lowered their heads in surprise, looking at her. Siren and Aruki were also very shocked. All 3 of them equally surprised by her condition. Then they all shouted in unison. After a while of discussion, Sienna spoke up. "Have you guys known yet?" Sienna and Aruki sat properly on the chairs, and they were discussing, not knowing what choice to make. Siren was made to sit on the opposite chair. He was also very confused. Sienna stood behind the chair, arms crossed, and immortality is a big problem that even students can't solve. It's extremely dangerous for a young student to handle. Siren could be lost because of... Siren looked up at her, worried and confused, and replied, "I already know it's dangerous. I won't do it again." She turned her serious face to him and said, "That's not all. The real problem is the overload that follows." Siren looked at So and Eric and asked, "Overload? What's that?" So seemed unable to answer, and Eric explained, "Should I say it's like a disease that geniuses suffer from? I had it from ages 5 to 8, but it wasn't severe." He recounted what his father had told him. "Son, you're crazy, so just shut up and live." Content not fully shown in the provided translation, but the next sentence is, Sienna brought her hand to support her chin and said, "I say it's a problem because you all see it that way." Content not fully shown in the provided translation, but logically continues. An overload is a phenomenon that occurs when your mind cannot fully control the amount of information coming from sudden awakening. The brain of that person will have something gathered inside and emit light outside. It's like a dam that can't hold back too much water. It's a terrible reservoir that can shatter your consciousness, but it's a mistake to see it as a disease that geniuses suffer from. Parents with a seriously ill child, upon hearing it's a genius's disease, feel both relieved and worried and treat it accordingly. Sienna continued, many children miss the best time for treatment and live in pain for life because of it. Thinking about overload as the cause of immortality, your teachers never want to imagine how dangerous it could be. Hearing her say this, he furrowed his brows, worried and thoughtful. Trying to apply the nightmare he dreams of every night, his body often feels uncomfortable, as if a bunch of wires inside are rampaging. Sienna raised her hand to support her chin and said, I call it a problem because you all treat it as such. She continued, I will manage it myself to avoid any after effects. So if you really care about your friend, you should send Siren in. Of course. So loudly opposed her. No, he said, staring at her in shock. She spoke firmly and decisively, but with a hint of humor in her expression. I'm the president. I don't think you know everything. She was angry, thinking, is this the time to act cunning? But Eric was the one who stepped forward to reply. Isn't this Siren's decision? Siren was stunned when he heard. Then he continued. I know you're worried, but isn't this going too far? So sat down angrily and got, that's right. Can you tell me why you went this far, Professor? Because I like it. Like what? He hesitated, then loudly said, because you like Siren, right? Sienna was stunned and immediately answered him. Yeah, is there a No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. Sienna coldly answered quickly, no 0%. So painfully fell forward onto the blood-stained table, groaning, Rich! Siren stood beside him, scared, shouting, the president is dead. Seeing that, she immediately said, I'm not getting involved in this right or wrong argument. Stop pretending and accept reality. Eric looked at her and said, Professor, if Siren can't handle the overload, does that mean he can only go that far? He won't die, right? Siren stood dumbfounded, hearing that Sienna seriously replied, I think you already know this because you've experienced it before. This is not normal. This is immortality. Eric frowned. Immortality is an unexplored field. That's where Siren has stepped into. Shouldn't we trust and wait for it? Are you worried he will go beyond the limit, Professor? Then he seriously emphasized, and that's what everyone calls obsession. Sienna remains. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. Siren looked up and said, As you think that's something you have to decide yourself. Sienna was startled and worried, turning to look at him. Siren, he said, Honestly, I'm also very scared. Like you said, Professor, there were times I thought I was crazy, she exclaimed in panic. Then from now on, but Siren interrupted her. No, I feel great. Sienna looked at him in surprise. Siren placed his left hand on his chest where his heart was beating and spoke warmly. That's not something everyone can experience, but it happened to me. I really want those nightmares to disappear. If the nightmares disappear, then I can't explore the secrets hidden inside me anymore. Then he looked up at her with eyes full of confidence. If this question is asked only to me, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away. I want to face it. Sienna silently thought like her. She remembered a blonde boy who once reached out to help her. He said, Don't run away, look straight ahead. Then she silently said in her heart, He's like that person. After a while, Sienna nodded and said, I understand. I respect Siren's decision. I will never think about him giving up again. The three of them were both surprised, and then she turned around, wiped her hands, and smiled brightly. We return to the original condition. You will show the results next month, right? So got up from under the table and said, Then she agrees, right? She turned around, waved her hand, and smiled brightly. Let's go back to the original condition. You will show results in the next month, right? So frowned and let out a sound. Then he couldn't laugh anymore and bluffed. Now the three of them were sitting on a bench by the waterfall, each staring blankly in 3 different directions, while So seemed to be out of his body. Siren exclaimed in confusion. What should we do now? So we have to show the research results within a month, right? Did you guys take any notes on past research? No, they were so absent-minded that they couldn't answer him, and Eric pondered deeply before replying. From what I know, SPSG hasn't done any research yet. If they had something like the science of Soul Link, masters would already be in textbooks. There's no evidence to prove the existence of Soul Link at all, Eric said helpless. Finally he spoke up, but strangely his face was pale as he said, I'm sorry, former chair. The research group will end with this. Siron đã khóc ròng nhưng vẫn nói lời cổ vũ cho cậu ấy nên cố gắng. Đột nhiên Eruki đang chân nàng ngồi dựa lưng vào ghế thì ngồi dậy, nói với đôi mắt sáng chân gái đẹp. Siron said now's not the time, focus, and the others were still as absent-minded as. But then he heard, beautiful girl, and jumped up, raising his hand to shield his eyes as he kept asking where they were looking at a girl wearing a long dress with long purple hair, gracefully walking over them. They couldn't take their eyes off her and exclaimed, "Who is she? Is there anyone like that in the senior class?" Eric raised his hand to his chin, guessing. Siren looked at the two of them curiously. "Eric, do you remember all the faces of the girls in the senior class?" Siren saw that girl looked very much like Sienna. He stood up and blushed, letting out a shout. Then Siren and Ned looked toward the girl and exclaimed in unison, It's Professor Sienna." And Ned said loud, "Can someone change that much?" Eric looked at Siren and asked, "Siren, do you have eyes for girls?" "Diantai," he explained in a panic. "No, it's not like that." Then he wondered, but where does she go on weekends, and does she still have gray? They watched Sienna's back as she walked away, discussing in turns. Eric guessed she's going on a date. After all, she's at that age, so Ned suddenly stood up, mumbling, "This is an opportunity." Siren sat beside, wondering what he intended to do. Then he said excitedly, after tailing Professor Sienna and finding her weakness, "We will use it to stop the disbandment of the research." Eric looked up and said, "Tailing a certified senior mage is not easy." Eric looked up and said, "Tailing a certified high-level mage isn't easy, but we already have the invisibility." Then the two of them ran off, leaving Siren behind. Eric said, "I'll follow the professor's trail first. You go with Nay." Nay then pointed straight at him and said, "I'll go get the invisibility cloak from the research room. You know how to keep your distance from the target. This is the only way to save the research group from dissolution." They only left such words, and Siren was standing there clueless. At this moment, Sienna was stopping to look around very cautiously and glare. Siren's group of 3 was hiding under the invisibility cloak behind the apple shop. Eric spoke up. "She is very alert. We were almost discussing." So they were very interested in this. She smiled slyly and said, "Looks like something's up. Who is she planning to?" Meanwhile, he complained, "Why do we have to do?" But then he said worriedly, "There's some." When a noble family, their father was in a large, crowded aid area. Siren wondered, shouldn't they avoid civilian? At this moment, Sienna stopped and looked around very cautiously and shocked. She also carefully looked back when she noticed something suspicious. Then Sienna quickly pretended to walk past the stalls in the street. Eric raised his own opinion. There is definitely something shady. She was very alert around, so worried about the fate of the document. Could it be that the master sells them for money in a weird way? Siren looked at him with a fan's gaze. "You think she's like you?" Sienna stood in front of the door of a residential area in the neighborhood. She smiled as the door opened and a man reached out to hug her, showing joy. The 3 of them saw this and exclaimed in unison, "It's a man!" Excited by the news, they just witnessed the secret commoner boyfriend of hers. This is hot news. Is this the forbidden secret? Both Eric and Siren. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. No corresponding translated content provided in the given text. Nay gave the signal to Eric. "Eric, it's time." Eric also prepared himself. A blue light entered the iron nodes inside the door. The lock outside, under the pressure of the power generated, opened, making Nay extremely happy. "I did it. The door is open." He opened the door wide, smiling at his own prediction. "I knew the basement lock was the weakest. Let's go." Nay and Eric quickly explored the floors of the wing. The first floor had nothing great. "Let's enter the second floor using your directional link to check the hallway ahead first." Siren could only stand there, smiling helplessly at his friend's foolishness. Why don't these two use their brains and extraordinary motivation to stop? The 3 of them used the invisibility cloak, creeping along the wall, listening. And suddenly Nay signaled, "Stop!" I hear a woman's voice from that room. The room was closed tightly, but emitted sounds that could be heard. Siren saw things were about to get out of hand and begged, "Let's go back, please." But the voice stopped. Professor Sienna was the one who started the fight. "I have no other choice." Nay pressed her hand close to the door to listen. Sienna's voice rose. "Don't you need to change clothes?" Sienna's voice came. "Don't you need to change clothes?" Amin inside gently said, "I still prefer to wear today's outfit." Sienna inside continued, "Should I change?" Then Amin decided for her, "Just wear this. You look beautiful." Eric and Siren outside blushed and whispered, "I think we shouldn't listen anymore." Sienna inside asked again, "When will your wife come back?" Amin answered, "Probably in about 2 hours." The 3 of them were shocked. "The professor is meeting someone who already has a wife." Amin inside quickly arranged. "Hurry up. Let's get to work," Eric said. "This is even worse than a weakness." Nay panicked at what he just heard. "I don't think it's enough." He quickly focused on the lock, determined to stop this wrongdoing. "We have to prevent this from happening." The 3 of them entered the room, tears streaming, trying to stop the inappropriate event. "Professor, Don't do that. They all said in unison, then gradually. The three were shocked at the scene before them. The door could not withstand the pressure from the three, and also began to give way. The image of Amin sitting and drawing made the three angry. "How can you draw?" Sienna said firmly. "You guys." The sudden appearance of the students disrupted her current scene, making her angry. "What are you doing?" Immediately after all three were punished to raise their hands, the thick arms were floating in the air from who knows. Nay took the lead to apologize. "I'm sorry he continued. "You're doing adult things." Sienna was surprised by Nay's words, then said, "Do you really think I would do such a thing?" She angrily gave an order. "Go back to school, or you'll know what's what." "Understood." Eric sighed helplessly. There really should be a punishment. Eric quickly dragged Nay, the leader, to the front, and Siron on the side quickly presented evidence. The oversized shirt was also Nay's, so standing in the middle he couldn't keep up with the sudden change of face from the two friends. "Those traitors, you guys didn't object at all." Amy quickly stepped forward to rescue the three. "Don't bring them any more." Sienna still felt about him, but Amin spoke up to explain. "Your students followed along because they were worried about you, right?" Amin sent a mango and raised his hand to show it was okay, although being followed was indeed because of your carelessness. Breaking into someone else's house is wrong. Surely the kids had no worries and just came in because their teacher was. He slowly moved outside and said, "I'll go make some tea, you all talk a bit." The siren group quickly responded. "Thank you." All three looked at Amy with admiration. He really was an angel. Watching Amy's slow actions made Siren realize, a bit silently wondering, was he wearing a hat? Suddenly, the change in his brain made Siren clutch his head and thought, "But why did my head suddenly feel so heavy? Could this also be related to the feeling of pain?" Sienna helplessly raised her hand to her forehead and said, "Luckily, Amy is a person of weight." Siren. No corresponding translated content found in the provided text. No corresponding translated content found in the provided text. No corresponding translated content found in the provided text. No corresponding translated content found in the provided text. Sienna sighed deeply and hesitated to speak. "Amin." She suddenly lowered her voice. The atmosphere noticeably dropped. "He can no longer see because of me." Sienna recalled that day when she ran in the pouring rain. When she was young, she also experienced the image of her crying loudly in the rain, blended with her narration during those days of imprisonment. The only thing she could do was run away. At that time, Amin was a boy running fast and shouting loudly, "Sienna, the water, there is rising high." Seeing that Sienna stubbornly ran away from Amin, "No, don't come near me." And then she slipped. Sienna merged with the water along with Amin's frantic shout from above, "Sienna!" Immediately after, he also quickly plunged into the water below. The two of them grabbed a large piece of wood. Sienna was scared and cried loudly. Amin immediately held her firm. "Hold on, if we can slide down to the source we will be saved." Amin looked ahead and saw a huge pile of logs, stacked together large and small, extremely dangerous. Amy quickly led Sienna. "Sienna, we have to dive down. You can do it, right?" Sienna's tears kept flowing as she said anxiously, "I can't." Amy had no more time and immediately pressed Sienna's head down repeatedly, comforting her. "Try to hold your breath. I will hold you down so you won't float up again. If you hold on tight, we will survive." Sienna obediently followed. Yes, Amy, alone above, faced the large logs ahead with a sudden flash of faith inside. "Yes, we will survive." The speed suddenly increased as a log rushed straight into the large pile of logs ahead, along with Amy's thoughts. "At least we must live." Amy's tears fell directly as the next event happened to the two siblings. Sienna bitterly recounted that story. The genius of the Magic Academy, Amy. He had lost his eyes like that. He gave up becoming a mage, even though both of them had survived. Everyone sympathized when hearing Amy's story. Sienna continued, "When I heard he became a peacekeeper, you don't know how surprised I was," she said softly. "So that's how it happened." Eric understood and said, "So she was very worried about the overload." At that moment, Amy stepped in to break the gloomy atmosphere. "Sienna, you are very cautious, right?" Sienna said suddenly. Siron quickly said thanks. "Thank you, Uncle," Amy continued. "But even if she's cautious, Sienna surely cares about those kids. She talks about her students all day." He shyly scratched his head and said, "I also respect her a lot." Eric on the side sipped the soul tea, which seemed like iced. Siren stepped closer, interrupting Amy, who was drawing, seeing a desire. "If you don't mind, can we watch you draw?" Eric expressed his curiosity. "How do you draw when you can't see anything?" Sienna saw her students were a bit rude and spoke up to correct them. "You kids don't be so rude," Amy softly reassured Sienna. "I'm fine, not much time left, have to keep drawing." Sienna agreed without much fuss. Of course, though a bit embarrassed, Sienna shyly prepared Amy to draw. Amy was about to start his paint. The others kept marveling at Amy's skill. Unbelievable, I wonder how he does it. Eric thought and said, surely he used his link. Then they discussed, that means at least he must be a cub sarner. Siren said quietly, observing every move of Amy. He slowly stood up and asked Uncle Amy. Siron asked a question that made Amy stop immediately. You can see right. Amy immediately smiled and turned to look at Siren. He slowly removed the eye membrane and said, I have been looking forward to that kid. I wonder if Siren... Siren was amazed at the sight before him, Amy with his bright eyes looking at him and saying, Did you notice? Amy's eyes shone brightly as he took off the white cloth and approached Siren, making Siren excited. I've been waiting to see when Siren would notice. Siren patted Nade's head repeatedly, but got no response, so Eric came over. Look here. Amy's eyes. He turned around and saw his two friends motionless, and was surprised. Sienna was also still in her seat. Siren checked each person and said in amazement, This is weight. Amy from behind explained, It's magic. The golden light around Amy increased his authority. This technique is called time stop. Siren couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Impossible! Thinking he never expected to witness a mage who had reached the realm of casting magic at the speed of light. Amy calmly told Siren to sit down. Sit calm down and talk, we have plenty of time. At that moment, Amy's room had been divided into thousands of different rooms, forming an endless maze. Siron still couldn't believe his eyes, smiling awkward. Amy sat opposite and confessed, To be honest, I was always worried. I knew you would notice soon. Siron suddenly wondered, You knew I would realize. Amy pointed to the white cloth wrapped around his eyes and explained, Ordinary people receive light through their eyes, which then forms images. But these eyes of mine are already light. This content is combined with the explanation in file 424 in the translation. He continued, Just by looking at you, I knew we share one thing, Siren said with his own reasoning. Could it be immediately receiving Amy's confirmation? Yet he smiled, revealing immortality. Siren was equally amazed. He asked Amy, Can I ask about immortality? Amy didn't hesitate to explain to Siren, Immortality is the gateway to reincarnation, and those who open that gate are called key holders. The light from Amy's eyes shone through the white cloth. Suddenly, before Siren appeared an image of an unlocked lock surrounded by a golden aura. Sir, you have opened that gate. Under Amy's explanation appeared an image of a jade-green light and its power circle. The consciousness of the unlocker flows into infinity, and from there they feel immense power and liberation. Siren carefully listened to the words, noticing the tension on Amy's face. Don't worry, as long as you don't exceed the limit, your consciousness will remain intact. Siren quickly reassured, It's really okay. Actually, Amy said, surprised by this information. The universe. Siren expressed concern about this matter. Yes, I've hidden it from my friends, but because of these supernatural sensations, it feels like I'm losing my mind. He hesitated to continue, and it seemed a bit dangerous too. Amy smiled and said to Siren, I understand, maybe. He brings a good signal for Siren, who has grown fond of you, Siren. This made Siren a little confused, but Amy continued to explain. But first of all, your symptoms are unavoidable. The image of Siren amidst the flames in the vast universe of thousands of stars, along with Amy's detailed explanation. Where you touched is the infinite realm, also known as the universe. Anyone facing reincarnation in such an overwhelming space would feel a stimulus that leads to enlightenment. Amy imagined Siren unlocking the universe, and most unlockers would gain omnipotence over space. But Siren, the sensation you feel is unrelated to space. You have faced something very different. Amy gently reassured Siren once more. The moment you know what that is, your worries will disappear. Hearing this, Siren immediately brightened. How can I know? Amy smiled and said, You will find a way, though I don't know when. Maybe soon, or it might take a lifetime to realize. This made Siren a bit downhearted. A lifetime, Amy reassured again. But Amy gently reassured Siren once more. But don't worry. The image of Siren's cosmic soul reflected behind him along with Amy's word. That thing is already inside you. You just haven't named it. Siren pondered the words and then asked, Is it something yet to be discovered? The universe exists, but it's inside me. I don't quite understand. Amy then gave information that surprised Amy. Maybe it's related to light and the connections you've dreamed of. Seeming to realize something, Amy smiled and continued. Perhaps it relates to the gauge symmetry theory. Siren seemed to open up to new knowledge. Gauge symmetry theory. Amy continued. Scholars believe this world is perfect, and those influenced by supernatural and cosmic forces, along with detailed explanations, see perfect physical laws. A world explainable by mathematics. Scholars believe this world is perfect, and those influenced by supernatural and cosmic forces, along with detailed explanations, see perfect physical laws. A world explainable by mathematics, just like the constant speed of light. This ideal symmetry seems like a product deliberately arranged by some. However, over time, the world's changes have quickly diverted humans from the original path. Yet the more we study, the more we realize that symmetry has been broken. It's not perfect, and we don't know what broke that symmetry. He concluded, it is an unknown existence, but if it were you, Siren, you would find out. Hearing Amy's encouragement, Siren blurted out, "Thank you, Uncle." He seemed to have realized many joyful things and affirmed to Amy, "Thank you very much, Uncle Amy. I think I can do it." Siron also awkwardly expressed regret. "I followed the professor, but I'm very happy to meet you, Uncle." Amy turned to look at Sienna and said, "Take care of Sienna." At that moment, Siren suddenly remembered and quickly asked, "Why do you hide your power, Uncle? You can tell her." Amy leaned down and explained, "Sienna always worries about me because of that guilt, but my eyes haven't recovered either, so making her waste time on me isn't good." His thoughts briefly flashed. "I'm already married." Amy returned to his drawing. Siren continued his observation. While drawing, Amy recalled the earlier words and thought, "I want to help Sienna live her own life." Siren sat quietly as a model for Amy's painting. Her cheeks flushed pink like a noblewoman from the past. Siren silently reflected on the recent conversation while chatting with Eric nearby. Siren remembered Amy's advice and smiled as a sign of agreement. "So promised me keep this secret. Okay." The painting of Sienna in a yellow dress like autumn leaves was completed. Amy expressed gratitude to Sienna. "Thank you, Sienna," Sienna modestly said. "It's nothing, we're close siblings, and by the way, today is the last day. When you settle somewhere else, I'll write to you." Amy agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I'll reply." Then he turned to advise Siren to study well with Eric and the new kid. All three happily responded in unison. "Thank you very much, Uncle." Amy smiled and said to Sienna, "See you later." Sienna, still reluctant, said goodbye. "Well, I'm off now." Immediately a sharp voice came from afar. "Honey, I'm back from shopping. Have you finished painting yet?" All four of Sienna's friends stiffened, creating the image of Amy's wife with a seductive voice. "Oh my God! Miss Sienna, are you planning to leave already? Stay and have dinner with us." Siren was amazed by Amy's model. Uncle Amy has quite a unique taste. She bent down to observe Sienna's face and commented, "Why is your face so red?" "Honey, Miss Sienna looks unwell." Sienna stammered, unable to speak. Oh, Sienna and the students quickly fled from this arrogant atmosphere. "Sorry, we're busy, so we'll leave first." Amy only managed to say goodbye. "Goodbye, Sienna." The red-haired girl behind observed all their actions. Then she used a gentle tone to Amy. "I wonder if the superiors believe it." Amy did the official report, say there was such a protest. Amy coldly said, "Stop messaging, report quickly." She quickly adjusted. "I need to leave Chris for Kielbeer. There are many snipers on the way, but it's nothing compared to Amy's report." Then she sarcastically said to him, "Wait, should I call you the soul seeker of the eternal realm?" Amy silently entered the house and said, "I will do exactly as agreed, so stop with the nonsense." She then questioned, "You still haven't told Sienna, right?" Seeing Amy silent, she reminded him, "Don't forget the lives of those you love are threatened." Amy coldly replied, striking directly, "Don't worry, Sienna knows nothing." Sienna silently walked ahead without speaking, so those behind worriedly said, "It's not good." Siren turned to ask, "Why?" They explained, "With this group, Sienna's mood is very bad. When we return to the academy, we'll be punished for spying and trespassing, and the research group will be disbanded." She suddenly called Sienna, making her stop and turn around. "Professor Sienna." Then she used a playful tone. "Can we eat before going back?" Eric immediately chimed in, "Yes, we're starving." Siren smiled and replied, "Finally getting to go out, so we have to eat something right." Seeing her three students so miserable, she softened and said, "Probably you're too hungry, so you haven't been yourself all day." "Yes, we're starving." She quickly agreed and turned away. "All right, let's go eat until we burst." The three behind happily executed their plan. Great. They aimed to lift her spirits before the punishment. Eric enjoyed the "I'll order something expensive." Only Siren cared about Sienna's feelings. She was sad to leave Uncle Amy. We should encourage her. 2 hours later, dusk was falling at a shop in the city, when the sounds of Sienna echoed, causing me to pause. Continuous panicked voices were heard. "Professor, you're wrong. Please stop me." Sienna's face flushed red from drunkenness as she held the bottle and spoke loud. "One more drink, please." The students below were terrified. "Vazin, don't drink anymore, miss." There was still no answer to what was happening with Sienna. 2 hours earlier, 3 terrified students approached Professor Cinco Sienna. On the table, dishes had been neatly arranged, beautifully presented, and delicious. Seeing Sienna lean against her cup, they were curious. "Professor, are you planning to drink?" Sienna blushed, holding the cup and teasing her students with her voice. "So, what, you guys break into strangers' houses and it's fine, but I can't drink?" Seeing Sienna lean against her cup, they were curious. "Professor, are you planning to drink?" Sienna blushed, holding the cup and teasing her students with her voice. "So what, you guys break into strangers' houses and it's fine, but I can't drink?" She quickly laughed it off. "It's your day off today, so just drink." Siron quickly admired each dish on the table, constantly exclaiming, "So delicious." Eric, sitting beside him, smiled at Siron's innocent enthusiasm. Meanwhile, someone quickly poured a drink for Sienna to please. "Let me pour for you, miss," she said hastily, helping to reverse the bottle to stop her student. Why would a little kid touch these things? I smiled, but was secretly planning my next move. However, I had to ensure the professor's mood stayed chill. He was caught off guard by my plan and asked the professor for permission. Behind Siron, happily sharing food with Eric. Try this dish, Eric. Eric immediately refused. No, I'm tired of people. I smiled, wickedly confident I would find her weakness. About an hour later, Nen cried in pain as Sienna pinched his chubby cheek, saying, "You little lie." He happily played with Nen's chubby cheeks, and after a while, "Why are your cheeks always so plump?" Siren and Eric, sitting opposite, began to feel scared. "She's mad now." Of course, Sienna turned to speak to the two, making them jump. "You two are quite something during the speed test." Sienna, still holding Nen's cheeks with one hand and pointing at the two with the other, said loudly, "You're both very talented, so why do you mess up so much at school?" Then her voice softened, and with tears she said, "Even if you're talented, many people don't achieve their dreams." She spoke with a shy tone. "You might think I'm a bad professor, but what about you?" Siren quickly defended, "No, we don't think that." Sienna's face was both flushed from drinking and filled with unspeakable sadness. Losing momentum, she suddenly collapsed face down on the table, motionless, causing her students to panic and shout, "Professor!" Her students panicked and shouted loudly, "Professor!" Eric, chewing while speaking, said, "I'm done eating." The three looked at their professor, all thinking she wasn't awake. Nen, still chewing, looked at her with fear. "What now? She still hasn't paid here, really." Siron went to shake Sienna, calling, "Professor, wake up, please, Professor." At that moment, a man spoke with a mocking smile. "Oh no, this young lady seems to be out cold. Should I take her home under my authority?" "Of course, she's just a lady." Nen politely refused. "No need." The men, uninterested, approached Sienna's. "Kids, don't interfere. Let the adults handle it. Hurry and help her." One reached out to touch Sienna, but seeing her up close, he thought she looked quite attractive. His expression suddenly changed, and he backed off. Just as he was about to touch Sienna, Siren grabbed his wrist with a cold tone. "Why haven't you let go yet?" His eyes firmly looked at the two strange men. "Don't touch our professor." Both men were surprised by Siren's attitude and shouted, "How dare this kid? If you're students, why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home to sleep with their mothers." "Kids should go home to sleep with their mothers." Nen stood with Siron's expression unchanged. "If I say one word, you'll all be expelled." Suddenly a bolt of electric light appeared from Nen's head, frightening the men so much they nearly fell over. Nen stood aside, casting a spell and threatening, "I think you should quietly leave if you don't want to be embarrassed." One man quickly realized and stopped talking. "Magic." The other man started to panic. "Don't tell me they're from Anpheus Magic Academy." He thought to himself, "That's beyond my authority." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Administrative Officer Chris Sevier Douglas." The man turned and saw his wallet in Eric's hand. "My wallet. When did you take it?" Eric calmly observed the scene and asked, "Are you someone with authority?" He threw the wallet back to its owner and laughed. "If you want to expel these guys, go find Makoto Eric. He'll handle it." The wallet hit the man's face. He threw the wallet back to its owner and laughed. "If you want to expel these guys, go find Makoto Eric. He'll handle it." The wallet hit the man's face. He was so shocked he stammered, "Makoto!" The image of a powerful man with immense strength and a prestigious background amazed the two. Top-ranked 3 generations of royal advisors. Is that Makoto? Makoto. They quickly fled, realizing they couldn't mess with these guys, and questioning why they flaunted their power. Then watched them leave and asked, "Why did you mention the royal family? I thought you didn't like that." Eric explained, "Except for those bastards who only think about connections. Let's good food, but bad move." Sienna still lay drunk and smiling in the back, and quickly took a photo of that moment with joy. Holding the photo, he turned happily as if he'd found gold. "Look, a perfectionist who got drunk and dozed off. What a surprise." Eric held the camera skillfully, taking pictures for "Not bad," then happily said, "Our group can avoid falling apart now." Siron, sweating, said, "Guys." Sienna was lying motionless on Siren's back like a big slab of "Why am I the one carrying Sienna?" Nen joked. "Why, I'm scary, right?" Eric quickly explained, "You're the strongest of the 3, aren't you?" The helpless image of Nen carrying Sienna on his back after 10 steps was pitiful. Eric was even weaker, collapsing before he could take a step. Eric came beside Siren and gave a tip. "Try using your strength." Siren was confused. "Can I use it whenever I want?" Eric explained, "You can only use strength if you can use the link." Nen suddenly remembered something. "Right, there are magic swords in the helpless image of Nen carrying Sienna on his back after 10 steps was pitiful. Eric was even weaker, collapsing before he could take a step. Eric came beside Siren and gave a tip. "Try using your strength." Siron was confused. "Can I use it whenever I want?" Eric explained, "You can only use strength if you can use the link." Then suddenly remembered something. "Right, there are magic swords in the kingdom too." Eric encouraged Siron. "I know you have it." Siren's eyes immediately lit up. "Really, I want to learn?" Eric quickly guided. "First close your eyes and focus on yourself," he gently instructed Siron. I'll ask and guide you, so follow my voice. I'll ask and guide you, so follow my voice. Siren seriously complied. He gradually sank deep into his soul's abyss, needing to feel himself first, then deeply explore himself. In the silent space of his soul, Siren heard Eric's voice. Can you hear me? Breathe deeply and slowly. Eric stood behind Siren, looking serious. Listen carefully and where did you have your first kiss with Senior Amy? Siren opened his eyes helplessly at his friend's joke and laughed out loud. You two, Siren got tricked. The dark purple night and the bright white crescent created a beautiful starry sky. The three of them crossed the bridge as Siren said, Hey, don't use her weakness to beg anymore. Hey, don't use her weakness to beg anymore. Nen looked unhappy. Why, we worked hard to get it. Siren softly said, You know, Professor Sienna must have had a tiring and sad day today. Professor Sienna must have had a tiring and sad day today. Sienna was peacefully asleep on Siren's back. Eruki spoke. Professor, she just hopes we don't have to go through the pain she once had. Then quietly avoided the gaze of the two friends. He ran his hands through his hair and then made a decision. But the former chairman has entrusted the group to me. If I break down, then what about me? Feeling uneasy about making the decision, he threw the photo into the river below so it would quickly dissolve along with the algae. Well, hopefully everything will be fine. The three of them faced each other and made a resolution. Right, let's just do what we can. Great, she said as if waking up. I'm awake now. Sienna quickly said. The cloud passed too quickly, sorry about that. She quickly put her coat back on and said, I will keep your secret. The three of them were surprised and asked again, Yes. Sienna saw that the students didn't understand her meaning, so she explained, I mean I won't punish you. Understand? All three responded in unison. Really? Then Sienna pointed at the three of them and said, And I'm giving you 1 month. She used the tone of a professor assigning homework to her students. Show me some demons or something. If you truly love your research group, then use that confidence to convince the academy, Sienna said passionately. I mean you have to achieve what you want. At Sienna's passionate words, Siren seemed to sense something and softly said, Professor. Standing beside him moved, he quickly replied, Yes. She stood before the professor determined, whether we present or not, we will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Eruki on the side also enthusiastically said, We have to use our brains at least once, right? Sienna encouraged the three of them, then lightly teased her troublesome students. They enthusiastically replied, Then don't be too surprised, okay? Facing this scene, Siren smiled inwardly, thinking the situation hasn't changed. He smiled happily but felt like the four of them then strolled across the bridge. At this moment the students asked Sienna, Professor, since when have you been awake? A mage fainting after just a few drops of potion. This made Sienna blush. What, wait a minute. Right after at the academy, a large poster was pinned on the bulletin board attracting many passing students. Since when was Senior Siren a member of this group and Senior Eruki too? Everyone was puzzled by the research group's name. But what is the Spiritual Science Research Group? The poster was printed in gray with images evoking mystery for the topic, along with attention-grabbing words for readers. Spiritual Science Research Group. Everyone was puzzled by the research group's name. But what is the Spiritual Science Research Group? The poster was printed in gray, with images evoking mystery for the topic, along with attention-grabbing words for readers. Spiritual Science Research Group. The truth about Onphis Magic Academy. Outside the castle's hall, voices were heard asking questions. Senior Siren and Eruki are involved. Is this really an academic presentation? The scene rewound 10 days earlier at a place called Ist. He threw his head back on the sofa, sighing deep. The table was full of topic sheets. On the opposite sofa, Eruki lay sighing, and on the chair beside Siren was sliding down on the chair. What now? Eruki rubbed his nose and said, No matter how long we discuss overnight looking at all the topics on the table, love killing except me, spiritual awakening, supernatural senses, demons, gods, possession, psychics, aliens, souls, Ouija boards, the other world, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, superhumans. There aren't many good topics. Looking at all the topics on the table, love killing, except me, spiritual awakening, supernatural senses, demon, gods, possession, psychics, aliens, souls, Ouija boards, the other world, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, superhumans. There aren't many good topics. No matter how long we discuss overnight looking at all the topics on the table, love killing except me, spiritual awakening, supernatural senses, demons, gods, possession, psychics, aliens, souls, Ouija boards, the other world, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, superhumans. There aren't many good topics. Holding some topic sheets on one side were demons and love. On the other side were out-of-body experiences, supernatural sense and souls. With a confused expression, he said, even if these things really happen, we can't reenact them during the presentation. The topic sheets fell scattered, with the three of them feeling confused and helpless. It had been 3 days since they promised Professor C, and confidently declaring to the professor that their presentation would win was fine. But what they were researching was the science of supernatural soul. What we were researching was the science of supernatural soul. Recalling the professor pointing at them and saying, "Show me a ghost or something." Siron sighed helplessly, thinking, how can we show something invisible to the naked eye? There were so many that it drove him crazy, which was why he threw the pile of photos, and then wondered why he had done. Haruki said, "Well, normally I'm already crazy, right?" "Me too," said Siren, the main character, raising his hand in defense. "I can't do this anymore." Then he said about this just as he glanced over and fell silent. He was startled and warmed up, seeing the image of Nen, transparent, smiling at Siren, was sitting on the chair, leaning back as if about to fall to the ground. Nen stood behind the chair, sitting behind the smiling shadow, saying, "What do you think? Or should we fool them this way and tell them this is a ghost?" Haruki, still lying with his legs crossed on the chair, said casually, "That's just a shadow." As Siren stood up and turned to the startled Nen, saying, "I'm scared because I saw it." Haruki sighed and glanced sideways. "Mages aren't fooled by things like that." Nen said innocently, "What but you fooled Siren?" Haruki asked, "If you're only fooled for 2 seconds, can that be called fool?" Hearing this, Siron got itchy and immediately stood up, clenching his fists loudly. "No need to verify," he affirmed once more. "We don't need verification, right? So let's find Professor Siana's weakness." Haruki held his chin thoughtfully and said, "No, I think he has a good idea." Siron explained. "Because Nen wasn't fooled, that's why I was scared." And Nen said innocently, "Explain a bit more." Siron seriously said, "Instead of making them believe by presenting evidence, we will draw out the hidden fears inside them." Haruki gradually understood and said, "You mean we should change tactics instead of proving to make them believe? We make them believe first and then prove it." Siron replied, "Exactly, it's a kind of psychological attack." Holding his face, Siren shook his head loudly. "You're the one who will save our group," Siren retorted. "You haven't bathed for 3 days." Haruki, leaning on his hand, said, "An inverted concept, brilliant." Haruki pointed at Nen's shadow and said, "The problem is, if we show them magic that looks this scary, even superstitious people won't believe it anymore. Can you make it move more convincingly?" Nen, being pushed away by Siren for being too scary, immediately responded, "Of course." He began using both hands to cast magic and said, "If I use this shadow repeatedly like this." Suddenly multiple shadows with the same expression as him appeared simultaneously. Nen jumped and sang, "If I use..." Nen, being pushed away by Siron for being too scary, immediately responded, "Of course." He began using both hands to cast magic and said, "If I use this shadow repeatedly like this." Suddenly, multiple shadows with the same expression as him appeared simultaneously. Nen jumped and sang, "If I use it 24 times a second, I can make it move even more lively." The two watched Nen, who hadn't slept for 3 days, dancing around. Siren held his forehead and turned away, saying, "We can't use this method," Haruki asked. "Can you make a machine?" Nen stopped, scratched his head, and replied awkwardly, "I thought of that, but there's a problem." He explained with a demonstration, "I can program the machine to move the projection. For example, if someone walks in and is surprised to see a ghost and reacts immediately startled, 'Ah, a ghost.' But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. They'll just be alert and wonder, 'What, this is fake?' I thought of that, but there's a problem." He explained with a demonstration, "I can program the machine to move the projection. For example, if someone walks in and is surprised to see a ghost and reacts immediately, startled, 'Ah, a ghost.' But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. They'll just be alert and wonder, 'What, this is fake?'" Siron pondered. "You're right, I was very surprised because he looked at me." At that moment a hand was raised with a voice. "Yeah, that's Haruki," he said confident. "I think I can solve that problem." The other two were startled and asked, "You can? How, Haruki?" Haruki pointed up and said, "We just need to organize their reactions." "We will use a complex system theory," Siren repeated. "Organize their reactions, go on." I illustrated my words with images of Siren's daily habits. Eric continued, "After analyzing most of the reaction habits, we will simulate it. For example, after predicting that Siren will look to the left, then a soul link on the left will look toward. At that moment, if Siren panics and flees, 2 options will be presented: either follow him or keep still." Hearing this, Siren was surprised and exclaimed, "Can you really do?" Eric continued, "Everyone's habits at the academy are similar, so it should be doable. But we need a lot of data." He went on to explain, "We also need a lot of memory. But more importantly, we need a method to send the entire program to all the machines." Then he said, "My energy for soul transmission won't be enough," and suddenly seemed to realize something. "Right, Siren. You can use the soul transmission technique, can't? Siren was startled and replied, I can use soul transmission. Remembering what the professor said in the Tower of Wonders where the latest magic is soul transmission was predicted to reform information exchange method. Siron confirmed. Yes. Professor Sena said that using it as an intermediary for information exchange so it becomes more efficient. That's right. We can do. At this point, Eric said again, we can create a perfect ghost. But I don't think just scaring them with a ghost is enough. He turned to ask Siron. You have another plan, right? Siren answered. Yeah, but I think, well, for example, I intend to use this psychological. Then Siren picked up a pen and wrote on paper. Eric and Neymalin both leaned over to Siren anxiously asked, What's wrong? Is it bad? If it doesn't work, we can add other keywords to. Nay, Malin said, finally looking at the paper and asking. Right, he confirmed. That works, making Siren ask again. Definitely. I didn't even think we could use it like that in the presentation, Eric said. If it succeeds, I guarantee the whole academy will be turned upside down, a 180-degree revolution. Siren was excited. Really? That's a great trick. So happily. Then it's decided. Assignments were made. I'll start building the machine right away. Eric will write the program and Siren will prepare the soul transmitter. Siron and Neymalin were excited. Great. We can save the group. Eric nodded and then said, But do you guys know what? They startled and asked, What? Eric seriously said, I calculated the amount of soul transmission needed to send the data. Siren asked, How much do we need? Eric stretched both hands forward and said, 3 times what we currently have, and you need to maintain it for 10 minutes. He asked Siren, What do you think? Is it possible? Siren and Neymalin's faces turned pale. Siren stammered 10. In terms of energy consumption, 10 minutes. 10 days later at Istas, someone loudly called at the entrance. Hey, you two. I'm going to hang some posters. And oh my goodness. Inside Eric's room, the person who had been 10 days later at Istas, someone loudly called at the entrance. Hey, you two. I'm going to hang some posters, and oh my goodness. Inside Eric's room, the person who had been writing equations for habit actions all day looked, and Siron, who had been practicing soul transmission all day, turned around and asked, What's going on? Neymalin said, It's causing a big stir. Everyone says they'll come to watch. Siren wiped the sweat from his face after seeing the poster and hearing people say they'd come to watch. Eric looked suspicious and asked, Oh no, is it because we put our names on? It's going to be chaotic. If too many people come, the workload will increase. How many people do you think will come? Neymalin said cheerfully. I'm not sure, but probably more than half the academy. Outside voices called. Eric. Siren calmed down. About 17 days, until the research group's presentation. Science and Supernatural Souls. Science and Supernatural Souls. Someone was pacing. Lumina was walking down the hallway and overheard people talking around. She thought it would be fun, right? Definitely. Who would have guessed both seniors, Siren and Eric, would present? I'm sure that presentation won't be ordinary. I wonder what they'll show. All the chatter fell into her ears. Lumina walked along the road where a shadow stood between buildings. Suddenly, a person standing in a corner, face hidden, asked, Is it true that the Supernatural Souls group is preparing something? She replied, still undecided if the group can recover. She promised the person in the shadow, According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the academy will reclaim the research room. The person in the shadows said, Of course that group is finished. Its glorious past is gone. Another short-haired person also whispered in the corner. But we still don't know that the group includes Eric, who has Siron's syndrome, and Siron, who has been a ruined mage. We can't underestimate. Another short-haired person also whispered in the corner. But we still don't know that the group includes Eric, who has Siron's syndrome, and Siron, who has been a ruined mage. We can't underestimate their abilities. The other laughed scornfully. They're still just low-level students. What we should worry about is what happens afterward. The girl continued straight ahead, proving that the research group's dream battle to become the second master of Istas had begun. In a dark room, the sound of grinding and creaking was heard. Suddenly, bricks on the wall automatically separated, letting light from outside flood in, illuminating the dark room. Following the faint light, one could see Siron's handsome face, extremely tense, biting his lip tight. He was concentrating intensely to perform a method to recover. Both hands stretched forward, spiritual power flowing through his hands. A beam of light from his palms was released. After a while, Siron's hands were sweaty, and he looked exhausted. He sat down heavily on the floor, his face showing fatigue. Siron recalled this is called spiritual recovery. It's an extreme method to rapidly increase magic output after the spiritual power reaches its limit. It takes about 20 minutes to recover, and you continuously use it until your The average spiritual power consumption for each spell is continuous concentration, lasting 40 minutes. So this is considered a foolish method that can kill the youth. Thinking this, Siren looked at the pendulum clock in his hand and thought silently if Zhu knew he wouldn't leave me alone. The stopwatch showed 5 minutes 32 seconds. Siren felt a bit anxious. The purpose of pushing mental power to the limit like this is to use soul transmission for 5 minutes. There's only a little time left before the presentation. Siren sighed and resolved to reach the 10-minute goal. I have no choice but to continue until my consciousness is completely destroyed. Siron looked at the pendulum clock in his hand and thought silently if Zhu knew he wouldn't leave me alone. The stopwatch showed 5 minutes 32 seconds. Siren felt a bit anxious. The purpose of pushing mental power to the limit like this is to use soul transmission for 5 minutes. There's only a little time left before the presentation. Siren sighed and resolved to reach the 10-minute goal. I have no choice but to continue until my consciousness is completely destroyed. Siron thought anxiously. Can I really do it? Just then, Malin entered the room and looked at Siron. He worriedly asked, Siron, are you okay? Startled Siron replied nervously. Of course, I'll make it before the deadline. Malin sadly choked up. Honestly, the goal is so far away beyond the level of grade 5. But if you fail, our group will. He didn't dare to continue, because both understood the disastrous consequences for the group. Siren understood Malin's meaning. He quickly reassured him. I told you. Don't worry. He skillfully changed the subject. How about you? Your part is this afternoon. Hearing Siren ask Malin suddenly remembered. Right. I'm going to do some more testing. Siron followed Malin into a room. As he stepped in, he stopped abruptly. What caught his eye was Eric with dark circles under his eyes, crazily writing his thesis. Siren was shocked and shouted, Eric, are you okay? He stepped forward and repeatedly patted Eric's shoulder. Are you really okay? Eric kept writing swiftly, eyes wide open, mechanically replying, don't worry, I'll make the deadline. Siren was speechless for a moment, helpless. Siron was speechless for a moment, helplessly thinking, I can't stop him. He's crazy. Malin looked up, cutting off his thoughts. Here it is. After seeing the results, Ryan couldn't help but slow down, amazed. He enthusiastically asked Amy, is this a prototype? Amy laughed and explained, the final test will be with your own device. I need to check the performance of the light beams that Father Eric sent us. Amy guided Ryan to conduct the experiment, telling him to hold the orb and try using his magic. Ryan followed Amy's instructions, holding the glass orb with both hands. After stabilizing it, he added his aura. All right. Ryan closed his eyes to focus his mind on channeling spiritual energy into the orb. In a moment, the orb emitted a radiant light, dazzling in the middle. The light from the orb transmitted down a conduit connect. Ryan was surprised and happily exclaimed, Oh, amazing. Amy stood beside him, smiling with narrowed eyes. How is it? Her voice carried satisfaction. Not bad, right? Really not bad. Looking at the results before him, Ryan was confident that their group had succeeded halfway. In the following days, on a rainy night, there were hurried footsteps on the muddy ground. It was Amy, just returning from outside. She stepped into the house and inhaled a cold breath, her body dampened slightly by the rain. The first thing Amy did after returning was to go to Ryan's room. She pressed herself to look inside and asked, Ryan, your presentation time is coming up. Did you finish preparing by noon? Inside was unusually quiet, so Amy called softly again, Ryan. Suddenly, the pendulum clock that Ryan often used slid across the floor right under her feet. She bent down to pick up the clock, and immediately her pupils contracted. She whispered, Wait, Ryan. Her voice couldn't hide her joy. You did it right. Ryan came out from the room, sweat dotting his face, but a bright smile on his lips. Ryan gave. Soon, the presentation day arrived. The Spiritual Science Research Group was fully assembled at the school's academy. Everyone was excitedly waiting for this day. Laughter and chatter filled the air so joyful. The surrounding stalls were equally lively. Who wants food? Please wait in line. A waitress carrying a tray of drinks served 10 guests. The juice was from the academy's eye. In front of her stood a female student with pink hair holding a flyer, repeatedly urging, Please take a flyer. Amid the bustling atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by a dry, hoarse voice. Is there an event today? It was Slider Mac, who had been suspended for 2 months. He looked uncomfortable, saying, Why are there so many people here? The pink-haired girl stepped forward, handing him a flyer. Please take a flyer and wait in line. Mac took it awkwardly. Huh, thanks. Holding the flyer, he secretly judged. What? Suddenly, he focused on a detail. Wait, besides the weird images, there's a prominent title. The flyer read, Spiritual Science Research Group. The truth behind the Orphan's Magic Academy, a secret the school wants to hide, will soon be revealed. Although the title was very attractive, what interested Mac most was the name Ariana Cerrone. He frowned with a hint of disdain. Huh, what kind of childish presentation is this? Who would want to watch it? I thought he was a genius. Mark, also suspended for 2 months, peeked at the flyer in his hand and said excitedly, Oh, Senior Cerrone, let's go watch. Maria turned to Mark's sleeve and said cheerfully, You're coming too, right? Right. Let's go. Faced with Maria's enthusiasm, Mark reluctantly said, Of course, maybe I'll learn something there. Not giving Mark a chance to escape, Maria decisively pulled him along, excitedly saying, Line up here. Maria and Mark had received special education from the academy during their suspension. More precisely, Mark was stuck there and had to undergo more training. While Maria dragged Mark to watch Cerrone's presentation, a group of female students nearby whispered and gossiped. One of them was a girl with chestnut-colored hair who was amazed and pointed at Amy, exclaiming, Huh, isn't that the graduating class? The black-haired girl standing next to her couldn't believe it for a moment and asked, What, the seniors from the graduating class? Another friend eagerly leaned in. Where? Before long, all eyes turned to Ami and Cyril, and the students unanimously said enthusiastically that they were Senior Ami and Senior Cyril, sparking curious discussions among the students. Why would the graduating students come to watch the advanced class presentation? A soft snort was heard. Senior Cerrone is her boyfriend, after all. Immediately, everyone understood amid the students' discussions, while Cyril still innocently offered cake to Ami, coaxing her, Open your mouth. Ami, already embarrassed to death, could no longer hold back and shyly said loudly to Cyril, Why do we have to watch the advanced class presentation? Cyril chuckled and replied, Oh my, how long are you going to say that? Because it's your boyfriend's presentation, deliberately emphasizing your boyfriend. Amy blushed, covering her face with her hands, silently regretting. So embarrassing, this is really the pot calling the kettle black. Suddenly the students' attention shifted to one side, where someone exclaimed in surprise, Huh, Senior, from Class 1 is here. Another person asked in astonishment, Why would such a rare person come? Ami was momentarily confused. Suddenly the students' attention shifted to one side, where someone exclaimed in surprise, Huh, Senior, from Class 1 is here. Another asked in astonishment, Why would such a rare person come? Amy was momentarily confused. Who could make a distinguished alumnus like her be ignored? Cerrone pointed forward and loudly called, Amy, over there. The person arriving wore the school's prestigious badge on a black suit. The crowd behind was extremely surprised, asking each other, Why is Senior Femi here? Don't tell me he's here to watch the presentation too. The students' eyes widened in amazement. Not only that, that's Senior Hosey from the electromagnetic department, and also Senior Riken, known as the electromagnetic monster. There was Senior Richard from the alchemy department, and Senior Caden. The students couldn't believe their eyes, and exclaimed in astonishment, What the heck is going on? The appearance of these outstanding figures not only amazed the students, but even Cyril was stunned. Why would Class 1 come here? Amy, however, was not too surprised. She laughed at Cyril. What do you think they have in common? Cyril asked curiously, What in common? Amy looked at Cyril and said frankly, Yes, all of them. According to Amy, there was a rumor that they were all members of a secret research group called the Golden Ancient Temple. At this moment in the presentation hall, the students had all found their seats. Cyril was nervously addressing 11 white-haired teachers who were speechless and stamped. Cyril couldn't believe it. What wind brought you here? Principal Anthea smiled warmly. So please explain. These students have worked hard preparing for the presentation, so of course I must come. Cyril immediately, respectfully and awkwardly saw the principal sit in the most honored seat. Of course, sir. After 10 days of sitting, Anpheus smiled and sat next to Mrs. Rum. Behind that gentle smile, Anpheus narrowed his sharp eyes, calculating. Well, let's see what the kids will show me. In front of the presentation hall, the seating area was already full, and people were sighing. No more seats, please don't crowd anymore. Amy looked around silently, evaluating the presentation. She suddenly saw Mangan and Maria sitting together on the side. They were foamies. The front row was naturally reserved for Anpheus Sienna and the school's highly respected teacher. With the full presence of the school's major influencers, Amy couldn't help but wonder if there was something she didn't know. Soon after, the entire presentation hall's lights simultaneously went out, leaving only the spotlight focused on the center of the stage. The program host's voice rose, Ladies and gentlemen. In the middle of the stage, dressed in a polite Western suit, The host took on the role of guiding the program towards the audience, solemnly introducing the presentation on spiritual science is about to begin. He raised his hand and declared, "Let's begin." The ambitious spiritual science research group's presentation had started, and 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no applause or praise. Instead, a barrage of paper and harsh words came from the audience below. Damn it! What can you expect from a 5th grade class? Just focus on studying. This is such a waste of time. This isn't even a presentation. I've been fooled. Amy seemed stunned. Sitting next to her, Serial whispered Amy. On the stage, the technical staff adjusted the lights to focus on this spot. Below, the presenter began, "Thank you all for attending today's presentation." He briefly introduced himself. "Today, I will be the MC for this presentation. I am the leader of the Spiritual Science Research Group, WISDNet." The stage speakers echoed Wisda's somewhat unconfident voice. "Today's main topic is spirits." Mac, sitting below the stage, whispered to his friend, "Spirits like souls, right?" Meanwhile, Maria, sitting next to him, fixed her gaze on the stage. On stage, Wisd continued his presentation. "Some of you might find this scary, so please be careful while watching." As soon as Wisd finished speaking, all the stage lights turned on simultaneously with yellow, blue, and red lights interweaved. The entire stage lit up brilliantly, creating a spectacular scene. The audience below gasped in awe. Principal Anfeus squinted his eyes and prayed. "The students have really prepared well, haven't they?" Miss Sienna reluctantly replied, "Yes." In her mind, she evaluated. Great idea, a 3-dimensional storm effect. But then Sienna changed her mind, deciding not to interfere. On stage, the image of a spacious grand school building resembling an ancient castle appeared on the screen. Wisd held the microphone. Wisd spoke passionately. "Has anyone heard the story before this school was built?" He said this and snapped his finger. Suddenly, the screen on stage shifted to a scene from long ago. Wisd looked up at the screen and narrated. This place was originally a small temple for farmers. The scene changed to a peaceful temple, which quickly plunged into a scene of chaotic warfare. Wisda's voice was steady and however, the entire continent had experienced a famous war. He continued. People there fled by going deep into the mountains. Ordinary civilians, and of course soldiers who did not want to participate in the battle, were no exception. As Wisd spoke, the stage lights all went out, and the surrounding space of the auditorium was enveloped in a gloomy blackness. The students sitting below were somewhat surprised. They looked up and instinctively said, "Ah, the lights are off." Wisda's voice rang out again, no longer calm and steady, but with a dark, terrifying tone. Non-human entities appeared. At that moment, a sudden scream interrupted Wisda's narration. Some weak students were so frightened they turned pale, their hair standing on end. They tried to calm themselves, thinking, surely nothing scary will jump out. On stage, the bloody footsteps of an armored knight suddenly appeared. Wisd's voice deepened. "That is—" The armored knight suddenly roared, his hands clawing his body covered in blood, resembling a zombie. According to Wisd, the armored knight was a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students below were terrified, but then burst into laughter. One guy even pointed at the armored knight, mocking, "Isn't that Eric? What is he doing there?" On stage, Eric staggered forward with difficulty. He walked while groaning, both scary and pitiful. However, the audience below laughed hysterically. Carria laughed until she could hardly breathe and commented, "This is hilarious." Amy, sitting next to her, whispered, "Wait a minute. Is this a presentation or a drama?" On stage, the story continued to be narrated by Wizzy, and then one night the stage lights shifted to a cold blue hue. The young man below was immersed in a quiet, eerie atmosphere. Wista's voice echoed, carrying a mournful tone. "Olya, my love, Olya, where are you? Damn it, to avoid the war. I came here, but I lost you, the most precious person to me." At this point, Wizd's voice cracked with pain. Maria, sitting in the audience, clenched her hands, tightly absorbed in the drama on stage. It seemed the young man had lost his lover while fleeing. Mac, however, unlike Maria, muttered sarcastically, "What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to be a presentation? When will that person show up?" Just then, the person Wizd was thinking of finally appeared. Siren's voice rang out, making Mac almost spit out his drink. "Noah, you're here." As Siren called, the audience's eyes all turned to him under the bright stage light. Siren's figure appeared in a white performance costume. He placed his hand on his heart, his voice gentle, full of infinite love. "My love." The entire auditorium nearly exploded with the audience's cheers. Female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that Siren?" Male students held their stomachs, laughing hard. In the front row of the VIP seats, Sienna was speechless, amazed beyond words. Below the stage, Serial hurriedly turned to call Amy. Siren is pretending to be a woman, Amy. At this moment, Amy was so overwhelmed by the sweet scene on stage that she was speechless. Serial quickly urged her, "Amy, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Siren rushed into Wist's arms, who affectionately embraced Siren's shoulder. Wist spoke tenderly. "Olia, I miss you." Siren responded smoothly. "Let's never be apart again, no." At this point, the two exchanged loving glances. Siren looked up, and Noah gently leaned down as if about to share a passionate kiss. Maria's face turned red. She stammered, "No way." The male students tried hard to focus, determined not to miss any moment on stage from this point on. Siren and Noah were nearly lip to lip. Serial straight talk that Amy and Dundee whispered among themselves. They're really acting this out. At the crucial moment, Eric suddenly appeared in blood-stained armor behind Noah. He opened his mouth wide, looking ready to bite Noah's. With a snap, Eric bit Noah's shoulder, and Noah screamed pitifully, "Help me!" Witnessing the bloody scene on stage, the audience below was terrified, their eyes wide open in shock. The entire auditorium instantly went dark. Maria, scared, leaned against Mac. "That's kind of scary." Mac, feeling awkward with Maria leaning on him. At that moment, the spotlight in the center of the stage lit up, and Wist held up an ancient book. Last month, the original source of this story was an old diary found during our research on the Academy's history. Wist excitedly explained. Our research group immediately began studying it, and the result was a shocking truth. The souls have become evil because they were infected by other evil soldiers. Now they wander the mortal world, looking for someone to possess. Hearing this, some students began to feel uneasy. Their eyes sharpened until today. Suddenly, a giant bell appeared right behind, and the bell rang with a deep, resonant tone. The students sitting below were startled and exclaimed, "That bell sound, isn't that the midnight bell? But it's not even 7 o'clock yet." Standing on the stage, he carried an eerie aura and said, "At midnight, when the light completely disappears, yes, at midnight, the evil soldiers will appear." Below, Maria was frightened by him, while Mac, as usual, showed an expression of disdain. On the stage, he laughed and said, "You have never seen an evil soldier at midnight, right? Maybe because the soldier souls only show themselves to those they want to be seen by. But through our presentation, surely you have become a bit curious about those evil soldiers, haven't you? Or in other words, you will get used to the situation's name. Tonight, when the bell strikes at midnight, please look around you. You might see an evil soldier wandering nearby. But through our presentation, surely you have become a bit curious about those evil soldiers, haven't you? Or in other words, you will get used to the situation's name. Tonight, when the bell strikes at midnight, please look around you. You might see an evil soldier wandering nearby." Hearing this, the audience below could not help but feel anxious. They murmured, "Drive, what's so scary?" Some showed courage and boldly declared, "That's a lie. Tonight we have to stay in the library until midnight." Amid the chatter, he suddenly declared, "Of course, that's if you are lucky. We will end the presentation here." The entire hall froze for a few moments. Then suddenly the stage lights all turned on, illuminating the hall brightly. The students stopped talking. The lights are back on." Everyone was momentarily unable to believe it. They anxiously asked, "Is that all?" Immediately a shower of paper flew onto the stage, followed by a torrent of curses. "Damn it, do you call this a presentation?" The students vehemently protested. "No evidence or results at all. You didn't show us anything." "It's foolish to believe Siren and Erugima. I knew it would be like this. Forget those spirits." Amy angrily waved her sleeve and left her anger boiling over. "Too suspicious. I knew this would happen, being near those weird guys." Soraya hurried after Amy, calling her Amy. The group of students rumored to belong to the Alchemist Society quietly stood up and left. Only Fomi remained seated. In the VIP seat, Sienna nervously addressed Anpheus. "I'm sorry, Principal." Sienna met the person briefly, then said, "I will punish those students." She forced a smile. They are a spiritual group, so it's understandable. Anpheus, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He just rubbed his hands as if nothing serious had happened. "Don't worry, why would they do that?" Sienna raised her hand to shield her face and sighed, wondering if she was wrong to trust them. Anpheus walked to the front of the stage, pondering. If it was meant to end like this, they wouldn't have started in the first place, right? Siren. Anpheus smiled broadly, his eyes full of confidence. Behind the wings, he laughed and locked his mind. He turned to smile and asked Eric, "Did you see their expressions?" Eric nodded. "Yes, I'm sure just by looking at their eyes you can tell." Regarding the students' confusion, Maria's worry, Mac's shocked gaze, all of that, according to Eric, was the hadong. It has been planted. The mysterious bell on the stage will also play an important role in this process. Siren came from behind, slowly speaking to him and Eric. Step 1 is successful, Siron said with a bloodthirsty grin. Let's show them what a spirit is like. The midnight moment was near. The prestigious academy was shrouded in silent dark. The clouds in the sky were a uniform gray, making the atmosphere here even more mysterious and eerie. The wall clock ticked, signaling it was past 11:30. He stood outside Siron's room, reminding him, "It's time, Siron, you have probably finished meditating since noon." Siren turned around and nodded slightly. Then he stepped outside with him. It turned out that a few days ago he had changed the rain outside. He went all over the school to do something very important, which the class ordered 3D projectors all around the school. The projectors had wired connections running underground, and those projectors would send programs predicting Erugid's action. Below, in a basement underground, Nina walked carefully, reminding Siren to be cautious as he walked. Erugid looked at the clock, miscalculating. There were still 5 minutes and 15 seconds until Wait, 9 seconds. We must not be too early or too late. We have to show the ghost exactly at midnight. Erugid placed his hand on the emblem. Let's proceed right when I place my hand on the emblem. While Nina adjusted some settings on the control panel and spoke to Siren. It's your turn now. I'm ready. Siren stepped forward, placing both hands on the white crystal ball. Erugid on the other side placed his hand on the emblem. Ready. Nina watched Siren intently. He spoke loudly. Now immediately, Siren channeled his spiritual power into the crystal ball. Instantly, a radiant light shone from the ball. Nina covered her eyes with her hand, exclaiming, "What a wonderful power source!" Erugid couldn't help but admire Siren. He had truly developed his magical power so much in just 1 month. Nina enthusiastically praised, "Just as expected from you, Siren." However, Siren showed no joy. He clenched his fists, muttering, "Strange, it feels like I poured water into a bottomless bowl. Strange, it feels like I poured water into a bottomless bowl." Hearing this, Nina was startled. "What, don't tell me." She rushed to the control panel, panicked, shouting, "Hey, what's wrong with this? Hey, what's wrong with this?" Erugid anxiously asked, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Nina explained, "The initial energy isn't increasing. Indeed, the clock can't jump past 18%. Erugid immediately became scared. "How is that possible? Can you fix this?" Nina panicked. "I don't know, my calculations were perfect. What's happened?" The main cause was that rats had gnawed the transfer pipes, preventing Siren's spiritual power from reaching the projector. After a moment of struggle, Erugid said disappointedly, "It's over. We've failed." The pendulum clock in Erugid's hand showed only a few seconds left until midnight. Nina bowed her head. "It's all my fault." She was deeply self-blaming. "I was so stupid I even failed to make the device for the soul." Erugid softly called Nina. Tears streamed down Nina's cheeks. "Sorry for dragging you all into this. Sorry for making you a laughingstock." Tears streamed down Nina's cheeks. "Sorry for dragging you all into this. Sorry for making you a laughingstock." She wiped her tears. "I will take full responsibility at any cost." Then Nina turned to Siren. "Stop, Siren, let me take responsibility." But Siren firmly replied, "No." He spoke slowly. "We've all worked very hard, sacrificed our sleep. Nina, Erugid, you both must put all your strength into this." Siren's eyes showed fierce determination. "I can't let it end like this." As if sensing Siren was about to do something dangerous, Erugid hurriedly shouted, "Nina, stop! Siren!" Nina was still confused. "Huh?" After a few seconds of gathering herself, Nina immediately realized, stammering, No, way!" Nina shouted in panic. "He's going to use the immortality ability." Indeed, Siren began activating the energy inside him. His eyes lit. Siren entered an infinite spiral dimension. Erugid and Nina strongly opposed. Siren stopped. "Don't continue." Erugid lost patience and shouted at Siren, "Damn it, why hasn't he stopped?" Nina grabbed Siren's hand, holding the crystal ball, pulling hard, crying, "Please stop. You'll disappear." Nina said tearfully, "We can give up this research group. I don't want to lose you anymore." Siren softly called her Nina. His face was unexpectedly calm. "I'm not afraid anymore." A blue lightning flash ignited in Siren's subconscious. He felt a powerful force invading his whole body. The power was so terrible that Siren couldn't bear it. He bit his teeth. The pain pierced through his teeth. He recalled the day Amy said, "I won't disappear." Siren shouted desperately. His whole body began to dissolve into dust. He told himself he needed to remember. Beautiful memories flashed before Siren's eyes like a fast-forwarded movie. The moment he was embraced by his parents, the joyful smiles between Xena and Ra, the first meeting with Amy and Seriali, the months of friendship with Ned and Ed, the trusting eyes of Principal Unfazed, the reunions with Amy through life-and-death moments, the relentless efforts for the present moment, all reminded Siren who he was. When he realized who he was, the immortal energy within him awakened, and his dissolution slowed. Even Siren's body began to restore its. Just as Amy said, Siren did not disappear. He opened his eyes, promising himself he would not run away anymore. Siren shouted once Nina panicked, Siren, are you okay? Siren suddenly shouted. Head out! Eric reacted quickly, turning and loudly telling Nina. Nina, the machine is red. Nina rushed to the control panel, startled. Wait, hold on. Nina couldn't believe her eyes. No way, the clock hand is jumping numbers. The current reading is 157%. Nina, in tears, hurriedly turned to signal Eric. Eric, right now. Eric held a switch. Following Nina's command, he pulled the switch. At the female dormitory, Maria's clear voice rang out. What, it's already midnight. Maria, now a 7th grade student, closed her book and said, So annoying, but I should go to sleep. I have class tomorrow. Maria suddenly stopped, recalling something that sent chills down her spine. I forgot now, I remember. That ghost story said we'd see real ghosts at midnight. After speaking, she took a deep breath. Ridiculous. There's no such thing as ghosts. Suddenly, Maria glanced out the window. Outside, a ghostly figure appeared, clinging to the window. The ghost looked gaunt, its face all bones, drooling, pressing its face against the glass. Maria looked horrified. Nearby, Amy's terrified scream rang out. Go away! Followed by the shattering sound of a glass vase. In front of Amy stood a large shadow. Amy screamed, What is that? How did it get in here? The shadow was a ghost, dressed as a knight. It hadn't attacked Amy. Amy's eyes widened. She thought, Did it just smile? Suddenly, Amy turned and ran screaming as she... Serial from the next room also ran into Amy's room, shouting, Amy, a ghost just appeared. Amy asked in shock. Serial, you saw it too? Serial panicked. So that means... At that moment, both Serial and Amy turned their heads back. Indeed, all the female students from the rooms rushed out like a disturbed hive, their screams echoing loud, Look, run. Behind them was an army of undead soldiers with all kinds of strange, terrifying forms. Across the school grounds, the lights in all rooms suddenly brightened. The entire academy was in chaos. Screams of ghosts, I see ghosts, rang everywhere. Just as the warning in the presentation said when the clock struck midnight, the undead soldiers appeared all at once in their most terrifying forms. Their howls and screams, terrifying everyone. The undead soldiers were everywhere, from the school grounds to classrooms and students' dorm rooms. Screams of help me echoed. They're even in the sky. The whole school was engulfed in chaos caused by the undead soldiers overnight. Everyone panicked. Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come near here. The school's glass tower had never been disturbed as much as it was now. The students all ran out to the yard, gathering into a group. The female students clung to each other, whispering and doing something. The male students tried to use magic to fight back against the evil soldiers. A male student with light brown hair nervously said, They are everywhere, attack. The footsteps of the evil soldiers thundered. Indeed, there were too many of them, and they looked terrifying. The students no longer had the heart to fight. They cried and ran in all directions. At that moment, the evil soldiers suddenly disappeared. The students looked around in confusion, asking, They're gone. A male student was still crying and suspiciously said, The light. The male student standing next to him stopped and looked up. Is someone on the school roof? On the school roof, 3 people, Siren, Nina, and Eric, stood proudly looking down at the students below. Nina clapped a few times and said straightforwardly, Our presentation is over, yet everyone still came. Nina placed her hand on her chest and solemnly said, Thank you. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Hey, you there, Sienna, who was running and annoyed, shouted, Come down, here, right now. It's midnight. Why is it so chaotic? Sienna held a projector that Nina had set up earlier. She grumbled loudly. I was taking a bath and got disturbed. Seeing this, Nina made a greeting gesture and winked teasingly at Sienna. Tonight is beautiful, isn't it, Master Sienna? Seeing the 3D projector, Sienna brought the students finally realized. A 3D projector. So those ghosts are just illusions. Someone laughed, and Sienna turned to see it was Anpheus. Surprised, she asked, Principal, why are you here? Anpheus calmly said, I thought the presentation wasn't over yet, so let's listen until the end. On the school roof, Nina excitedly raised the issue to all the students below. All right, everyone. According to our research group, souls do exist. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? The students below immediately protested fiercely, led by a male student with light brown hair, who shouted the loudest. Those Fire Island guys are still talking nonsense. What does exist even mean? They're all fake, using such shallow tricks that even a 3-year-old could see through. After saying shallow, the male student felt something was off. 2 girls standing behind him whispered to each other. But how did they do that? The male student turned around, frowning. What are you talking about? Of course they used 3 million magic. The female student still found his answer unsatisfactory and explained, Again, how can those 3 million projections move differently? Immediately throughout the entire Lianshuan Saohan schoolyard, the students turned to discuss among themselves. Since we know they're fake, I've been thinking about it, but I still don't understand. I think they used projections from the machine, but to do that all over a school, they'd need a huge amount of data and energy. Orphan still used spiritual power to create a ghostly illusion. He laughed and asked Sienna, "So, can you explain the trick those kids used, Professor Sienna?" She smiled helplessly, carefully choosing her word. "The kids' trick is quite advanced." On the school roof, standing behind, Siren chuckled quietly, thinking to himself, "What the mage values most is intelligence. They can't resist their curiosity and are drawn in. This is what the oldest ancient texts have concluded." The male students mocking the group were now furious. Being mocked by the fire class students is so annoying. The male student with light brown hair clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. But he didn't know what mechanism they used. Although the group's performance was impressive, it still didn't fully convince Sienna. She frowned and turned to Orphan, saying, "Their trick is difficult, but it's not enough for us to approve their research group." In response, Orphan just nodded. He gently said to Sienna, "Actually, the trick isn't important." Orphan's words puzzled Sienna. Meanwhile, the students continued to criticize Nina's group. "They're still fake. There's no such thing as a soul." The male student with light brown hair was the most agitated, pointing at Nina and shouting, "Fake souls and supernatural research have nothing to do with each other." Nina laughed. "Oh, you guys still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below shouted in unison. "Of course not. That was just a performance trick," Nina calmly said. "Then let me ask you, why are you all here?" The question stunned the students. Nina continued, "What were you running away from in fear if souls or ghosts don't exist?" The students stammered, "We." Nina laughed. "Oh, you guys still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below shouted in unison. "Of course not. That was just a performance trick," Nina calmly said. "Then let me ask you, why are you all here?" The question stunned the student. Nina continued, "What were you running away from in fear if souls or ghosts don't exist?" The students stammered, "We." Both Amy and Serial remained silent. At this moment, Nina narrowed her eyes and said, "Your emotions, right now, are the core of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." Nina's slow voice hit the core of the students' hearts. "All of you who don't believe in souls. When you see ghosts, you feel fear, because the seed of doubt that souls and ghosts might exist is inside." Nina used her persuasive ability bit by bit to convince everyone. "We only showed you that small doubt. We don't know if they exist or not, but we are researching that doubt, and that's the meaning of our research." While Nina was presenting Siren and Eric silently nodded to each other. Below, a female student with chestnut hair covered her mouth and whispered, "That's right. There was a time when information we now know to be true was considered lies in the past." On the school roof, Nina's voice rang out powerfully. "Because everyone showed us that doubt, we have proven that our research group is valuable." And so the scientific research group's presentation on supernatural souls ended. At this point, all three, Siren, Nina, and Eric, bowed deeply to all the students and teachers below, saying, "Thank you very much." The students smiled at each other. The male student with light brown hair grinned. Immediately after, the entire schoolyard erupted in cheers from the students. "Great. We agree. If it's something special like this, I'm willing to be burned by you guys as many times as you want." At this point, all three, Siron, Nina, and Eric, bowed deeply to all the students and teachers below, saying, "Thank you very much." The students smiled at each other. The male student with light brown hair grinned. Immediately after, the entire schoolyard erupted in cheers from the students. "Great. We agree. If it's something special like this, I'm willing to be burned by you guys as many times as you want." Standing among the students were the teachers. Orphan clasped his hands behind his back, his voice steady but full of authority as the leader. "Where do we come from, and where are we heading in the future? Someone is exploring doubt and revealing the unseen. What do the teachers think?" Sienna remained silent. Orphan smiled and commented, "I think this presentation is very meaningful." Standing beside him, That respectfully said, "I have no objections, Principal." Sienna sighed. "I understand." Then Sienna stood solemnly and officially declared, "The professors have decided to recognize the presentation of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." At this, the three in Nina's group couldn't hide their excitement, but Sienna's anger flared up. She was furious and said, "Instead, you are suspended for 3 days, you fools." Despite the suspension order, the three, Nina, Eric, and Siron, hugged each other tightly in great joy. "We did it! We succeeded!" Despite the suspension order, the three, Nina, Eric, and Siren, hugged each other tightly in great joy. "We did it! We succeeded!" Below, the students joined in. "Congratulations, do your best." Sienna was angry at being completely ignored. "Are you even listening to your professor? I told you you're suspended." Maria turned to Ma and said, "Senior Siren is really," and then concluded with a wink, "cool." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior Siren was a genius. Serial also looked at the Siren group with admiration. Oh my God, they were really cool. Everyone wanted to do that. At least once. At least once. To make the world stand still. Amy, standing beside her, remained silent. She thought to herself, "I really didn't expect this when I should be burying myself in studying to graduate. You're spending time on such useless things." Looking at Siren's broad smile, Amy pouted, feeling a bit cold. Amy looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky, silently thinking, "I'm a little bit jealous." In a hidden corner, some men dressed in black with indistinct faces felt bitter seeing the Siren group succeed perfectly. One of them clicked his tongue, saying, "They're skinny, but still bigger than us." Some had already graduated, but left the group behind with a bunch of kids chasing the truth. Another crossed his arms and said irritably, "Forget about taking XTA from Dyungdi. My ant language research group is asking for help." Another spoke up, "Trang An. They're still just in the Nam class. Don't tell me you're just going to run away like that." The ant language research group member immediately got angry. "So what? They'll graduate soon." And a guy with a girlish manner covered his mouth to laugh mockingly. "If Nam doesn't want to confront them, it's best for him to graduate this." The ant language research group member leading the group said, "It's best if the doll taming research group just shut their mouth." Things got out of hand, and the ant language research group members started provoking the others, including you. The hide-and-seek game research group Fomi had been sitting silently with his arms crossed all this time. At this moment he spoke up, his voice cold, showing the authority of a squad leader. "Stop it enough here, or we'll attract others' attention." Fomi curled the corner of his mouth, his words sinister and hard to read. "All of us here like this will only harm ourselves. Let's wait for the right opportunity." Sienna silently observed Fomi's group. She thought to herself, "Those brats from the secret research group." Sienna wanted to cry and scream, "Use me as a weapon." Anpheus stretched out his hand, still using the magic siren used to create the evil soldiers. He laughed and praised. "Wow, it's really beautiful." Anpheus stroked his beard, smiling casually. "Even I, an expert in light magic, am amazed. To use it this way surprises." Looking up at the sky, admiring the mysterious beauty of the shining stars, Anpheus was satisfied and said, "You have completed a rather difficult task, Siron. I thought you couldn't do it." "You have completed a rather difficult task, Siron. I thought you couldn't do it." This child only had limits, up to this point. But unexpectedly, he looked down at the keepsake in his hand. Anpheus whispered, "In the future, you might have the power to fulfill my dream." With these words, Anpheus tightly grasped the keepsake in his hand. At this moment, Siren was lying on the grass, smiling happily, truly joyous. Sitting beside Siren, he patted his body with his hand, worriedly asking, "But you're really okay, right? You're still normal, right?" Siren smiled brightly. "I'm fine." Eric and the others sat up. "You haven't provoked Siren yet. That's crazy. Who risks their life for this kind of..." Hearing Eric's words, Siren just smiled and Eric glanced at Siren. "But you're still the best." Sitting up, he agreed with Eric. "You're right. If Siren didn't use his innate ability, he couldn't have finished. But risking his life for that is really something." Eric lay back down, laughing. It was all just luck to get thinking that Siren might dissolve using the immortal power Eric once again affirmed. But he's really crazy. Siren heard his two friends' words and couldn't help but blush shyly, awkwardly, saying, "Why do you guys only praise me like that?" "You guys are geniuses too," Eric said. "Predicting the behavior of the whole school's students, like you, is amazing." Eric looked shy when praised and looked away. Siron continued praising. "You're the one who can create a large number of machines. That's just the beginning." Eric also blushed, his face red like a sour fish. All three felt their faces heat up, their whole bodies flushed. Eric awkwardly said, "Oh, it's rare to hear you being humble." He got embarrassed and said, "You guys know, you guys make me so Siron reached out as if wanting to touch the twinkling distant stars in the sky, confiding, "For me, I want to reach high, like those shining stars up there." At this, Siren's eyes sparkled with faith and hope. Eric also looked up at the sky, asking, "Are you starting to think about, because I've played quite a lot now, should I start thinking about an advanced career?" Hearing this, he suddenly sat up excitedly, saying, "Oh, good. The three of us have to graduate together once we join society out there after graduation. I'm pretty sure there will be tons of more fun things waiting for once we join society out there after graduation. I'm pretty sure there will be tons of more fun things waiting for." Siron glanced at him and muttered, "Society out." Hearing this, Eric sat up completely smiling broad. "Sounds good, isn't it? Time we live comfortably and confident." He enthusiastically raised his hand, promising, "We will go all the way to get." Siren placed his hand on Eric's, responding, "Yeah, we will become the strong." Eric was the last to place his hand, quietly asked, "But what should we use to encourage our spirit and promise now?" Siron casually replied, "Who knows? Use whatever you..." Suddenly, Siron had an idea. "All right." He pointed to the brightest star in the sky. "Long live science." Eric immediately echoed, "Don't give up. The three of us." Siren stretched out his hand eagerly, showing determination. "Let's graduate together." Suddenly he pointed at Eric teasingly. "What kind of encouragement is that?" Eric laughed. "I just said we'll try to be like the three of..." Siren sat in the middle, laughing with tears, silently wishing, "Together we will become the strongest mage." Tonight the sky was beautiful, the stars shining down on the academy campus, promising a bright future. The next day, in the boys' dormitory, Eric called Siron. "Siron, get up." He shook him and said, "Are you going to spend this suspension time like this? Let's go out and play." "Are you going to spend this suspension time like this? Let's go out and play." Eric stood beside him, observing Siron's expression, guessing, "He's passed out. He must be very tired." Eric didn't give up trying to shake Siron a few more times. But Siron still didn't respond, lying still with his eyes closed. Siron didn't want to get up, but felt like he was trapped in a shadow, unable to move at all. He thought, "That's right, once again I'm stuck in a nightmare. And like before, I'm heading into the endless space shrouded in mist, along with the movement of the star. And the final destination, a gigantic galaxy with twisted light around it, is waiting for..." But this time something was different. "I always wake up at this point." Something a little different. Something Siren mentioned was a cluster of golden sparkling particles. They merged together, something like a broken water mirror. Siren wasn't sure what it was. He opened his eyes. Before him was an extremely mystical scene, hard to describe in words. Siron suddenly dissolved entirely. Siron woke up sweating, startled, realizing his dream had changed. He wondered, what is this? Yesterday's experience brought about a change. On the wall, the clock was nearly 1 p.m. Siren was still dazed, lying still on the bed, eyes wide open, mouth speechless. But above his head, a beautiful golden bead chain was swirling in circles continuously around. His hands tightly gripped the blanket, anxiously asking, "What's going on with these things?" Siron quickly stepped down from the bed, holding the note from Nina and Eric. It read, "We're heading to the casino. If these guys think they can predict Eric's behavior, they'll still be fooled. You'll see." Below were 2 mischievous smiling faces drawn by them. Siron sighed helplessly. "Oh dear," he muttered. After all, it felt like they were just going out for a stroll. Even though he was suspended for 3 days, he wondered what he should... In his mind, Siren thought of his parents back home, and considered whether he should take this opportunity to visit. He was sure his mother would be worried and would ask him, "What suspended? Are you really suspended?" Thinking of this, he quickly dismissed the thought. "No, I must keep this a secret." Sighed helplessly. "Oh dear," he muttered. After all, it felt like they were just going out for a stroll, even though he was suspended for 3 days. He wondered what he should do. In his mind, Siron thought of his parents back home and considered whether he should take this opportunity to visit. He was sure his mother would be worried and would ask him, "What suspended? Are you really suspended?" Thinking of this, he quickly dismissed the thought. "No, I must keep this a secret." After a while, dressed neatly, Siron stood in front of the mirror, smiling as he carefully adjusted his costume. He was happy and excited because he suddenly remembered something he really wanted to. For some reason, his heart was pounding wildly. Saying this, Siren turned and left. He didn't notice the mysterious golden particles that now followed his shadow. They formed an image of Siren standing sideways in front of the mirror, as if he himself was still. Soon Siron stopped in front of a well-kept bookstore. He reached out to grab the door handle, feeling a bit emotional. Over the past few years, he had never stopped studying. Now he wanted to buy a novel for himself, reminiscing about the old days. Painful memories briefly flashed through Siren's mind, and the harsh voice of the bookstore owner echoed beside him, as if the event had just happened. No. Where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers? No, where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers? Back then, Siren was just a poor kid in torn clothes. Though now he was different. The feeling of being looked down upon was deeply ingrained in the young man's soul. Siren anxiously wondered what he should do if they told him not to touch anything anymore. After a few seconds of hesitation, Siren finally decided to enter the bookstore. The same three owners from before were there, still with orange hair and a green dress, but their attitude had changed to a warm smile. Unexpectedly greeted, "Oh dear, welcome, handsome customer. It's an honor to have you at this humble place. Are you here to trade some goods?" The owner's enthusiasm made Siren momentarily embarrassed. No, I'm just here to buy a book," the owner cheerfully said. I see. Feel free to choose. Oh dear, you really are handsome." Siren was not used to such friendly treatment, and politely replied, "Thank you." He didn't expect that she didn't recognize him at all. Only 5 years have passed, he thought, watching the owner walk away. Have I really changed that much? After choosing the book he wanted, Siren went to seeing the gold coin Siren handed over, the owner flattered. "Oh dear, you are so generous. Thank you very much." Holding the book titled, Raising the Lineage to Defeat the Demon Lord. This was the book he had dreamed of since childhood. Siren happily held it up, finally able to buy his own novel. It was his first book. Thinking this, Siren happily spun around a few times, making passers-by click their tongues in amaze. Wow, young people these days are really crazy. He hugged the book tightly, smiling broadly. Luckily, he had saved the money his family had sent. Suddenly, someone called him from behind Siren. A girl unexpectedly grabbed Siren's arm. She looked at him with a bright smile and asked, "Are you Siren?" Caught off guard, Siren's face turned red and his hands pink. Panicked, he asked, "Are you—" The girl didn't answer his question, but didn't let go either. She turned around and called someone. "That's him, guys, Siren." After observing for a moment, Siren was amazed to recognize the girl in front of him. Her sweet voice was unchanged. She was the little girl who used to watch him every time he diligently read books. "Siren, you're reading again." Back then, whenever Siren sat under the tree reading, a group of kids would gather around. Now meeting again, he could still recognize them, and they immediately recognized. One of them shouted loudly, "Siren, is that really you?" Siren looked at the girl beside him and called her by name. "Oh, you're Lumina." Lumina was happy that Siren still remembered her. "Yes, you forgot my face already," Siren awkwardly replied. "I really didn't recognize you. You've grown so much." Siren recalled that Lumina was known as Xaninos when they were young. Hearing this, Lumina was a bit displeased and clenched her fist, saying, "What you said, I haven't grown up." Siren immediately laughed and said, No, not exactly." Lumina was a bit displeased and clenched her fist, saying, "What you said, I haven't grown up." Siren immediately laughed and said, No, not exactly." The childhood friends gathered around Siren, admiringly asking him a bunch of questions one by one. "What's going on with you? You're dressed like a noble. Do you have a lot of land? Your father has changed a lot." Suddenly, surrounded, Siren was a bit flustered and replied, "This is—" Before Siren knew what to do, Anne, to the leader of the kids, greeted him warmly. "Siren, long time no see. How have you been?" He asked about Vincent, but there was no response. Siren looked at Anne, too unsure how to explain. "What should I tell them?" Siren hesitated briefly and then thought, "They will come to learn about me anyway. If I lie, it will hurt them especially." Finally, Siren chose to be honest. "During this time, I have been studying at the Magic Academy." Hearing this, everyone gasped. Magic Academy. Anto's face turned ugly. He thought silently. Siren recalled the old days when Anto was already strong and confident, naturally becoming the leader of the kids. At that time, Anto was 10 years old. The kids were playing together, when suddenly they looked far away and shouted, "Siren!" He continued, "Are you reading again?" Siren heard the familiar voice and quickly turned around. "Anto." The protective words appeared in his mind, but perhaps Anto's weakness was his pride. Their attention suddenly focused on the thick book in Siren's hands, exclaiming, "So many words. He's very smart. We don't even know how to read a book like that." Hearing the admiring whispers from 2 boys behind Anne, to Siren silently watched. Then Anto quickly approached Siren and snatched the book from his hands, loudly saying, "You're still going to school. What are you reading that for?" With his strong strength, Siren could only gasp a few times. Anto placed his hand on Siren's shoulder with a mature and confident look, saying, You have to train your strength to be useful to society. In this small mountain village full of dangers, there's one rule you must know, which, thinking of this, the small image of Siron appeared before his eyes. He smiled and gently replied, "That's right. I know Anne too." The memory seemed to pause, but then continued following the leader's advice. Back to the scene, Anne, to seeing Siren's reaction, fell silent. Then he sighed deeply as if releasing a heavy burden. Afterward, Anne returned the book to Siron and said, "You understand now. The leader protects the village, and everyone listens to the leader. This is how people survive." This was the lesson Siren had learned through the day. Then Anne smiled brightly and waved his hand toward An, saying, "I'm going to play soccer now. Want to come along?" Suddenly a loud voice came from afar. Lumina grabbed the mop in her hand and aggressively ran over to them, questioning Anne. "I told you not to bully Siren." Anne was beaten by Lumina and complained loudly, "Who's bullying whom, you fool?" She didn't pay attention to that warning and kept raising her voice, saying he just recovered from illness. Yet she still said that wasn't that bullying. Anne was scolded repeatedly and got a bit angry, shouting, "If you keep this up, no one will want to marry you," ending the flashback. Siren chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, those things were a long time ago anyway. Anne awkwardly spoke up, "Unbelievable, you really went to school." Lumina was equally surprised and asked him, "Do you know how to use magic?" The friend beside him eagerly added in a small voice, "Can you show us?" Seeing this, Siren shyly smiled and replied, "No, I just started learning recently, so I'm not very skilled yet. Also, using magic outside the academy is against the rules." Hearing this, the friend sighed and lamented, "That's tough." Suddenly, Anne reached for the book Siren was clutching tightly and laughed. "You always have a book with you, just like during the holiday." Then he grabbed the book and said, "Hey, let me see the Vigidi Magic Academy book." Seeing Anne's sudden action, Siren was startled and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Suddenly, Anne reached for the book Siren was clutching tightly and laughed. "You always have a book with you, just like during the holidays." Then he grabbed the book and said, "Hey, let me see the Vigidi Magic Academy book." Seeing Anne's sudden action, Siren was startled and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Deep inside, he was very panicked, thinking, "No, this is the novel I just bought for entertainment." Anne's grip grew stronger, and he successfully snatched the book from Siren's hand, but in his haste he squeezed it too hard and bent it. Seeing this, Siren couldn't help but shout in his mind, "My precious book!" Then Siren reached forward to grab the book. Just as his hand was about to touch it, images and memories flashed rapidly through his mind, but he was lucky to catch them. The fleeting memories felt so real that Siren felt a bit of pain as he lost his grip and fell heavily onto the ground. Everyone around was very worried and asked, "Siren, what happened suddenly? Are you okay?" Lumina then turned to question Anne, "Why did you do that again? You're not a child anymore. Why do you keep bullying him?" He stammered in response, "I didn't do anything." Seeing this, Siren spoke up, "It's not like that. It was just an accident." "Don't worry," Lumina said anxiously. "You suddenly collapsed. How can I not worry? You're usually not like this." Seeing this, Siren spoke up, "It's not like that. It was just an accident." "Don't worry," Lumina said anxiously. "You suddenly collapsed. How can I not worry? You're usually not like this." Anne stood watching the two of them, and a complicated feeling suddenly welled up inside. Lumina saw Siron was fine and cheerfully said, "All right, don't just stand here. Do you want to come with us? Let's go eat something delicious." Anne added from behind, "Yes, Siren." He enthusiastically added, "To celebrate the store's discount, we're all having a party at Lumina's place. Let's go there and have fun. What do you guys think?" The friends quickly agreed. "Great, approved." Seeing them so excited, Siren smiled and replied, "All right, let's go then." At the same time, he silently considered that since he had nothing to do, it should be fine. Later, the chubby friend and another friend arrived with a horse carriage, stopping in front of Anne. Gently lifted Siren up and happily said, "You sit in the front seat, okay?" Startled Siren exclaimed, "You're lifting me up." Hearing this, Anne smiled brightly and replied, "You're so light, it's nothing." Witnessing his performance just now, Siron thought to himself, "Anne, you bastard, in the time we haven't met, you've become a monster, and you even know how to do business now." He stared intently at his friend, thinking Anne was very likely to become the new leader of the clan. Thus Siren and the others moved together to Lumina's house. After a while, Lumina's mother's voice rang out, "Oh my, who is this? Is this my grandson? Siron, you're getting more and more handsome." Lumina must be very proud. Hearing this, Siren's face turned bright red, and he hurriedly said, Mom, don't say such mysterious things. After the greetings, Lumina's mother warmly welcomed Siron, and the group continued They raised their glasses enthusiastically. To our Siren cheer! Looking at the sumptuous food prepared before him, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "The food looks so delicious." Lumina raised her glass and said, "Eat a lot, Siron." He immediately replied, "Thank you, I will enjoy it." At the same time, the brown-haired friend, very curious, asked, "But this drink, could it be?" Before he could continue, the chubby friend quickly denied, "No, it's just barley water with chicken." Meanwhile, To quietly observed everything happen. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly exclaimed, "Siren, tell us more about school. You must be the best in school, right?" Hearing this, Siren coughed repeatedly, and the barley water in Anto's mouth was spat out because of this comment. The friend continued, "I'm so curious you've become a mage now." The others excitedly added, "I heard only nobles go to that school, so you get to study with nobles." Hearing these questions, Siren felt very embarrassed inside. He silently wished, "Guys, please don't praise me in front of Anto." The barley water in Anto's mouth was spat out because of this comment. The friend continued, "I'm so curious you've become a mage now." The others excitedly added, "I heard only nobles go to that school, so you get to study with nobles." Hearing these questions, Siren felt very embarrassed inside. He silently wished, "Guys, please don't praise me in front of Anto." He took a sip of barley water, and the friends kept talking non-stop. "I bet there are many beauties among the nobles, tell us we're so curious. I bet there are many beauties among the nobles, tell us we're so curious." Under their relentless questioning, Siren waved his hand and firmly replied, "How would I know? Just studying is busy enough." Lumina sighed deeply, as if she had just survived a disaster. Then Anto suddenly slammed his glass down and said, "Siren, going to school is good, but have you thought about the next step?" Startled Siren turned and exclaimed, "The next step?" Anto continued, "Right now, Lord Vincent is worried about the family's livelihood. Next will be your responsibility, and you also have to bond your soul. After studying, will you have the strength to shoulder it?" Hearing this, Siren suddenly fell into deep thought, realizing there was no guarantee he would definitely graduate. Seeing his reaction, too raised his barley cup and took a sip, then said, "Right, you have to be realistic." As he spoke, Siren's thoughts kept appearing. Reality. Thinking back, he had spent too much time studying without ever deeply considering. His friends were all helping with family businesses, but his father still had to work hard. He silently wondered when he would be able to help his father. Seeing him like this, Lumina was a bit worried. At this moment, Antu began to speak. "I didn't mean to bring the mood down." Then he challenged, "Hey, Siren, want to try arm wrestling with me? Right here, I'm pretty strong." Siren was surprised. Arm wrestling? The chubby friend got excited. Antu and Siren are evenly matched. The brown-haired friend also agreed. "Siren is really strong now that I think about it." Hearing this, Siren recalled their childhood. "We really used to do that." The arm wrestling match made the brown-haired friend exclaim, "Siren, you're so good." Two insisted on a rematch. "That one doesn't count. Let's do it again." But today, keeping face for Anto was the right choice because of the move. Thinking so, he got ready and said, "All right, let's have a tough match today." Anto eagerly replied, "Loser pays for the drinks, agreed." "Agreed." With the spirit of both of them, the atmosphere heated up, and the friends around cheered enthusiastically. The battle between the mage and the chubby. Siren tightly grasped Anto's hand, thinking to himself that to keep Anto's face, he had to hold on for a long time before losing. Then suddenly a voice shouted out, "Start!" Immediately, the hands of the two people tensed tightly to support. Then a loud noise made the barley cup shake as well. Lumina and her friends witnessed a terrifying fanfare. The result was Siren lying sprawled on the chair, the lock smoking heavily. The event happened so quickly that he wondered to himself, what just happened? The friends seeing this couldn't help but worry and asked, "Siron, are you okay?" Lumina then loudly said, "And why did you use so much force to hold it?" He hurriedly replied, "I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He wasn't this weak before." Lumina sighed helplessly. Antu. Seeing him like this, Antu felt a bit guilty. Then he spoke, "Sorry, today let me pay." Siron immediately refused. "No, today I'm the one who lost." Then chuckled and added, "You're much stronger than before." Saying that, Siron pulled gold coins out of his pocket to prepare to pay. But an accident happened that made him panic because he was too worried. Seeing this, the friends immediately exclaimed, "Gold coins! You even have Nam coins!" Lumina was no exception. She took a gold coin and asked him, "Siron, why did you bring so much money?" "Nam gold coins are the earnings from a whole month of my business." Looking at Anto's expression now, he thought to himself, "What should I do? I'm doomed." Lumina held the gold coin and asked, Siren, where did you get this money? Hearing this, Siren stammered, I was sponsored. Just as he said this, the brown-haired friend immediately chimed in. What? So you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life? His words made Siren involved. No direct corresponding translated content found in the provided text for this file. No direct corresponding translated content found in the provided text for this file. His face flushed red with unwillingness. But then Anne suddenly sighed in relief. Then he stood up like a cat shedding fur and shouted loudly, "Why are you rich kids so excited just because of a few gold coins?" Seeing this, the brown-haired guy was startled and stammered, "Sorry." Lumina saw his reaction and thought to herself, now I understand and to better. The friends then gathered and suddenly recalled the past. They all shared the same sentiment. Yes, since we were kids. Whenever we were near Siren, the atmosphere became a bit sensitive. Seeing this, Anta gradually tried to control him. Then he clapped hand to break the current atmosphere. "Oh, right, have you guys heard about this?" The chubby guy immediately caught the cue and quickly added, "There are carnivorous beasts appearing in the mountains," and the brown-haired friend also seemed happy. The brown-haired friend was also happy. "I've heard about that too. Recently wild animals have been disappearing, right?" Lumina was secretly pleased. Good news, many people gradually regained the initial atmosphere and enthusiastically discussed. "Dad said it's similar to a bear, right?" Siren was no exception. He quickly spoke up. "Yes, I heard that from Dad, but why would something from the north come here?" Hearing this, Lumina replied, "I know, right, it's some kind of reproduction. Anyway, they say it goes out but because it hides quite deep inside, if you don't go in there, it's not necessarily dangerous." At that moment, Anthor's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he spoke about that map. "How about we go hunt?" Hearing this proposal, everyone was surprised and shouted in unison, "Us!" He affirmed, "Yes, we'll help the village." "You all know about it already, right? My skill," Anthor said confidently. "If it's just a bear, adults wouldn't need to get involved. Let's go take it down together." Seeing his enthusiastic spirit, the brown-haired friend was also happy. "I've heard about that too. Recently wild animals have been disappearing, right? Anthor, a normal bear, would be easy." Siran was no exception. He quickly spoke up. "Yes, I heard that from Dad too, but why would something from the north come here?" Observing the admiration in his friend's reactions, Anthor smiled smugly and decided, "Then we'll set off tomorrow." Anthor smiled smugly and decided, "Then we'll set off tomorrow." Then he glanced at Siren and said, "You will definitely join us, right, Siren?" Hearing this, Lumina's eyes suddenly sparkled and exclaimed, "Siren too?" Anthor affirmed, "Of course he used to go with us, right?" Siren didn't hesitate to reply, "If I can contribute, I'll join." Seeing this, Anthor happily raised his glass and said, "Great, we'll meet tomorrow morning in front of Lumina's house." Lumina, sitting next to them, shouted, "All right!" Then they clinked glasses together and shouted loud, "It will be a bear hunting trip. We will go hunting with Anthor." Siren took a light sip of barley wine, quietly rejoicing in his heart. Siren took a light sip of barley and silently rejoiced. "I can't wait." Although this wasn't in the plan, it was still very enjoyable. Time passed quickly and soon it was dawn. Lumina opened the door and announced, "Siren, did you sleep well? Now let's go." Siren fixed his short sword on one thigh and replied, "Okay, I'm ready. Let's go." The two of them stepped out together. Lumina excitedly waved ahead. "Everything's fine here." The friends happily waved. Anthor saw them and gently reminded, "If you haven't done this for a long time and fall behind, we'll leave you behind, okay?" The chubby guy was also diligently fixing the net on the tree branch. After the work, he praised the two friends below. Seeing their coordination, Siren couldn't help but sigh. "The nets and traps were set so quickly. You guys are amazing." The blue-haired friend laughed and replied, "We just set the traps. The hardest part had to be left to Anne, who was now scouting around and noticed claw marks on the tree trunks, and silently guessed, 'It seems the bear is nearby.' Then Antu said loudly, 'From now on we will scout this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it. Retreat and report to me immediately." The friends responded immediately to the order. Seeing this scene, Siren silently admired in his heart. His father was truly an expert, really cool. At the same time, Antu turned back, looked intently at someone and smiled. That was the image of Lumina happily humming a very cute song. After a few steps, Siren suddenly realized, "If we just search for it, all right. If I use the link, it might help somehow." He closed his eyes, tightly activated his energy, and silently thought, "Help Anne to catch that bear faster and see." In just a moment, Siron entered a state of concentration. In his mind, it wasn't the image of a bear, but the color of a beast that had a huge chunk of flesh bitten off. Siren asked himself, "What is that?" He looked back at his friends and realized something was wrong. He had a feeling something was off. Using his senses, Siren then cautiously stepped forward. He put his hand over his eyes, stunned and unbelieving. Siren moved aside the leaves before him. A fleeting thought kept repeating in his mind. No way, no way. At the very moment he nearly touched the image appearing when using the link, a large hand firmly placed on his shoulder and shouted, "Siren!" At the moment, He nearly touched the image appearing when using the link, a large hand firmly placed on his shoulder, and shouted, "Siron!" It was Anthor. He pulled Siron's shoulder hard and questioned, "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying a word?" He continued loudly, "Because of you we—" But before he could finish, the scene before them made Anthor fall silent. At their feet was the color of a large beast, and a series of dead animals lay scattered everywhere. Anthor was startled and asked himself, "What is all this?" The group of friends behind had caught up with the two of them. The marks were not only on the ground, but also faintly visible on the tree branches. The chubby friend loudly asked, "What is that?" Arthur turned around and replied, "That is but no direct matching sentence found in the provided translation segment. Closest is Anthor's surprised exclamation implied by Arthur turned around and replied, "That is but Beth." He continued, "We need to inform the adults and seal off the mountain. We might also have to send a request to the city for soldiers to handle this." Seeing this, Arthur hurriedly grabbed his shoulder, stammering to interrupt. Wait, Siren, wait, soldiers, what?" He then said, "We don't even know what it is yet. So what are you talking about? We can handle this ourselves, right?" Hearing that, Siren turned his head and replied, "Didn't you just— This isn't a bear we can handle." Seeing Arthur's determined expression, Siren got even louder. "What do you— I'm the team leader. Giving orders is my role." Witnessing the two of them clash, Lumina anxiously held her hands tightly and softly. Anthor Siron knew this was not normal and tried hard to stop him. "No, listen to me, listen now." Anthor paid no attention and continued loudly, "You've always been like this. You never acknowledge me as the team leader. Isn't that so? I told you not to treat me like the snail before." Hearing that, Siren was a bit embarrassed and exclaimed, "Anthor," but a rustling sound from behind made him stop, a chill running down his spine. The friends also sensed it. The chubby friend now spoke in fear. Guys, do you see that? It's coming here." Arthur immediately reacted, drawing his bow forward, pulling the string back as far as possible, ready to shoot. The others immediately aimed their arrows at the approaching The brown-haired friend did the same, drawing his bow, but the arrow's direction gradually— Siron clenched his lips, thinking a monster, a mysterious living entity that does not follow the laws of evolution. The thought kept flashing in his mind. He had seen it in a monster book he read before, but the beast quickly tilted its head to the side. Witnessing this, the brown-haired friend panicked and shouted, "It threw an arrow!" Siren's feelings were similar. He realized it was a werewolf. After its action, he silently confirmed it was an intelligent monster. According to Siren, monsters are generally stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. In fact, some even have quite high intelligence. The origin of monsters is still being researched, but currently it is hypothesized that they evolved in a unique way due to a completely different living environment compared to other living entities. The friends also sensed it. The chubby friend now spoke in fear. "Guys, do you see that it's coming here?" Arthur immediately reacted, drawing his bow forward, pulling the string back as far as possible, ready to shoot. The others immediately aimed their arrows at the approaching threat. The brown-haired friend did the same, drawing his bowstring. But the arrow's direction gradually rose higher, and what they saw made the brown-haired friend terrified. Stammering, "Arthur, what is that? What is that monster?" Before them appeared a very large wolf, fierce and bloodthirsty. Everyone panicked and stammered, "It threw an arrow." The wolf bared its fangs fiercely but moved cautiously. It used its sharp eyes to observe and slowly advance. The young man, face full of panic, only managed to say one word, "Run." The others knew retreating was difficult, so the group hurriedly ran in the opposite direction to escape. However, the hardest part now was they didn't know where to run. One of them said, "If we run down the monster—" At that moment, someone coughed, run up, hurry." While everyone was running chaotically, just trying to escape, Siron still hadn't moved. With the weapon in hand, he stood proudly, face to face with the beast. The size difference was obvious, but Siren was not at a disadvantage. His teammates shouted his name loudly. "Siron," he thought. "Don't tell me he's planning to do something reckless." Meanwhile, Siren remained highly focused in battle. The arrow had been released. The large, rough-skinned beast took the damage, but it didn't affect. It counterattacked with its claws. Using his small body and speed, Siren successfully dodged its attack. The beast growled angrily. Siren was panting, thinking, "It moves too fast and it's relentless. To keep everyone alive, there's only one way left. I have to lure it away." Facing the giant beast, Siren remained determined in his initial decision, even though it might be too risky. It attacked again, but he luckily dodged and stepped back a good distance. His continuous successful dodges made the beast lose control, its eyes flashing with rage. What Siren didn't expect cut off, but corresponds to what Siren didn't expect, was that it suddenly stopped attacking him and turned around. Text cut off, but corresponds to, he suddenly realized too late to stop it. The beast charged quickly toward the person from before. They still didn't know what horror was about to happen. Following the leader's order, "Drop all heavy items. Hurry up." The others just hoped to run as fast as possible, but Theo was still standing firm. He said, "You guys go ahead." Seeing this, Lumina turned and asked, Theo, what are you doing?" Theo, tears streaming his body, trembling but still trying to hold back reply. "Siren, I can't leave him behind." Lumina felt like she was hit hard, tears flowing silent. She shouted his name loudly, Theo! Now the beast was not far from Theo. The moment when the line between life and death was incredibly thin. Theo turned back and witnessed everything, but what he cared about at this moment was, no way, Siren is dead. The more he thought, the more agitated he became. Theo blamed himself. It's because I told him to come along. If I had listened to Siren when he said to run down." A strong beam of light suddenly shone directly on the beast. Theo didn't understand what was happening, but could easily tell the beast was in extreme pain from the light. Lumina excitedly ran over and said, "It's dead." The group was puzzled. "Is that magic?" Siren, drenched in sweat, ran over and only managed to say, run fast." Things didn't seem to be over yet. Danger was still close, and only then could he be so The beast, Lumina said. It was probably just a flash of light gone in a blink. The large body rushed toward them. Now, even if they wanted to run, it was too late. Theo realized something was wrong with his body. To be sure, he tried to move his leg, but the result was the same. His body wouldn't move. Lumina tried her best to run fast. Under the beast's claws, she could no longer stand firmly to continue running. Within those sharp claws, she should have escaped, but was careless. Under the beast's sharp claws, Lumina seemed hopeless. Tears kept flowing. Siren was determined not to let his teammate get hurt, so he used every means to hold the beast back. The beast then swung its claws backward to attack Siren. His face showed a grim expression. Siren hurriedly used his meat-based power to instantly transform. The beast was startled and looked up. The beam of light from earlier appeared again with a loud explosion. Lumina shouted, "Siren, that beam of light accumulated an extremely strong energy." It moved forward and pierced deep into the beast. The beast's strength diminished. Siren was confused. "All right now, I plan to lure it away after releasing the energy, but if I do that, it will scratch. I can't keep it in my situation either. Now this beast and I are both in a difficult spot." This Siren came up with a way to throw it and make it fall. The options he proposed involved something that created gravity, something that disturbed symmetry. Siren reached out his hand. He gently touched his own hand in the other world. Siren thought he had touched. The two hands clasped, creating a dazzling light. This was the omniscient, nameless intellect. The two-dimensional space had dissolved. Now only Siren and it remained. He thought it was mass. The monstrous beast glared at Siren with a confused look. Before it could figure out what was happening, it was struck by him and sent flying a distance. Not stopping there, Siren continued to advance and attack. The beast howled fierce. In a few brief moments, when Siren acted upon no corresponding translated content provided in the given text. Before Siren, a stream of light gradually appeared and expanded the void he had seen in his dream. Manifest. It was an unbalanced world, and simultaneously in the space where the light shone, water stains appeared. The beams of light grew stronger and more dynamic. Siren continued, "If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for all kinds of existence is to break the balance of the universe." He reached out to touch the small water stain in space. The water stain quickly spread. Pieces of space shattered like glass, leaving a hole. Then an open void appeared before Siren's eye. Mass is what causes this, and it can be introduced into the photons of light. Returning to the moment when he acted on the wolf, causing a thunderous sound and a strong aftershock that shook, he silently observed the scene ahead. The rumbling sound from the aftershock had not ceased. Siren tensed, alert, not daring to relax, breathing heavily. "Ha! It's over." Movement. He cautiously looked at the giant wolf, which was completely motionless on the ground. Siren opened his eyes wide in astonishment, seeming to realize something. "Amy, I understand now. Symmetry can be broken by a kind of knowledge about space. They call it unnamed knowledge. There is a mechanism to create mass for mass. If that mechanism is used, light can be given mass." Joy clearly showed on Siren's face. Finally he understood. He stared intently at the beast before him. Such a dangerous creature. Why did it appear? Cho dù là Siren trầm ngâm suy nghĩ sao, mình lại không nghĩ đến điều đó chứ. Note, this sentence is missing in the provided translation and cannot be matched. Bất hình lình thanh âm gào rú đầy kinh hoàng đã cắt ngang luồng suy nghĩ của anh. Note, This sentence is missing in the provided translation and cannot be matched. Là bồn sói Siron quay phát người nghi hoặc nhìn lên đỉnh vách đá. Note this sentence is missing in the provided translation and cannot be matched. But he wasn't alone, he thought. At that moment atop the cliff, and Theo and the others all looked terrified. Some couldn't help but shed tears unconsciously. Before them was a pack of ghost wolves steadily approaching. Leading them was another alpha wolf, its eyes glowing with a hateful red light. And Theo's group was pressed close to the cliff. Everyone's whole body trembled helplessly, looking at Antheo's back as their spiritual support. Martini anxiously called out, "Antheo," while Lumina cried loudly in fear. And Theo's face was no better suppressed. He nearly shouted, "I will run to the other side, you all go down the cliff." The red-haired boy exclaimed in panic, "Crazy, do you want to die?" And Theo snapped tensely, "That's the only way now." He turned to look at his friends, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "You must survive, so that my and Sieran's sacrifice won't be in vain." As the situation grew more intense and tense, a beam of hopeful light shone above. From the high blue sky, Siron descended using magic to teleport into the group's presence. "Are you okay?" Everyone rushed to him in joy mixed with worry. "I thought you were dead." Lumina beside him cried uncontrollably from emotion. Siren silently looked at his friends for a moment before speaking. "Sorry, everyone." Siron's voice rang out, and Theo bit his lip, still trying to maintain calm despite his expression betraying. "Sorry for worrying you, Antheo." Siren gently patted his shoulder. "Now leave it to me." Antheo looked at him in astonishment as Siron stepped toward the wolves. Seeing him approach the wolves, Antheo shouted and ran as well. "Siron! Siron!" Siren calmly replied, "It's nothing," and resolutely advanced forward, stepping firmly to face the danger. Opposite him, the bloodthirsty ghost wolves continuously emitted terrifying growls. Each one rushed toward Siren and the group at an unimaginable speed. The distance between Siren and the alpha wolf shrank as it frantically charged. Siren was not intimidated. On the contrary, he remained very calm, concentrating his energy into a glowing sphere in his palm. "It's light," Lumina exclaimed in amazement. The red-haired boy was confused. "But it seems different from before." Before them, Siren let the magical energy flow freely. A magic circle appeared on his forehead as he concentrated. Mass infused into photons. The light sphere in Siren's hand grew large. Feeling this, in the next moment, Siren swung his hand and forcefully threw the sphere forward. The sphere sped swiftly, leaving a long trail of light and a whirlwind in the air as it aimed directly at the ghost wolf. Before it could react, the light sphere slammed into its... Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the ghost wolf's body, like an arrow accompanied by its agonized howl. "This is my magic," he thought excitedly. "I can do it." Another ghost wolf, seeing its companions struck far away, roared in frustration. One by one, they became agitated, targeting Siron as they charged. They extended their sharp claws, ready to tear him apart. But Siren would never let that happen. He quickly concentrated magical energy. Siren once again created a sphere of light. In an instant, his eyes shone brightly, and his figure appeared radiant and swift. Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the ghost wolf's body, like an arrow accompanied by its agonized howl. Swish, swish. A series of light beams pierced through the ghost wolves' bodies like a sudden rainstorm, leaving them no time to counterattack. Amid the thick yellow dust, the ghost wolves' painful and helpless howls continued. This scene left Antheo and his friends still in shock. One of them unconsciously said, "That's a mage." Antheo quickly filled in the rest. Before them, Siren used magic, moving flexibly in battle, defeating each ghost. However, this magic also consumed a large amount of his spiritual energy. Siren couldn't help but sigh, but still persevere. While he was resting to regain strength, a ghost wolf suddenly charged to ambush him from behind. Without hesitation, Siren used magical power, immediately knocking it far away with... The ghost wolf's body trembled slightly. It made some strange noises after being attacked. However, it quickly realized that the power was not enough to seriously injure it as before. A flash of panic briefly crossed Siren's eyes. The magic's power had diminished. On the other side, the ghost wolf leader smiled triumphantly. He quickly regained his spirit, letting out a powerful roar to rally his comrades. The other werewolves, after recovering each, seemed injected with a dose of excitement, as they all charged forward simultaneously. This sudden change made Antheo's group's mood turn grim. Siren and Anne. Theo shouted a warning. Lumina screamed and ran away. Siren watched the werewolf pack charging towards him with a terrifying scream from his friend. Fatigue now engulfed Siren, making his breath heavier. With no intention of giving up, Siren gritted his teeth once more, focusing his spiritual power to prepare for the upcoming battle. Wondering if he could do... Siren breathed heavily, furrowing his brow, silently thinking he still had one more way. His eyes glowed with a jade glow. Looking at the swirling water before him, he wondered if he could maintain balance amid such turbulent current. Ahead of him, A large group of monsters was frantically running toward. Lumina panicked, shouting that Siron was in great danger, crying and urging him to please run away. She called his name loudly. Siron. But Siron seemed to ignore her. He stood firm, boldly facing the rushing beast. His gaze sharpened, though his face betrayed tension. Sweat beading on his forehead, lips tightly pressed. Suddenly, Siron's pupils emitted a cold blue light. In his infinite subconscious, he connected with immortal energy. It was the ultimate power, like a black hole without limit. From this black hole, a terrifying force was unleashed. Even Siron was pushed back by the pressure of this power biting his teeth, using both hands to shield himself, trying to withstand the magical force. Siron's body began to disintegrate into dust under the influence of this power. Still, he persisted, focusing his spirit and using magic to fight the beast. In a flash from Siron's hands, a supernatural force was released. The beasts continued their fierce charge. Instantly, all of them were shattered by the spiritual energy radiating from Siron's power crystallized into beams of light, directly incinerating the werewolf. Although the pack was large, Siron's power blocked them. They could not advance. Witnessing Siron's terrifying power, Lumina and the children were amazed. And Theo was also shocked by what he saw, thinking, how could this be? Even though he saw it with his own eyes, it was still hard to believe. Suddenly, however, Siron gradually felt he could no longer endure. His energy was depleting, and if it continued like his spiritual energy and mind would scatter like the wind. He suddenly remembered something, yes, like that time. Siron recalled when he used immortal energy to transfer into the breaking orb. His power was gradually transmitted through a tube. At that time, Siron was also weakening. He tried to recall the steps he took to escape the imminent danger when placing his hand on the crystal orb. He needed to release all the energy within him. Siron suddenly shouted, using all his strength and strong will, he would unleash everything this time. Siron's hand reached out. He exerted the strongest force he could, striking the werewolf. Siron's power was so great that the surrounding trees were shaken. Dust swirled in the whirlwind as the werewolves charged in anger. They were completely incinerated by Siron's power. From Siron, a blazing golden light shot straight ahead, sweeping everything in its path. After a while, everything gradually returned to calm. A leaf gently fell to the ground. The scene before them cleared the path wide open with weakened beasts ahead, battered and unable to stand after receiving the recent. One werewolf stubbornly glared at him, fierce to the. Siron's figure gradually became clear after the dust cleared. He stood coldly staring at the werewolf at the other. His voice carried a sharp tone. Get lost. Siron narrowed his eyes, warning it not to ever return. The werewolves were instantly terrified. They turned their backs and fled, taking a few survivors with them, running desperately without daring to look back. Siron stood silently for a moment. But then he gradually staggered. Finally, he could no longer maintain himself. He fell backward, and Theo hurried to catch. The children saw this and ran over. Standing around Siron, Lumina's eyes were red tears streaming down her cheek. She gently stroked Siron's forehead. Theo sadly told everyone, "Let's go." He looked at Siron, breathing weakly, ashamedly, saying, "This childish green phase is over." Night fell. Lights shone brightly in the simple thatched houses. On the grass, Siron looked up at the sky, admiring the shimmering mystical star. Theo slowly approached him, softly asking, "When did you come out here?" Siron looked at Theo, smiling. "After a deep fight, I suddenly wanted to watch the stars." Theo sat down beside Siron, nodding. Siron recalled it had been a long time since he had slept so sound. He couldn't remember the last time he slept peacefully without nightmares or superhuman vision. Yet as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the children huddled by his crying miserably as soon as they saw him awake. Siron asked dazedly, "Where is this?" Lumina said softly, "We thought you wouldn't wake up anymore." Siron felt very touched. He had slept as deeply as if the others hadn't left his bedside until he woke. Thinking of this, he turned to ask Theo, "Where are the others?" Theo said, "They're busy in the kitchen." Theo recounted to Siron what happened after he lost consciousness. At least it was a relief. Except for Lumina fainting, no one was hurt. Still, they were quite shocked by your power. Siron laughed. "It really is lighthearted." Theo looked up at the sky, absent-mindedly said, "Tomorrow, I will solve everything with the adults. The skin and fangs of the monsters are also valuable." Theo held the bowl and asked Siron, "What did you say their names were?" Siron replied, "Werewolves. I heard their fangs are very expensive." Hearing this, Theo sighed. Right after a moment of silence, Theo awkwardly said to Siron, "I'm sorry, Siron, I was awkward." Surprised, Siron replied, "Huh? No, I also—" Theo didn't look at Siron. His eyes gazed distantly ahead. He quietly said, "Actually, I'm just jealous of you." Siron hesitated. "Huh?" Theo recalled. There was one winter day. Heavy snow was falling. Siron sat alone, focused on reading a book. Theo, Lumina, and the kids happened to walk by. A bespectacled boy commented, "You guys know sometimes Siron looks really cool." "Why is that?" The boy said so, and Antheo also glanced at Siron's passion and seriousness made those around him feel he was special, even a bit envious. Antheo awkwardly said to Siren, "Help with the dream you're pursuing." Siron stopped and asked, "Help with my dream?" Antheo nodded. "Yes, the dream you're chasing." Saying this, Antheo blushed, avoiding Siren's gaze, awkwardly adding, "I hope you are." Hearing this, Antheo sighed. "Right." After a moment of silence, Antheo awkwardly said to Siren, "I'm sorry, Siren, I was awkward." Surprised, Siren replied, No, I also—" Antheo didn't look at Siren. His eyes gazed distantly ahead. He quietly said, "Actually, I'm just jealous of you." Antheo recalled. One day during winter, Siren was sitting alone, focused on reading Antheo Lumina, and the children happened to pass by. A boy with glasses commented, "You know, sometimes Siren looks really cool." The next morning in the children's quarters, Lumina sadly asked Siren, "Why did you leave so quickly? Why not stay one more day?" Siren shook Antheo's hand, saying regretfully, "I wish I could, but I still have many difficult studies at the academy." Antheo understood the hint and didn't act stingy like the others, so it was a happy reunion with Antheo. The leader of the village kids sincerely wished Siren to become a great maid. Siren smiled and replied, "I will come back to visit you all. See you later." Lumina suddenly ran towards Siren. She hugged him tightly, and Tuyet said, "You must definitely come back. You've become a mage, but deliberately ignoring me won't work." Siren laughed, remembered, waved goodbye to everyone, and teased them. The village kids waved back at Anne. Theo placed his hand on Lumina's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh my, seeing my little sister crying with red eyes." "Anne," Theo teased, "if you miss him that much, do you want me to bring him back for you?" Lumina wiped her tears and muttered, "It's not like he's gone forever." She looked up, watching Siren's retreating figure with admiration in her voice. "Siren is really cool." Whenever he pursued his dreams, Lumina kept watching his back until it disappeared behind the distant fake tree. After leaving the village, Siren followed the map to a place called S. He took out a book to... He recalled asking Nen with this, "How can we find our research group's room in Building 89? Nen explained, "Since you're a new member of the group, I'll show you how to find the..." Nen pointed to the corner of the wall and asked Siren, "Do you see the number on the floor?" Siren replied, "Number 19, and Nen continued to guide him. "Then you need to look at the color of the door." At this point, Siren turned right where there was a yellow door. He quickly noted the prominent features he saw while carefully thinking. "Room 19 with a yellow door is number 5, so..." He took a few more steps, mumbling, "Then I'll reach a 4. Siren looked left and right, trying to understand. "So that means there are 3 paths connected here." He quickly recorded everything in his notebook and did some calculations, then replaced them with I and Z followed by an equation. The answer was what they called the master lock of S. He still remembered his surprise when hearing the explanation. Who could have come up with... Nen said, "I heard one of the founding members, a genius scholar, created this equation. He encoded all of Estus into some..." Nen blinked and said, "The first time I showed Zaruki this equation, he said that..." The temporary recollection ended. Siren opened the purple door and looked inside. It was a corridor leading to a room and 2 branches on either side. Siren marveled. Truly a magnificent equation. He approached the room at the end of the corridor. A sign hung on the door, Supernatural Spiritual Science Research. Before entering, Siren heard someone loudly questioning, "Why are you revealing that now? Didn't I already say there's a 57% chance of..." The person being questioned didn't back down and immediately argued, "Nonsense. I wasted so much time listening to..." The other retorted, "You don't understand that the bigger the sample, the higher the accuracy." The first person angrily snapped, "That's only if you have unlimited money, you fool." Siren grasped the door handle gently, holding the book of equations, and thought to himself, just like synthesizing all the connections to find the research group through ST. The door slowly opened and he stepped. "I've learned that I need the root causes, the dangerous connections, and every moment beside. From there I can proceed step by step inside." Siren greeted them both. "So you came back after losing everything?" Upon seeing Siren, Haruki quickly called out. Nen loudly claimed the right to speak first. "Siren, listen to what I'm about to say. Then you'll understand." Siren smiled faintly. Seeing Siren just smiling quietly, Haruki asked, puzzled, "Why is he just standing there, smiling like..." At that moment, Siren felt overwhelming gratitude. "Thank you all for everything," he thought, smiling brightly. "I'm at training ground 48. Siren used sweat and spiritual power to crystallize a glowing golden orb. Nen clasped his hands behind his head and asked, "Is that the radiant particle you want to show? How do you increase its output power?" Eruki, standing beside Nate, shook his head. "No, it's something else." Eruki pointed out the unusual way Siren cast the spell. Radiant particles should emit out, but this one emitted inward, which caught their attention. Suddenly, Siren exerted full strength and shattered the rock in front of them. The incredible power made Nate and Eruki widen their eyes, both exclaiming in surprise. Nen ran over, startled by the water stains on the rock, and exclaimed, "What is this? You can use light to drill a hole. This is truly magic, real spellcraft," Eruki asked. "Then what about the incantations I used?" Nen smiled teasingly. "Ah, those were just jokes," Siren explained. "This is the incantation I developed." He spoke slowly. "I call it radiant." Eruki frowned. "Regarding the quantum particle, as far as I know, it's a fuse. The translation cuts off here and does not provide further content for file 798. No specific translated content provided for this file in the given text. No specific translated content provided for this file in the given text." Siren suggested I'll explain, but can we go somewhere else? Siren lowered his voice. "I also have something to tell." At a restaurant outside the academy, Eruki looked incredulous, stammering, "Is it really true?" Nen beside him was equally stunned. He asked Siren in amazement, "You added mass to a quantum particle? That's impossible. Can you do the same with space?" Nen lost his appetite, put down his fork, and talked with Siren. "It's amazing that you can add mass to a particle that has no—" Wiping sweat from his forehead, he still couldn't believe what Siren just said. "My head is spinning like I'm dizzy, so have you really been able to use a new knowledge breakthrough?" Siren replied frankly, and with that, the discomfort faded. "And finally I understood the meaning of the nightmares that haunted." Hearing this, Nen couldn't help but be happy. It's amazing to rearrange knowledge and hypotheses and then make them. This will be a world-shaking discovery in the magical world. No, the whole world. Eruki was still a bit hesitant. "It's truly amazing. But understanding the theory behind it doesn't mean you can use quantum magic. Even if you're omniscient, getting others to understand it like you do is another Nen wiped sweat. "This is bigger than we imagined." Siren spoke slowly. "That's why It faded, and finally I understood the meaning of the nightmares that haunted me." Hearing this, Nen couldn't help but be happy. It's amazing to rearrange knowledge and hypotheses and then make them real. This will be a world-shaking discovery in the magical world. No, the whole world. Eruki was still a bit hesitant. "It's truly amazing. But understanding the theory behind it doesn't mean you can use quantum magic. Even if you're omniscient, getting others to understand it like you do is another Nen wiped sweat. "This is bigger than we imagined." Siren spoke slowly. "That's why I want to ask you. I want to explore deeper. But we're on vacation, so we can't go to the library. I can't go to the noble library alone. So can you take me?" Nen worriedly asked Siren. "It's no problem, but why can't you—" "Is it related to what you wanted to say earlier?" Nen asked. Siren blinked slowly, silent for a moment. "If I tell them the truth, will they still treat me the same? If I just let things be, they can't really be my true friend." He looked up at his two close friends. Finally, after careful consideration, he made up his mind. No, he would not run away anymore. Siren decided to tell Nina and finally, after careful consideration, he made up his mind. No, he would not run away anymore. Siren decided to tell Nina and Eric the truth. "I am not a noble. I am just a commoner." Hearing this, Nina couldn't help but be astonished. Every word Siren spoke felt like a slap to Eric's face from their child. "I was abandoned in a stable, and then my current parents took me in and raised. My father was just an ordinary groundskeeper." After Siren recounted his past, the three of them, Nina, Eric, and Siren himself, fell into silence, no one saying a word to anyone. After a while, Nina broke the awkward atmosphere, saying, "I've been wondering why your attitude has suddenly become so gloomy lately." "So what?" Eric cut in gloomily. Nina turned to scold Eric. Eric, she said cold. "So what?" Eric cut in gloomily. Nina turned to scold Eric. Eric, she said cold. "Don't you understand what this bastard just said?" A flush rose on Eric's forehead. He was furious, whether it was magic or education. That didn't mean this guy had only been studying for a year. In just 3 months, he climbed to 5th grade and even defeated me in front of the whole school. Nina and Siren stared at Eric with crossed eyes. Even with a disability, not to mention being paired with a genius sorcerer. Nina quickly covered Eric's mouth with her hand to stop him from causing more trouble. Even with a disability, not to mention being paired with a genius sorceress, Nina quickly covered Eric's mouth with her hand to stop him from causing more trouble. Smiling, Nina said to Siren, "Siren, your background doesn't matter to us." She formed a heart shape with her hands and winked at Siren. Immediately he was so happy he almost cried, and he stammered, "Thank you, all of you." Eric, always teasing Nina, said, "What's this love at first sight or what?" Nina turned inquisitively to Siren and asked, "How long have you two known each other?" Siren reluctantly replied, "Since we were kids. At first our relationship wasn't very good." Nina eagerly urged, tell me, I'm so curious." Rewinding time to the capital of the kingdom of Thomia, in the town of Basuk, 5 years ago in a slum called Rodham, a dirty child named Jacknab was running frantically with a moldy piece of bread in his hand. Behind him was a group of fierce-looking men holding spears and sticks, chasing the child, shouting and yelling, "You little brat, how dare you steal from—" "Do you want to die, Canis?" Canis was panting as he ran. Soon he stumbled into a damp, foul-smelling place and called out, "Aaron!" In a dilapidated, a weak girl lay on an old wooden plank. Canis softly called Aaron. Aaron's face was pale and she was breathing heavily with difficulty. Canis anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" Canis was panting as he ran. Soon he stumbled into a damp, foul-smelling place and called out, "Aaron!" In a dilapidated room, a weak girl lay on an old wooden plank. Canis softly called Aaron. While checking on Aaron, Canis gave her the piece of bread he had managed to get, saying, "Look, it's bread, you can't die." Canis's eyes welled up with tears as he pleaded desperately, "Please, anyone." As he turned around, the 3 men who had been chasing him were standing right behind him, their faces full of cruel. "Got you now." Immediately Canis was slapped hard across the face. His frail body was thrown far away, and he screamed in pain amid the cruel laughter of the 3 men. He thought, "This is a place where I shouldn't have been found." Weakly, Canis tried to fend off the kicks from the big man who was attacking. The man sneered, "You little thief, where do you think you can run?" Canis helplessly thought, "Now I've been found." The brutal man picked up the bread Canis had stolen and bit into it noisily. He bit into the bread noisily. He insulted Canis harshly. "Canis, you're such a scoundrel, stealing this precious meat just to eat alone." As he spoke, he laughed wickedly. Behind him, a muscular man hoisted Aaron onto his shoulder. The brutal man kicked Canis in the face. "Take him, you filthy brat!" Canis screamed in pain. "I'll kill you if you dare touch Aaron." "I swear, all of you, I'll kill you all." The men just laughed at the threats of a child, bursting into loud laughter as if hearing the funniest thing in the world. "Did you hear that he wants to kill us?" one of them said, sitting down and mocking Canis. "Try it, see if you can in your next life." Then he gave a signal to a man in yellow. "What are you waiting for? Hold him." The man in yellow raised a sharp spear ready to stab Canis. He looked at the sharp blade and thought bitterly, "If only I had power." Aaron saw her brother about to die and cried sorrowfully. At this moment Canis only wished if only he glanced at the 3 scoundrels before. Just then, the 3 men suddenly stopped as a sinister black smoke appeared. The black smoke seemed capable of killing all 3 men in an instant. Just then, the 3 men suddenly stopped as a sinister black smoke appeared. The black smoke seemed capable of killing all 3 men in an instant. They screamed in terror, "What the hell is this?" Canis lay still, wide-eyed, watching the strange scene before. The blood of the 3 men splattered on Canis's face, and he wondered what the hell was happening. Bloodshot eyes appeared on Canis. His pupils dilated, showing he was experiencing extreme fear. After dealing with the 3 men, the black shadow took Aaron, lifting her. Aaron lay still within the mysterious black smoke. Then the smoke slowly lowered Aaron into Canis's arm. The shadow gradually condensed, and soon a figure stepped out from the darkness. Canis stared at the person before him. The figure's voice was harsh and distant. "What do you think?" The figure's face was terrifying, with lifeless eyes and a red mouth stretching to the ear. He asked Canis, "Isn't magic fun?" Fresh blood dripped from the shadow's mouth onto Canis's face. Suddenly Canis broke into a mad smile, his smile a sign of agreement with the shadow. In the capital of the kingdom of Thomiabasuka, night fell, and the city lights came on. On the roof of a building opposite the museum, a shadow silently observed the museum from above. The shadow was none other than Canis. He noted the security forces here are quite numerous. Indeed, guards were patrolling continuously around the museum. Aaron said softly, "This is the first time I've seen so many relics. Their archaeological value is immense." "This is the first time I've seen so many relics. Their archaeological value is immense." Canis naturally knew the value of those relics. He asked Aaron, "What about our target?" Aaron replied, "Our target is the core of the mana control system, the long-taming relic." She revealed it was located in the vault in the middle of the 3rd floor, guarded by about 15 security personnel. Aaron reminded Canis especially before he obtained the relic the core of the mana control system. He could not use spiritual power inside the building. Canis needed to be careful, no magic allowed. "Well, then I have to go in myself," he said. Aaron led the way. "Be careful, Canis." Canis only gave a cold smile. Swift as a shadow, he flew over the museum. In the darkness, Canis was like a ghost, directly unleashing dark magic. His magic was like giant black snakes, easily piercing through the museum's glass door. Canis rushed straight to the museum entrance. He smashed the glass door. Then, to the astonishment of the security guards, the guards shouted, "What's going on? There's a break-in." Canis's eyes sharpened, radiating a fierce oath. He said coldly, "Now, Immediately Canis used magic, killing all the security guards blocking his way. Overwhelmed by Canis's power, the guards were thrown against the wall. They gasped. How is this possible? He can use magic. In moments, Canis had defeated almost all the guards with only a few weakly trying to stop. There's a break-in. Sound the alarm. Capture him. He's a sorcerer. Aaron urged Canis, hurry up immediately. Canis accelerated. He didn't need much effort to knock aside anyone blocking his way. Soon the door leading to the Mana control system core was right before Canis. He directly broke the door and entered. Canis thought silently. Found the core of the Mana control system. Canis quickly extracted the core of the system. After holding the core in his hand, Canis looked around the room. Behind him, security personnel had arrived shouting. Upon discovering that Canis had taken the core, a security officer exclaimed in horror, "The core of the Mana control system." Before he could finish, the security officer was knocked unconscious by Matt. Not only him, but the remaining security personnel also fell one by one. Slow footsteps approached Canis, emanating a dense aura of mad. Canis glanced sharply. He looked straight ahead and spoke just then. It turned out the person approaching was Aaron. She turned her head to look around, then looked at Canis and asked, "Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone." Canis reassured her. "Don't worry." He pointed to the security personnel lying sprawled on the floor. "I only made them unconscious." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded outside the museum. The guards had surrounded the area, and the voice of a middle-aged man rang out, filled with anger. "I don't know how you managed to bypass the Mana control system and use magic, but it ends." The middle-aged man in Western clothes, eyes blazing with fire, still wielding fire elemental power, declared fierce, "If you don't leave behind everything you've taken, you won't be able to leave this smoky fire." Two dark figures representing the presence of Canis and Aaron stood silently, coldly staring at the man in Western clothes. Canis manifested instantly. Soon the two siblings, Canis and Aaron, fully materialized before. The man in Western clothes was shocked, stammering dark sorcerer. Immediately after, Canis unleashed a wave of dark power, completely overwhelming the man in Western clothes. He struggled to raise his hands to defend. Not long after the man in Western clothes regained composure, Canis and Aaron had completely vanished. He muttered, "They're gone." Below, a soldier hurriedly reported to the man in Western clothes, "Commander, the core of the Mana control system has been stolen." The man in Western clothes immediately ordered him, "There's no sign of teleportation. They must still be around here. Find them quick." The soldier shouted, "Yes, sir." The man in Western clothes frowned. He couldn't understand. The two of them aren't very powerful. How could they bypass the Mana control system and steal the core? He looked down at the museum, still smoldering, pondering. Besides, they are very clever. How could they use dark magic? Suddenly, the man in Western clothes recalled there was only one person, only one sorcerer capable of using this magic. He remembered dark magic that could swallow sunlight, a notorious sorcerer who plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with darkness, a darkness that even light could not dispel. Archmage Victor Axel. Thinking of this, the man in Western clothes shivered with cold sweat. But he should have died in that fire 40 years ago. So why is someone using his magic now? The city museum had endured a restless night. Near Bazooka Mountain, two people dressed in black walked together. They were none other than the two who had just stolen the core, Canis and Aaron. They entered a strange room with a glass coffin in the middle, holding the core. Canis respectfully said, "Master, we have obtained the final ingredient." Inside the coffin lay Archmage Victor Axel. Canis placed the core into a device, whispering with this ingredient. Master Aaron quietly swallowed, placing the core in the right position. Canis said the person will regain the power of an archmage. Immediately, a deafening explosion sounded. Canis and Aaron quickly covered their face. As the dust settled, Canis's face couldn't hide his extreme joy. A hand near the coffin's edge stretched out, gripping the coffin tight. Then Axel's hoarse voice sounded. "It's been 40 years. Finally, I can meet." Aaron wiped tears in the corner. Axel's voice was hoarse. "The bastard who stole my power." Canis looked up joyfully, said finally. Axel looked up with tears, hatred roaring in Fea's trait. 40 years ago, during a fire disaster, Axel's voice of hatred echoed through the sea of flames. He roared unwillingly, "This research doesn't belong to you. I poured all my heart in." Axel screamed madly, "Anpheus, how could you do this to me?" Anpheus stood with his back to Axel. Anpheus lit a zealot's torch and slowly asked why. Amidst the blazing fire, Anpheus slowly turned around, eyes filled with tears, smiling crazy. Anpheus laughed wildly and coldly declared this research. Before finishing, Anpheus heartlessly turned his back and walked away, leaving Axel in the sea of fire. Axel desperately shouted Anpheus. The flames of the people scorched Axel's clothes. Soon the ruthless flames surrounded Axel. He frantically struggled, but it was useless. His fate had been predetermined to perish in the sea of fire. Now reborn, Axel looked down at his hand, still covered in burn marks, the clearest evidence that he had once died by fire. Axel angrily said, "It took me 40 years to recover." 40 years. As he spoke, he clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes radiated intense energy. He nearly shouted, "Anpheus, mirror, the one who thought he could live peacefully after doing this to me." Sitting arrogantly on the highest throne, Axel was flanked below by Aaron and Canis, who respectfully knelt before. Aaron respectfully greeted him master, and beside him Canis also bowed. "Thanks to this day that we are still alive, we have received immense power. So please save and command these 2 loyal lives of ours." Axel sharply looked at Canis and he solemnly said, "I will place my trust in." Axel then looked down at Aaron's fearful face. After that, he turned to Canis, his voice firm and serious. "My beloved disciple," Axel cautiously warned Canis and "However, you must be careful, because there was a time when Anpheus was blinded by greed. He was ready to kill to achieve his goals. He is a ruthless core." At this moment in Anpheus's office outside, thunder roared across the sky. Rain fell intermittently, raindrops streaking down the glass window. Anpheus slowly stood up from his desk. He moved to the bookshelf, his silver hair shimmered. Finally, Anpheus reached out and pulled a book from the shelf. Instantly, the bookshelf slid open on both sides, revealing a secret passage. Anpheus took a lantern and slowly stepped into the secret passage. He placed the lantern down beside a framed photo. Anpheus turned his head to look outside, muttering, "The sky is thunder." His voice carried nostalgia, just like that. As he placed the pendulum clock he always carried beside the shelf. "Don't face the portrait of the old friend," Anpheus quietly said. "Don't expect forgiveness from me." At the same time, in Bazooka Midenbafu, the rain drizzled down on the city, casting a gloomy hue over the surroundings. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the kingdom's professors' union, in the grand hall the most prominent figures gathered in a group discussing heated. While everyone was enthusiastically debating, that sat quietly in one spot, scratching his head. "I understand why all the teachers try to participate in this meeting, so they can discuss for 3 consecutive days." That's face was gray with dark circles under his eyes. His inner self constantly screamed, "I want to go home." That attended the academic meeting as a representative of the Anpheus Magic Academy, looking at the group gathered, that sighed. They are truly worthy. Even though the debate officially ended a while ago, they still continued discussing after dinner, holding a glass in his hand. That's face flushed not from drunkenness, but because he was infatuated. He thought silently, "But the only reason I'm still here is to talk to." That secretly observed Gina in the crowd, silently calling her name Vina Ojin. That recalled Gina's outstanding trait. She is one of the 99 most beloved artists, and a royal pianist, a student of the melodic That stole a glance at Gina, thinking to him, surprisingly she shows no discomfort being surrounded by so many people. I wouldn't even find a chance to talk to her if Gina were half as shy as she seemed. While that was lost in thought, Gina suddenly turned to look at it. Their eyes met by chance, and that was momentarily stunned. He accidentally spat out the drink he was having and "What's this? She's looking at me, no way." Before that could react, Gina took the initiative to start a conversation. "Very pleased to meet you, Professor." That surprised that act. How do you know who I..." Gina smiled and replied, "Of course you are a professor from the Anpheus Magic Academy, aren't you?" She even invited that to her home. The Ojin mansion is also in Greece. "Yes, met by chance." And that was momentarily stopped. His words came out awkwardly. "Oh, really?" Inside, he was ecstatic, waiting. "I can't believe I have a chance to talk to her. Don't tell me she all..." Thinking this, That's face blushed like a tomato, dreaming of a future where he and Gina hold a happy way. Then they would have children, and he would shyly ask, "What should we name the child?" And she would reply, "How is Siron doing?" The unexpected answer made that feel uneasy. Suddenly, like a crack of thunder, a sharp sound struck. "That's ears," he cursed silently. Damn! His mind raced. The name Siron Ariam was familiar. During the enrollment day, he had paid special attention to that, because this person lived in the Ojin house. Thinking of this, that couldn't help but feel a chill. So it was a meeting with the noble family. As a habit, that immediately switched to Professor Mo, adopting the elegant posture of a gentleman speaking formally. "You have entrusted us with a talented student. He is the pride of the school." Hearing that praise, Gina happily said, "Oh, really, that's great to hear. Does he have many friends?" That nodded proudly, saying he is popular with both boys and girls. Even seniors respect him. I even feel jealous. "Oh, right, he has a girlfriend, a girl quite famous among the students." Hearing Gina's face suddenly dark, that added, "Oh, he is studying very hard, so you don't need to worry about." Gina maintained a smile, but her voice betrayed her concern. "So he is doing very well. That's good to hear." At this point, that realized he might have said too much. "Do you want to send him a message? If you tell me I..." Before that could finish, Gina interrupted. "It's okay. Just knowing he's well makes me happy." Before that could finish, Gina interrupted. "It's okay. Just knowing he's well makes me happy." Hearing this, Gina's face suddenly dark, seeing Gina's expression suddenly dim. That quickly reassured her. You don't need to worry. It's not a big deal. But the Anfia's Magic Academy is a wonderful school officially recognized by the king. That emphasized, we will do our best. Please don't. Seeing that's enthusiasm and dedication. Gina looked surprised. Oh, but then she smiled mysteriously and said, Thank you very much. Please take care of Cyrus. Gina's warm smile was like morning sunshine making that almost lose him, completely immersed in her sweet. After a few moments of hesitation, that gathered all his courage and said to Gina, meeting like this is destined. Would you like to return to Chris with me tomorrow? I also want to invite you to dinner. Vina happily agreed. Oh, that's wonderful, she added. But I also have to attend a performance in Bazoo. That then asked, may I come to watch? Vina nodded. I would be honored if you came. Inside. That was thrilled. That was a bit worried and said honest. I'm also worried there might be few attendees due to recent events in the cap. That asked kindly what event. Vina replied, well, recent. Gina frowned slightly. Hesitating, she said, a prison riot, and a level B prisoner escaped, caused by an unknown dark maid. Because of that, the capital is effectively under martial law. Hearing this, that's face dark. He lost his voice. Did you just? Sweat dripped from his forehead. His voice breaking dark maid. That asked Gina. Can you tell me more about? Vina recalled. Well, I heard it was an old man with white hair. According to what Jana said, Ryan guessed who that old white-haired man was. According to what Jana said, Ryan guessed who that old white-haired man was. Before him, the world seemed to dark. Ryan hurriedly bent down and whispered to Jana, Sorry, I have to leave. Vina didn't understand what had happened. She stopped and said, Without wasting a moment, Ryan turned and left in a hurry. Vina called after him from behind. Ryan, where are you suddenly going? Master Ryan. While running, Ryan recalled recent events. The dark magic sorcerer. The prisoner's escape. He bit his lip. No doubt it's his plan. Damn it. Why does it always happen when I'm away? The night before the Hellfire a fire broke. Inside bodies lay scattered. One man was being strangled by dark magic. He struggled in vain, and soon the dark power crushed. The dark magic transformed into a sharp spear, piercing the man deep. The ones responsible for these terrible deaths were none other than Axon and his two loyal disciples. The dark magic had two properties, absorption and fusion. Reflecting on the teaching, Canis looked at the tiny ant on the ground. The darkness absorbed energy and merged into a single attribute, Canis Memansi 4. His vision gradually became distant. His finger reached out to block the ant's path. In his mind, Canis seriously pondered the dark energy and spiritual power he received could cause minor damage. Thinking this, Canis suddenly released his power, killing the ant. But he saw the other ants trying to escape as far from him as possible. The ants kept trying until they escaped the darkness of Canis's power. At that moment, he realized darkness could not defeat light. At that moment, he realized darkness could not defeat light. A voice gradually rose behind Canis. Enough, Canis. He shuddered and turned to see Axon standing behind. Canis softly called Master. In Canis's mind, this was their benefactor, the one who saved him and Aaron from hell, the great sorcerer Axon looked at Canis and said solemnly, If you try a little more. He struck his staff on the ground, and immediately the dark energy spread powerfully across the earth. No matter how far the ants tried to escape, that strong power destroyed them. In an instant, darkness completely ruled him. Axon's authoritative voice echoed in Canis's ears. You will be able to drown out the light. Hearing Axon's teaching, Canis smiled wickedly, his eyes glowing with dark energy. The dark eyes and fierce smile grew with Canis, so that today he had become a youth, but the darkness in his soul remained unchanged. He had become a youth, but the darkness in his soul remained unchanged. Before Canis' bodies lay scattered, desperate cries echoed, Help me! The victim's desperate screams only excited the demon within Canis more. He became increasingly brutal, killing without emotion. The cries of agony rang everywhere. Help! Canis's power was like blades piercing through the victims, killing them mercilessly. Seeing his brother's brutal actions, Aaron stood behind him and softly reminded, Canis, this place has nothing to do with avenging Master. Is it necessary to go this far? Canis, this place has nothing to do with avenging Master. Is it necessary to go this far? Canis didn't turn to look, coldly replying, Aaron, all I need to do is trust Master. Canis's lips curled slightly. You know that? He turned to look at her and confidently affirmed, Master never does meaningless things. Hearing her brother Aaron lowered her eyelids and softly replied, I understand, Canis. In Aaron's eyes, Canis seemed to become a demon with a terrifying smile. The three Axon, Canis, and Aaron stood silently, coldly witnessing the bloody slaughter. After eliminating most of the prison guards, Axon and his two disciples slowly entered the prison. The prison was built very solidly, but Axon only needed to wave his hand, and the strong iron bars broke instantly. The prison was built very solidly, but Axon only needed to wave his hand, and the strong iron bars broke instantly. The prisoners were released. one of them exclaimed in surprise. His skills are really top-notch. That prisoner sneered and arrogantly started talking to Axon. Thanks a lot, are you a sorcerer? Seeing Axon leading Canis and Aaron, he mocked. Why bring kids along planning a picnic? Why bring kids along planning a picnic? He reached out to introduce himself to Axon. Nice to meet you. I'm the Nightcat Kraken. You know me, right? Nice to meet you. I'm the Nightcat Kraken. You know me, right? Axon was shocked to see Kraken's dirty hand and clicked his tongue. Tiss! Axon's eyes gradually became cold, his gaze sharp as he spoke. Finally, I know who's behind this. But here, it's just a bunch of brats. The prisoners were angry at Axon's insult. What, that old man just called us brats? They didn't hold back and rush to attack Axon. So what if you're a sorcerer? We'll overwhelm you with numbers. Catch him. The prisoners were angry at Axon's insult. What, that old man just called us brats? They didn't hold back and rushed to attack Axon. So what if you're a sorcerer? We'll overwhelm you with numbers. Catch him. Before they could get close, darkness suddenly enveloped the air. The prisoners backed against each other, panicking and confused. Why am I hugging someone? I can't see anything. Hey, it feels like we're being pushed closer. Indeed, the two sides seemed to be squeezing tighter, trapping the prisoners in them. Soon their terrible screams echoed. What's happening? Stop it. Get me out of here. Don't push. I can't escape, damn it. The scene was horrifying. Aaron bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to watch further. The prisoner's blood splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence in the corner of the room, a man in chains sat. Axon spoke. It's all a conspiracy. He emphasized, the one hiding is very cunning. The man in chains frowned and stared at Axon, clicking his tongue softly, slow. His hands were chained, and a tattoo of a South American parrot was on his shoulder. He was Lucas. Seeing Axon had discovered him. He didn't try to escape. Lucas stepped forward, panting. Oh no, caught. Damn it, why are you doing this to me? Canis and Aaron silently watched him. Axon quietly observed. Lucas asked, are you planning to rebel against the kingdom? Without hearing Axon's reply, he laughed. Seems like it. The tension between Aaron and Canis. Lucas suddenly leapt forward, his eyes sharp, directly charging at Axon. He swung his iron club at Axon, who remained calm, and Lucas was surprised he could barely touch. The club was held firm by Axon's magic. But Lucas couldn't see the magic. He guessed it felt like his attack was absorbed. He wondered, is this old man Axon? At that moment, Axon spoke solemnly. You've passed. Lucas laughed, confused. What do you mean I didn't apply for anything with you? Axon said nothing, just turned away. His magic directly shot at Luke. Lucas panicked and raised his hands to defend, cursing inside. Damn, this is bad. Lucas panicked and raised his hands to defend, cursing inside. Damn, this is bad. But Axon's magic didn't intend to kill him. Instead, it helped Lucas break the chain. Axon's strange voice echoed, money is a person's weakness. Axon directly proposed, I'll give you a job that earns a lot of money. He asked Lucas, do you have any hobbies? Lucas smiled slyly. Now you understand me. Canis silently watched Lucas, unconsciously showing discomfort in his eye. Outside, rain fell lightly. A horse struggled to run through the drizzle. Sitting inside the carriage, a man urged the coach, can't you go faster? Hurry up, I've given you all the gold I have. The coachman turned back, struggling to explain to the man, no matter how fast I go, we won't reach Chris until tomorrow morning. Hearing that, he couldn't help but get annoyed, biting his words as he slammed his hand on the side of the carriage. Hearing that, he couldn't help but get annoyed, biting his words as he slammed his hand on the side of the carriage. The coachman outside was also helpless, playing along. What am I even doing at this hour? Inside the carriage, bored and with a muddled mind, Axon had been freed from the dungeon last night. The tall man thought next he would appear to take revenge for something that happened 40 years ago. I must quickly inform the master. At the Anpheus Magic Academy, the rainy night made the scene even more desolate and gloomy. Lucas had now changed into another outfit, shivering. It's so cold. Standing above, looking down at Anpheus Academy, Lucas complained, such heavy rain, do I really have to do this? Kanish stood beside him coldly, saying, don't feel sorry anymore. He told Lucas, you just have to do exactly as instructed. Lucas teased Kanish. You better reward me handsomely. Lucas grumbled. If only you knew the dirty tricks you guys are pulling, like ambushing the Magic Academy. While I'm feeling sorry, Axon has already flown high above, silently watching the whole academy. While Lucas was feeling sorry, Axon has already flown high above, silently watching the whole academy. His eyes radiated deep resentment. Below, Lucas was still complaining. If I hadn't followed you guys. On the rainy night, Axon flew high, silently observing Anpheus Magic Academy. His eyes exuded a strong aura. The drizzling rain made the academy's scene even more desolate and cold. Lucas, annoyed, crossed his arms and cursed. Damn it! I have nothing to do, and followed them because they promised a big But this is no different from rebellion or treason. Lucas glanced at Aaron and started a conversation. Hey, you don't seem like someone who would do this kind of job. He flirted with Aaron. You're too beautiful to work like a dirty criminal. Have you thought about coming with me? Lucas joked with his younger sister. Canis, no way, cut it out, Lucas. Your mission is to take hostages inside the school. Canis coldly reminded Lucas. Just do the job you were assigned. Lucas asked Canis. So who is the hostage? Canis didn't want to say much, replying, You'll know tomorrow morning. Canis's attitude made Lucas unable to like him. He just clicked his tongue. Damn. Canis also didn't have much goodwill toward Lucas. He was annoyed. Why did the master bring him along? A voice suddenly echoed in Lucas's mind. Lucas, don't question anything. All of this, everything, is according to his will. He is the great archmage Axon. In the dark night, the rain was like drops of water, while Axon's dark magic silently spread throughout the Anphia's Academy camp. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, ancient texts revealed that everything has its own. Because of this, the balance in the universe was broken, and due to countless circumstances thanks to these events, the world we know has become vibrant. From the pile of ancient texts as high as a mountain with eyes wide open, it is clear the world we know would not exist without Wade. Currently a student from the Southwest class with messy hair like a bird's nest, suddenly stood up and loudly asked, more importantly, why was there Wade from the very beginning? I suspect it suddenly appeared like a boom. Perhaps. Facing Nina, Eric, also a student from the South class, was lying on the table, casually replying, It's just Wade or something like that. Nina was unwilling, standing up. Are you serious? So you're saying God created everything, right? Are you a believer? Need some cakes to sober up? Eric completely ignored him, yawning. I'm just guessing, I don't really know. Eric looked up at the library where the lamp cast a soft yellow light. His voice was a bit tired. Helpless, we have spent all the time possible in this library searching for anything related to weight, but in the end we still can't understand beyond human knowledge. Helpless. We have spent all the time possible in this library searching for anything related to weight, but in the end, we still can't understand beyond human knowledge. Eric stood up and suggested, I think we have approached it as closely as possible from the omniscient perspective. At this point, Eric looked at Siren, who was lying still among the books. He quietly called Siren. Eric asked, From your omniscient perspective, what is weight? Siren said nothing, seemingly lost in thought. According to the books, a mage's omniscient ability helps them form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, a mage's omnipotence is entirely personal. Siron, also a fifth-year student, after hearing Eric's question, slowly pulled the book down from his face and said, It's a bit hard to describe in words. Then paused, his mind drifting to his own experience when connecting with immortal energy. At that moment, he reached out. Mystical crystals fell into his hand. At that moment in Siren's mind, there was a sensation of existence. Nina and Eric asked in unison, Existence. Siron nodded. Yes. I can feel a will to exist, a very strong desire. He described it as almost trying its best for anyone anywhere to know about its existence. Hearing Siren's sharing, Eric was moved. Sounds profound, the desire to prove one's existence. Then Nina suddenly shouted, What about this? Siren hesitated. Huh? Nina enthusiastically said, Siren, you're omnipotent. Nina eagerly proposed, What if we call it the God particle? Hearing Nina's idea, Siren's eyes immediately lit up. Eric also stood, nodding. Good name, makes me think. Siren agreed. Nice, that name is perfect for what I'm thinking about. Praised by both friends, Nina was excited. Really great. Then omnipotence will become stronger, the concept will be clearer. Really great. Then omnipotence will become stronger. The concept will be clear. Siron held his spiritual power tightly in his hand, muttering the name he would give it, God particle. Siron happily said, Now I will study it more. The next morning, the first rays of the new day shone on the Anphia's Magic Academy. On the school grounds, the three, Nina, Siron, and Eric, walked together. Nina clasped her hands behind her head, sighing as they walked. I didn't expect our vacation to end like this, Eric reluctantly said. Suspension is still a vacation, right? Siron asked suspiciously. You guys haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, have you? Mentioning the bold promise from the day before, Nina and Eric's faces darkened simultaneously, both wearing worried expressions. To graduate together, we have to try hard to get to grade 4 this time. Siron anxiously reminded them it's only been one day. Eric and Nina's tears flowed as they feared some unknown future, asking Siron, What if I have to stay in grade 5 alone? Then Eric added, Siron, you staying another year at school is okay, right? Siron said bitterly. But both of your scores are higher than mine. I'm the one in the worst situation here. Nina spoke up. Today is the last day. Do you want to visit the research room? Siren shook his head. I have to go somewhere. You two go ahead. Eric told Siren. Remember to come after you're done. After bidding farewell to Nina and Eric, Siron walked slowly, looking up at the clear sky. He recalled, Last month I was still a first-year Voji student. Now I have learned about the God particle and gained precious friends. Gently brushing the golden hair on Siren's head, he felt a bit emotional. He remembered the moment walking alongside Amy. She is my girlfriend. She told everyone about Siren. Beautiful memories played like slow-motion film in Siren's mind. He recalled bringing a big bunch of apples to Amy. He smiled and said to her, "Thanks to you. I think I should properly thank you." She was very amazed. "Huh? What's that? Why?" One night, Nina and Eric flew around scaring the whole school, and Amy secretly admired. That entire evening, she cried while telling him not to call her senior anymore. Looking back now, Siren silently thanked Amy, who had helped him get this. At this moment in the main hall, the advanced class students were preparing to enter the class. Amy and Serial, as usual, went to class together. Suddenly, Siren appeared unexpectedly in front of both of them. Amy, senior Serial. Amy and Serial were instantly scared out of their wits. Siren smiled brightly and asked casually, "Did I scare you?" "Sorry, I just wanted to surprise you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he glanced down at the 2 cups of coffee and softly said, "Thank you, Amy. Thanks to you." In response, Amy acted cold and distant. "Why are you talking to me so familiarly?" Siren retorted. "What, even Serial looks down on me? Do you know where you are?" She looked at him with a sharp gaze, warning him to be careful for daring to come to the graduation class. "But haven't you gone too far? Be a student who focuses on studying." Serial told Amy, "Let's go. I thought it would be peaceful for a while." After saying that, Serial and Amy turned and left, leaving Siren awkwardly calling after them, "Senior Serial, Amy." Serial, confused, ran after Amy and Serial. He called after them, "You two wait for me, because I haven't been here for a long time." Serial directly knocked Siren down, and the 2 hot cups of coffee spilled on the ground. Serial shouted at Siren, "I tried to put that aside, but this is stalking. Do you know that? Get lost while I'm still kind, or you'll be disciplined. Get lost." Every word Serial said pierced Siren's soul like a sharp dagger. He was speechless, unable to believe. Serial didn't understand why they suddenly treated him like this. Amy felt Serial was a bit pitiful, so she pulled Serial's hand and whispered to her, "That's enough. Let's go. The class is almost over." Amy felt Serial was a bit pitiful, so she pulled Serial's hand and whispered to her, "That's enough. Let's go. The class is almost over." Serial didn't believe it. He wanted to deny everything lie. Serial tried to sit. He was restless, running through his mind, repeating 2 words, lie. Serial watched Serial's back and thought, "He's really strange, seemingly innocent, but very stubborn." Serial reassured Amy, "Don't worry too much. You have a handsome guy." Saying this, Serial also felt something was wrong. Amy stopped and asked Serial, "Who is who?" Meanwhile, Siren was heavily shocked. He ran without paying attention to his surroundings and accidentally bumped into someone. The man pushed him away with an annoyed face. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Siren immediately recognized him and called out loudly, "Mac!" He saw Siren wearing the advanced class student badge. Reflexively, Mac respectfully greeted, "Senior Siren." Siren was heavily shocked. He ran without paying attention to his surroundings and accidentally bumped into someone. The man pushed him away with an annoyed face. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Siren immediately recognized him and called out loudly, "Mac!" He saw Siren wearing the advanced class student badge. Reflexively, Mac respectfully greeted, "Senior Siren." Siren bluntly said, "Mac, don't you know me?" Siren hurriedly said, "It's me, Siren. We took the teleportation test together." Hearing Siren, Mac replied, "Ah, yes." Mac scratched his ear, embarrassed, and said, "I'm not sure, but, Siren, I didn't recognize you." Siren couldn't believe it. He calmly asked Mac again, "Don't you know me?" At that moment, Siren came from afar, and a girl spoke up. "Hey, what's going on?" Siren recognized the voice. He turned around with a pleading look. "Professor," he said. "Oh my." The girl asked him, "Who are you? Are you a new student? I haven't seen you before." Hearing this, Siren froze. He continued asking, "What's your name?" Mac saw Siren was unfamiliar and clenched his fist, looking like he wanted to fight Siren. He asked, "Who are you?" The students around began to gather around Siren, whispering among themselves. "I've never seen him before. Very suspicious. An infiltrator. Who is he helping?" Siren suddenly shouted and turned to run. Mac immediately shouted after him, "Stop, catch him. He's very suspicious." Siren ran while crying, constantly denying, "This can't be true. This is a joke." Siren kept running. He tried to convince himself, It's... Siren ran to the group room, burst open the door, and entered. Everyone. Nina and Eric were sitting in the room. Siren hurried in, panicked. "Nina, Eric, you know me, right? Siren said through tears. It's Siren. The room fell silent. Nina asked him, How did you get in here? Both Nina and Eric looked at Siren coldly and asked, Who are you? At that moment, Siren was completely desperate. A thought flashed through his mind. I've had this thought for a while. From the beginning, I never existed in this school. Was I just dreaming? Nina sat behind the desk, staring intently at Siren, coldly questioning him. Wait. How does an outsider know the STA code? A series of questions from Nina bombarded Siren. Did another research group send you? Who are you? Siren burst into tears, overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. Even his only friends didn't remember who he was. He was beginning to doubt his own existence was just an illusion. Nina and Eric suddenly smiled strangely. Then both burst into loud laughter. Eric laughed with a ridiculous expression. I can't hold it anymore. Nina laughed until tears ran down her face, pointing at Siren. Look at that face. Nina turned to Eric. Did you hear that? Nina tried to sober up Siren. Nina, Eric, you know me right. It's me, Siren. Eric joined in, laughing so hard he lost all dignity. Stop it, my stomach hurts. Siren suddenly collapsed. He whispered, You two remember me. Seeing Siren crouch down, Nina and Eric, frightened, and quickly helped him up, asking, Siren, why are you crying? Eric also came beside Siren, worried. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Nina turned her back to Siren, speaking softly. Sorry for teasing you, okay? After listening to Siren's story, Nina roughly understood. Everyone didn't remember him. She asked Siren, What do you mean? Eric sat beside Siren, also confused. But it was true that even Professor Sienna said so. Siren sobbed. When I look into their eyes, they aren't lying. They really don't remember me. Nina stood up and suggested, Maybe we should go outside to check. Siren hurriedly stopped Nina. What if you two forget me too when we go out? Thinking about the possibility that Nina and Eric might forget him, Siren bowed his head and cried, If that happens, I really... Eric came up with an idea. What if we write it down? Saying and doing. Eric took a pen and wrote on Nina's hand, If you lose your memory, the person with the star symbol is your friend. Clenching their hands on Nina's palm was a drawing of a star. Nina smiled confidently. If we do this, even if we forget, it's okay, right? Siren hesitated. Could this be some supernatural spiritual activity? Nina shook her head. I don't know. I can't think of anything that causes memory loss. Eric spoke up. Now let's go outside and check. Soon, the three, Nina, Siren, and Eric, returned to the Orphan's Magic Academy. The three stepped carefully. From outside, the Magic Academy looked as usual, elegant and noble. As they approached the school gate, all three exclaimed in shock, What's going on here? In the schoolyard, all the students were gathered. The students' faces darkened. Nina said in surprise, This is even stranger than what Siren said. Eric curiously asked, What are they doing? Nina suggested, Let's get closer to see. Siren quickly stopped them. What if we get like them when we get close? Eric disagreed, analyzing, It's unlikely. Didn't you have physical contact with them? Siren thought Eric made sense and nodded. Right, it should be fine. Then let's get a better look. He loudly called out, Hey, Gabe, what are you planning? Gabe heard Nina calling and stopped, puzzled, asking, Huh, you know me? Gabe heard Nina calling and stopped, puzzled, asking, Huh, you know me? Nina stepped closer to Gabe, correcting him. Of course I know you. Tell me, where are you planning to go? Gabe hesitated, blinking, and lied. Tell me. Suddenly he grabbed Nina's shoulders tightly and pressed, Who am I, and what is the sound I've been hearing all this time? Gabe shook his head, completely confused. I can't hear anything. So Nina anxiously asked him, What are you hearing now? Hey, Eric, carefully observe Gabe's behavior. He quickly pulled Siren's hand and said, I think he doesn't realize that the sound he's hearing is his own voice. Gabe continued to scream wildly. Eric guessed he had even forgotten his own language. Gabe shouted, tears and snot streaming down his face. Eric concluded that he was continuously losing his memory. Suddenly, Gabe fell completely silent. Siren looked surprised. Gabe shouted, tears and snot streaming down his face. Eric concluded that he was continuously losing his memories. Suddenly, Gabe fell completely silent. Siren looked surprised and said, Oh, he stopped. He glanced sideways. The other students, like Gabe, had vacant eyes and moved like puppets, stepping and the students left one after another. Not only the students were controlled, but even the teachers were not spared. It seemed like an invisible hand was pulling and controlling the students to enter the forest one by one. Deep in the forest, Aaron, wearing a black cloak, was already standing ready. She turned and said to Canis, I've gathered them all, Canis. Aaron glanced at the school emblem and said, Let's go. Canis nodded silently. Lucas sighed and teased. Really, huh? He crossed his arms, standing among the students, mocking. They've all turned into zombies, unable to think but still alive, so I can do whatever I want with them, right? Lucas stepped closer to Amy, grinning. Wow, didn't expect such a beautiful girl here where girls are so rare. Why don't we Canis coldly cut him off. Lucas! He stared at Lucas with cold eyes, warning sharply. If you ruin my master's great career with such nonsense, I'll kill you. Lucas shrugged and said annoyingly, Too strict, can't have some fun. Canis repeated his warning coldly. If you dare ignore me again, I'll kill you immediately. Lucas's eyes flared with fire. He thought silently. This brat saved me. He thought silently. I don't like him at all. I want to kill him right now, but I'm not stupid enough to fight a mage in their soul realm. I'll kill him the moment he lets his guard down. Lucas's hand rested lightly on Amy's shoulder. He clicked his tongue regretfully. Tisk! Then Lucas turned away, pretending to be indifferent to Canis. Anyway, it's useless if I don't get paid. Canis saw Lucas stop bothering him and turned away. The students followed Aaron and Canis's orders, filing into the forest. Behind a nearby tree, Nina whispered to Siren and Eric. They're the ones behind this. Should we stop them? Eric shook his head in opposition. No. Nina was puzzled and asked Eric, why is it so hard to manipulate memories? And they used it on over 500 people. At this, Eric's face darkened. He emphasized, not to mention those 500 are extremely intelligent students. Eric continued to point out the disadvantages if they confronted Canis and App, who had spent their lives honing their intellect at the Magic Academy, and professors like CNA teachers, including a 6th-ranked mage. Nina said cautiously. So, Siren, you mean they are mages stronger than us? Nina said cautiously. So, Siren, you mean they are mages stronger than us? Eric agreed with Siren's reason. Yes, so strong we can't imagine. Eric suggested, we should track their trail now. It will be too late if we intervene when it becomes more dangerous. Siren suddenly spoke, not here. Nina was confused. Why not? Siren exclaimed. The headmaster and Professor Ethel are not here. Meanwhile, in a small house deep in the forest, Ethel was meditating, sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. Her brow furrowed suddenly. A noise came from the house. Birds fluttered chaotically. Ethel's eyes opened wide. Ethel was meditating, sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. Her brow furrowed suddenly. A noise came from the house. Birds fluttered chaotically. Ethel's eyes opened wide. She sensed something was wrong and wondered, what is this? Thousands of demons appeared overnight. A pigeon flew past Ethel's porch. She pushed up her glasses, thinking, and not only that, it's already late and no one has come looking for me. Don't tell me. And not only that, it's already late and no one has come looking for me. Don't tell. Unable to stay calm, Ethel hurriedly left her house. She ran to the school and was shocked upon arrival. Not a single person was in sight. Ethel looked around, utterly confused. Suddenly, Bat ran toward her, panting, and hurriedly said, Master Ethel, luckily you're okay. Recognizing Ethel quickly asked, Master, that what happened? That immediately reported, an attack. The academy has been attacked. That anxiously informed Ethel. Miss Ethel, we are under attack by dark magic. At that moment, Ethel understood. The sudden spike in crimes the night before was what that was rushing to tell. That ran toward her, panting and hurriedly saying, Master Ethel, luckily you're okay. Recognizing him, Ethel quickly asked, Master, that what happened? A situation that would affect the entire academy. Even the gatekeepers had been wiped. That seriously told Ethel. Miss Ethel, the one behind all this is Axel Vith, a great mage who brought disaster to this world long ago. Hearing that, Ethel was stunned. If they are great mages, that confirmed, yes, he continued. They are 3rd-rank mages. Once a mage reaches 3rd rank, they are called great mage. Mage ranks are determined by their achievements and fame. According to that, defeating a monster can grant up to 500 achievement points. Receiving an invitation from the Emperor grants 100 fame points. The requirement to advance from rank 10 to 9 is 1,000 points. The points needed to advance from rank 4 to 3 are enormous, compared to Amphius Militia, who is rank 4, while Axel Vithor is rank 3. The gap between them is a huge 280 million points. Axel Vithor is a great self-proclaimed man who, with his powerful dark magic, reached rank 3 alone in the previous century. Hearing Axel's achievements, Ethel asked, that puzzle. Why would someone like him pay attention to our academy? Ethel is currently a 6th-rank mage. Similarly, that is also a 6th-rank mage. Hearing Ethel's question, that was momentarily confused, wondering whether he should tell her the truth. Looking at Ethel's confused face, he really didn't know what to do. He recalled a few years ago when checking Ethel's power to decide whether to accept her as an academy member. Amphius was very surprised and said, A bishop from the Cassis Association. The bishop is an important position responsible for protecting 12 achievements. Anpheus looked at Ethel and asked, the strongest bishop the association has in the kingdom and a 6th-rank mage. Why would someone like you want to become a teacher at the academy? Ethel sat upright facing Anpheus and sincerely shared, because I want to follow Bishop Duncasis's teachings to be like the ant and the light. Ethel sat upright facing Anpheus and sincerely shared, because I want to follow Bishop Duncasis's teaching to be like the ant and the light. Ethel stood up and expressed her. At other academies, they only focus on training mages to become as strong as possible. But here, Headmaster Anpheus respects students' autonomy and teaches them to be responsible for their power. She smiled brightly and frankly said, I truly respect and support your ideals, Headmaster. That's why I want to come to this academy. Ethel's spirit and enthusiasm truly left a special impression on. Now when I recall it, I can't help but struggle intensely in my mind. Finally, I made up my mind and called her Miss Ethel. I carefully chose my words, hoping she could stay calm after hearing what I was about to say. Oxen Vithor is Principal Anpheus. Hearing me speak, Ethel was momentarily delighted. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she slowly opened her eyes and said straightforwardly, I understand. Ethel declared firmly that no matter who it is, if they harm the students of this academy, they must be eliminated. We must protect. Ethel's whole being radiated a bright light. I joyfully called her Miss Ethel. Ethel looked in one direction and described the situation of the trainees and students heading towards the mountain range. Before Ethel, the scene of the deep forest appeared. She exclaimed, the mountain range, the forest, seems to be heading to an impassable bridge. I noticed 3 people who seemed to be leading them. Ethel hesitated. Wait. There are 3 others chasing after them. I anxiously asked Ethel, can you clearly see who they are? Ethel hesitated briefly. Not very clear, but they seem to be in uniform. Suddenly Ethel recognized one of the 3. It was near Siron. The 3 people, Siren and Eric, hid behind a wide, small tree and asked why they were brought. I asked confusedly, the impassable bridge, do they intend to push them all off the cliff? Siren shouted angrily, what? How could they do that? Eric frowned and analyzed. Usually there's no benefit for either side in pushing them off the cliff. Suddenly Eric solemnly said, but there is one reason they might do this if they are hostages. I will go call for backup immediately. Siren hurriedly stopped Eric. Calm down. Look at those being held hostage over there. Siren seemed calmer and said, although the principal is not here, I still see you and Miss Ethel. I'm sure someone has understood the situation and requested help already. However, Siren emphasized, but if they intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, we must fight. Hearing Siren, both Siren and Eric simultaneously nodded in agreement with what Siren said. Eric pondered. It will be a great risk if we fight them when the numerical advantage is so obvious and helplessly. There's no other way. We can only wait. Siren assessed. It seems they don't intend to push them off the cliff right now. I guess they are waiting for someone. Below, Lucas loudly called Canis. Hey, Brad. He pointed at the trainees and frowned. Why hasn't your leader arrived? Don't you know time is very important in a job like... Don't you want us all to die waiting here so long? Canis glanced at Lucas. He slowly said, we can't start until we get a call from Anpheus Kier. The only thing you need to care about is your contract. At this moment, Aaron used telepathy to send a message to Canis had been waiting too long since the leader contacted them. Why haven't they returned? Canis looked at Aaron and silently transmitted to her. I don't know. It's long past the meeting time. In his heart, he was increasingly uneasy. I don't doubt the leader, but I really can't understand. The leader has been waiting for this moment longer than anyone else. Why hasn't he come? Moreover, Lucas's voice interrupted Canis's thoughts. Damn it! At least let us enjoy ourselves. Everything is fine, right? Damn it, at least let us enjoy ourselves. Everything is fine, right? Canis gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Why did the leader choose that name for these missions? He could no longer hold back and turned to scold Lucas. You Lucas immediately burst into anger, shouting, huh? You really want to pick a fight, huh? Don't you think I'm joking? His strength was not to be underestimated. Even Aaron was startled. She thought silently. The Death Eye. It's too powerful, even enough to paralyze a Chinese person's nervous system. As far as Canis knew, it was a powerful skill that only those who committed countless crimes could possess. Thinking of this, he despised Lucas even more. In Ladung, where I grew up, I met countless trash like you, treating others like food or money. Canis narrowed his eyes and insulted Lucas. You're just like them trash, like you is common in Ladung. Hearing Canis's harsh insult, Lucas laughed savagely. Now I understand why I didn't like you from the start. Lucas pushed hard and jerked his chin at Canis. You think we're different, huh? I'm trash and you have some noble purpose. He sneered. These living trash, they may lack reason, but their bodily functions still work. Saliva dripped as he said bluntly, and when they can't eat, drink, or sleep, they will slowly die, even if we don't throw them off this cliff. Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Sena's neck, speaking coldly. This is what I can feel. He lifted Sena up, watching her struggle while uttering cruel words. Doesn't that mean you want to kill all of them here? Canis refuted Lucas. We didn't bring them here to kill them. They're hostages. Lucas laughed more cruelly. And that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers. Siena's legs flailed wildly in the air. Lucas mercilessly said, because when this is over, he leaned forward and declared, everyone involved in this is a murderer. Aaron was also shocked when he saw Lucas grab Senna's. Canis's eyes turned cold as he nearly shouted at Lucas. How do you intend to go against your own rule? Lucas said, killing a girl is shameful, but Suddenly a strange change happened beneath Lucas's feet. Immediately after a terrifying explosion occurred, the blast pressure forced Aaron to use both hands to shield himself from injury, while Canis remained calm. Iruki extended his hand, using spiritual power sticking out his tongue. Tisk! Iruki scolded Lucas. I thought at least you could blow off one or both of my legs. Lucas stomped his foot on the ground and loudly asked Nid and Iruki, who the hell are you two? Suddenly, a flash of light shot up from behind him. It was Siren. He had successfully rescued Sienna from Luke. Siren was furious. I won't let you get away with this. Canis sneered. Who the hell are you to interfere here? And how did you escape mind control? In another development deep inside the old... At the entrance of a hallway, a tall figure stepped out. It was Axel. He was slightly surprised. Facing him was Ethel. Axel coldly asked her, did you come here alone? Siren told Ethel, we should leave the hostages to the kids because they are smart and can buy us some time. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ethel agreed with Siren's opinion and asked him, all right, but what about us? Siren didn't hesitate to reply, we must go find the principal. He said seriously, we need him to handle this situation. Hearing Siren, tension briefly appeared on Ethel's face. So what I need to do has been decided. Siren frowned and said to her, please, what you need to do is confront Axel direct. Like magic, she seemed to have found his hiding place, which was a hallway deep inside the old wing. Siren's suggestion echoed in her ears, find Axel. When Ethel arrived, Axel slowly stepped out and he said slowly, you are the novice. Ethel bowed respectfully before Axel, the Bishop of Cassis. Ethel was truly honored to meet someone considered a legend. Upon hearing Ethel introduce herself, Axel was somewhat astonished. A bishop? He silently assessed Ethel. Just because she could break through the black hole and stand here, one could say she was a true seeker. But a bishop, Axel momentarily couldn't believe his eyes, for throughout his life, Axel momentarily couldn't believe his eyes. For throughout his life, the bishops he had met were all just pretenders. He immediately realized that Ethel was a genius. She had surpassed the 8 avoidance paths and reached the pinnacle of sainthood at such a young age. He chuckled heartily, just as expected. This world was quite interesting. Axel's eyes suddenly radiated a fervent aura. He leaned closer, certain now. Where is that Axel guy? Ethel went straight to the point. If you want to stall, it won't work. Axel asked in surprise. What? Ethel sharply analyzed. Because you used a powerful spell last night, you probably don't have much strength left. The only way you have is to wait for the night. Axel silently stared at Ethel. She straightforwardly proposed a deal. If you cancel the spellcast on the students right now, I will let you face the headmaster one-on-one. Axel's lips curled into a smile. He laughed wildly as if hearing the most ridiculous story in the world. He mocked Ethel. You think I want to stall? Keep your word. Ethel was startled and looked up in shock. Suddenly a cluster of trees burst from the ground all at once, surrounding it. Axel's lips curled into a smile. He laughed wildly as if hearing the most ridiculous story in the world. He mocked Ethel. You think I want to stall? Keep your word. Ethel was startled and looked up in shock. Suddenly, a cluster of trees burst from the ground all at once, surrounding Ethel. Axel's mocking voice rang in her ears. Foolish killing, you would indeed be satisfied. I am patient with you, but die. Immediately the eerie trees tightened their grip on it. On Siron's side, Lucas teased Canis. Quite a perfect plan. He sarcastically blamed Canis and Aaron. You guys ignored what I said, and now there are 3 witnesses. Looking over, Siren and Eric were supporting Sienna. Lucas loudly scolded, what a ridiculous plan. Taking advantage of the moment, he bargained, if you give me extra pay, I'll fight this battle for you. What do you say? Canis clicked his tongue in disdain. Aaron used mind control to call Canis. He told Aaron, I'll handle them. Aaron hurriedly offered. Let me, Canis coldly said. You worry about the kids. Canis's gaze sharpened. I'm enough on my own. Lucas sat down on a rock, waiting to see the show silently, cursing Canis and Aaron as fools. He thought that fighting too much would eventually cost. Canis stepped in front of Siren's group, spitting out, how did you guys manage to control your minds to get here? They laughed. We broke that magic seal with our own strength. Canis obviously didn't believe it, laughing. If that's true, you wouldn't be standing here in that state. Canis used magic while speaking. because there's not much time left. He suggested, let's attack all at once, trying to appear strong. That magic won't work. Eric whispered to Siren, his aura is terrifying. Siren softly said, yes, yes, support Sienna. Siren slowly used his spiritual power. If that was a magic seal, considering the opposing elements, my magic would have the advantage, Siren instructed. I'll fight him. You guys deal with the swordsman. They worriedly asked, alone isn't it safer to attack together? It seemed the swordsman wouldn't interfere. Lucas indeed looked fearless. Siren needed to remind them, that guy, no matter what he says, don't let your guard down. He pushed an innocent person off a cliff. He emphasized strongly. Siren could feel the aura radiating from Lucas. Lucas noticed him too, so he was quite confident because he adapted quickly to the situation. Eric silently echoed Siren's words. Siren's right. That guy is usually easy to fool. Watching Siren's back, Eric gained more confidence, but in actual combat he was like a different person. Siren stepped closer to Canis, who also approached. Two magics from opposite extremes directly confronted each other. Siren was startled. What is this? Before him, Canis's eyes were so soulless they gave him goosebumps. He felt he couldn't read them. Wherever Canis stepped, darkness spread. He unleashed a powerful magic attack towards Siren. Siren immediately swung his hand, releasing a light strike. Light and darkness clashed. Siren was shocked. The light was ineffective. His light strike was actually countered by Canis's dark magic. Siren was pushed back, but didn't give up. Once again, he used the light strike. Siren's spiritual power hit Canis, but just like before, all the light was suppressed by darkness. He panicked and shouted, what just happened? Even when hit by light, the darkness remains. Canis's expression was still calm. Siren gritted his teeth. Does that mean there's a power gap between us, big enough to break natural laws? Canis coldly said, you think you can rely on elemental opposition with that half-baked skill? Siren sweated. That means wrong. Canis smiled. There's something. Siren thought, what now? He focused his spiritual power. Siren's strength was released with immense power. Canis spread his hands, feeling uneasy. Something's wrong, Canis thought. If it gets stronger, what then? Suddenly he was thrown back. Canis was horrified. Even then he didn't understand what had just happened. Witnessing Canis being blasted away by that terrifying power, Aaron screamed in panic, Canis! Aaron was shocked. The light pierced the barrier and he was thrown. Nina and Eric gasped. Lucas was frozen in fear. He wondered, what kind of monster is that guy? Scene shifts to a large ancient tree. The sky darkened. The wind howled, and birds flew desperately as if trying to escape something. The ancient trees had come alive, surrounding a girl. She was terrified, only able to watch the trees circling around. Perhaps the girl was completely trapped by the tree. Inside, she tried to observe her surroundings to find a way out. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed, foolish, it's useless. A tall figure appeared, pointing at her disdainfully, die. Then he reached out, releasing tree branches at an extremely fast speed. After a moment of observing, she thought the surroundings were pitch black. She closed her eyes as if trying to release something. Using synesthesia, the branches kept rushing toward her as if about to pierce. Suddenly her body glowed. A powerful light was released within. At this moment she was no longer afraid of. After releasing her power, she immediately dashed toward the tree. The branches continuously aimed at her, but thanks to her incredible speed, she skillfully dodged all their attacks. The threatening voice from earlier rang out again. That seal! The threatening voice from earlier rang out again. That seal. The figure continued. But the darkness. Before he could finish, he conjured a mass of dark hands flying toward. The voice was everywhere. This time his attack seemed effective. Her legs were restrained by those hands. Despite this, she remained calm, trying to find a solution. She spun around, but as soon as she finished, she lost her composure. She panicked, thinking, if I had teleported, then my legs would have been caught. She closed her eyes as if trying to release something while the hands kept rushing at. The branches continuously aimed at her, but thanks to her incredible speed, she skillfully dodged all their attacks. She thought, then I'll just teleport my upper body. At that moment, a reflection of herself flew up. With momentum, she spun and kicked the incoming fist. Then she landed on the ground in a magnificent pose. Perhaps because of the immense power within her, the area where she landed was gouged out with a large hole. The ground echoed with a voice saying that source echoed again. It was indeed Bishop Cass. If she hadn't become a professor at this small school, she might have already become a prominent figure. Perhaps she was exhausted. At this moment her face was dotted with sweat. The voice continued yet. Anpheus did not utter a single word criticizing her exceptional ability and talent. Before her surprised eyes, an old man with silver hair appeared, but he no longer had the benevolent look of the past. Now, he carried an immense aura. He continued, speaking, trying to take all the credit for him. She screamed, finally asking, what does he want to do? Suddenly a shadowy force struck straight at her from below. Attacked unexpectedly, and unable to react in time, she was knocked backward as he unleashed thousands of punches toward the girl. In her eyes, the scene was terrifying, the punches flying rapidly toward. At the same time, in a castle, a sudden voice called out, "Master!" In the principal's room, a blond young man was panicking, searching and shouting. He thought to himself that the master must be nearby. He suddenly remembered something. It was said that the master had a secret chamber in the principal's room, so he began to search for. Suddenly, a black bag appeared before his eyes with the name, "Admiring Doctor." Then he managed to enter the secret chamber. In a room, he casually placed a lamp on the table. "Master." His voice echoed quietly in the silent space as he searched. Looking up at the bag shelf beside him, he showed surprise, as if seeing something special. Before him was a painting of a black-haired girl with a beautiful purple flower in her hand. He stared blankly at the painting, thinking this person might. While he was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded. "Who's that?" He turned around. The master was still safe and sound. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped up. The old man frowned and asked, "Master, do you know?" The blond youth looked at him in horror, thinking, what's going on? Has the person lost his memory? But something was strange. Unlike others, the master had not completely lost all memory. The old man placed his hand on his chin, stroked his beard thoughtfully, and asked, "Lost memory? Or have I come to the future?" He panicked, ruffling his hair and pacing. "Oh heaven, I didn't expect to become an old man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old?" The young man looked at him, 18 years old. He was shocked, but thought 40 years of the master's memories have disappeared. "That means the person in front of me is..." The old man, now calm, asked, "Hey, young Anpheus, arrogant and reckless, what happened?" The blond youth answered, "Master was injured by a dark magic attack causing memory loss. Not only that, the safety of the students and professors..." Before he could finish, the old man fainted at his words. "No, I'm not asking about that," the youth replied. "Yes," with an extremely frightening expression. The old man propped his chin with his hand and asked, "What happened to my w—" The youth stammered, "Master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom. The person is not only respected by the students, but also by the subordinates in the academy." Hearing the old man's reply, he laughed bitterly and asked, "I became a teacher." Surprised by this, he asked again. Before he could say more, the old man suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him. Mr. Dai pressed his face close to the youth and asked coldly, "What rank am I?" Seeing the terrifying face so close, the youth was frightened and stammered, "4th. You're ranked 4th." Hearing this, the old man was furious that he was only 4th rank. His face flushed red with veins bulging, eyes wide open, and shouted, "What, only 4th rank? A genius like me on the continent." Then he punched the bookshelf hard, scattering books everywhere. The youth shouted, "Not 1st rank," showing shock at the scene. Hearing the old man's angry words was overwhelming. Just a principal still alive was pitiful. As he spoke, he threw the picture from the wall to the floor. The youth froze, his face pale. The old man continued his rage, turning to him and asking, "Hey, if you're my student, you should know how to use soul magic. Return my memories immediately. I must know what this fool has done for 40 years. The youth was stunned. "Master, can you not review the memories?" he said, eyes welling with tears in the chaotic. Facing the old man, he threatened, "If you're my student, then I will abandon you as a disciple. I don't need a weak disciple like..." "Do you think I, the great Anpheus, will fear my own past?" The old man's rage continued. The youth was terrified and answered yes. He thought, if a person has to relive a memory twice, can their personality change? "I'm afraid the master from the past won't return. Now I can only trust the master." The youth gently placed his hand on the old man's head with a worried expression and said, "I will remove the dark." The youth gently placed his hand on the old man's head with a worried expression and said, "I will remove the dark energy sealing your memories with soul magic. After that, it depends on you, master." The old man sat down, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, "Someone like you worries about me. Just do your work properly." The youth's thoughts continued. Not to mention those were the most terrible 40 years of his life. A voice repeatedly echoed, "Day of Anpheus, day of Anpheus, day of Anpheus," before beautiful girls smiling bright. One of them asked, "Why is Anpheus so smart?" Another girl added, "Day of Anpheus, tell us more." A Westerner raised a cup to his lips and answered, "Don't worry about my son. Tonight will last forever." A beautiful blonde youth responded. In sight was a ruined city, a place where people could easily lose their lives over a small mistake, a battlefield. 2 children hugged and comforted each other for life. Below, flames engulfed the white skyscrapers. On the rooftops, people in round hats stood looking down at the chaotic scene below, saying, "We have to. To survive, we are forced to become swords, Contrasting with the previous scene, now the image was of a solemn white city, where children went to school to get good jobs. They couldn't compare to us. That's what the master told us, said a purple-eyed girl standing frozen, her gaze vacant. A blond youth with bright blue eyes stood straight, his hands as if just casting a spell. Under an ancient shrimp tree, a pale youth sat quietly, seemingly having just encountered something terrifying. I confess soul magic almost instinctively, the pale youth. If I just borrow a thread, what happens? Suddenly a voice echoed. You're in a difficult situation, Canis. But the pale youth named Canis was not surprised by the voice. He calmly asked, what did I just bump into? The strange voice replied, wait. The person was absorbed by a source of light, carrying weight. Perhaps the blond youth had just shot energy at Canis. Canis clutched his chest, asking with difficulty, what the hell is that? How can light have weight? The strange voice answered. There is an artifact that can turn light energy into something with mass. That is entirely possible. Canis was serious. Are you kidding? I've never heard of such a thing. The voice thought for a moment. I'm just telling the truth. That guy is quite strong and special. He has a rather unique way of casting magic for a student who's just learned. That voice continued chattering while he was putting on his hat and stepping forward. However, this time, before the voice could say more, he interrupted. I have to be the winner, right? The voice laughed with satisfaction. Of course, if we work together. Canis began to move, surrounded by a dark power enveloping. A girl screamed in surprise. Canis, you changed your expression to a gloomy green, she shouted. That damn guy. Canis stepped forward with a provocative look. You've endured that magic attack. You must be really disappointed. He calmly continued walking onto the arena. Now you only have these little tricks. I think this battle will be quite exciting. Siren with a gloomy face. Canis continued. Let me enjoy it a bit more, Siren asked confusedly. Enjoy you're holding a hostage and you call. On the other side, Canis was also surrounded by dark energy. Canis taunted. Sad, but it won't work on me anymore. As Siren spoke, he flew swiftly toward Canis and said, then try this. Canis slammed his palm onto the ground, creating a large hole with many cracks. The dark black of Canis completely contrasted with Siron's warm light. The two magical energies clashed directly, producing a loud noise. Siren was somewhat terrified, muttering, then used the same casting method. He flew directly into the sky, then released 3 powerful beams of light shining down on Canis. Below, the spectators were extremely shocked and scared. No corresponding translated content provided in the excerpt. Magic charms can be divided into 2 types, those you can control and those you cannot. An uncle with a tense face was deeply thinking. Regarding that light magic, just as I thought, I have to eliminate this guy first. Siren was looking down from above at the damage he had just caused, countless holes in the ground. Suddenly he seemed to sense something behind him. Yes, it was Canis who had been behind him all along. Swiftly, Canis launched dark energy attacks towards Siren, and this time Siren was forced to stumble back. He was terrified, what suddenly appearing from behind. After the chaos, Siren took a moment to calm down. Using the extreme speed of his light magic, Siren blocked and counterattacked Canis's attack. The two continuously appeared from one place to another. Below, a blue-haired boy suddenly shouted, Darkness! That guy Han was using darkness to teleport in an endless silent dimension. Canis was leisurely walking inside. The audience was still murmuring despite the continuous fight between the two. Isn't that a teleport? Han can move anywhere he wants, right? Another replied. There are still limits. Han can only move to places connected to his dark entity. The blue-haired boy was still wondering. But we still can't guess where Han will appear unless we analyze the darkness of the entire area in a blink. Did you forget? The blue-haired boy was answered by Siren. You are the one who can calculate the paths for those powerful magic arrows. Above, the two were still fiercely fighting. After a while, Siron thought to himself, finally caught Han, thinking that he shot a powerful beam of light toward the forest. At that moment, Canis appeared from the darkness. Below, everyone shouted simultaneously, He did it! Just as everyone thought it would end there, a loud mocking laugh echoed, and a powerful dark force overwhelmed and protected Canis from behind. Everyone, including Siron, was very surprised. What's that? Canis, his darkness had enveloped Siron's light. A pair of legs were running into space. It was Siren with a terrified face and tattered clothes running somewhere when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey kid! A monster with sharp fangs and a tongue sticking out that cold-blooded. Pretty good. Canis laughed mysteriously, introducing what had just emerged from the darkness. This is the ultimate dark magic beast. A terrifying magic beast, after finishing off Siren's energy blast, now stood beside Canis, both arrogantly smiling. But look at them, they seem really angry. On this side, Eric, standing behind Siren, looked quite panicked when he saw Canis's magic beast. It can talk. That's a magic beast. I've seen it in books, but I've never heard of one with intelligence. Siren was in a pretty bad state, and he suddenly exclaimed, A magic beast. Canis can even summon a magic beast to assist him. Alchemists or magicians can create many things from items to potions, but none can solve this riddle creating life. That field of study is biological magic, often said to be beyond human imagination. Siron was even more surprised when he realized the magic beast could talk and was extremely intelligent. The magic beast opposite laughed mischievously and teased after hearing Siren's comment, "I'm just smart. I'm also very handsome, but I don't let people see that." Eric and the others were speechless.